In the land of Xinzhou, within the Tianyan mountain range, lies the headquarters of the Yunhai sect, atop the Xinghua peak at the mountainside. Amidst the disciples' quarters, a young man, strikingly handsome and wielding a sword, approached a modest dwelling. After ensuring the vicinity was clear, he knocked on the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Su Kai, Lin Shixiao." Commandant Su Kai entered the room, illuminated only by a solitary candle, casting a dim light over the modest space furnished with a table, several chairs, a bed, a bathing tub, and a bamboo screen. Seated cross-legged on the bed was a youth with sharp brows and starry eyes, his features chiseled and strikingly handsome. This was Lin the sixth, disciple of the sect's master, renowned for his beauty and formidable skill set, true paragon of excellence. Lin inquired nonchalantly, "Su Shidi, have you completed the task?" Su Kai replied softly, "Yes, I have buried that boy in the unmarked grave behind the Xianxia peak. There were no complications? None at all. The lad is thoroughly dead. I even stepped on his grave a few times." Lin nodded slightly. "You have done well, Su Shidi. However, we, as the Yunhai sect, are a reputable orthodox sect. Yifeng is a disciple of Master Yulong. His demise must not taint us, or we shall face dire consequences." That Su Kai quickly reassured him. "Rest assured, Lin Shixiao, I shall take this secret to my grave. No one will know of Yifeng's death, nor will anyone find his body. Even if Master Yulong returns, he will uncover no traces." A satisfied smile graced Lin Yi's handsome face as he retrieved an item from his robe and tossed it to Su Kai. Su Kai caught a small pouch filled with black crystal spirit stones, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your generosity, Lin Shixiao." Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. "This is what you rightfully deserve. You may return for now. In a few days, we shall visit the medicinal garden to finalize matters." Su Kai nodded and bowed in farewell. Once he departed, Lin Yi's expression darkened, and he muttered to himself, "Yifeng, I hope you find a rebirth soon. We are merely following orders. Blame yourself for your insatiable curiosity." In the unmarked graveyard, deep into the night, moonlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a mottled glow upon the overgrown ground, revealing shadowy grave mounds and scattered bones, accompanied by flickering ghostly lights. Occasional caws of crows and cries of wildcats added an eerie atmosphere to the surroundings. Suddenly, a dirt-covered hand burst forth from the earth, followed by a youth, covered in mud, struggling to emerge from the grave. The boy lay sprawled on the ground, greedily inhaling the fetid air mixed with decay. After a moment, he finally caught his breath, sitting up to find himself surrounded by graves, bewildered. "What in the world is this place? Who buried me? Ah, a corpse." Spotting a human body nearby, he initially assumed it to be fake and reached out to prod it. In an instant, he froze, confronted by the nauseating stench of decay, the writhing maggots on the corpse, and the sticky, rotten flesh clinging to his fingers. There was no doubt. It was real. His pupils dilated in terror as he screamed, scrambling backwards. "It's really a corpse." Having never witnessed such a horrifying sight, he stumbled and crawled away for several meters before finally halting. "Call the police. Call the police. Where's my phone?" As he fumbled about, he was struck by the realization that he was clad in a filthy, ancient outfit, utterly unfamiliar to him. "What's going on? Who changed my clothes?" Looking around, he noticed he was in an unfamiliar mountainous forest. Under the bright moonlight, a towering peak pierced the clouds, surrounded by floating mountains suspended in the air. It felt as though he had stepped into a realm akin to a fantasy game. "What is this place? Am I dreaming?" He pinched his arm hard, yelping in pain. "Ouch! That hurts. This isn't a dream." Struggling to recall, he remembered witnessing an out-of-control truck barreling towards a little girl on the sidewalk. In a moment of desperation, he had pushed the girl aside, only to be struck by the truck, its weight crushing him. Is this how Yifeng died? Is this the underworld? As he pondered, he noticed several figures drifting towards him. Bathed in moonlight, these ethereal beings emitted a faint glow, floating in the air with pale, haunting visages. Are those ghosts? Yifeng rubbed his eyes, murmuring, "Surely not. A person like me, raised under the red flag, wouldn't believe in such absurdities." As he attempted to comfort himself, the apparitions approached, their once pale faces contorting into horrific expressions, their eyes gleaming with a menacing green light, as if ready to devour him. It's really ghosts. Help! Mother Ing Shu, help! Realizing the truth of his predicament, Yi Feng was overwhelmed with terror, his hair standing on end as he turned and fled, screaming in panic. In his frantic state, he stumbled repeatedly over the treacherous terrain, only to pick himself up and scurry away, wishing he had more legs to escape. The spirits nearby watched in confusion as the boy fell and rose repeatedly in his desperate flight. They could not comprehend why this mortal, being merely a ghost and not a demon, would react so exaggeratedly. Yi Feng ran for what felt like miles, losing track of how many times he had fallen, until he could run no longer, collapsing behind a large tree, gasping for breath. Thank goodness I ran fast, otherwise I would have been devoured by those malevolent spirits. What in the world is this place? Is it hell? That shouldn't be. I, Yi Feng, have neither committed murder nor arson, nor have I robbed or vandalized. I've even helped elderly ladies cross the street 3 times during my 6 years in elementary school. This time, I died saving someone. I've done so much good. I should be going to heaven. Yi Feng was baffled, unable to grasp how he ended up in this strange and terrifying world during his reincarnation. Fearing the spirits might pursue him again, he rested for only 2 or 3 minutes before dragging his fatigued body onward through the forest. As dawn broke, tearing apart the darkness and bathing the earth in sunlight, he collapsed near stream, utterly exhausted. The light of day began to illuminate his surroundings, and he realized he had distanced himself from the graveyard by several miles. He caught sight of the dark, towering peak and the surrounding inverted conical mountains floating in midair. This place is beautiful and serene. It doesn't resemble the underworld at all. Could it be I have crossed over? At this moment, he clearly observed that the floating mountains were unsupported, entirely suspended in the air, definitely not Earth as he knew it. Thus, he surmised that he might have traversed to another world, much like the protagonists in web novels. To confirm his suspicion, he struggled to his feet and approached the stream. Peering into the water's reflection, he beheld his current visage. Though his face was smeared with mud, it was evident he still resembled a youthful boy. He hurriedly cupped water in his hands to wash his face. After a moment, a youthful yet strikingly handsome countenance emerged in the water. He appeared to be around 15 years old, with well-defined features, particularly his large, bright eyes. Yi Feng gently touched his cheek, gazing into the reflection in the water. He murmured to himself, could it be that I have truly traversed dimensions? I look rather decent. If only I had possessed such looks in the past, I would not have remained single for 30 years. I could have thrived in the campus. Why stoop to be a sycophant? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he sprang to his feet. He shouted, System! System! His calls startled several birds in the vicinity. Yet, there was no response to be found. This is unexpected. In novels, it's always said that travelers are the chosen ones, endowed with a powerful system. Where's my system? Could it be that my approach is flawed? System! Oh, venerable system! My dear system! He felt as though his throat might shatter from the effort. Yet the fabled system remained elusive. In despair, he slumped onto a rock by the stream. Such a fraud. Authors of web literature are all deceivers. I shall never read web novels again. I can accept the absence of a system, but how is it that I lack even the original? Owner's memories? Old Zhu began with a bowl, yet I find myself utterly ignorant of this world. How am I to survive? Ah, what is that? Yi Feng pondered his next course of action. He looked up to see numerous streaks of light traversing the sky, radiant and ethereal, akin to colorful shooting stars. Standing to observe closely, he was instantly taken aback. Those streaks of light were, in fact, individuals soaring through the air on swords. Flying on swords? A realm of cultivation? Yi Feng gazed upwards, mesmerized by the increasing number of luminous figures, as his 30-year-old worldview rapidly disintegrated. This world is certainly beyond the jurisdiction of Sir Bull. This was the final conclusion drawn by Yi Feng. Why am I unable to fly? One must ask, which youthful spirit of Xianxia has not harbored dreams of soaring through the skies, riding a sword across the starry seas? And which man, raised in the countryside, has not wielded a slender stick that could bend the flowers and grass by the roadside? The longing to gaze upon the heavens and the aspiration to fly have long since seeped into the very essence of every man from Xianxia. Take, for instance, the newly arrived Yifeng. Upon witnessing the practitioners soaring above him, he was filled with uncontainable excitement, even questioning whether he too might possess the qualities of a cultivator. Thus, he began to jump repeatedly on the ground, exclaiming, "I can fly! I can fly!" Yet, despite the exertion, he still could not ascend. Disheartened, he sat upon a rock, feeling utterly despondent. I can accept the lack of a system, and I can accept the absence of the original owner's memories. But why can I not take flight? They call me the chosen one, yet I feel more like a forsaken child of destiny. So far, aside from being somewhat satisfied with the appearance of this body, Yifeng found discontent in every other aspect. His earlier antics, jumping and shouting in an attempt to catch the attention of the airborne practitioners, garnered no response. They were completely oblivious to his cries. Nevertheless, Yifeng did not lose heart. He began to contemplate his next course of action. First, he needed to ascertain the identity of the original owner of this body. Yifeng suspected that the original owner was a practitioner from the towering giant peak. As it was unlikely that anyone from outside the mountain would labor to transport a corpse deep into the wilderness for burial, given the current circumstances, it appeared that only the peak housed any humans, while the mountain itself lacked any villages. Next, Yifeng needed to uncover the circumstances surrounding the original owner's demise. During his earlier examination, he had found no signs of external injuries such as cuts or bruises, nor were there any marks of strangulation on the neck. He speculated that the original owner might have succumbed to illness or poisoning. If it were the former, it would be manageable. However, if it were the latter, it would suggest foul play. The crux of the matter was that his soul had traversed and occupied this body without inheriting any of the original owner's memories. If it indeed were murder, would he not be walking into the hands of the killer upon returning? To return or to escape, this was a matter worth pondering. Should he silently endure the arrows of fate, fleeing the mountains to live as an inconspicuous commoner, or should he rise against the potential threat and vanquish it, perhaps emerging as a noble practitioner? Which choice would yield a greater advantage? He mused softly, hesitating. A rational individual would undoubtedly choose to flee the mountains at once, seeking to clarify the identity and cause of death of the original owner. Yet, the allure of those airborne figures was simply too great for Yifeng to resist. Moreover, he did not believe he could navigate out of this endless wilderness. The mountains were fraught with danger, with the occasional echo of wild beasts' roars adding to the trepidation. After several moments of indecision, his expression gradually solidified with resolve. He stood up, dusted himself off, and gazed at the towering peak ahead. With head held high, he strode purposefully toward the giant peak, embodying the spirit of a hero who knowingly marches into the jaws of danger. Bang! Ouch! His bravado lasted but 3 seconds before he stumbled and fell face first into the dirt. Yifeng quickly scrambled to his feet, peering around anxiously, his earlier heroism dissipating into a rather comical display of cowardice. Once he confirmed that no one had witnessed his blunder, he breathed a sigh of relief and resolved never to walk with his head held high again, departing with a dejected demeanor. Throughout the day, Yifeng traversed the primal forest, occasionally startled by the roars of unknown beasts that sent shivers down his spine. Consequently, he snapped a branch to serve as a makeshift weapon for self-defense. The forest was abundant with resources, offering wild fruits aplenty. Whenever hunger struck, he would consume the fruits. When thirst beckoned, he quenched it with the mountain's spring water, proceeding in this manner as he ambled forward. By dusk, he arrived at the foot of the giant peak's northwest side. Standing there, the sheer magnitude of the mountain was even more imposing, its summit obscured by clouds. Reaching for the heavens, this sight evoked in Yifeng's mind the ancient myth of the unyielding mountain that connected heaven and earth. The smaller peaks suspended in the air around this lofty summit appeared diminutive in comparison. Yifeng found himself at the back of the mountain, where the steep terrain posed a challenge for climbing. A modest waterfall cascaded from the rocky face, forming a seemingly bottomless pool below, with a meandering stream extending outward from it. As darkness approached, Yifeng noticed the lack of pathways leading up the mountain from the rear and decided to rest for the night, planning to circle to the front in the morning, where he hoped to find a way upward. He retrieved a few wild fruits he had gathered along the way and washed them in the clear waters of the pool. The waterfall's gentle descent created a shimmering surface, glistening beautifully in the last rays of the setting sun. Yifeng was captivated by the pool's jade-green clarity, which seemed to cleanse the spirit itself. He soon shed his garments and plunged into the refreshing waters. The coolness enveloped his body, invigorating him and swiftly alleviating his fatigue. Perhaps due to the invigorating chill of the water, Yifeng suddenly sensed a warm energy flowing within him, a delightful sensation. As he became aware of this subtle change within, he quickly swam to the shore to inspect his body. Externally, there were no visible anomalies. It felt as though a gentle current was coursing through his meridians. Could it be true energy? He recalled scenes from the cultivation novels he had read in the past. Excitement bubbling within him. Climbing onto a smooth rock, he sat cross-legged and focused. As his mind cleared, the flow of energy within him became more pronounced. Inner vision. Return and listen. Inner vision. Return and listen. Yifeng repeated these 4 words in his mind. Gradually, he seemed to perceive the pathways of the wind, the flow of water, and the rustling of leaves. Though his eyes were closed, it felt as if everything around him was laid bare in his mind's eye. Joy surged within him. Could it be? Was the original owner of this body truly a master? Yet, with a moment of distraction, that profound sensation began to wane. Yifeng quickly refocused, intent on examining the inner workings of his body. Suddenly, he felt as if his soul had left his body, and he truly beheld the internal structure of his being. Organs, muscles, bones, even blood vessels were visible with remarkable clarity, surpassing any X-ray. Inner vision. He could genuinely see within. Yifeng was astonished and hurried to assess his internal condition. The structure was largely similar to that of an ordinary person. However, in the lower abdomen, there existed a swirling vortex connected to 12 meridians, resembling rivers that extended from various parts of the body, converging into the whirlpool. The warm, pleasant energy he had sensed flowed through these meridians. The Dantian? This vortex must be the Dantian where true energy is stored. It seemed the original owner was indeed a practitioner, and with a solid foundation for cultivation. Yet, why could he not fly? Acknowledging that the original owner was a cultivator, and that he had inherited a robust foundation for practice finally made Yifeng feel the world's goodwill toward him. He refrained from further inspecting his internal structure. The noise from the waterfall nearby was somewhat distracting, and he needed a quieter place to contemplate his findings. Just as he was about to put on his clothes, he noticed they were soiled with mud and emitted a foul odor. How could this possibly align with his exalted identity as a transcendent cultivator, clad only in a pair of large shorts? He had carelessly placed his soiled garments in the brook that connected to the tranquil pool, weighing them down with stones. At present, he was not inclined to wash his clothes. He merely wished for the stream to cleanse them for the time being. He then seized the wild fruits he had previously washed, enveloping them in a large leaf. After glancing around, he set off in one direction. After traversing several dozen meters, he came upon a rock where the sound of water was notably gentler. Thus, Yifeng seated himself upon the large stone, swiftly nibbling on a few wild fruits that were not particularly palatable, and resumed his meditative introspection, delving into the intricacies of this body. For someone hailing from Earth in the 21st century, the practice of cultivation was utterly foreign. Merely understanding the incantations was insufficient. The essence of cultivation lies in unlocking the potential of the body and comprehending the natural world. To embark on this journey, one must first grasp the structure of the body, including every acupoint and meridian. Yifeng, lacking any medical knowledge, found himself at a disadvantage. However, he could utilize his introspective abilities to transition from the macrocosm to the microcosm, an exhilarating revelation for this novice cultivator, akin to discovering a new continent. As time trickled by, while Yifeng explored the architecture of his body, a magnificent white crane descended from the heavens, landing gracefully near the tranquil pool. The crane's cry startled Yifeng from his reverie. Upon opening his eyes, his gaze fell upon the majestic bird, and then he beheld a young maiden clad in snow-white garments gracefully alight from the crane's back, bathed in the ethereal moonlight. She donned a flowing white gown that swayed gently with the breeze, her raven hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. In her hand, she held a long sword. Though the details of her features remained obscured, Yifeng was certain that her beauty surpassed that of any actress he had ever encountered. At last, he had laid eyes on a living being. Yifeng's heart soared with elation. Just as he prepared to leap forth and inquire about this place, he suddenly witnessed the enchanting maiden by the pool begin to disrobe. Chapter 3. The Fairies' Bath? Am I not a gentleman? What on earth is happening? At this late hour, this young lady rides a crane to bathe here? Yifeng was momentarily stunned, his voice caught in his throat before he could utter a sound. His eyes darted around, clearly indicating that he had no intention of speaking for the time being. I, Yifeng, am a gentleman who studies the spring and autumn annals. It was you who undressed. Yifeng fervently denied within himself that he was a peeping Tom. He believed this must be a perk for traversers. Since it is a complimentary benefit for newcomers, would it not be a waste to ignore it? Soon, the young woman in white had stripped off every last garment. Under the moonlight, which cascaded like water, this enchanting maiden stood barefoot at the edge of a pool adorned with smooth pebbles of various sizes. Her skin was as fair as jade, delicate and silky, seemingly made more translucent by the moon's gentle caress. Her figure was exquisite, particularly her long and straight legs, which could drive any man to madness. She delicately stepped forward, slowly immersing herself in the crystal-clear waters, which rippled gently at her touch. Gradually, her graceful form became enveloped by the water. Her long, dark hair floated on the surface like black ink. The woman closed her eyes, savoring this moment of tranquility and comfort, her beautiful, fair cheeks relaxing into an expression of bliss. This scene left Yifeng, hidden in the darkness not far away. Utterly entranced, he felt as though the distance between them was steadily diminishing. At last, he beheld the woman's visage clearly, a face devoid of blemishes. With exquisite features resembling a finely crafted painting, her contours sharp yet softened, akin to a meticulously sculpted piece of jade. Her large, bright eyes held an ethereal coolness, as if untouched by the mundane world. Yifeng's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Xiaolong Nu from Jin Yong's tales, as if a character from a novel had stepped into reality. How could such beauty exist in the world? Yifeng was captivated, yearning to be a valiant knight like Yin Zhiping. However, he lacked Yin Zhiping's courage. His timidity confined him to observing from afar, too afraid to approach. Before long, Yifeng sensed a breath upon his neck, accompanied by a soft rustling sound in his ears. He jolted awake, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. In his distraction, he had overlooked the impending danger. At that moment, he distinctly felt the presence of a beast behind him. Slowly turning his head, he beheld a hulking white-tipped tiger no more than 4 meters away. The tiger was enormous, dwarfing the northeast tiger of Earth by 2 or 3 times. In the darkness, its eyes gleamed like 2 blue gemstones, exuding an uncanny allure. The great beast crouched low, a posture familiar to anyone who has watched nature documentaries. It was preparing to pounce. Yifeng swallowed hard. Observing the tiger's formidable size and its half-meter-long fangs, he realized that it would take 3 of him to satiate its hunger. Compose yourself. Yifeng could feel every cell in his body trembling with fear. The distance was dangerously close. In a single leap, the tiger could easily reach him. He had no choice but to force himself to remain calm. His only chance of survival lay with the fair maiden still bathing. She must be a cultivator. Yifeng cautiously shifted his body, his gaze never straying from the tiger's eyes. The 2 locked eyes, an odd tension filling the air, as if the tiger too felt a hint of wariness towards Yifeng and refrained from attacking immediately. Instead, it crept closer, testing the limits of Yifeng's resolve. Realizing he could wait no longer, Yifeng suddenly pointed upwards and shouted, "Flying saucer." The tiger, startled by Yifeng's sudden movement, instinctively looked up, even though it did not comprehend the term. The night sky was filled with stars, nothing unusual to be seen. When the tiger lowered its gaze, it found the boy in shorts had already fled. Understanding it had been tricked, the tiger let out a roar that reverberated through the forest and leaped towards Yifeng. "Help! Help! Miss, save me! Fairy, save me!" He cried out desperately. Yun Shuang'er, who had been bathing, was startled by the sudden commotion. She could hardly believe that a man had appeared in the secluded mountains of Xinglua Peak. At that moment, she was completely unclothed, submerging herself in the water. Following the sound, she glimpsed a boy in shorts being pursued by a massive tiger under the moonlight. Yifeng? In an instant, she recognized him. Her brows furrowed in surprise at the sight of Yifeng in this place. At that moment, he had rolled several times on the ground, narrowly evading the tiger's strike. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he scrambled up and dashed toward the pool. Just then, a sharp cry of a crane rang out. The enormous crane by the water's edge took flight, soaring toward him. Only 30 meters away, the crane was incredibly swift, reaching him in an instant. It dove down, its massive talons aimed at the tiger. Although the tiger attempted to dodge, it still received several deep gashes from the crane's claws. In a fit of rage, the tiger roared but seemed wary of the crane. It sprang away into the dense forest. The crane flapped its wings in pursuit. With the tiger's retreat, Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. This world is terrifying. I almost became a tiger's midnight snack. Struggling to stand, he realized he had rolled several times and was now covered in scratches. Though the injuries were not severe, they were undeniably painful. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. Turning, He saw the woman who had been bathing now standing on the shore, having moved with astonishing speed, already draped in a white robe. Yifeng felt a pang of regret. Nevertheless, he feigned a demeanor of a gentleman, mimicking the gestures of characters from period dramas, and said, "Thank you, miss, for saving my life." "Yifeng, were you not guarding the herb garden? How did you end up here? When did you arrive?" Yun Shuang'er's cold voice rang out slowly. Yifeng was taken aback, then joyously exclaimed, "Miss, you recognize me?" Yun Shuang'er's gaze was frosty. "Even if you turned to ash, I would still recognize you. Don't tell me you no longer remember me." Only then did Yifeng realize that this stunningly beautiful woman recognized the original owner of this body, not himself, whether by coincidence or fate. It seemed the original owner also bore the name Yifeng. He also came to understand another thing: he had a job. However, the task of guarding the herb garden felt more akin to that of a menial disciple. Was the original owner's status so lowly? Noticing Yifeng's silence, Yun Shuang'er floated closer. In her haste, she had not donned an undergarment or shorts, leaving her in a state of undress, her flowing garments revealing her snow-white legs. Yifeng's eyes widened, a surge of unbidden passion igniting within him. Yun Shuang'er landed a few meters in front of Yifeng, seemingly unaware of her previous exposure. Her expression still icy as she glared at him. Yifeng gazed at the beautiful woman before him, her hair damp and clad in a white dress. And confusion flickered in his eyes. "Who are you?" Yun Shuang'er furrowed her brows and asked, "Do you truly not recognize me?" Yifeng shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "I have lost my memory." "What? You've lost your memory? Do not attempt to deceive me. Speak honestly. How did you end up here? Did you witness something you should not have?" Yifeng was acutely aware of her implications. As a traveler from another realm, he had encountered numerous melodramatic narratives. In such a situation, he would rather perish than confess. He immediately shook his head and insisted, "I saw nothing, I assure you. I was merely chased here by that ferocious tiger. My lady, I truly have lost my memory. Last night, I emerged from a grave in a chaotic burial site on the northern slope of that mountain to the west, and I remember nothing. Since you are familiar with me, could you enlighten me about my true identity?" At this moment, Yifeng desperately needed to comprehend this world and the identity of the original owner. Otherwise, it would be easy to expose his secret as a traveler. He understood that to avoid revealing his deceit, he must utter some truths. His claim of seeing nothing was a lie, while the remainder of his statements were genuine. Yun Shuang'er scrutinized the confusion reflected in Yifeng's eyes, her expression wavering as she seemed to assess the veracity of his words. Ultimately, she discerned from his gaze and demeanor that he appeared to be truthful. With a huff, she remarked, "You have offended many within the Yunhai sect, and being killed and buried in a chaotic burial site does not surprise me in the least. However, it is indeed remarkable that you survived, even after being interred." Yunhai sect? The original owner had offended numerous individuals and was likely murdered? Fewer words. Yifeng gleaned some pivotal information. He yearned for further details, yet Yun Shuang'er remained unhurried. Coldly, she declared, "I shall go dress. You should keep your distance. Should you dare to peep, I will gouge out your eyes." Upon hearing this, Yifeng hastily shook his head, exclaiming, "No, no. I shall retreat at once." Chapter 4. Senior Sister, allow me to explain. Yifeng ventured into the dense northern forest, where lush foliage obscured his view. Yun Shuang'er felt uneasy and, picking up her garments from the shore, approached a large rock near the mountainside to dress. Moments later, she emerged. "Yifeng, come here," she beckoned. Yifeng, filled with trepidation and lurking in the thicket, worried that a ferocious tiger might leap out to devour him. Upon hearing Yun Shuang'er's voice, he immediately dashed out from the underbrush, rushing toward her. Sitting at the edge of the pond, she gently dried her hair with a cloth, her movements both delicate and practiced. Observing the moonlight illuminating her enchanting profile stirred a wave of emotions within Yifeng, who mused that such beauty must surely be celestial in origin. As she dried her hair, she inquired, "Do you truly remember nothing?" Yifeng nodded vigorously. Yun Shuang'er scoffed. "Serves you right. When Master Yulong was present, you could indulge in your antics, but with his disappearance for over 3 years, your continued recklessness has led you to this unfortunate fate." Master Yulong? Yifeng noted this valuable clue, sensing a special connection to this Master Yulong. Could he be his mentor? He asked, "May I know your name, fair maiden?" "I'm Yun Shuang'er, the 7th disciple of the esteemed Yuing Jinren of the Yunhai sect." "So she is Miss Yun. No, I should address you as Senior Sister Shuang'er." "Do I truly have a master? Is not Master Yulong your mentor?" Yifeng's thoughts confirmed this connection. "Senior Sister Shuang'er, after I emerged from the grave. I lost all my memories. Could you kindly provide me with a brief introduction to my circumstances? I would be immensely grateful. Shuang'er regarded Yifeng. Noting his newfound seriousness, he had never been so earnest before. Typically, he was a carefree youth, mingling with dubious companions and engaging in unscrupulous activities, often harming others without benefiting himself, a veritable oddity of the Yunhai sect. Perhaps this amnesia was not a misfortune for Yifeng, but rather a fresh beginning. Thus, she replied nonchalantly, I can share some details, but I must ask you once more, did you truly see nothing tonight? Of course not. I was merely resting in the forest when that great tiger began to chase me, compelling me to flee here. Thankfully, senior sister Xianxia was present. Otherwise, I would have become the tiger's midnight snack. Seeing the seriousness etched on Yifeng's face, Xianxia chose to withhold her skepticism. You had best be telling the truth. If you deceive me, I shall ensure your demise is most unpleasant. How could I? I, Yifeng, swear to the heavens that I would never deceive senior sister Xianxia. Otherwise, let thunder strike me. Just then, the white crane that had pursued the tiger returned, landing beside Xianxia, prompting Yifeng to cease his oath. For a considerable duration, Xianxia elucidated the nature of this world and Yifeng's identity. They were currently situated in the Divine Continent, a realm predominantly centered on cultivation, where humans, demons, spirits, and monsters coexisted, with humanity holding absolute dominion. The Divine Continent boasted a history spanning millions of years, with a flourishing culture of cultivation. Years of development had resulted in a well-established cultivation system, encompassing diverse sects such as Tao, Demon, Buddha, Witch, and Ghost, each possessing a complete system and rank of cultivation. The hierarchy comprised 10 levels, ranging from Qi refinement to the celestial realm of Tianji. The towering peak before them was known as Xing Luo Peak, named for the 300 peaks of varying sizes floating in the air, resembling a constellation. This location served as the headquarters of the esteemed Yunhai sect. Founded over 4,000 years ago, with its primary cultivation method being the Yunhaiju, a top-tier technique that, when perfected, could achieve the 10th level, Tianji. Yifeng was the 27th disciple of the Yunhai sect, aged 16, under the tutelage of Master Yulong, and currently should possess the cultivation of the 3rd level. Over 3 years ago, his lecherous master had ventured into the mortal realm to cultivate his mind and rescue lost women, only to vanish without a trace, leaving his whereabouts unknown. With the disappearance of his mentor, Yifeng's status within the sect plummeted from an inner disciple to a mere herbalist. As for the place he had emerged from last night, it was the chaotic graveyard at the foot of the falling sunset peak to the west of Xing Luo Peak. Gradually, Yifeng pieced together many crucial details. He had a master who was missing, a job as an herbalist, and a cultivation level at the 3rd level, by my senior sister Xianxia. You mentioned I was murdered and buried in the chaotic graveyard. Do you know who the perpetrator was? I do not know, Xianxia replied, raising an eyebrow. Your reputation within the Yunhai sect is abysmal, much like your master, engaging in deception, gambling, and lewdness, having offended many. How would I know which gallant seeks to avenge the wrongs? Vengeance for justice? Yifeng's expression froze. From Xianxia's words, it seemed the original owner of his body was not merely flawed in character but was, in fact, a notorious bully. How could this be? Had he, a chosen one, transmigrated into a villain? Yifeng found this hard to accept. Noticing Yifeng lost in thought, his face a mask of confusion and distress, Xianxia refrained from interrupting. At that moment, she fully believed Yifeng had truly emerged from the grave, having experienced a baptism of life and death. He had lost his past memories and struggled to accept his previous misdeeds, a form of self-reproach. Little did she know, Yifeng was inwardly cursing the original owner. In a grand sect of cultivation, why squander time on such trivialities? You are dead. I am newly arrived and must strive to live well, learn sword flight, and woo fair maidens. You have offended so many and committed numerous wrongs. Are you not digging a pit for me? Gradually, the eastern horizon brightened, heralding dawn. Xianxia rose and stated, I must return. What are your plans? Yifeng, having regained his composure, pondered briefly before responding, Senior Sister Xianxia, would you take me up the mountain? After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Very well. Yifeng rejoiced. Thank you, Senior Sister Xianxia. Please wait for me. As Xianxia regarded him with suspicion, Yifeng dashed to the brook north of the pond, moved aside a few stones, and retrieved his garments that had soaked overnight. I shall dress quickly. Xianxia's expression darkened as she approached him with a fierce demeanor. Yifeng, oblivious to her change in attitude, continued to dress. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "How did your clothes come to be here? Did you not say you fled here in fear of the tiger?" Yifeng was taken aback, realizing the implication. Looking up, he saw Xianxia radiating a chilling aura of menace. He stumbled backward, stammering, "Well, Senior Sister Xianxia, please let me explain. I truly saw nothing last night. I did not peek while you bathed." At that moment, Yifeng cursed himself for being such a fool. Why on earth did he go to fetch his dirty clothes from the brook? Wasn't he merely revealing that he had been here all along? In an instant, a flash of white darted before him, and Yifeng felt himself soaring through the air. But wait, had he not yet achieved the ability to fly? The next moment, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen as he crashed heavily to the ground. Propelled backward several feet. Within her body, the vital essence surged tumultuously, and a mouthful of blood was expelled. Xianxia retracted her long legs. The sound akin to a phoenix's cry resonating sharply as the celestial sword in her grasp was drawn. The 3-foot blade emitted a dazzling white light. "You little rascal! How dare you spy on me? I shall slay you." As the sword lunged forward, Yifeng's pupils contracted, fear gripping him to the core, terror rendering him nearly insensible. His eyes rolled back, and his head tilted, causing him to faint. The tip of Xianxia's white celestial sword halted mere inches from Yifeng's throat. Her expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty as she gazed down at the youth. As the esteemed daughter of the Yunhai sect, she was exceptionally astute, already deducing that this impudent boy had been clandestinely watching her bathe. The thought of her vulnerability exposed to him filled her with a mix of shame and rage. Biting her lower lip, she hesitated several times, tempted to plunge the sword into him, yet ultimately could not bring herself to do so. After a couple of minutes had passed, Xianxia seethed. "Yifeng, you wait. Our affair is far from over." With that, she sheathed her long sword and soared into the air, alighting upon the back of a celestial crane, and flew towards the front peak of starry Luo Mountain. Chapter 5. 3 broken ribs. As soon as Xianxia departed, Yifeng's eyes fluttered open. Noticing that Xianxia had already soared away on her celestial crane, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had feigned death, otherwise, his life would surely have been forfeit. Struggling to rise, he glanced down at the reddened imprints on his chest. How could someone from the same sect be so brutal? Moreover, this situation was not entirely my fault. She had come here in the dead of night without uttering a word and disrobed. I was compelled to bear witness. A victim in my own right. Oh, the pain is unbearable. The searing agony coursed through him, suggesting that he had indeed sustained internal injuries. Hastily, he turned inward, only to discover that 3 of his ribs were fractured. Thankfully, the broken bones had not penetrated any vital organs, so he was not in immediate danger. However, the pain was undeniable, and further travel was out of the question. Any slight movement sent him into excruciating agony, with no physician available. Yifeng had no choice but to resort to self-treatment. Gritting his teeth against the intense pain, he snapped several slender branches from nearby trees. He then tore his clothing into strips, connecting them to create makeshift bandages. After accomplishing this, he bit down on a stick and sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state. With his hand gently probing the area, he confirmed the positions of the fractured ribs. Gradually, he began to realign the broken bones. Every minuscule touch to the fracture elicited waves of torment, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing his marrow, a sensation nearly unbearable. The pain blazed like wildfire within him, affecting the surrounding muscles and nerves, making even the act of breathing a tremendous effort. Yet he persevered, emitting anguished cries akin to a slaughtered pig, ultimately managing to realign all 3 ribs. At this moment, Yifeng's complexion was ashen, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, cheeks, and neck. It was excruciating. After a brief respite, he gathered the previously collected branches to fashion a splint, binding it with the strips of cloth to prevent any further displacement of the broken bones. Exhausted to the brink of collapse, he reclined slowly, watching the disciples practicing sword flight against the backdrop of the dawn's colorful glow, panting heavily. As his body gradually stabilized, the fiery pain began to subside somewhat, though it remained bothersome. Thus, Yifeng contemplated using his energy to heal, although he lacked knowledge of specific cultivation methods. The original owner of this body had attained the 3rd level of the 100 Meridians realm, close to the sword flight stage, and there remained some essence of true energy within his dantian. Closing his eyes, he adjusted his breathing and slowly mobilized the energy within his meridians and dantian, gently nourishing the fractured areas. In an instant, a refreshing sensation washed over him, and the pain diminished significantly. elated by the effectiveness of his method. Yifeng reveled in his own ingenuity. Indeed, I am a genius. There is a common saying that it takes 100 days to heal injuries to bones and muscles, which applies primarily to mortals devoid of cultivation. However, for cultivators, broken bones are not insurmountable, as long as the bones are properly realigned and nourished with true energy. Not only can the pain be swiftly alleviated, but the healing process can also be expedited. Given the severity of Yifeng's injuries, he believed he would be able to move freely within 3 days and fully recover within 10 to 15 days. When Yifeng opened his eyes again, it was already afternoon. The pain from the broken ribs had considerably lessened, yet he felt ravenous from the substantial depletion of true energy. He contemplated seeking food but feared exacerbating his injuries. Remaining here did not seem safe either. A massive tiger had prowled nearby the previous night, and who knew if it would return tonight. However, leaving was also unwise, as his current condition would not allow him to venture far. After a moment's contemplation, Yifeng ultimately decided to remain here and rest for the night. After several hours of cultivating to heal, the true energy had begun to mend his fractured ribs, and he believed that with another night's effort, he would be well on his way to recovery. He marveled at the advantages of being a cultivator, noting how quickly injuries healed. The gnawing hunger in his stomach felt akin to a raging fire, and as Yifeng wrestled with whether to endure a day of hunger or risk further injury in search of sustenance, he suddenly spotted a fish gracefully swimming in the nearby stream. Given his current state, it would be challenging to catch a fish from the larger pond. But this narrow stream, only half a meter deep, presented an opportunity. He struggled to his feet and, using the smooth pebbles surrounding him, fashioned a simple fish trap in the water. After a brief wait, he observed a sizable white fish gliding downstream from the pond. As it swam into the trap, Yifeng quickly blocked the entrance with more stones, successfully ensnaring the fish among the rocky confines. Using a branch, he deftly speared the fish, which weighed over 10 pounds. Delighted, he exclaimed, "What a bounty nature bestows. From tender deer to fish, this world is truly abundant, rivaling even the great Hing'an mountains." He struck the fish's head with a stone several times before shattering a rock to find a sharp shard, using it to gut the fish and clean it at the water's edge. With no fire available, he had no choice but to consume it raw, a minor disappointment in an otherwise fortunate situation. Nevertheless, the fish was succulent and devoid of any fishy taste, making for a satisfying meal. After devouring most of the fish, Yifeng leaned back with a contented sigh as the sun dipped below the horizon. Concerned about the potential return of wild beasts, Yifeng leaned on his staff and made his way to a large rock east of the waterfall. This was the spot where Yunchuango had dressed the previous night, providing a much better shield from view than the stream's edge. However, the unevenness of the rock made it uncomfortable to lie down, so he settled into a cross-legged position, continuing to channel energy to nourish his fractured ribs. This session of energy healing lasted approximately 5 hours, after which Yifeng opened his eyes once more. It was not due to any laziness on his part, rather, the energy within his dantian had dwindled significantly, and the flow of true energy through his meridians was markedly weaker than before. "I thought you were skilled. How could your true energy deplete so quickly?" Yifeng cursed, expressing his dissatisfaction with the original owner of the body. Lacking knowledge of how to absorb true energy, he could only cease his efforts. Before long, drowsiness overcame him, and he leaned against the rock, succumbing to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, the sun was already bright in the sky. Yifeng immediately turned inward to assess his injuries. To his astonishment, the condition was far better than he had anticipated. Through his diligent efforts, the fractures had healed significantly, and he felt almost no pain, only a slight tingling sensation. Overjoyed, he moved his body and gently touched the site of the fractures, confirming that it was not an illusion. Only then did he rise to his feet and head to the stream where he had feasted on fish the night before. It appeared that no beasts had visited during the night, as the remnants of the fish still rested on the rocks by the stream. Yifeng contemplated finishing it but, upon sniffing it, found it somewhat stale. Turning his gaze to the water, he spotted another large white fish swimming freely. Decisively, he discarded the fish remains and, employing the same method as before, effortlessly caught another sizable fish. This time, Yifeng had no intention of consuming it raw. With the pain from his ribs subsiding, he ventured into the nearby dense forest to gather some dry branches and withered reeds, utilizing the most primitive method of friction to create fire. He rubbed his hands together for what felt like an eternity, nearly wearing his skin raw before finally igniting a spark. As the flames flickered to life, a wave of accomplishment washed over him. The documentary on survival in the wilderness was not in vain. Before long, the enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. As Yifeng savored the fish, he gazed at the shimmering lights above, his eyes no longer reflecting the envy he once felt, but rather a sense of bewilderment. He found himself once again at a crossroads in life. The kick from Xianxia was not without merit. Not only did he witness the sight of a beauty emerging from her bath, but he also gleaned a wealth of valuable information from her. Prior to encountering Xianxia, Yifeng had merely speculated that the original owner of this body may have been murdered. Now, he was certain of it. Having inhabited this body for over 2 days, his mind remained filled solely with his own memories, utterly devoid of any recollection pertaining to the original owner. This presented a decidedly disadvantageous beginning for Yifeng. Lacking the original owner's memories, he had no means of identifying the murderer. Recklessly returning to the Yuhai sect would be fraught with peril. If the murderer was capable of taking the original owner's life once, they could just as easily do so again. However, if he chose not to return, where else could he possibly go? Alas, Yifeng let out a sigh of despair. Chapter 6. The Theft of the Elixir, Yifeng's Betrayal? Yifeng harbored no illusions about escaping this vast mountain range. Xianxia had informed him that the Tianyan mountain range spanned nearly 1,000 miles. With his current location nearly at its center, no matter which direction he chose, he would have to traverse 400 to 500 miles through the mountainous terrain. And that was merely in a straight line. The winding paths of the mountains would likely require him to spend months before he could find his way out. Time was a secondary concern. The primary issue lay in the multitude of wild beasts and demon beasts inhabiting the range. Starry Peak, being the headquarters of the Yunhai sect, was devoid of such creatures, save for a few tigers and monkeys. However, once he stepped beyond the confines of Starry Peak, he would encounter numerous cunning demon beasts. Without the ability to fly, Yifeng knew it was utterly impossible for him to escape. 2 nights prior, in addition to inquiring about the world-S structure, Yifeng had questioned Xianxia about various details, particularly regarding his master, Yulong, and the medicinal garden where he was employed. His master was a subject of great complexity. As the esteemed senior disciple of Yun-Yi, the current head of the Yuhai sect, he should have been a person of great virtue and renown. Instead, he had reduced himself to a figure of scorn, a lecherous old man, frequently descending the mountain to indulge in brothels, only to vanish 3 years ago without a trace. Yifeng had given up any hope of relying on his negligent master. As for the medicinal garden, it lay to the south and east of Starry Peak, encompassing numerous gardens and beast enclosures owned by the Yunhai sect. They primarily cultivated precious spiritual herbs and raised livestock to supply the elders and inner disciples of the sect. Yifeng's place of work was situated about 70 miles to the south of Starry Peak, in a valley where his daily tasks involved watering, fertilizing, and weeding the exotic flora. After consolidating the information obtained from Xianxia, Yifeng realized that he had emerged from the western side of Starry Peak, specifically from the chaotic burial ground at the foot of the Luoxia Peak. The distance between these 2 locations was nearly 200 miles. If the murderer of the original owner had been another apprentice from the medicinal garden, it would have been implausible for them to transport the body such a distance. A rational person would have buried it nearby or disposed of it within the garden itself, using the remains as fertilizer for the rare herbs. After all, this was the headquarters of the Yunhai sect, which boasted 40,000 disciples. Carrying a corpse through the air would likely attract attention, and the murderer would have no reason to take such a perilous risk. Thus, Yifeng speculated that his death was likely unrelated to the other apprentices in the medicinal garden. The current situation was dire. The Yunhai sect was a prestigious sect with stringent regulations. Disciples who engaged in private brawls faced punishment, let alone the grave crime of killing a fellow sect member. If he were to return to the Yunhai sect, even if he had amnesia and could not recall who had slain him, for the sake of caution, the murderer would likely seek to eliminate him as well. Trapped in this dilemma, Yifeng found himself pondering whether he would be condemned to live as a wild man in the mountains for the rest of his life. The most frustrating aspect was the absence of the original owner's memories, which hindered his ability to practice cultivation. If only he could retreat to the back mountains of Starry Peak to train until he attained the ability to fly, he would be able to escape this place. After another day of internal conflict, he remained undecided about whether to stay or leave. However, there was a glimmer of good news. Perhaps due to a full stomach or the natural flow of his inner energy absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. The vast majority of the spiritual energy he had expended the previous night had unexpectedly returned. Yifeng was once again able to meditate, channeling energy to heal his injuries and accelerate the recovery of his broken bones. He lingered near the waterfall for another day, and at that moment, his injuries had largely healed. A decision crystallized within him. He could no longer remain in this place. He must leave. With this resolution, he set off for the medicinal garden. Starry Peak was immense, and his current position lay in the northwestern corner, while his workplace was 70 miles to the south. To avoid encounters with large beasts and demon creatures, Yifeng could only navigate around the mountain's base. Departing in the morning, he found himself nearing dusk by the time he reached the southern side of Starry Peak. Signs of human activity began to appear amidst the dense forest. There were trails worn by human footsteps over time. Yifeng made an effort to evade these paths, as his injuries had not yet fully healed, and he dared not risk contact with others. Should he encounter the murderer, it would be no trivial matter. The remote mountains were indeed prime locations for foul deeds. That night, Yifeng rested in the forest, consuming some wild fruits before channeling energy to mend his wounds. On the 9th day of the 3rd month in the year of the getaway, Yifeng marked the 6th day since his arrival in this world. The medicinal garden, typically quiet, was unusually bustling today. About half a month prior, while inventorying the medicinal garden he managed, he discovered the loss of several hundred rare herbs, along with 4 invaluable millennium-old spiritual fungi. While the garden's overseer, Guo Wenfeng, was investigating the matter of the theft, Yifeng had suddenly gone missing, marking today as the 7th day since his disappearance. This incident had caused quite a stir within the garden. On the 3rd day of Yifeng's disappearance, Guo Wenfeng reported the matter to Starry Peak. Today, Lin Yi, the direct disciple of the sect leader Yun Yi, accompanied by Su Kai, a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Disciplinary Institute, arrived to investigate both Yifeng's disappearance and the missing spiritual herbs. Lin Yi was a figure of great renown among the younger disciples of the Yunhai sect, in his 30s. He had cultivated the Yunhai Sutra to the 6th layer of the returning Yuan realm in just 2 decades. He had once wielded the Fulong sword, slaying 3 disciples of the demonic path during his trials in the mortal world, earning the title of Fulong swordsman. The elders had dispatched Lin Yi primarily due to Yifeng's unique status. Although Yifeng's master, Yulong, had a less than stellar reputation within the sect, he was nevertheless a senior disciple of Yun Yi. Over 200 years ago, during a critical power struggle within the Yunhai sect, it was Yulong who had fought valiantly to uphold Yun Yi's ascension to the position of sect leader. Therefore, as long as Yulong had not engaged in heinous acts such as murder, arson, or betrayal, Yun Yi had turned a blind eye to his transgressions. 3 years ago, when Yulong had descended the mountain to indulge in carnal pleasures and subsequently vanished, rumors had circulated that he had met a tragic end in the embrace of a courtesan. Yet, no one had ever laid eyes on his corpse. Yifeng was the sole disciple of Yulong. Should Yulong still be alive and return one day, an explanation regarding Yifeng's circumstances would be necessary. Thus, Lin Yi had personally come to investigate. The Jiazi medicinal garden consisted of 12 sections, each managed by 1 to 3 apprentices, overseen by a chief administrator named Guo Wenfeng. In his 40s, Guo Wenfeng had attained the 5th layer of the god-controlling realm. He appeared cultured and scholarly. His fate mirrored Yifeng's, as he too had lost his master to the machinations of demonic cultivators over 20 years ago, leading to a precipitous decline in his status. Eventually, he had become a mere apprentice in the medicinal garden. After more than a decade of diligent service, he had risen to become the chief administrator of the 12 medicinal gardens. At this moment, Guo Wenfeng was reporting the details of Yifeng's disappearance to Lin Yi and Su Kai. The recent loss of numerous precious spiritual herbs from the No. 7 garden placed him under scrutiny. To evade responsibility, Guo Wenfeng naturally sought to shift the blame onto Yifeng. Junior brother Lin, he stated, after several days of investigation, I am nearly certain that Yifeng has embezzled the herbs and fled upon being discovered. As the overseer of the Jiazi medicinal garden, I bear an undeniable responsibility in this matter, and I shall accept my punishment from the elders. Lin Yi gently shook his head. Senior brother Guo, since you assumed responsibility for the medicinal garden, there have been no incidents of negligence. This matter cannot be attributed to you. Since it has been established that Yifeng has been engaging in deceitful practices, I shall report the matter truthfully upon my return. Yifeng has not yet attained the realm of aerial mastery. Thus, he cannot evade capture for long. Sooner or later, he will be apprehended. Just as these words left my lips, a young apprentice suddenly cried out, Yifeng, brother Guo, Yifeng has returned. Chapter 7. Aerial exploration. After departing from the waterfall, Yifeng journeyed for another 2 days. This morning, he set foot on a desolate path winding through the forest. heading southward until he finally returned to a vast valley basin. This place, adorned with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, felt like a hidden paradise. Within the valley, a plethora of exotic flora thrived, none of which Yifeng had ever encountered before. As he approached the outskirts of the medicinal herb garden, he noticed a gathering of people in the distance. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to walk towards the crowd. Upon nearing them, voices rang out. Yifeng is back. Brother Gua, Yifeng has returned. To his astonishment, the crowd surged toward him. Startled, yet striving to maintain his composure, Yifeng was met by Guo Wenfeng, who stepped forward with a cold demeanor, declaring, Yifeng, how dare you return? Seize him. Yifeng wore a bewildered expression, feigning ignorance, yet inwardly he felt a sense of relief. The phrase how dare you return indicated that these individuals were unaware of the original owner's demise. They presumed he had merely gone missing or had fled for some reason. Observing their faces, Yifeng realized that his emergence from the grave would likely startle the culprit if they were present, causing them to reveal their true intentions. However, with dozens of similarly clad apprentices surrounding him, he could not discern the changes in their expressions. Behind the crowd, Linny and Sukai wore peculiar expressions, shock, confusion, and disbelief mingled upon their faces. Linny whispered sharply to Sukai, "Did you not say you buried him? How is he still alive? You didn't let him go, did you?" Sukai, equally baffled, replied, "Brother Lin, you must believe me. I truly buried him. Moreover, when I took him away that night, he was already dead." Lin Yi's expression quickly settled into calmness. Indeed, he had personally checked Yifeng's body that day, confirming he was thoroughly deceased before allowing Sukai to dispose of the corpse. The notion that a dead man could resurrect on the seventh day was incomprehensible to Lin Yi. He found himself in a precarious position. Should Yifeng publicly disclose the events of that day, he would face dire consequences for the fratricide, a grave sin that could lead to severe punishment even for a disciple of the sect leader. As Linny and Sukai pondered their next move, Yifeng suddenly exclaimed, "Who are you all? Let me go. Quickly, release me." Guo Wenfeng responded, "Yifeng, you don't even recognize me?" Yifeng, feigning confusion, replied, "Who are you? Don't you remember me?" Guo Wenfeng's brow furrowed. Yifeng gently shook his head. Guo Wenfeng pressed further, "Where have you been for the past 7 days?" "I don't know," Yifeng confessed. "A few nights ago, I crawled out from a grave behind a mountain, and I remember nothing." Upon hearing this, the apprentices exchanged glances. Guo Wenfeng's expression stiffened, revealing his surprise and suspicion as he scrutinized Yifeng's face, attempting to assess the truthfulness of his words. At that moment, Lin Yi stepped forward. Observing Yifeng restrained by 2 apprentices, he gestured for them to release him. Yifeng rubbed his arms and surveyed his surroundings, asking, "Do you all recognize me?" Lin Yi inquired, "Yi Shidi, you truly do not remember us?" Yifeng shook his head in confusion, "I don't recall." "Oh, I am Lin Yi. We have dealt with each other numerous times in the past. Yi Shidi, may I ask, have you been fleeing from the law?" Yifeng's heart raced. Fleeing from the law? Could it be that the original owner had committed a crime? He protested, "Fleeing from the law? No, I haven't tea. How could I possibly be fleeing? I barely escaped from the grave." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Is that so? Who harmed you?" Among the crowd, Sukai's expression darkened. He wondered how Lin Yi could openly pose such a question, with Yifeng having severed ties with them. If the latter was not truly amnesiac, it would only lead him into deeper trouble. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yi's inquiry was merely a test. He believed Yifeng's survival could suggest 2 possibilities. Either he had fled to another land, adopting a new identity, or he had reported their actions to the elders at Xingluo Peak. However, Yifeng had neither escaped nor reported them. Instead, he returned boldly to the herb garden, claiming amnesia. This led Lin Yi to believe Yifeng was likely truthful in his assertion of memory loss, as he exhibited no signs of deception upon seeing Lin Yi and Sukai. Yifeng scratched his head. "I cannot recall. I woke up buried in the earth. And after crawling out, my mind was blank." "Brother Lin, you mentioned I was fleeing from the law. What does that mean?" The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Lin Yi continued, "Recently, the medicinal herb garden you were responsible for, number 7, lost numerous precious herbs and spirit mushrooms. Is it not possible that you are guilty of collusion?" "I do not remember this at all. How could I be responsible for the lost herbs?" Yifeng finally grasped the connection to the original owner's demise. It must relate to the missing herbs. The original owner had surely known the truth and had been silenced. Seeing Yifeng's panicked demeanor, the others again exchanged glances. Guo Wenfeng, feeling the pressure, became anxious. If Yifeng was not to blame, then he would have to bear the consequences, though his life would not be forfeit. His position as the overseer of the herb garden would certainly be at risk. He declared sternly, Yifeng, stop pretending to have amnesia to evade responsibility. Who else could have stolen the herbs from your garden? Brother, I truly do not know. I am innocent. Yifeng cried out once more, observing the group's reactions. He found Guo Wenfeng to be the most suspicious, but he refrained from voicing this thought. Linny pressed on, You shitty, if you have indeed lost your memory. How did you find your way here? Yifeng explained, a few days ago. I encountered a woman in white named Xianxia on the back mountain of Xingluo Peak. She told me my name is Yifeng, that I have a master, and that I worked in the herb garden 70 miles south of Xingluo Peak. So, I came here. Yunxuanga? You have met Sister Yunxuanga? Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly. Yes, indeed. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with her. I truly remember nothing. Yifeng replied honestly. Lin Yi ceased his inquiries, a flicker of thought dancing in his eyes. After a moment, he spoke, I will seek out Sister Yun for confirmation. Yifeng, while your return is noted, it does not absolve you of suspicion regarding the theft. I have been ordered to investigate this matter, and I will not wrong an innocent nor let a guilty party escape. With that, he turned to Su Kai and Guo Wenfeng, instructing Su Shidi. Take Yifeng back to the disciplinary hall at Xingluo Peak for further observation. We shall determine his fate once the investigation concludes. As for the No. 7 Herb Garden, Brother Gue, please assign other apprentices to oversee it. Su Kai and Guo Wenfeng nodded in agreement. Thus, Yifeng, having just returned and still unaware of the unfolding situation, found himself bound like a human dumpling. Yet, he felt no real concern. In fact, a sense of relief washed over him. He had successfully navigated the first hurdle, having never flown in an airplane in his previous life. Yifeng today experienced the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies like an immortal cultivator. Su Kai ascended to the heavens, gripping the tightly bound Yifeng, standing upon his sword. For days, he had gazed upward, watching the cultivators soar through the skies. At this moment, he finally savored the exhilaration of flying on a sword, experiencing the fierce winds of the high altitude and the vastness of the earth beneath him. A surge of heroic spirit welled up within him, at least in this instant. Yifeng had completely fallen in love with this world and the sensation of soaring through the firmament. He silently resolved to diligently cultivate and swiftly reach the realm of sword flight. Su Kai's method of sword flight resembled that of the sword immortals he had observed in fantasy dramas. He stood atop his sword, with a transparent protective barrier forming before him to shield against the turbulent winds. In contrast, Lin Yi carried his hands behind his back, treading upon the void, relying solely on his physical form to fly. The differing styles of their flight indicated that Su Kai's cultivation was inferior to that of Lin Yi. Midway through their ascent, Lin Yi cast a knowing glance at Su Kai before accelerating away. Su Kai understood. As he noticed Lin Yi had flown far ahead, he suddenly paused in midair, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Yifeng. Su Shixiang, why are you not leaving? Yifeng inquired, puzzled. Yi Shidi, do you truly not remember the past? Speak the truth, or I shall not hesitate to cast you down from this perilous height. I have stated many times that I emerged from the graveyard with no recollection of anything. Su Shixiang, you must seek justice for me and bring the one who harmed me to account. Yifeng's heart raced. He had yet to attain the realm of sword flight. A fall from such a height would surely spell disaster. Su Kai gripped Yifeng firmly, his tone frigid. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Su Shixiang, do not jest. I am of a timid disposition. Ah. Before Yifeng could finish his plea, Su Kai had already released his grip. Chapter 8, Am I a Scoundrel? Yifeng was plummeting through the air, experiencing the exhilarating sensation of free fall. The only drawback was that he was bound and devoid of a parachute. As he screamed aloud during his descent, regret flooded his mind. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have returned. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, a radiant beam of light descended from above, halting his perilous drop. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered he was now less than 10 meters from the ground. Su Kai, standing upon his celestial sword, was gently holding Yifeng, and said, Junior brother Yi, have you recalled something? Yifeng's face was ashen, panting heavily. He replied, I truly cannot remember. I did not steal from myself. It must be the thief who sought to pilfer the spirit herbs who wants to silence me. I am innocent. Su Kai furrowed his brow. Do you wish to try again? Next time, I might not catch you. Yifeng shook his head vigorously. Brother, spare me. I am the victim. Why do you treat me as a suspect instead of pursuing the real culprit who wants me dead? Seeing Yi Feng utterly terrified yet refusing to confess, Su Kai pondered that perhaps Yi Feng had indeed lost his memory. After all, the Yi Feng he knew was timid and terrified of death, unable to withstand intimidation. Thus, Su Kai smiled and said, "Junior brother Yi, I merely wanted to test your honesty. Congratulations, you have passed the examination. Rest assured, our Yunhai sect is a prestigious sect and will certainly punish those who have harmed you." With that, Su Kai soared into the sky on his sword, this time refraining from any antics. It was not that he wished harm upon Yi Feng, but rather, given Yi Feng's recent return and the public nature of his departure, any untimely demise would raise suspicion. Xinglua Peak, the heart of the Yunhai sect, was adorned with numerous residences on its sunlit slopes, and at its summit stood the Grand Cloud Sea Hall, along with a vast square capable of accommodating thousands. The Elders Institute was located halfway up the peak, comprising 6 divisions: the Discipline Division, the Spirit Treasure Division, the Heavenly Salary Division, the Reception Division, the Beast Spirit Division, and the Transmission Division. Each division had its own responsibilities, managing various affairs of the sect. For instance, the Beast Spirit Division oversaw the herb gardens, spirit beasts, fruits, vegetables, poultry, livestock, and the monthly provisions for the entire sect. The Reception Division functioned like a diplomatic office, welcoming visitors and liaising with other sections. The Transmission Division was responsible for the registration of all disciples and personnel changes, with many elders visiting to recruit disciples based on the roster. The Spirit Treasure Division managed the sect's celestial artifacts, elixirs, spirit stones, and herbs. The Heavenly Salary Division was akin to the Treasury, distributing monthly salaries and spirit stones to all disciples and elders. Lastly, the Discipline Division was straightforwardly a court, dealing with disciples who violated sect rules. Su Kai brought Yi Feng to the Discipline Division of Yunhai sect. With over 40,000 members, the Discipline Division was naturally substantial. It was situated on the sunny slope of Xinglua Peak, featuring an imposing hall with a grand entrance flanked by 25 white marble steps. Above the entrance, the inscription read "Discipline and Rectitude." On either side of the entrance stood colossal pillars adorned with couplets: "Discipline, concentration, wisdom, and understanding the law" on the left, and "Strictness in conduct and righteousness entering the path" on the right. Among the 6 divisions of Yunhai sect, the Discipline Division held a position second only to the Transmission Division. Upon entering the hall, one encountered the main chamber of the Discipline Division, reminiscent of an ancient government office. A desk faced the entrance, adorned with an ornate plaque and flowing script, which Yi Feng could not decipher. On either side of the hall were several redwood armchairs, with a row of desks on the left likely designated for office work, while the right featured towering wooden bookshelves. Despite the vastness of the main hall, which rivaled the grandeur of the Qianxia Palace of the Qing dynasty, it did not feel cramped. Rather, it exuded an air of spaciousness. The Discipline Division was presided over by the Chief Elder, Su Kai's master, Xianxia, accompanied by 16 elder attendants, each overseeing 8 law enforcement disciples. Typically, the Chief Elder would not be present in the hall, leaving only one attending elder and several law enforcement disciples on duty. As a leader of righteousness among mortals, Yunhai sect upheld stringent regulations, and most disciples were self-disciplined. A troublemaker like Yi Feng, who constantly caused chaos, was a rarity in the sect. Consequently, the workload of the Discipline Division was relatively light, allowing the law enforcement elders and disciples to focus on their cultivation. Su Kai brought the bound Yi Feng into the grand hall of the Discipline Division. "Brother Su." A few law enforcement disciples greeted Su Kai upon his arrival. Su Kai nodded slightly and proceeded to the left side of the office area, where only an elderly man with a white beard sat leisurely drinking tea. The old man appeared frail, clad in a gray robe, with white hair and beard, evidently of advanced age. "Uncle Yang, you are on duty today." Su Kai greeted the old man respectfully, smiling. "Ah, Su Kai, it's been a while since I last saw you. What have you been busy with lately?" "Oh, do not mention it. There has been a situation at the herb garden. We lost several hundred precious spirit herbs. I've been investigating this matter with senior brother Linny, who would dare to steal spirit herbs from the garden. Have the thieves been caught?" Elder Yang expressed his astonishment. Having been involved in numerous cases over his 200 years at the Discipline Division, he had encountered herb thefts before, but they had always involved only a few stalks. This time, however, hundreds had been stolen, an extraordinary case indeed. Su Kai nodded. "I have already brought the person back. You need to register him." Senior brother Lin said to confine him in the stone cell of the Discipline Division for now. "Oh boy, come here. I want to see who has the audacity to do such a thing." As Su Kai conversed with Elder Yang, Yifeng, who was bound like a crab, hurriedly approached and exclaimed, "Grandpa, I am innocent. I did not steal those spirit herbs. I am the victim." Before he could finish, Elder Yang interrupted him. "Yifeng?" Elder Yang expressed surprise, then quickly composed himself. Indeed, only Yifeng in the entire Yuhai sect could perpetrate such a shocking crime. The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked, he mused, for his master, Yulong, was hardly a paragon of virtue. "Grandpa, do you know me?" Yifeng asked, bewildered. "Of course I know you, you rascal. But why do I feel something is amiss? You don't recognize me?" Sukai interjected hastily. "Uncle Yang, it seems junior brother Yi has some issues with his memory. He cannot recall many people and events." "Humph, this kid has always had issues, otherwise he wouldn't have committed so many selfish and wicked acts. Yulong, that old lecher, hasn't he returned in over 3 years? This matter is quite troublesome. Although this boy has a terrible character and is unrepentant, he is still the only disciple of Yulong. If the punishment is too severe, and Yulong returns, won't he come after me? But he has stolen hundreds of spirit herbs. I'm innocent. You're innocent? Think about it. Who else would have the audacity to steal so many spirit herbs? If it weren't for the hundreds of years of friendship with your master, I wouldn't even bother with you. Very well, let us confine you for a few days for some earnest reflection, allowing senior brother Yuchitsi to determine your fate." Yifeng was taken aback, on the verge of revealing that he had emerged from the graveyard behind the falling sunset peak. Perhaps the true perpetrator of the theft had eliminated the witnesses. However, Sukai interjected first. "Uncle Yang, I shall escort junior brother Yu to the stone prison at the back." Go ahead." Elder Yang waved his hand, seemingly reluctant to involve himself in this affair. Especially not with Yifeng. As the duty elder of law enforcement, he could have pronounced judgment on Yifeng right then and there. Yet, Yifeng's identity was particularly sensitive. To be precise, it was his eccentric and lascivious master who was of great concern. Master Yulong was fiercely protective of his only disciple, and should he return to the mountain one day to discover that his disciple had not only been relegated to a menial task but was also heavily punished, the old lecher would undoubtedly create a ruckus at the discipline hall, perhaps even wreak havoc at the beast spirit hall responsible for managing the medicinal gardens. Elder Yang, wishing to avoid any potential backlash, decisively opted to detain Yifeng for the time being. It seemed that only the chief law enforcement elder, Yuchitsi, could handle this troublesome matter. Sukai pushed Yifeng through a small side door of the main hall. Yifeng felt a sense of frustration. He recognized that the white-bearded elder Yang was rather unreliable. Initially, he had planned to truthfully disclose his situation upon arriving at the discipline hall, believing they would apprehend the true murderer of the original owner, thus alleviating his crisis. Little did he expect that Elder Yang would be so apathetic, not even granting him the opportunity to speak. He inquired, "Senior brother Su, does Elder Yang usually silence others as well?" No, it's solely directed at you." "Why? Have I offended him?" Sukai replied with a teasing expression, "Perhaps you truly have amnesia. In matters of theft, gambling, deceit, and harassment of young ladies. If it involves you, all the law enforcement elders simply cannot be bothered to investigate. They apply the sect's regulations and pass judgment." In an instant, Yifeng comprehended the implications of Sukai's words. Anger surged within him as he began to curse the original owner. What a disgrace! How many misdeeds had this scoundrel committed in the past? Chapter 9. The mysterious old man in the cell after exiting the main hall. The two approached the rear of the grand hall, where 2 rows of houses built from blue bricks lay, numbering perhaps 30 or 40. These dwellings were neither tall nor opulent, and many had clothes hanging outside, indicating they were the residences of some disciples from the Discipline Institute. As the entire Yuhai sect structures were constructed along the mountainside, Sukai soon led Yifeng to a particular rock wall. "Sushi Xiang, what brings me to this stone wall? I don't need to relieve myself," Yifeng inquired, puzzled. Sukai cast him a disdainful glance, but chose not to respond. Instead, he extended his right hand, his fingers forming a sword-like gesture as he recited an incantation. Suddenly, a faint azure light emanated from his fingertips. With a swift motion, he traced a circle in the air, the light coalescing into a luminous Taiji diagram that hung like smoke, refusing to dissipate. With a flick of his finger, the diagram shot towards the rock face. To Yifeng's astonishment, the Taiji diagram penetrated the solid rock, causing the massive wall to ripple as if it were a curtain of water. Staring in wide-eyed amazement, Yifeng exclaimed, "Incredible! Sushi Xiang, what spell is this? It's astounding that it can even dissolve rock." "Spell? No, this is merely a barrier formation," Sukai replied, pushing Yifeng forward. Yifeng collided with the shimmering barrier and stumbled, only to find himself in a dimly lit stone passage. Sukai had also crossed the barrier and entered. Yi Shidi, I presume you are quite familiar with this place, Sukai said with a teasing tone. Familiar? Have I been here before? Yifeng's face reflected confusion. Indeed, you are a frequent visitor. Sukai pulled Yifeng along as he spoke. This is the stone prison of the Discipline Institute, which houses 12 cells. For centuries, it has only confined one madman. Ever since you were brought back to the mountain by Uncle Yulong, this place has been open for you at least twice a year. Yifeng felt speechless upon hearing Sukai's words. He had begun to grasp the essence of the original owner of his body, a deeply flawed individual, utterly villainous. Initially, he had surmised that the original owner's demise stemmed from the disappearance of a precious herb, leading to his silencing. Now, however, he found himself doubting that conclusion. Perhaps the beautiful Yun Shuang'er was correct. It might have been a noble young hero acting in the name of justice. At that moment, Sukai arrived at a particular cell. This one will do. Every time you were punished, you were confined here. Your exclusive cell, he declared, producing a key to unlock the rusted iron door and pushing Yifeng inside. The space within was cramped, entirely hewn from stone, devoid of windows. Save for the iron door. The air was stifling, saturated with a foul, damp odor that pervaded every corner. Suddenly, a flicker of flame illuminated the dark cell. Yifeng turned to see Sukai pinching his nose, lighting an oil lamp affixed to the wall with a match-like object. Yi Shidi, you will stay here for now. Once the investigation is complete, you will be released. During this time, I will bring you meals daily. Should you recall anything, do inform me immediately. It's best for you to behave yourself, as Fang Tong is still waiting for your return. Sukai's gaze suddenly sharpened, his tone growing more serious. Yifeng nodded, replying, Understood, Su Shixiao. I shall engage in a soul-searching confession. Su Shixiao, who is Fang Tong? Sukai smiled. Why? He is your dearest friend. Don't tell me you've forgotten him too. My best friend? Yifeng's expression turned bewildered. How could such a wicked individual have a friend? It seemed utterly implausible. You are an astute person. Some truths need not be spelled out. Well then, make yourself comfortable here, Sukai said, not lingering longer. He untied the ropes binding Yifeng, locked the cell door behind him, and departed down the dim passage. Sukai was clever. Whether Yifeng's amnesia was genuine or feigned, mentioning Fang Tong placed Sukai in an unassailable position. Yifeng was recognized as a morally corrupt individual throughout the Yuhai sect. Yet he was also known for his loyalty and strong sense of camaraderie, perhaps one of the few redeeming qualities he possessed. By invoking Fang Tong's name, Sukai was cautioning Yifeng against careless speech. Even if memories returned, he must remain compliant, lest his best friend suffer the same fate as him. Buried in an unmarked grave. As Sukai's footsteps faded, Yifeng felt an unexpected sense of tranquility. There was no safer place than here. Even if the murderer of the original owner sought his life, they could not breach the stone prison of the Discipline Institute. Before leaving the cell, Yifeng felt secure. Though the conditions were deplorable, the floor was littered with rotting, moldy straw, and a dilapidated wooden bucket served as a makeshift toilet, thankfully long unused, its contents having solidified. Well, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. He pondered how long he would remain in this dreadful place and began to tidy up his dismal abode. Young one, it's been quite a while since your last visit. I thought perhaps you had turned over a new leaf. A raspy, aged voice suddenly echoed. Startled by the abrupt sound, Yifeng scanned his surroundings and called out, Who's speaking? Don't tell me you've forgotten me. The hoarse voice replied again. Yifeng felt as though the voice detonated within his mind, making it impossible to discern its source. Surely you can't be a ghost? He shivered, calling out. Who are you? Don't hide and play tricks. I'm not afraid of you. The unseen presence seemed to sense Yifeng's unease. Then slowly articulated 3 words. Who are you? Yifeng paused, replying, I am Yifeng. Suddenly, he recalled Sukai's earlier words about a madman being confined in this location. Could it be that the voice belonged to that very individual? You are not Yifeng. The low, raspy voice resonated once more in his mind. Yifeng's expression shifted in alarm, fearing that this mysterious madman might have uncovered his secret. He steadied himself, asserting, I am indeed Yifeng, no doubt about it. If I'm not, I'll pay tenfold. If you are Yifeng, how could you not remember me? Well, I've lost my memory and can recall nothing. Lost your memory? The voice seemed to ponder this. Falling silent for a moment before continuing, how did you lose it? Yifeng sensed that this individual was far from ordinary. He recalled similar scenarios from novels and films where protagonists, while facing punishment or imprisonment, encountered extraordinary figures who granted them immense opportunities. He believed this enigmatic voice might be his own serendipitous opportunity. I'm not sure. A few days ago, I awoke to find myself buried in a mass grave. I can't remember anything from before, he confessed. Predecessor, who are you? Are you from our Yunhai sect? Who am I? Who am I? Hehehe. The voice repeated the same words, followed by a melancholic laugh. Yifeng searched the confines of his cell. It was a small stone chamber, and he was undeniably alone. It seemed that this mysterious figure was confined in a different cell altogether. Within this domain, there exist 12 stone cells, each separated by several meters, implying that the thickness of the rock between the cells renders communication impossible. Thus, Yifeng harbored suspicions that the other party might be employing some mysterious method of sound transmission. He continued to inquire about the identity of this enigmatic individual, yet the other party fell silent. After Su Kai exited the Discipline Academy, he proceeded to Lin Yi's residence. The distance from the Discipline Academy was considerable, and it took the time to burn an incense stick to arrive at Lin Yi's door along the winding stone path of the mountainside. Upon entering, Su Kai gently closed the door behind him. As the sixth disciple of the sect leader and a prominent figure among the younger disciples of Yunhai sect, Lin Yi's abode was surprisingly modest. The furnishings, including the table and wooden bed, were quite antiquated, with only the large bathtub appearing somewhat new. Su Kai offered a slight bow to Lin Yi and greeted him. Brother Lin. Lin Yi inquired, is Yifeng's amnesia genuine or feigned? Su Kai subtly shook his head, replying, it appears to be authentic. Oh, what leads you to this conclusion? Su Kai then recounted the incident where he had tested Yifeng by casting him down from a great height. Lin Yi listened intently, falling into contemplation thereafter. Su Kai continued, I have subtly hinted to Yifeng, regardless of whether he is pretending or if he truly regains his memory. He will likely harbor reservations and refrain from divulging those secrets. Lin Yi nodded slightly, then suddenly chuckled and remarked, how peculiar it is. This fellow may lack skills, yet he possesses an admirable sense of loyalty. In this harsh world, those who value loyalty find it exceedingly difficult to endure, especially within the current state of Yunhai sect. Brother Su, although we did not deal the fatal blow to Yifeng, he is privy to too many of our secrets for us to allow him to live. Now that he has just returned, we must act before the storm passes. Lin Yi's hand sliced downward, making a gesture indicative of silencing him. He spoke calmly. This aligns with the wishes of that esteemed individual. Upon hearing Lin Yi reference that person, Su Kai's demeanor shifted noticeably, a blend of fear and an almost fervent admiration flickering in his eyes. He nodded earnestly, rest assured. Brother Lin, I understand what must be done. However, I am somewhat concerned that before returning to the medicinal garden, Yifeng encountered Yun Shuanger in the mountains. Might he have said something he ought not to have? Lin Yi responded, I share your concern. Alas, it seems we must seek out Sister Yun to ascertain the situation. This matter is of grave importance. Should it come to light, not only will we suffer consequences, but many within Yunhai sect will be implicated as well. The current state of Yunhai sect resembles a vast chessboard, where every elder and disciple is merely a pawn in the game. Yet, Yifeng occupies a pivotal position on this board. Only by sacrificing him can the game continue. His survival presents a deadlock for us. Su Kai nodded, albeit with a semblance of confusion. Shortly thereafter, the two departed in succession. Su Kai returned to the Discipline Academy, while Lin Yi ambled along the mountainside path alone. He arrived at the Elders' Court, the residence area for many elders of Yunhai sect. In front of a somewhat dilapidated villa, Lin Yi halted. This villa was ideally situated, facing the sunlit side of Xinglua Peak, unobstructed on all sides and centrally located within the Elders' Court. It served as the residence of Yulong Shangren and his disciple Yifeng. Following Yulong Shangren's indiscretions over a year ago, Yifeng had lived here alone before being assigned to work in the medicinal garden by the Beast Spirit Academy. Having not yet attained the ability to traverse the skies, he seldom returned. Now, this villa had fallen into disrepair, with wild grasses overtaking the courtyard walls. Lin Yi's gaze was laden with complexity, shaking his head gently. He seemed to murmur softly before continuing along the path ahead. Chapter 10. The 7 Golden Flowers of the Ink Bamboo Pavilion. Lin Yi ventured alone to a secluded villa at the outermost edge of the Elder's Courtyard. The courtyard, enclosed by a wooden fence, was adorned with an array of exotic flowers and plants. This was the renowned Ink Bamboo Pavilion of the Yunhai sect. The esteemed owner of the pavilion, Master Yuing, was over 360 years old, yet in her youth, she had been a mesmerizing celestial beauty, captivating the world. Master Yuing had 7 true disciples, with Yun Shuang'er being the youngest among them. Lin Yi adjusted his attire before stepping into the pavilion. A stunning young maiden dressed in green approached him with a smile and inquired, "Junior brother Lin, what brings you to the ink bamboo pavilion today? Is there something you need?" This enchanting woman was Jin He, the eldest disciple of Master Yuing. Though she was nearly 60 years old, she appeared to be in her mid-20s, having reached the 7th level of the Divine Silence realm, making her quite capable. Lin Yi clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Senior Sister Jean, I apologize for the intrusion. I wish to seek out Junior Sister Yun for a matter of inquiry." "Junior Sister?" A hint of perplexity crossed Jin He's fair face. Yun Shuang'er was known for her aloof demeanor. Aside from exchanging words with her senior sisters at the Ink Bamboo Pavilion, she seldom engaged with other disciples. Jin He found Lin Yi's visit unexpected. Lin Yi nodded. "Might Junior Sister be present in the Ink Bamboo Pavilion?" "She is. Please follow me," Jin He responded, leading Lin Yi into a bamboo cottage directly facing the courtyard gate. The cottage was exquisitely crafted, with furnishings almost entirely made of bamboo. Master Yuing, dressed in the attire of a Taoist priestess, sat sternly on a bamboo chair, admonishing 2 of her disciples. Despite her advanced age, Master Yuing appeared remarkably youthful, resembling someone in her 40s. However, time had inevitably etched its marks upon her beautiful visage. Upon noticing Jin He and Lin Yi's arrival, her brows furrowed slightly. Lin Yi promptly bowed. Junior Lin Yi pays his respects to Master Yuing. In the righteous sect, respect for hierarchy was paramount. Although Lin Yi was a direct disciple of the sect leader, he maintained utmost humility in the presence of his elders. This humility had earned him a stellar reputation within the Yunhai sect, garnering the affection of many elders. "Junior Lin, what brings you here? Has the sect leader sent you with instructions?" Master Yuing inquired. The Ink Bamboo Pavilion, comprising female disciples, rarely welcomed male visitors, especially someone like Lin Yi, renowned as the dragon-slaying swordsman, who was cautious of his reputation and typically avoided associations that could tarnish his name. Jin He interjected, "Master, Junior brother Lin claims to be here to see Junior Sister." "To see Shuang'er?" Master Yuing raised an eyebrow, her expression tinged with displeasure. "Junior Lin, how well do you know Shuang'er? What is your purpose in seeking her?" Master Yuing held high expectations for her 2 most gifted disciples, Jin He and Yun Shuang'er. Having once been pursued by countless youthful heroes in her youth, she had experienced the tumult of love and its distractions, which had hindered her cultivation. Thus, she was determined to prevent her disciples from squandering their precious time on romantic entanglements. Jin He, despite her beauty and grace, remained unmarried at her advanced age. As for her cherished junior, Yun Shuang'er, merely in her 20s, was at a perilously impressionable age, teetering on the brink of emotional awakening. Lin Yi, as a prominent figure of the younger generation in the Yunhai sect, indeed made a fitting match for Yun Shuang'er. Therefore, upon hearing of Lin Yi's intent to visit, Master Yu Ying's vigilance heightened. Understanding Master Yuing's character, Lin Yi quickly clarified, "Master, please do not misunderstand. I have come to seek Junior Sister's advice on a matter." Master Yuing regarded Lin Yi with cautious skepticism before nodding. "Jin He, go fetch Shuang'er." "Yes, Master." Jin He acknowledged, casting a discreet glance at the 2 disciples who had been reprimanded moments before. The 2 clever young women lowered their heads and followed their senior sister out to avoid further admonishment. "Junior Lin, please wait a moment," Master Yuing instructed. Lin Yi nodded and took a seat on a bamboo chair at the lower end of the table. Master Yuing inquired, "It has been some time since you ventured out. How is the sect leader faring? Is he still in seclusion?" "Yes," Lin Yi replied, slightly bowing. "The master has been contemplating the Tao and remains in seclusion." Master Yuing's eyes sparkled as she remarked, "I have heard that Chang Kong and Jing Hong have been causing quite a stir lately. You haven't been involved in their antics, have you?" Lin Yi's body tensed, caught off guard by Master Yuing's directness. He quickly shook his head, chuckling. "The senior brothers have been managing sect affairs in your absence, and while there may be some disagreements, their actions are ultimately for the benefit of the sect." Master Yuing appeared dissatisfied with Lin Yi's ambiguous response. Her fiery temperament was evident as she stated plainly, "Lin Yi, you are a rare talent. It would be wise to steer clear of the disputes between Chang Kong and Jing Hong. I have experienced the treachery of succession struggles during my youth, and I know how deep the waters run. How many of the past leaders of the Yunhai sect have ascended without stepping over a mountain of corpses? You and Xiao Rou joined the sect most recently. You are both good children. It would be best for you to remain neutral. If necessary, Consider traveling for a few years until the conflict between Chong Kong and Jing Hong resolves, and then return. Do you understand? I am the only one who would speak to you like this in the entire Yuhai sect, she added. Lin Yi nodded slowly, rising to bow in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, master. I shall remember your words. In truth, he longed to evade the turmoil, but it was too late. He had already become embroiled in the brutal struggle for succession. Master Yuing gestured for him to sit again, then asked, What brings you to seek Shuanger? Lin Yi replied, Since the master entered seclusion, I have been assisting Master Yu Heng in the Beast Spirit Courtyard. Recently, several hundred spiritual herbs and 4 millennium-old celestial mushrooms were stolen from the Jiazi No. 7 herb garden, and I am investigating this matter. Oh, Master Yuing frowned. How does this involve Shuanger? Lin Yi's expression turned pained as he explained, Master, please do not misunderstand. This matter has no connection to junior sister. It is merely that there has been an incident involving junior brother Yi Feng, who is suspected of negligence in guarding the herb garden. Yi Feng, the disciple of the Yulong sect? Master Yuing interrupted with incredulity. Have the people in the Beast Spirit Courtyard lost their minds? Why would they assign that boy to guard the herb garden? Am I mistaken? Master Yuing's disbelief was evident. Entrusting Yi Feng with such a responsibility was akin to appointing a rat to oversee a granary. The current chief elder of the Beast Spirit Courtyard, Master Yu Heng, was no fool. How could he have made such a reckless decision? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her brows knitted slightly. Junior Lin, how could the trouble caused by Yi Feng lead you to seek Shuanger? They should not even know each other. Just as Lin Yi was about to elaborate, 2 figures entered, Jin He in her green attire, and Yun Shuanger clad in white. Both were strikingly beautiful, yet they exuded entirely different auras. As the eldest disciple of Master Yuing, Jin He often bore the responsibility of passing on her master's teachings. In the selection of esteemed disciples, most elders tend to favor individuals of gentle disposition and noble character. Thus, Jin He exudes an aura akin to a refreshing spring breeze, reminiscent of a beloved older sister, perpetually adorned with a warm smile that evokes an irresistible sense of familiarity. In stark contrast, Yun Shuanger possesses an unparalleled beauty yet remains unyielding and unsmiling, resembling the icy facade of a mountain shrouded in perpetual shadow. A chilling aura of aloofness emanates from her piercing gaze, pervading every pore of her being, as if even her every strand of hair is imbued with an icy essence. Upon their entrance, the 2 offered a slight bow to the esteemed Master Yuing. Jin He addressed her, saying, Master, my junior sister has arrived. Yuing nodded slightly, casting a glance at Lin Yi, and remarked, Lin, since Shuanger is here, feel free to pose any inquiries you may have. The disciples of Mo Zhuxian will never engage in actions that contravene the tenets of our sect. Chapter 11. Peering Revelation. Plucking his eyes out, Yun Shuanger cast a cold, penetrating gaze at Lin Yi, her eyes clouded with a hint of confusion. After more than a decade of apprenticeship, it seemed that this was the first time someone had sought her out, and notably, it was a male disciple. She remained silent, grasping her white celestial sword in quiet contemplation. Lin Yi cleared his throat twice, rising to speak. Junior Sister Yun, I have come to discuss matters concerning junior brother Yi Feng and seek your confirmation. Yun Shuanger understood instantly. She replied indifferently, Yi Feng? That scoundrel is dead? Lin Yi's expression tightened momentarily before he shook his head. No. Junior brother Yi Feng has returned today to confess. He is currently detained in the discipline hall. I have already dealt with him, and the remaining matters will be handled according to sect regulations. I trust that Uncle Master Yu Qin will administer justice and impose a strict penalty on this lascivious rogue. Lascivious rogue? The 3 individuals in the bamboo hut exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with questions. Master Yuing slowly inquired, Shuanger, do you know Yi Feng? Did he do something to you? A flicker of emotion crossed Yun Shuanger's otherwise stoic expression, her cold gaze wavering slightly. She shook her head slowly. A few days ago, I encountered him. His words were somewhat frivolous, and I had already chastised him at that time. Yun Shuanger withheld the truth. As a lady, she could hardly divulge in public that Yi Feng had spied on her while she bathed, exposing her purity to that scoundrel's gaze. How could she face the world afterward? Master Yuing scrutinized Yun Shuanger. Having raised her, she knew her little disciple well. At this moment, she discerned the subtle shift in Yun Shuanger's eyes, realizing that the girl was not revealing the full truth. Lin Yi queried, Sister Yun, when did you encounter Yi Feng? Did he say anything to you? Yun Shuanger's eyes shifted again, as if a small stone had been cast into a tranquil pond, creating faint ripples. Are you investigating the matter of Yi Feng being harmed? She inquired, her tone flat. Master Yuing and her eldest disciple, Jin He, were left in a state of confusion. Lin Yi, however, remained composed. Since Yun Shuang'er had indeed encountered Yi Feng, it was only natural that he would have disclosed his origins from the graveyard. Thus, Yun Shuang'er's knowledge of this did not surprise him. Not entirely, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head slowly. Currently, I am assisting Uncle Master Yuhang at the Beast Spirit Academy. My primary focus is the investigation of the missing medicinal herbs from the Jiazi No. 7 herb garden, while other matters fall under the jurisdiction of the Discipline Hall, where I have no authority to intervene. When Yi Feng turned himself in today, he claimed to have lost his memory and could not recall anything. He mentioned that he encountered junior sister Yun near Xing Luo Peak a few days ago, and it was junior sister who provided him with information regarding his identity. Is that true? Master Yuing sensed the gravity of the situation. Shuang'er, what is truly going on? Yun Shuang'er hesitated for a moment before speaking. Approximately 5 or 6 days ago, I did encounter Yi Feng on the back mountain. At that time, he was being pursued by a giant tiger, and I intervened to save him. Later, I learned that he had lost his memory, forgetting everything, even his name. He only remembered crawling out from the soil of the graveyard behind Wanxiao Peak. As we are both disciples of the same sect, I introduced him to his identity and some matters concerning the Cloud Sea sect. What? Master Yuing's expression turned serious. Jin He's demeanor was equally peculiar. Regardless, Yi Feng is still a registered inner disciple of the Cloud Sea sect. Who would dare to secretly harm the true disciple of Uncle Master Yulong? Furthermore, to kill him and dispose of his body in the graveyard. Such audacity is unfathomable. Yi Feng has offended countless individuals over the years. With Uncle Master Yulong present, no one dared to touch him. Now that he has been missing for more than 3 years, it is only natural that someone would target him. Master Yuing stated calmly. Yun Shuang'er murmured softly, he indeed deserves to die. Lin Yi felt a significant weight lift from his heart. It appeared that Yi Feng had truly lost his memory. He nodded, saying, thank you, Junior Sister Yun, for your information. I have no further questions. He then turned to Master Yuing. Uncle Master Yu, since Yi Feng has been secretly harmed, there may be deeper implications. After all, our Cloud Sea sect is a prestigious sect. If word gets out, it could. Before he could finish, Master Yuing interrupted. Lin Shizi, I understand your concern. We of the Moju Academy are all women and have little interest in the affairs of the sect. We do not wish to get involved. You may investigate this matter on your own. The disciples of Moju Academy will not speak recklessly. Since you have finished your inquiries, you may take your leave now. Lin Yi nodded slightly and respectfully took his leave. Jin He escorted Lin Yi out of the Moju Academy. Upon returning, he noticed his master's expression was quite peculiar as she turned the teacup in her hands, seemingly deep in thought. Master, Lin Shidi has departed. If there is nothing else, I and junior sister will return to our quarters, Jin He said, breaking the silence. Master Yuing set down her teacup and turned to Yun Shuang'er. Shuang'er, recount your encounter with Yi Feng to me once more, leaving no detail omitted. Yun Shuang'er frowned slightly, reluctant to revisit the memory of that scoundrel. However, seeing her master's serious demeanor, she had no choice but to summarize once more, omitting the part about Yi Feng spying on her bathing. After listening to her account, Master Yuing spoke slowly. Jin He, what is your perspective on this matter? Jin He pondered for a moment before responding. The harm done to Yi Feng likely relates to the loss of the spiritual herb, Xianxia, from the herb garden he was guarding. Someone may be silencing him. Master Yuing shook her head slightly. To kill a disciple of Yulong over a mere herb does not seem reasonable. Though Yulong may be frivolous and neglectful of his duties, his standing within the Cloud Sea sect is significant. He has served as the chief elder in the Discipline Hall, Transmission Hall, and Tianfeng Hall for nearly 80 years. Yilong has only Yi Feng as his disciple. No one would risk killing him over a spiritual herb. Moreover, the very fact that Yi Feng, as Yulong's sole successor, was assigned to guard the herb garden is itself illogical. Jin He nodded silently. Meanwhile, Yun Shuang'er remained expressionless, standing coldly as if disinterested in the matter at hand. Master Yuing suddenly asked, Shuang'er, how did Yi Feng act so frivolously towards you? It was merely some words. Speak the truth, Master Yuing pressed, her brow furrowing, her tone growing somber. Yun Shuang'er lowered her head, torn between whether to reveal what had transpired that night. Recognizing that she could no longer conceal it, she recounted how she had gone to bathe in the cold pond on the back mountain, only to encounter Yi Feng, who was half naked and being chased by a tiger, along with the subsequent events. What? Are you saying that Yi Feng, that scoundrel, spied on you while you bathed? Jin He exclaimed in anger. Yes, senior sister. At that time, I trusted his words, believing he was fleeing from the tiger to the pond. It was only after dawn when he asked me to help him retrieve his clothes from the water that I realized I had been deceived. He had arrived at the pond before me and had been lurking in the shadows. You little rascal, I will gouge out his eyes. Jinhee, infuriated, rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront Yifeng. Jinhee, Master Yuing said slowly, you cannot confront him in such a manner. Nor can you directly seek out Yifeng. Jinhee was taken aback and said, Master, how can we easily let that wretched boy go after such a great grievance has befallen our junior sister? I did not say to let him off, the master replied. This matter requires my personal intervention at the Discipline Institute to confront Yu Qinzi. What? Jinhee exclaimed. Master, if you intervene, this incident will certainly escalate. And our junior sister's reputation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wei Yingxinren glanced at the visibly distressed Yun Shuang'er and said, this matter must be handled differently. We cannot claim that Yifeng spied on Shuang'er during her bath. Rather, we shall assert that the boy spoke lewdly and frivolously towards her. It must neither be allowed to spiral out of control nor be entirely suppressed. Yun Shuang'er was perplexed by her master's intent. Yet he seemed to grasp the underlying meaning. Master, you intend to, she began, but Wei Yingxinren raised a hand to interrupt her. I merely wish to vindicate Shuang'er, allowing Yifeng to endure a lengthier stay in the stone prison of the Discipline Institute, to suffer a bit more. There is no other ulterior motive. Jinhee's expression suddenly turned somewhat unnatural. As the eldest disciple who had accompanied Wei Yingxinren for the longest time, Jinhee had comprehended her master's intentions entirely. However, she remained bewildered as to why her master would choose this course of action. Chapter 12. The madman imprisoned for over 2 centuries. The stone cell of the Disciplinary Institute is shrouded in a mysterious barrier, rarely opened, making it an exceedingly confined space where air circulation is nearly non-existent, causing a persistent, unpleasant odor to permeate the atmosphere. It resembles the stench emitted from a long-decayed corpse. Although the smell has faded considerably, it lingers in this cramped environment, refusing to dissipate. The cell is not large, measuring approximately 4 meters in both length and width, with a height of 3 meters. It appears to have been hewn from the solid rock of a mountain, with only a locked iron door serving as its entrance and exit. Even if Banker Andy were to arrive, he would find it impossible to excavate a path to salvation with a mere spoon. Of course, Yifeng has never contemplated escape. In the absence of clarity regarding the original owner's demise, is there a safer place than the stone cell of the Disciplinary Institute? Clearly not. However, the presence of a madman within the cell leaves Yifeng feeling uneasy. Heaven knows what this lunatic might suddenly do, perhaps subjecting him to unspeakable acts. The sole consolation is that this madman is acquainted with Yifeng. Upon his arrival, the madman had communicated with Yifeng through secretive means. For the subsequent hours, the madman remained silent. Yifeng had leaned against the iron door, calling out loudly in an attempt to ascertain which cell the madman was confined to, yet received no response. It seemed as though the earlier encounter had been a mere figment of Yifeng's imagination. The seemingly amnesiac madman had never truly existed. With the mad and silent, Yifeng found himself bored, seated in a corner of the cell, contemplating the predicament he faced and planning his future. Nonetheless, no matter how beautifully he envisioned it, he could not evade one undeniable fact. Who had killed the original owner? This inquiry loomed like a concealed time bomb. And until it was resolved, even if he managed to escape the stone cell, he could fall victim to an inexplicable death once more. Presently, Yifeng had no clues regarding the murderer and could only temporarily establish a direction for his future. One word encapsulated it: survival. In 12 characters, seek survival, pursue development. Survival is paramount, living comes first. Yifeng now understood that the original owner held a significant position within the Cloud Sea sect, yet his reputation was abysmal. Having committed numerous misdeeds and offended many, should he manage to exit smoothly, he must adopt a low-profile demeanor. Even if he later acquired the original owner's memories or discovered who had slain him, he could not recklessly expose the truth without absolute certainty. He must continue to feign amnesia. Only by pretending to be forgetful could he perhaps safeguard his own life. Lost in thought, he gradually succumbed to slumber. It is uncertain how much time passed before he was jolted awake by a series of approaching footsteps. In the stillness of the stone cell corridor, the sound echoed like a tolling bell, drawing nearer. Yifeng immediately sprang to his feet, his instincts alert. The footsteps halted outside his cell. It was Su Kai. Senior Su, you finally come. I was on the verge of starvation. Upon seeing his visitor, Yifeng instantly donned a sycophantic smile. Sukai, however, wore a look of distaste. He did not unlock the cell door, but instead placed a food container on the ground, speaking through the iron bars. Junior Yi. A day has passed. Have you recalled anything? Yifeng shook his head. Sukai responded with a grunt and continued. Junior Yi. I did not expect your audacity to be so great. I am quite impressed. Yifeng furrowed his brow and replied, Senior Su, what do you mean? I am somewhat perplexed. You cannot truly believe I would steal from my own post, can you? This matter is clear to any discerning eye. I am wrongfully accused. The true thief sought to frame me, but little did he expect that I, Yifeng, would possess the fortune to rise from the grave. Sukai shook his head, saying, I am not referring to this incident. Early this morning, Aunt Yuing came to the disciplinary institute seeking my master, claiming that you had used exceedingly frivolous language to tease Sister Yin a few days ago on the back mountain, demanding that the disciplinary institute punish you severely according to sect rules. Is there any truth to this? Yifeng paused, momentarily unable to comprehend. After a while, he realized that Sister Yun referred to the beautiful girl, Yun Shuang'er, whom he had encountered on the back mountain, who had unexpectedly disrobed to bathe. But wait, he thought. I was quite friendly and courteous. I did not tease Yun Shuang'er. Just as he was about to protest, Yifeng suddenly fell silent. Indeed, he had not teased her, but he had surreptitiously watched her bathe. The distinction between frivolous words and voyeurism is stark. The former might result in mere verbal reprimands and a few days of confinement, while the latter could lead to the loss of one's cultivation and expulsion from the sect. In an instant, Yifeng grasped that Sister Yun must have concealed the fact that she was spied upon out of concern for her own reputation, yet was unable to swallow the indignity, thus reporting him for verbally teasing her to ensure he endured additional hardship in the disciplinary institute. With this realization, Yifeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could a woman so stunning possess such a petty heart? She had already broken 3 of his ribs and still wouldn't let him off the hook? Furthermore, Yifeng believed that he had been coerced into watching, which was entirely different from the act of actively sneaking a glance. He chuckled awkwardly. Well, at that moment, my mind was blank. I did indeed say a few inappropriate things to Sister Yun. Senior Su, do you have any idea when I might be released? Released? If it weren't for Sister Yun's incident, you would likely be out in 3 to 5 days. However, the situation has changed. Aunt Yuing caused quite the ruckus at the disciplinary institute today, and my master has already promised to punish you thoroughly. You might as well stay here obediently. Sukai explained. With that, Sukai squatted down, opened the food container, and retrieved some rice and dishes, pushing them through the hole at the bottom of the cell door. Yifeng then asked, Senior Su, could you possibly bring me some cultivation manuals? I don't remember anything, and I wish to cultivate while passing the time. It is exceedingly dull here. Sukai replied with a forced smile, I have not sealed your meridians, which is already a favor considering our long-standing acquaintance. You still wish to cultivate? Do you not realize your current predicament? As Sukai prepared to leave, Yifeng called out once more, Senior Su, wait, is there anything else? Sukai's expression darkened with annoyance. Yifeng, anxious, inquired, Senior Su. It seems there is an elderly person residing in this stone cell. Who is he? How long has he been imprisoned? Sukai frowned, instinctively glancing at the cell directly opposite Yifeng's. Slowly, he replied, You have lost your memory, yet your curiosity remains strong? Stay put and do not cause me any trouble. After saying this, he approached the opposite cell door, peered inside, and then took out a plate of roasted chicken and a jug of wine, pushing them through the opening in the cell door. He then retrieved an empty plate and an empty wine jug, placing them in the food container without uttering a word to the occupant of the cell, before departing straight away. The sound of his footsteps soon faded entirely from the corridor, and the dim space returned to tranquility. It turned out that the madman resided in the cell directly opposite. Observing this scene, Yifeng muttered to himself as he crouched down to collect the food. After days of subsisting on wild fruits, he had hoped to savor his first meal in this new world. Instead, he was met with 2 hard buns, a small jar of plain water, and a tiny dish of excessively salty pickles. What a predicament! In the same dismal cell, while the tantalizing aroma of roasted chicken wafted from across the way, I found myself with naught but 2 cold buns. Such a disparity in treatment is truly egregious. Yifeng could not help but utter a few curses, yet the gnawing hunger in his belly felt as if it were ablaze, compelling him to seize the hard, unyielding bun and begin to gnaw at it. Though it was somewhat unpalatable, it would suffice for sustenance. Yi, would you like to have some roasted chicken? The voice, which had remained silent for a protracted period, echoed once again in Yifeng's mind. This time, He was not taken aback as he had been previously. Sitting before the cell door, chewing on the tough bun, he replied, "What a question. Who wouldn't desire roasted chicken? Old senior, I noticed that the chicken you have is quite sizable. Surely you cannot finish it alone. Share a bit with me. And I promise to bring you some delicacies once I am free." "Humph, you always say that, yet you deceive me time and again. However, I must admit that I am not particularly hungry today, so you may have the chicken." "Really? Thank you, old senior. But how am I to retrieve it? Is there a rope?" "A rope? Yes, yes indeed." The very rope that had bound Yi Feng the day before lay within the cell. He hastily grabbed it and tossed one end through the opening beneath the iron door towards the adjacent cell. The two cells faced one another, separated by a narrow passage of about 3 meters. The rope's end easily landed near the opening of the opposite cell. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, and Yi Feng soon observed a pair of gnarled, withered hands, resembling those of a desiccated corpse, extending from the opening of the opposite cell. After a brief moment of groping, the hands grasped the rope and pulled it within the shadows. A moment later, Yi Feng felt a gentle tug on the rope. He swiftly pulled it back, and indeed, at the other end was the plump roasted chicken, though it bore a layer of dirt from the ground. Once the skin was removed, it was still edible. "Thank you, old senior." The chicken was evidently freshly cooked, still retaining warmth. The aroma of the roasted delicacy made Yi Feng's mouth water, and he promptly tore off a drumstick, discarding the soiled exterior, and began to eat heartily. "Do not mention it," the elder replied. "Who could resist sharing with my only friend after all these years? Old senior, how long have you been confined here?" "I cannot recall. It must be around 200 years. "What? 200 years? Yi Feng was taken aback. "What heinous crime did you commit? Even for stealing a cow, one would not receive a sentence of 2 centuries. I have forgotten the details of my past. I suspect it is likely a grievous miscarriage of justice." The elder's confident voice resonated in Yi Feng's mind. Chapter 13. For her death, for her demise, to compete for the scholar's title old senior. "What makes you so certain that you were wronged?" Yi Feng inquired. "According to Xianxia, Yuhai sect is a prestigious sect of righteousness, whose disciples uphold justice and act in accordance with the heavens. If it were indeed a miscarriage of justice, how could a disciple be imprisoned for over 200 years? Thus, Yi Feng leaned towards the belief that the individual must have committed a grave infraction of the sect's rules to be subjected to such severe punishment. The old man transmitted his thoughts. "Consider this. I have neither killed nor committed arson. I have not robbed nor deceived, nor have I engaged in any immoral practices. If this is not a case of injustice, then what is it?" "Old senior, you are too modest," Yi Feng replied. "What do you mean, young lad?" "Nothing. Just praising you." "Humph, forget it. Having eaten my roast chicken, share with me the happenings of the outside world. It has been ages since you last visited. Do you have any idea how bored I am?" "The happenings of the outside world. Senior, I must tell you that upon my arrival, I mentioned I have lost my memory and remember nothing." Yi Feng found himself in a predicament. He could not possibly divulge matters from Earth to this old eccentric. However, he truly knew nothing of the current news and events in this world. "Then tell me how you lost your memory, and what transgression led to your imprisonment this time." "Senior, I assure you, I am innocent." The old man's roast chicken had completely won Yi Feng over. He recounted all that had transpired in recent days to the elderly figure. After listening, the elder asked, "Do you remember why you initially went to the medicinal herb garden?" "I do not recall." "I remember," the old man responded. "What?" Yi Feng asked, perplexed. "How do you know?" "Over a year ago. You were confined here for more than half a month. You had intentionally committed an offense to be assigned to the medicinal herb garden. I recall you saying that you sought the 4 millennium-old celestial herbs. It seemed that someone needed those 4 celestial herbs, which is why you planned to steal them." The elder's words caused Yi Feng to shiver. He immediately asked, "Sister? Old senior, for whom did I steal?" If he could ascertain for whom the original owner sought to pilfer the celestial herbs, the murderer would likely be revealed. It was certain that this person, after acquiring the herbs, resorted to violence to silence the original owner. "You did not mention it, but I speculate it must be a young lady." "A young lady? Are you sure?" "For a woman, one dies. For a woman, one perishes to compete for the scholar's title. Are you, a young and promising lad, truly going to steal for a man? It must be for a woman." The old man's words plunged Yi Feng into contemplation. While the elder's logic held merit, it could not be conclusively determined that the original owner acted solely for a woman. Firstly, the original owner was not a virtuous individual, often teasing the maidens of Yuhai sect. A rogue like him would never endure such suffering and risk merely for a woman. Secondly, The original owner had already been working in the medicinal herb garden for over a year and a half. Why wait so long to steal the spiritual herbs? It made no sense. He could have acted within the first 10 days or half a month. If the original owner had delayed for over a year out of fear of being suspected of embezzlement, it was utterly unnecessary. Given his reputation, it was obvious he would be the prime suspect. Moreover, Yifeng could not believe that within the esteemed Yuhai sect, any female disciple would be so ruthless as to murder after obtaining the celestial herbs. This was murder, not mere poultry slaughter. Although Yifeng found the elder's speculation hard to believe, the elder's words indeed provided him with much valuable information. At the very least, 2 points could be established. First, the original owner had intentionally committed an offense to work in the medicinal herb garden for the purpose of stealing the celestial herbs. Second, this was not the original owner's true intention. There must have been someone orchestrating from behind, and that individual was likely the murderer of the original owner. Otherwise, the timing could not be so coincidental. Just as the celestial herbs were reported missing, the original owner was buried in a mass grave. Yifeng felt the delicious roast chicken in his hands suddenly lose its appeal. He sighed, murmuring, "What am I to do? Must I face death once more?" At that moment, the old man's hoarse voice echoed in his mind again. "Young lad, there is one thing I cannot comprehend. You are a disciple of Huang Yudao. Who would dare harm you?" "Huang Yudao?" Yifeng was taken aback. "Old senior, who is Huang Yudao?" "I was told my master is Yulong Shangren." The elder replied slowly. Yulong's given name is Huang Yudao. He was highly esteemed within Yuhai sect due to his contributions. You are his sole disciple. Logically, no one should dare to harm you. Yifeng suddenly understood. He then said, "If my master were here, I would not be in such dire straits." "What? Your master is no longer present?" "Well, my master is not dead. I heard he went down the mountain to visit friends and has yet to return. I recall you mentioning this before. It has been 3 years, and your master has still not returned? He has met his demise in the embrace of a woman, has he?" Yifeng cleared his throat. That should not be the case. He must have been delayed by some matter. Yifeng wanted to inquire of the elder if, during his previous confinement, he had mentioned anything or anyone else. However, the elder fell silent once more, and no further words came. Assuming the elder had dozed off, Yifeng refrained from calling out again. After consuming half the roast chicken, he lost his appetite and sat in a corner, pondering his next move. Currently, his situation was exceedingly precarious. The absence of memory rendered him incapable of making informed decisions. His only hope was to rapidly enhance his cultivation once his powers grew stronger. Perhaps he could ensure his own safety. Although he was unaware of any cultivation techniques during his recent attempts to heal himself, he had managed to glean some insights into channeling his inner true energy and utilizing breathing techniques to absorb the spiritual energy from the world, transforming it into power and storing it in his dantian. This seemed to align with what was described in novels. The greater the inner power, the higher the cultivation level. He had already begun to perform simple absorption of spiritual energy. He thought to himself, as long as the energy stored in my dantian increases, I should be able to break through to the skyward realm. He was a man of action, resolute in his endeavors. Thus, he immediately commenced his cultivation practice. Of course, aside from this, it appeared he had little else to occupy his time. However, he underestimated the complexity of cultivation. Without the proper techniques or methods, he could only rely on manipulating the true energy within his meridians to heal himself while absorbing some natural spiritual energy to replenish his depleted reserves. To elevate his cultivation level, merely relying on a minuscule amount of spiritual energy would prove insufficient. He needed to expand his meridians, cultivate his consciousness and mental power, and purify the impurities within himself to achieve clarity of body and mind. He knew nothing and understood little, merely playing a child's game of make-believe. After several hours of meditative sitting, his dantian and meridians brimmed with spiritual energy. However, no matter how much Yifeng absorbed, the spiritual energy entering his body could no longer be converted into true energy. Instead, it rapidly overflowed through his pores. It was akin to a water-filled bottle. No matter how much water one tried to pour in, it would be futile, as any excess would immediately spill out. Realizing this, Yifeng felt quite disheartened. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind, and he murmured, "How foolish of me. There is an elder from Yunhai sect living next door. I could ask him to teach me." With this thought, he dashed to the iron door, knocking fervently. Old senior, have you awoken? Young Yi, have you lost your mind? What are you howling about? Do you believe I could end your life?" Upon hearing the elder's echoing voice, Yifeng quickly replied, Senior, please. If you were to end my life, who would keep you company and alleviate your boredom? Esteemed elder, I wish to beseech you for a favor. Could you impart your knowledge of cultivation to me? You are a disciple of Yulong. Do you still require my guidance? Has Yulong not instructed you? Well, I seem to have suffered from amnesia. The elder's voice fell into silence once more, and as Yifeng feared that the conversation might come to an abrupt end, the elder's voice suddenly resonated again. Young Yi, I can bestow upon you supreme techniques. But you must promise me one thing. What is it? Yifeng's heart soared with joy. Just consider it. Which chosen one has ever tumbled into a chasm, faced imprisonment, without encountering extraordinary fortunes? Heaven has already paved the way for you. This venerable man, who had languished in prison for over 2 centuries, was indeed the guiding light bestowed upon him by the heavens. Chapter 14. The 5 true sects and the 6 demonic factions. The elder spoke slowly. I can impart to you the true arts. I would even be willing to share all that I have learned throughout my life. However, you must not disclose this to anyone, including your master, Yulong. My existence must remain a secret. Is that all? The young man replied, Senior, I am quite formidable and astute. Surely you can make this a bit more challenging. I have but one requirement. If you agree, I shall teach you. Senior, everyone can see that you are the one not imposing any difficulty on me. That is not my concern. Very well, I accept your terms. Yifeng readily agreed. Initially, he had feared that the old man would impose some bizarre conditions, perhaps something unsavory, but he found the elder's demand surprisingly straightforward. In truth, even if the elder had not made this stipulation, Yifeng would not have disclosed anything recklessly. You must swear. The elder was evidently apprehensive. He had known Yifeng for several years, and their time together in the stone prison amounted to several months. He understood Yifeng to be a boastful youth and was concerned that he might speak indiscreetly after leaving. Yifeng immediately raised his hand and declared, Yifeng, swear by the heavens that if I reveal to anyone the fact that Senior has taught me martial arts, may I be rendered impotent, incapacitated, afflicted with sores upon my head, and suffer festering wounds at my feet. Enough. You need not be so grotesque in your oath. Thus, Yifeng, with minimal effort, became an unrecognized disciple of this eccentric elder. Although the title was somewhat convoluted, it was indeed the case. Yifeng thought he had stumbled upon a great fortune, unaware that he had inadvertently entangled himself in monumental trouble. The elder continued, Since you have no recollection, I shall begin from the very beginning. The vast expanse of the divine continent is home to myriad races, among which, 1,000,000 years ago, humanity emerged. Senior, could we perhaps skip the preamble? Why the rush? The most critical flaw for cultivators is impatience. Eager for results, one risks losing their way. Youngster, simply listen attentively. Yifeng was left speechless. Though he was eager to acquire the cultivation techniques of the Yuhai sect, he recognized the wisdom in the elder's words. Great structures rise from humble beginnings. One cannot become a master in a day. If one cannot temper their arrogance and impatience, the path of cultivation can become perilous. Thus, Yifeng resigned himself to listen earnestly. In the present world, sects abound, with the Tao, demon, Buddha, ghost, and shaman being the most prominent. There is a saying, the Tao is divided into north and south, Buddhism into east and west, the demonic into heaven and earth, the ghostly into yin and yang, and the shaman into black and white. The Yunhai sect stands as the leader of the southern Tao lineage, while the northern Tao is led by the Xianxia sect. The Buddhist order is headed by Ling Tai Temple, alongside the Chaodian sect in the west and the Yunus sect in the east. These constitute the 5 major righteous sects of the realm. Opposing them is the demonic path, which is divided into 2 factions, the demon sect and the ghost sect. Comprising the 6 demonic factions, such as the 5 Poisons Gate, Goddess Palace, and the Shattered Moon sect for the demon sect, and the Soul Capturing Gate, Ghost Spring sect, and Celestial Shadow Gate for the ghost sect. The structure of the 5 righteous sects and the 6 demonic factions has existed since the Hunters' War over 2,000 years ago. For years, the righteous and demonic factions have clashed, each striving to vanquish the other. Alas, every confrontation has ended in mutual devastation. Our Yunhai sect was founded over 4,000 years ago by our first patriarch, Li Xingfeng, known as the Celestial Walker. The elder spent a considerable amount of time recounting the history of the Yuhai sect. Some details Yifeng had already learned from Yun Shuang'er, yet much remained unknown to him. It was evident that Yun Shuang'er's understanding of the sect's history paled in comparison to that of this eccentric old man, who had been imprisoned for over 2 centuries. The elder seemed to possess knowledge of the names of every sect leader throughout history, as if these memories were etched into his very blood. The Yuhai sect's principles stem from the Southern Tao, yet it has developed its own lineage. Many of its disciples attain mastery through the sword, thus the Yuhai sect is also referred to as the Yuhai sword sect or Yuhai sword school. With over 4,000 years of existence, it stands as one of the oldest sects in the mortal realm, possessing countless sword techniques. In summary, these can be categorized into the 1 decision, 2 truths, 3 arrays, for swords, 5 palms, 6 legs, and 7 body techniques. The 1 decision refers to the Yuhai decision, a remarkably profound cultivation method that, when perfected, can reach the celestial stillness realm. The 2 truths pertain to the divine sword's thunder true technique and the heaven-slaying true technique. The 3 arrays include the 2 instruments sword array, the heavenly gang sword array, and the 7 stars sword array. The 4 swords comprise the 9 sword techniques: the autumn wind sword technique, the 6 harmonies sword technique, and the cloud waves sword technique. The elder was indeed a competent master. He elaborated in great detail on the various true arts and sword techniques of the Yuhai sect. The enduring prosperity of the Yuhai sect over millennia is rooted in these profound techniques. Each technique, when cultivated to its utmost, possesses the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. When the elder finally concluded his lengthy introduction of the numerous intricate sword techniques, Yifeng assumed that the old man would finally impart the heart method. To his dismay, the elder remarked, "I have spoken for quite some time. I am weary. We shall continue this another day." This left Yifeng profoundly disappointed. However, as a vigorous young man who had listened to stories for several hours, he felt his head spinning. Acknowledging the elder's considerable age, he understood that the old man must also be fatigued. Thus, Yifeng suppressed his impatience and decided to wait until the elder had rested to continue. In the dim stone prison, Yifeng's sense of time blurred. He could only mark the passage of time by the daily meals brought to him by Su Kai. One night, as he drifted into slumber, he heard footsteps approaching. He knew Su Kai had come to deliver his meal. Su Kai did not open the cell door but called out through the bars, "Yifeng, have you remembered anything?" Yifeng yawned and shook his head, saying, "Su Xiao, must you begin every visit by asking if I recall anything? Do you understand what amnesia is?" Yifeng no longer felt the need to be obsequious or polite to Su Kai. In this desolate place, not only could he evade his enemies, but he was also learning the celestial arts from the elder. He had grown fond of this place, and if released now, he would be rather reluctant to leave. Noticing Yifeng's attitude, Su Kai frowned, but did not express anger or further comment. He retrieved 2 cold buns, a dish of pickles, and a small bowl of clear water from the food box, passing them through the gap below. He then carried the food box to the opposite cell, where a plump roast chicken and a jug of wine awaited. The disparity in their meals was stark. After Su Kai departed, the sound of his footsteps faded down the corridor, and Yifeng's mind was filled with the voice of the elder. "Youngster, would you care for some roast chicken?" Yifeng picked up the half-eaten roast chicken from the previous day, sniffed it, and replied, "No, senior, please enjoy your roast chicken today. I still have half left from yesterday. It's not spoiled. It's perfectly edible." "Ah, you certainly know how to make the most of your situation. Very well. I shall indulge myself then." With that, the elder's voice faded away. Once Yifeng finished the remnants of the cold roast chicken and devoured the buns, feeling satisfied, he said, "Senior, yesterday you shared the history of our Yuhai sect and its wondrous techniques with me. Today, should you not impart to me the heart method? Do not rush. The heart method will be the last to be taught. Before beginning cultivation, you must familiarize yourself with the meridians and acupoints within your body. Otherwise, you risk damaging them during practice, which could endanger your life. Since you do not even remember your master, I assume you have forgotten the layout of your own meridians and acupoints as well." Yifeng nodded eagerly. "Indeed. I can only perceive the meridians and acupoints within me through introspection, but I have no recollection of their names. Then today, I shall teach you about the meridians and acupoints." "Thank you, esteemed mentor. Yi, my young friend, first seek out an object, and while engaging in introspection, render the meridians and acupoints within your body upon the stone wall. The human body comprises 12 meridians and 362 acupoints. Once you have depicted them all, I shall impart to you the names of these acupoints. During this time, do not disturb my rest. Understood? Rest assured, esteemed mentor. I shall swiftly accomplish the task." Yifeng believed this to be a rather simple endeavor, for he could easily engage in meditation and introspection, clearly perceiving all within his being. The acupoints and meridians were readily distinguishable. Illustrating them should prove an exceedingly straightforward task. Yet, The outcome revealed his overconfidence. The first challenge confronting Yi Feng was indeed formidable. What tool should he employ for this task? Within the bare stone prison, the ground was strewn only with desiccated, moldy straw, devoid of even a twig. How could he possibly sketch the anatomical structure upon the unyielding rock face? Yi Feng stroked his chin, surveying the entirety of the stone cell. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the oil lamp affixed to the rock wall. Chapter 15. Diagram of meridians and acupuncture points. The oil lamp on the stone wall bore a peculiar shape, distinctly different from the kerosene lamps that Yi Feng recalled from his childhood. Crafted from bronze, it resembled a duck swimming in water, with the wick extending from its flattened beak. The lamp was not large, holding a maximum of 3 Jin of kerosene. Upon Yi Feng's confinement, Su Kai had ignited the lamp, which now burned steadily after 3 days, seemingly fueled by an inexhaustible supply of oil. Approaching the lamp, Yi Feng attempted to detach it from the rock face, only to discover it was firmly embedded. He could only open the refueling lid, which appeared to have not been cleaned for years, the bronze tarnished to a color reminiscent of coal. Peering inside, Yi Feng was surprised to find that the burning substance was not the anticipated kerosene, but rather a semi-solid material, pale white, akin to lard solidified in winter. This bizarre fuel burned for an extended duration, likely lasting 3 to 5 months without extinguishing. He delicately pried a small piece with his finger and, upon closer inspection, discerned it was indeed a product of some type of congealed grease, emitting a faintly rancid odor. Disappointed, he smeared a bit of the lamp oil onto the rock wall. The marks were too subtle to serve as paint. What else could he possibly use to create art on this desolate wall? Abandoning the lamp, Yi Feng turned his attention to other items. Within the stone cell, only 2 objects remained: a toilet in the corner, filled with excrement, and a small dish that Su Kai had brought during his meal deliveries. A sudden idea struck Yi Feng. He discarded the overly salty pickles from the dish and smashed it with a resounding crack, shattering it into numerous fragments. Selecting a shard, he began to scratch at the rock wall, leaving behind faint traces. Indeed, it seemed he was a genius. With his makeshift brush in hand, Yi Feng wasted no time. He swiftly cleared a relatively smooth section of the rock wall and sketched a rough outline of a human figure, complete with limbs. Then, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, gradually translating the internal structure of the human body that he envisioned onto the stone surface. This task proved to be a tedious and time-consuming endeavor. Yi Feng oscillated between meditation and reality, his zeal for mastering the celestial arts propelling him forward. However, the progress of his work starkly contrasted with his fervent efforts. The 12 meridians within his body, though seemingly few, twisted and turned like winding rivers. These were the principal meridians. Each main meridian was laden with a multitude of smaller pathways, nearly all connected to acupuncture points. The human body resembled a towering tree, with the meridians as the trunk and the myriad acupuncture points as its leaves. Having completed less than a third of the task, the sound of footsteps echoed once more in the corridor. Initially soft, the footsteps reverberated harshly in the silence. Yi Feng approached the cell door to see Su Kai carrying a food container. Su Kai provided meals for Yi Feng and the elderly man only once a day. This meant Yi Feng had spent an entire day sketching the anatomical diagram. Su Kai's first words were, "Junior brother Yi, have you recalled anything today?" Yi Feng, somewhat dazed, shook his head. Observing his expression, Su Kai's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "No matter, there is plenty of time. I believe you will recover your memory." He then crouched down to pass food to Yi Feng, still 2 hard, cold steamed buns, a plate of pickles, and a bowl of clear water. Gradually regaining his composure, Yi Feng inquired, "Su brother, how goes the investigation into the theft of the medicinal garden? That matter falls under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Beast Garden. I am not privy to the details. Just remain here obediently, and once the investigation concludes, you will be released." With that, Su Kai carried the food container to the opposite cell, where the old man's meals were evidently lavish, comprising roast chicken and fine wine. After delivering the food, Su Kai retrieved some plates and an empty wine jug from the old man's cell and placed them in the food container, not exchanging another word with Yi Feng. To him, it seemed Yi Feng was drawing closer to his demise. Would one engage in idle chatter with a man on the brink of death? It was already the 4th day, and Yi Feng's continued existence could be attributed to the recent uproar caused by Master Yuing in the Disciplinary Institute. Many were aware of Yi Feng's confinement there. Now, they simply had to wait until the storm subsided before allowing Yi Feng to perish in the stone cell under the guise of suicide. What a flawless excuse it would be. After Su Kai departed, the elderly man's voice resonated in Yi Feng's mind. Youngster, how fares your diagram of meridians and acupuncture points? Senior, I have only completed the legs. So soon? You haven't spent the entire day without rest, have you? The old man sounded somewhat surprised. Given the 6 meridians and over 100 points on the 2 legs, he had anticipated that this lazy boy would manage to finish only a single leg in a day. Munching on the cold bun, Yifeng retorted, "What do you think? I'm nearly exhausted. At this rate, it will take at least another 2 days to finish." The old man transmitted, not bad, not bad. This recent turn of events has greatly influenced your progress. Keep up the effort. Hold on. Senior, about that roast chicken. Seeing you toil all day, I will share half of this roast chicken. Yifeng's spirits soared, quickly tossing a rope through the lower hole. Soon, a bony, withered hand reached out from the opposite cell, grasping the rope after a brief search. The old man seemed particularly generous toward Yifeng, although he claimed to share half. He left only a chicken leg for himself, bestowing the remainder upon Yifeng. Afterward, the old man fell silent. Having feasted, Yifeng felt too fatigued to continue drawing and sought a comfortable position to sleep. Time passed unmeasured, and upon waking, the weariness had faded significantly. He finished the remaining chicken and bun before immersing himself anew in his work. When one is bored, time drags on interminably. Yet, when engaged in a task, it flies by with alarming speed. Yifeng devoted over 3 days to meticulously sketching a complete diagram of the human meridian and acupuncture points on the rock wall using the porcelain shards. This marked the 8th day since his confinement. Gazing at the diagram on the wall, a profound sense of accomplishment surged within him. The 12 meridians, 362 acupuncture points, and the 8 extraordinary vessels sprang vividly to life on the stone. Next, he sought to learn the names of these meridians and points from the old man. Once he thoroughly memorized their pathways and names, he could commence his formal cultivation. The old man had observed Yifeng's diligence over the past few days and was quite pleased. He proceeded to explain the intricacies of the human meridians and acupuncture points. The path of cultivation is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the refining of the body. Whether in the long-lost martial arts or the thriving celestial path of today, this remains true. In martial arts, the body is tempered, strengthening bones and sinews. In the celestial path, impurities within are purified, meridians are unblocked, and understanding of the 8 extraordinary vessels and acupuncture points is attained. Xianxia. Take note of the 12 meridians of the human body. They are the hand-yang, hand-yin, foot-yang, foot-yin, and the 8 vessels, which include Rin, Du, Chong, Dai, Yangwei, Yinwei, Yangqiao, and Yinxiao. Senior, wait a moment. Don't just mention the names. You must tell me precisely which meridian corresponds to each, so I can annotate them on the stone wall. Otherwise, I won't know where these meridians and acupoints are located. This is going to be a considerable task. However, this time, Yifeng is not alone in this endeavor. He has the assistance of the elderly man across from him. After 2 full days' work, the anatomical diagram on the stone wall underwent a significant transformation. Each meridian and acupoint was meticulously labeled by Yifeng. He then spent an additional 3 days memorizing all the meridians and acupoints thoroughly. He felt a pang of regret for having chosen the wrong major in university. He should have studied traditional Chinese medicine instead of international trade, which offered no job prospects. On the 23rd day of the 3rd month in the Gohai year, Yifeng found himself imprisoned in a stone cell for the 13th day. At last, the elder began to formally impart the true methods and sword techniques of the Yuhai sect to Yifeng. Xiaozi, you are merely suffering from amnesia, not incapacitated. Previously, you had cultivated the Yunhai Ju to the 3rd level, the pinnacle of the 100 meridians, and you are but a hair's breadth away from reaching the 4th level, the void ascendance. You possess a solid foundation, and it shouldn't take long for you to break through. Today, I will first teach you the cultivation mantra. Remember, in the pursuit of cultivation, one must avoid impatience and haste. At all times, maintain a tranquil heart. Do not allow your mind to be disturbed. A restless heart leads to a chaotic mind, and a chaotic mind invites demonic intrusion. Once a cultivator succumbs to inner demons, they seldom meet a favorable end. Do you understand? Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Yifeng will bear it in mind. Yifeng no longer needed to speak directly to the elder. The elder's voice could manifest directly within his mind, and he merely needed to converse silently for the elder to hear him. This realization came to him a few days prior when the elder was teaching him to identify acupoints. Chapter 16. Bestowing the True Method. Jade Dragon returns to the mountain. The Cloud Sea decision is a profound technique passed down from the 1st-generation founder of the Cloud Sea sect, the true man Tianxing. and has since been refined and perfected by countless ancestors. Typically, the sect's transmission halls, including some elders imparting knowledge to their disciples, refrain from conveying the complete cultivation formula to their students. This is not only to prevent the leak of the Cloud C decision, but also to avert the risk of young disciples becoming overly ambitious and seeking quick results. However, I hold a contrary view. While imparting one level of the formula at a time may mitigate the risks of youthful recklessness, it also results in a sluggish advancement in the disciples' cultivation. Today, I shall bestow upon you the entirety of the Cloud C decision. Listen attentively. The first level of Qi refinement involves calming the mind, centering the spirit, focusing on the dantian, inhaling the pure and exhaling the impure, like threads of silk, leading to clarity of the spiritual platform. During the process of breathing, the Qi moves as the intention directs, and the intent follows the heart, traversing through the meridians, passing through the yang pass, reaching the heavenly spirit, rotating at the wind gate, circling within, following the 3 yang meridians, ultimately converging at the Yongquan point, gathering at the Baihui point, allowing the Qi to circulate throughout the body, unceasingly, hidden within the meridians. The second level, foundation establishment, harnessing the Qi within the meridians, refining the marrow and bones, eliminating impurities, and opening the dantian vortex. The third level, the 100 meridians, unblocking the 8 extraordinary meridians, connecting with the dantian, the 100 meridians converging, flowing endlessly. The fourth level, controlling the void, concentrating mental energy, manipulating objects from afar, propelling true essence, soaring on the sword. The fifth level, controlling the divine. The seventh level, returning to the source. The eighth level, divine tranquility. The ninth level, celestial being. The 10th level, transcending the void. The 11th level, celestial stopping. The Cloud C decision spans over 6,000 words, becoming increasingly profound as one progresses. Yifeng found himself unable to comprehend a single word. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, diligently committing the formula to memory. Benefiting from the original owner's relatively high cultivation, his memory, though not photographic, surpassed that of an ordinary person. After the elder recited it 3 times, Yifeng astonishingly managed to memorize the entire intricate formula. This revelation left him in awe. If he possessed such intellect and memory, he surely could have gained admission to prestigious institutions like Peking University or Tsinghua University. The first 4 levels included detailed instructional content, such as how to stimulate the internal qi for marrow washing during foundation establishment, which meridian to traverse, which acupoint to pass, and how to open the dantian vortex. Thus, the first 4 levels occupied nearly 2/3 of the text. Beginning from the 5th level, the language shifted dramatically. Terms like meridians and acupoints scarcely appeared, replaced instead by complex and arcane phrases. For instance, the heart and breath are unified, the spirit and qi flow harmoniously. The heart is formless, arising from circumstances. If the 6 senses are not restrained, they cannot be grasped. The awareness is not the original awareness. If the path of realization is not opened, one remains lost in confusion. Each phrase comprised familiar characters, yet when combined, Yifeng felt like a profound illiterate. He voiced his confusion, to which the elder responded, "The essence of cultivation lies in understanding the creation of heaven and earth, glimpsing the universal laws. Only those with extraordinary talent may aspire to it. Of the myriad beings in the world, how many truly enter the celestial gates? Among those who seek the great vehicle, there are scarcely 100 in this era, and not a single person has attained the Tao in a millennium. Were it simple and comprehensible, would not everyone achieve immortality? Young Yi, how far you can progress on the path of cultivation in this life depends solely on your own fortune." Yifeng grasped the meaning behind the elder's words. It was akin to schooling. The same textbooks and duration of classes yield different outcomes. Some gain admission to elite universities, while others do not. With the belief that he was a chosen one in this new life, guided by a mysterious elder, he was certain he would not be among those left behind. Yifeng further inquired when he would be taught the sword techniques and divine abilities. The elder replied, "Do not rush. The sword techniques of the Cloud C sect are predicated upon the 4th level of the controlling the void realm. You are currently at the 3rd level of the 100 meridians. It is not too late to impart these teachings once you reach the controlling the void stage. Your current state is excellent. Your mind is as blank as a fresh canvas, free from external distractions, allowing you to devote yourself to the Cloud C decision. Should I impart the sword techniques now, your heart would be divided, hindering your focus." Yifeng nodded in quiet agreement, recognizing the wisdom in the elder's words. In the following days, he spent each moment in meditation. He eschewed haste, commencing instead with the fundamental breathing techniques of the first level of qi refinement, gradually advancing upwards. After 5 or 6 days, he became familiar with the first 3 levels, aligning himself with the original owner's pace of cultivation. Time passed incrementally, and soon it was early April. Su Kai continued to visit daily to deliver meals to Yi Feng. His words were few, invariably inquiring whether Yi Feng had recalled anything before departing. Initially, Yi Feng had asked Su Kai about when he might be released, but now he paid little heed to such matters. Several times when Su Kai came to deliver food, Yi Feng barely acknowledged him, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of leaving. This led Su Kai to believe that Yi Feng had lost his sanity and that it was time to eliminate him. Unbeknownst to Su Kai, Yi Feng was in the crucial phase of striving for the 4th level of controlling the void, consumed by thoughts of cultivation. Who had time to entertain such distractions? With the Elder's guidance, he had touched upon the threshold of the controlling the void realm, merely a moment of enlightenment away. One fateful morning, the Tianyan mountain range lay shrouded in mist, with the towering Xianxia peak piercing through the clouds like a crane amidst a flock of chickens. Surrounding it were numerous floating hills, intermittently appearing and disappearing within the sea of clouds. Countless disciples of the Cloud Sea sect practiced sword techniques in the air or cultivated their sword arts, creating a mesmerizing tapestry of radiant colors and flowing lights, akin to a fantastical painting of celestial beings. A remarkable light approached from the north, manifesting as an enormous sword. Upon this giant blade stood 2 figures. One was a shabby, rotund old man of short stature, with silver hair partially grown and a short beard, his small eyes giving him an air of a certain lewdness. The other was a girl of about 14 or 15, dressed in fiery red, with fair skin, bright eyes, and exquisite features. Her round face exuded a captivating charm. At that moment, the girl stood atop the soaring giant sword, her wide eyes sparkling with excitement as she surveyed her surroundings. Father, there really are floating mountains. Why don't these mountains fall? It must be due to a formation, though such formations have long been lost to time. That bird is enormous. It carries an old man on its back. That is a celestial crane, Linger. Ahead lies the Xianxia peak. It has been 3 years since I last returned. I wonder how your senior brother is faring now. The stout old man guided the celestial sword towards Xianxia peak. Along the way, they encountered several elders and disciples of the Cloud Sea sect. Upon seeing the rotund figure, many were taken aback. Uncle Yulong, where have you been these past 3 years? I merely descended the mountain for a while. Haha, continue your sword practice. Brother Yulong, you've returned. Wasn't it said you perished in the embrace of a courtesan? Who spread such rumors? I descended to sharpen my wits, vanquish demons, and uphold righteousness. What is a brothel? I have never even heard of it. Brother Yulong, is this girl your new disciple from the mountain? No, she is my daughter, my own daughter. Ha ha ha, envy me, you old bachelor. This rotund old man was none other than Master Yulong, Yifeng's missing teacher for 3 years. Master Yulong, whose secular name was Huang Yudao, was a direct disciple of the previous sect master, the true man Xuanfu, and was the 6th disciple of the current sect master, Yuni, several decades younger than Yuni. He was now over 380 years old, holding a highly esteemed position within the Cloud Sea sect. From a young age, Master Yulong had shown little interest in scholarly pursuits, particularly after his master, the true man Xuanfu, returned to his homeland over 200 years ago, leading him to abandon all restraint and spend his days indulging in the company of righteous celestial maidens. Regrettably, his appearance was unremarkable, rendering him unworthy of the attention of any fairy. At over 100 years old, he remained a solitary figure. Gradually, he came to terms with reality and sought amusement in the mortal realm, frequently descending to indulge in the pleasures of the brothels. 3 years prior, he had vanished while engaging in such pursuits, leading many to presume he had perished. No one anticipated that the elusive Yulong master would return after 3 years. Before long, Yulong master and a young lady clad in red found themselves at the foothills of Xianxia peak. The young lady inquired, "Father, how is brother Yefeng?" To which he replied, "Your senior brother is a hopeless case, the kind that cannot be refined. I took him in as a disciple, having seen his wit in childhood. But he has only grown more unruly and prone to mischief. Enough about him. Come, let us return home." As the pair ambled along the stone path of Xianxia peak, they soon arrived at their former residence. Along the way, many recognized Yulong master and greeted him, while he took every opportunity to showcase his daughter, Huang Linger. Su Kai stood, transfixed, watching Yulong master pass by the gates of the discipline hall, taking a long moment to regain his senses. Sukai felt a wave of dread wash over him and hurried to find Lin Yi. What? Yulong Master has returned? Are you certain? Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Sukai's words. Yes, I am certain. Yulong Master has returned with a young lady in red, and they should have arrived at the cottage where they once resided. Brother Lin, now that Yulong Master is back, how shall we address the situation with Yefeng? Sukai's voice trembled, revealing his trepidation. He was acutely aware of his guilt, as he had committed a grave misdeed. Moreover, as the Yunhai sect, a leader of the righteous path, upheld stringent rules, any exposure of this matter would result in dire consequences for him. Seeing Sukai in a state of panic, Lin Yi scoffed, "You couldn't manage a simple task. If you had been more meticulous and confirmed Yefeng was truly dead before burying him, we would not face this predicament today." Sukai mused that he had not been the one to take Yefeng's life. He was merely responsible for the burial. Furthermore, Lin Yi had previously verified Yefeng's demise. Why was the blame now falling on him? Naturally, Sukai dared not openly contest Lin Yi's assertions and could only harbor his grievances internally. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi continued, "What has become of Yefeng in recent days? Has there been any sign of memory restoration?" Sukai gently shook his head. "I have personally delivered his meals daily, and there has been no indication of memory recovery." "That is fortunate," Lin Yi replied. "His lack of restored memory is indeed advantageous for us." As he spoke, a vengeful expression crossed his face. "I had intended to keep him imprisoned for another 3 to 5 days, creating the illusion of a suicide. Who could have foreseen?" Chapter 17. We agreed to remain single together until old age, yet you secretly had a daughter. In truth, Lin Yi had long harbored the desire to eliminate Yi Feng. However, his superior had advised him to exercise patience. The primary reason for this was that Yi Feng had attracted the attention of the esteemed Yu Ying. Within less than a month, Yu Ying had approached the Discipline Institute 3 times, demanding that strict punishment be meted out to Yi Feng for his flirtations with her female disciple. This matter had already become widely known throughout the Yunhai sect. If Yi Feng were to be killed in the stone prison at this juncture, it would undoubtedly stir significant unrest within the sect. Perhaps it was due to the potential repercussions or a fear of suspicion that Lin Yi's superior had refrained from taking action against Yi Feng thus far. Now, with Yulong, Yi Feng's master, having returned to the mountain, the situation had become even more precarious. If Yi Feng were to be killed at this time, regardless of Yulong's state of mind, he would undoubtedly realize that there was more to his disciple's death than met the eye. Given Yulong's character and standing within the Yunhai sect, would he not cause a tremendous uproar? Suketu inquired, "Brother Lin, what shall we do now? Should we release Yi Feng?" "No," Lin Yi replied. "Yi Feng was imprisoned due to suspicions of embezzlement and his disrespectful remarks towards Sister Yun. There are laws of the land and rules of the sect. Even if he is the eldest disciple of Yulong, he must be dealt with according to the regulations. However, now that Yulong has returned, we must inform him of this matter." After a brief pause, Lin Yi continued, "Once Yulong learns of this, he will undoubtedly plead for leniency with the Discipline Institute. Master Yuqin would hardly impose a severe punishment on Yi Feng over a mere instance involving a spiritual herb. Especially considering Yi Feng is Yulong's eldest disciple, there is still some courtesy to be afforded. I suspect Yi Feng will be released soon. Brother Su, once Yi Feng is freed, you must keep a close watch on him. If there are any signs of his memory returning, we must take action." "I understand." Sukeda nodded slightly. Seeing Lin Yi's calm demeanor, his own feelings of panic began to settle. After conferring further, Lin Yi instructed Sukedu to return to the Discipline Institute, while he himself would go to report this matter to Yulong personally. Yulong's residence was located to the south of the Elder's Courtyard, a small compound built against the mountainside, featuring a hall, 2 rooms on either side, and a small kitchen that connected to a modest dining hall. Although rumors had circulated for 3 years that Yulong had passed away, no body or conclusive evidence had ever been found. The compound had not been reclaimed by the Elder's Courtyard nor reassigned to other elders. Yi Feng had been quite busy with his work in the medicinal garden and had not reached the level of being able to fly, returning only 2 or 3 times over the past year. As a result, the entire compound had become quite desolate, overgrown with weeds and covered in dust. As Yulong pushed open the gate, now shrouded in spider webs, and beheld the overgrown grass within, he frowned slightly. "Father, did you not mention that there was another disciple named Yi Feng on Xinglua Peak? Why does this courtyard appear as though it has not been inhabited for quite some time?" Huang Linger asked. Yulong shook his head. "I do not know. Could it be that Feng has encountered some misfortune?" Yi Feng was an orphan whom Yulong had found over a decade ago, and their master-disciple bond was quite strong. Seeing the state of the courtyard, Yulong couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow, realizing that something must have gone awry with his eldest disciple. At that moment, a frail old man approached. "Ha ha ha, Brother Yulong, it truly is you. I just heard from the disciples that you've returned, but I couldn't believe it. 3 years gone with no news, and I thought you had perished." Yulong turned to look at the source of the voice. The man was clad in dark green robes, with his hair tied back in a bun, exuding an otherworldly aura. His features were peculiar, giving him an ethereal presence that far surpassed Yulong in both demeanor and appearance. Yulong frowned slightly. "Brother Yuhai, must you always curse my demise upon our first meeting? You have come at a fortuitous time. Has anything happened to my eldest disciple Yufone?" "Yufone?" Yuhai pondered for a moment before replying. "I recall that your disciple was assigned to guard the medicinal garden over a year ago by the Beast Spirit Institute." "What? My eldest disciple has been reduced to guarding the medicinal garden? By the heavens, I shall seek retribution from that scoundrel you hang at the Beast Spirit Institute." Yuhai's words were rather diplomatic, but Yulong was no fool. He understood that this was a consequence of his 3-year absence, leaving his disciple vulnerable and ostracized by the sect's disciples. Being assigned to guard the medicinal garden was akin to being exiled with no hope of returning to Xinglua Peak. Seeing Yulong roll up his sleeves, ready to confront the Beast Spirit Institute, Yuhai quickly restrained him. "Oh, come now, Brother Yulong. This is not entirely Yuhang's fault. You have been absent for 3 years, leaving your disciple without guidance, which has led to his stagnation in cultivation. It is fortunate that he was able to guard the medicinal garden. In other sects, he would likely have met a far grimmer fate. Now that you have returned, simply go and bring him back." Faced with Yuhai's counsel, Yulong remained unconvinced. As a 4th-tier elder of the Yunhai sect and a direct disciple of the previous sect master, I cannot allow my disciple to be treated in such a manner. Is this not a disgrace to me? How can I maintain my standing? No, I must destroy the Beast Spirit Institute. It must be obliterated. And nothing will stop me. Calm down. You have only just returned. You have yet to even set foot inside the courtyard. If you wish to destroy it, you must first settle in. Yuhai suggested, "Let me gather a few disciples to help tidy up your courtyard." "Yes, father. Let us tidy up and bring our elder brother back first before confronting the Beast Spirit Institute." Despite the urgency in his heart, Yulong found it difficult to dismiss Huang Linger's words. Yuhai looked at Huang Linger in astonishment. "Brother Yulong, when did you acquire such a beautiful daughter? She isn't another orphan you picked up from the mountains, is she?" Yulong chuckled. "What do you mean picked up? Linger is my biological daughter. Just look at her nose and chin. She resembles me quite a bit. I only discovered 3 years ago that I had a daughter. For the past 3 years, I have been traversing the mortal realm in search of her, which is why I did not return to the mountain. Fortunately, the heavens did not forsake me, and I finally found her half a month ago. We have reunited after 15 years apart." From Yulong's smug and somewhat lecherous expression, Yuhai realized that this old rogue, known for rescuing fallen women, was indeed speaking the truth. The lovely girl before him was genuinely Yulong's daughter. However, Yuhai did not approach to offer his congratulations. Instead, his expression darkened. The once ethereal old man transformed into a disgruntled elder. He pulled Yulong aside and said with a fierce expression, "Huang Yudao, what is the meaning of this? In our youth, we swore to remain single until old age together, yet you have secretly fathered a daughter." Huang Yudao was Yulong's secular name, a name that few dared to utter, reserved only for the elders of the Yuhai sect. Yulong chuckled awkwardly. "Brother, I did not intend for this to happen. But one cannot deny that I am still in my prime." He continued, "Many years ago, I passed through the capital and had a profound interaction with the renowned courtesan Ru Yan. I continued my travels thereafter. 3 years ago, I returned to the capital and found Ru Yan, only to discover she had aged and fallen ill. On her deathbed, she revealed to me that she had birthed my child, a daughter, whom she entrusted to a couple in the countryside. For the past 3 years, I have journeyed thousands of miles in search of her. I cannot believe this. You, old man, are quite shameless. Do you expect to reclaim what you have cast away? You cannot have a daughter. I oppose it. What nonsense is that? I've already brought my daughter home. What do you intend to do about it? Should I arrange a match for you and help you find a dual cultivation partner? You are not yet 400 years old. You should still be able to have children. It's settled then. A fairy under 200 years of age, preferably with ample hips for childbirth." How shameless. I was merely jesting, and you took it seriously? With ample hips and under 200 years. If I had someone myself, would I introduce her to you? Go away. The agitated Yuhai left in a huff. Yulong called out after him. Remember to summon a few servant disciples from the elder courtyard to help with the cleaning. Don't you have legs of your own? I will find Yu Hong and the other old bachelors and rally them to denounce you, the shameless ruffian." Seeing Yu Hai's furious expression, the short, stout figure immediately burst into hearty, triumphant laughter. Soon after, Lin Yi arrived at the entrance of the courtyard where Yu Long resided. The gate stood wide open, revealing a young girl in red diligently weeding. Lin Yi adjusted his attire and called out, "Is Master Yu Long present?" Upon hearing this, Huang Lingo looked up and replied, "My father has gone to the elder courtyard to summon a few servant disciples for cleaning. May I inquire what business you have with him? Your father?" Lin Yi's expression stiffened. "Indeed, I am his daughter. My name is Huang Linger, and I came here with my father today." Lin Yi regarded Huang Linger with suspicion. What was happening? Master Yu Long had been missing for 3 years after descending the mountain, and now he had fathered a daughter in her teens? Just as he pondered this, Yu Long's voice echoed from behind, "Boy, who are you, standing at the entrance of my courtyard?" Lin Yi turned to see a portly old man, his rotund figure, scruffy beard, and lecherous expression unmistakable. Indeed, it was Master Yu Long. Even if someone had disguised themselves to mimic his appearance, they could not replicate his lascivious demeanor. Lin Yi immediately clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Lin Yi pays his respects to Master Yu Long. Lin Yi, it truly is you. After 3 years, you seem to have changed significantly. Have you reached the realm of returning essence? Remarkable, truly remarkable." Lin Yi was a direct disciple of the esteemed Master Yun Yi, and he shared a close bond with Master Yu Long. In the past, Lin Yi had shown him considerable respect. Otherwise, the old man would not have become so rotund, nor would he have had the means for his indulgences. Lin Yi humbly replied, "Master, you flatter me." Chapter 18. The Shameless Request for a Meeting Gift Yu Long. The esteemed elder instructed several junior disciples to tidy up the courtyard as he noticed Huang Lingo approaching. With a smile, he said, "Linger, allow me to introduce you to your master's senior brother, Lin Yi. He is indeed a distinguished disciple among the younger generation of our Yunhai sect, highly regarded by our master. You should greet your senior brother." Huang Linger performed a respectful bow, saying, "Linger pays her respects to senior brother Lin." Lin Yi slightly inclined his body and then inquired, "Uncle Yulong, is Linger your daughter?" Yulong immediately burst into a hearty laugh, revealing his large, yellowing teeth. With pride, he exclaimed, "Indeed, she is my legitimate daughter. I never expected that, even as I approach the end of my days, I would have a daughter. However, she has endured much hardship during our 15 years apart." Once Lin Yi confirmed their father-daughter relationship, he hurriedly congratulated Yulong on their reunion. Yulong replied, "In a few days, I plan to host a feast to celebrate. You must attend. By the way, Lin, you didn't come here because the master summoned me, did you?" Lin Yi gently shook his head. "My master is currently in seclusion and will likely remain so for some time. I have come not only to pay my respects to you, uncle, but also to report on matters concerning Brother Yeffing. I am already aware of this situation and was just about to seek out the Beast Spirit Hall to settle the score. It is utterly outrageous. In my brief absence, my eldest disciple has been exiled to tend to the medicinal garden. I shall not let the Beast Spirit Hall off lightly this time. Lin, you have arrived at a fortuitous moment. I have just returned and am unable to leave. Could you kindly fetch Yeffing from the medicinal garden for me?" "Actually, Brother Yeffing is not in the medicinal garden. He is currently in the stone prison of the discipline hall." "Huh? The stone prison of the discipline hall? What happened? Has this lad committed murder or set fire to something? Or perhaps he has dishonored a virtuous maiden?" Lin Yi coughed. "Not at all. It is merely that, recently, a number of rare herbs, including several millennium-old spiritual mushrooms, went missing from the garden he was overseeing, and he was reported for suspected embezzlement. Furthermore, he made some inappropriate remarks regarding Sister Yun Shuang. I brought him back from the garden and placed him under careful watch in the stone prison." Yulong furrowed his brow. Embezzlement and inappropriate conduct. Indeed, this was the behavior of his disciple. Being a mentor, he felt compelled to intervene. "Lin, are you certain that it was Yeffing who embezzled the herbs?" Lin Yi shook his head. "The investigation is ongoing, and we cannot yet ascertain the truth." Yulong rolled his eyes. "If we cannot be certain, then it is equally possible that he is innocent. Why keep him confined?" "Very well. Accompany me to the discipline hall to retrieve him." "Father, I will go with you," Huang Linger offered. Their residence was not far from the discipline hall, merely 200 to 300 paces away. After Yulong had arranged for the junior disciples, he set off toward the discipline hall with Lin Yi and Huang Linger. The discipline hall ranked second among the 6 halls, just after the transmission hall. The current chief elder of the discipline hall is Xianxia, whose secular name is Du Qinfeng, a direct disciple of the esteemed Xianxia. The previous sect master, Xianxia, had 6 true disciples, with the present sect master, Yuni, being the second in rank and Xianxia the fourth. Yulong, being the youngest, holds the 6th position. The first, Yunha, the third, Yulin, and the 5th, Yamian. All lost their bids for the position of sect master over 200 years ago. At that time, Yunha contended for the position against Yuni, while Xianxia and Yulong supported Yuni, ultimately leading to their triumph. Yulin and Yamian supported the elder brother, Yunha. In any circumstance, the vanquished seldom enjoy favorable outcomes. After Yuni ascended, Yunha mysteriously vanished. As for Yulin, Yamian, and many elders who had supported them, they now live in obscurity, tending to flowers and birds in the outer regions, enjoying their twilight years. Yulong was a staunch supporter of Yuni, gaining considerable benefits. First serving for several years as the chief elder of the transmission hall, followed by a stint as the chief elder of discipline. Unfortunately, this portly elder had a penchant for indulgence and shunned the daily grind, eventually resigning after more than 80 years, becoming the only 4th-tier elder in the Yuhai sect to retire. Today, at the beginning of the month, the usually reclusive Xianxia and several other discipline elders were gathered in the main hall of the discipline hall, reviewing the records of errant disciples from the past month, a sort of end-of-month summary. Sukai was also present. He was a junior disciple of Xianxia, hailing from a prestigious lineage, yet burdened with numerous senior brothers and sisters, making it difficult for him to ascend in rank. In recent years, he had been relying on the support of senior brother Lenny. Old four, what is the meaning of imprisoning my disciple? Yulong's thunderous voice echoed even before he stepped into the discipline hall. Xianxia glanced up and, sure enough, saw his stout junior brother stride in. Lin Yi and Huang Ling'er followed closely behind. Xianxia rolled his eyes and remarked, "Old Six, why have you returned? Could you not find a way to perish out there?" Indeed, it was a familiar banter between brothers. Who else would dare speak to Yulong in such a manner? Yulong glared in indignation. "Old Four, must you curse my demise upon our first meeting? Come, let me introduce you to my daughter, Huang Ling'er. Ling'er, quickly pay your respects to your 4th master uncle." Huang Ling'er promptly knelt and bowed, saying, "Huang Ling'er pays her respects to 4th master uncle." Xianxia, with long beard flowing and an ancient visage, rose from behind the broad desk, astonished. "Old Six, what is this all about upon your return?" Yulong grinned. "As you can see, Lingo is indeed my daughter, born of a woman from the mortal realm 15 years ago. For years, I have searched for her in this world." Xianxia pulled Yulong aside and whispered, "Old Six, have you confirmed this? Is she truly your flesh and blood?" The stout elder glanced at his daughter still kneeling and replied softly, "I employed 3 secret methods to trace her bloodline, all confirming she is my true kin. There can be no doubt, or I would not have brought her back." Xianxia responded with exasperation, What can I say? I knew your reckless escapades would one day lead to trouble. How many illegitimate children do you have?" "Only this one." Having confirmed Huang Lingo as his niece, Xianxia smiled and said, "Do not stand on ceremony, Ling'er. Please, rise." Yulong interjected, "Old Four, while others may be excused, we are sworn brothers in the same lineage. Today marks the first meeting of my daughter, and Lingo has offered her respectful bow. As her elder, should you not extend a gesture of acknowledgement? Mind you, as the chief elder of discipline for over 200 years, your status in the Yunhai sect is indeed one of great importance. Should the meeting gift be too meager, it could reflect poorly on your esteemed position." Hearing Yulong's shameless remarks, Xianxia nearly rolled his eyes out of frustration. Who would so brazenly demand a gift? Nevertheless, recognizing his brother's character, Xianxia could only manage a wry smile. "You need not remind me. I shall not be stingy with the meeting gift for my niece." As he spoke, a flash of light emanated from a bracelet on his wrist, and a sheathed sword materialized, suspended in midair. The burning silence sword? A splendid treasure, truly worthy of my dear 4th master brother. Ling'er, do not delay. Express your gratitude for your 4th master uncle's generous gift." Huang Lingo once more knelt and said, "Thank you, 4th master uncle, for your generous gift." Yulong was indeed an aficionado of fine treasures. The burning silence divine sword is an exceptionally rare fire-type celestial sword, classified as a celestial artifact. Within the entire Yuhai sect, few fire-type celestial swords can rival this one. Sukai, observing from the side, felt a surge of envy. As the direct disciple of his esteemed master, after enduring years of toil, the sword he wielded was merely of treasured artifact grade. Yet, Upon his master's intervention, the divine celestial sword was bestowed upon the newly initiated Huanglinger. Sukai's heart was laden with discontent. But what could he possibly do? This world is inherently unequal. For many, the culmination of a lifetime of struggle is merely the starting point for a select few. Numerous stewards within the hall of the Discipline Institute approached to congratulate Master Yulong on the reunion with his daughter. Master Yulong's face glowed with pride. His smile broad, yet eyes concealed. After a round of congratulatory remarks, Master Yulong finally said, "Old 4. My eldest disciple is still confined within the stone prison of the Discipline Institute. I intend to take him back now." With a stern expression, Xianxia replied, "Regarding Yi Feng's matter, I have reviewed the records, and his offenses are not trivial. Is it merely a few spiritual herbs? What a minor issue. Allow me to take this insolent boy back for proper admonishment. Moreover, Master Lin Yi has also indicated that it may not have been my disciple's doing. The spiritual herbs are merely part of the cases involving your disciple. He has also verbally harassed Sister Yu Ying's young disciple, Yin Shuanger, expressing a desire for dual cultivation with her due to her beauty. Sister Yu Ying has already come to the Discipline Institute to demand that I impose strict punishment upon Yi Feng. She insists that upon Yi Feng's release, he must personally apologize to Shuanger at the Emoju Pavilion." What? Such a thing has occurred? This insolent boy is truly lacking in discipline and shame. Even if he harbors feelings for Sister Yin, he should not voice them aloud. The crowd in the hall of the Discipline Institute was left in a state of disbelief, nodding in agreement. Truly, like master, like disciple. This is a quintessential example of the adage that a crooked beam will lead to a crooked pillar. Old 4. Do me a favor. Let me take this shameless lad back for some proper discipline. Tomorrow, I will personally escort him to Sister Yun Ying's Mo Mei Pavilion to seek forgiveness from Shuanger. Xianxia understood that if he did not allow his hefty junior brother to take Yi Feng today, it would lead to chaos within the Discipline Institute. Reluctantly, he waved his hand and said, "Old 9, go fetch Yi Feng." Sukai, being Xianxia's ninth direct disciple, was referred to as Old 9. Nodding, Sukai offered a slight bow to his master and Master Yulong, then departed the hall of the Discipline Institute alongside Lin Yi. Chapter 19. Reaching the Sky Ascendant's realm. Foolish practice. In the prison cell within the stone prison, Yi Feng sat cross-legged in meditation. Recently, during his meditations, he experienced a profound sensation, as if he were ensconced in a slowly rotating vortex. This phenomenon induced a slight dizziness, yet it also bestowed upon him an ethereal lightness. A feeling of weightlessness propelled by an invisible and intangible force coursing through his being. The foremost challenge faced by cultivators is the attainment of the fourth realm, known by various names such as Sky Ascendance, Object Control, or Sword Mastery. Only by reaching this threshold does one diverge from the realm of mortals. The first three realms focus on the cultivation of qi, utilizing it to expand meridians, purify bodily impurities, and cultivate the dantian, among other pursuits. However, sword mastery is governed not by qi, but by intention. The transition from the third realm, which pertains to the 100 meridians, to the fourth realm, Sky Ascendance, represents a qualitative transformation, shifting from qi to intention. This intention, articulated in the terminology of cultivators, is referred to as thought power. This novel force, born of connecting the 100 meridians, emanates from the heart. The slightest movement of the cultivator's thoughts invokes sword techniques, conjuring myriad sword shadows that obscure the heavens. The ability to command magical artifacts, manipulate objects from a distance, and even soar through the skies relies on one's thought power to stimulate spiritual energy. Over the past few days, Yi Feng sensed a significant enhancement in his thought power, yet he could not even exert control over a mere pebble from afar. The elder had remarked that Yi Feng's predicament did not stem from insufficient thought power, but rather from the absence of an epiphany. This elusive moment of enlightenment had stymied countless cultivators, acting as a sieve that barred the mediocre from the gates of immortality while allowing the astute to enter. External assistance was futile. Only through personal comprehension of the celestial arts could one succeed. Since yesterday, Yi Feng ceased his attempts to control the pebble and instead resumed meditation, striving to clear his chaotic thoughts. The more eager a cultivator is for enlightenment, the more elusive it becomes. As he emptied his mind of distractions, Yi Feng found himself enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility. Before long, he felt his body swirling with the vortex, and instead of resisting this force, he surrendered to it, believing it to be a mere psychological illusion born of his practice. However, he was mistaken. Although seated in meditation, his body began to rise slowly, hovering approximately 1 meter above the ground while gently rotating. Ethereal wisps of rosy mist coalesced above him. This phenomenon was a manifestation of the substantial spiritual energy required for breaking through to a new realm, gathering around him yet not immediately absorbed into his body, creating a dense aura of spiritual energy surrounding him. This extraordinary sensation persisted for an extended duration, lasting 7 to 8 hours, though it seemed to Yifeng as though only a brief moment had passed. As he acclimated to the swirling force, he began to experiment with controlling it. At this juncture, Yifeng could distinctly perceive the tumultuous changes occurring within him. The rotation of his dantian accelerated, and the spiritual energy from his meridians surged into the dantian with fervor. It felt as though his dantian had transformed into an insatiable abyss, absorbing all the spiritual energy without reaching saturation. Subsequently, tendrils of spiritual energy swiftly streamed into his body from the external environment, rapidly converting into faint strands of spiritual power that replenished his meridians before converging in the dantian. Yifeng felt an unparalleled clarity in his mind, the earlier sensation of slight dizziness having completely dissipated. He realized he had finally crossed the threshold that remained unattainable to mere mortals. Elated, Yifeng stifled the impulse to immediately test his newfound ability of sky ascendance, aware that his dantian had expanded significantly due to this breakthrough. He understood the necessity of absorbing enough spiritual energy to fill it promptly. It was unclear how much time had elapsed, but eventually, the rotation of his dantian began to decelerate, akin to a satiated state, with spiritual energy no longer flowing into it through the meridians. Realizing he had reached a sufficient point, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. The next instant, a peculiar cry erupted from him within the stone prison. What is happening? Why am I floating in midair? Thud. Ouch, my backside. Indeed, Yifeng had lost his balance and plummeted to the ground, landing unceremoniously without any form of descent. Fortunately, he had only been hovering about a meter above the ground. Had he been 3 to 5 meters high, the impact could have resulted in far worse consequences. Yifeng gingerly stood, clutching his rear in pain. Just then, the elder's voice echoed in his mind. What are you howling about, young one? Senior, I just awakened from meditation to find myself suspended in the air. What on earth is going on? And what do you think? How would I know? Suddenly, Yifeng fell silent. His eyes darted, and he sprang into action, leaping with all his might. In that moment, he perceived a monumental change within himself, as if he had shed all weight. His entire being surged skyward. However, the stone prison was only a little over 3 meters high. Thud. Ouch. My head. Yifeng's skull collided painfully with the rocky ceiling of the prison. Clutching his head, he emitted a pained wail, only to swiftly descend once more. Thud. Ouch. My backside. Yifeng had finally attained the 4th realm of sky ascendance, yet he found no time for celebration. With one hand cradling his head and the other protecting his rear, he curled up on the floor like a shrimp. The elder seemed to have lost all hope for this fool, who practices lightness skills in a stone prison. Was he merely inviting disaster? After a considerable struggle, Yifeng finally managed to rise, and then he jubilantly began to dance with glee. Haha, I have reached the sky ascendance realm. I have become an immortal. I am a genius. The greatest genius in the mortal realm. Is there anyone else? I ask. Is there anyone else? Yifeng's boisterous and somewhat lascivious voice reverberated throughout the stone prison. From the very first day of his journey into this world, he had witnessed cultivators soaring through the skies, wielding swords with grace. His envy had been palpable. Now, if given a sword, he too could fly. If he were to return to Earth one day, he would undoubtedly be a superhero, effortlessly winning the heart of a wealthy beauty and scaling the heights of success. I say, enough already. So you've reached the sky ascendance realm. Is it truly worthy of such elation? You've merely scratched the surface, and you dare call yourself an immortal indeed. Senior, you cannot fathom my yearning for sword flight. Allow me to attempt object control from afar. Yifeng scanned the stone prison and soon spotted a small pebble. He extended his hand toward it, concentrated his mind, and summoned his thought power. With a whoosh, an unusual sound echoed as the pebble, located 2 meters away, soared into his grasp. This sensation was utterly enchanting, as if he wielded dominion over all that surrounded him, as though he possessed invisible, ethereal arms. Wow, I've struck gold. Yifeng's exclamations resonated once more within the stone prison. His fellow inmate across the way could only stare in speechless disbelief. Yifeng continued to exert his thought power on various objects, Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly said, "Old senior, you mentioned that once I cultivate the Cloud Sea technique to the fourth realm of sky ascendance and object control, you would impart the sword techniques of our Cloud Sea sect. Is it time for that now?" The elder replied, "I keep my word. Very well, I shall now impart." Abruptly, the dimly lit cave resonated with footsteps. Judging by the sound, it seemed there was more than one person. Yifeng's heart raced with unease. He approached the stone door and peered through the crevice into the corridor. Soon, two figures emerged from the shadows, but the gloom obscured their features. Yifeng's anxiety intensified. Retreating to the corner of the stone prison, contemplating, "This situation feels amiss. They do not appear to be here to deliver food. Could it be that the murderer has come to silence me?" At that moment, footsteps halted outside the stone cell where Yifeng was confined. Subsequently, the sound of chains being pulled echoed through the air. After nearly a month, the iron door of the cell was finally reopened, revealing Lin Yi and Su Kai. Both wearing smiles, Yifeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He quickly clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Ah, it is you, Senior Brother Lin and Senior Brother Su. What brings you here?" Lin Yi, maintaining his smile, scrutinized Yifeng, whose face still bore traces of lingering fear. It was evident that he had not yet regained his memory. Otherwise, upon seeing the two, he would have expressed anger, fear, or hatred, rather than mere trepidation. Lin Yi then spoke, "Junior Brother Yi, I am here to inform you that you are free to leave." "Really? Has everything been investigated? I was indeed wronged." Yifeng exclaimed. "And, Senior Brother Lin, have you discovered who sought to harm me? Who is it?" Lin Yi shook his head, saying, "The investigation is still ongoing, and there are currently no leads." Yifeng felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, suspicion crept into his mind. Why, if the investigation was inconclusive, were they suddenly releasing him? Yifeng's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. He said, Senior Brother Lin, Senior Brother Su, since the investigation is not complete, perhaps it would be best if I remained here for now. I would prefer to stay. At this moment, he genuinely did not wish to leave, not due to an addiction to the confinement, but because he had just reached the fourth level of the sky control realm. And the elder was poised to impart the sword techniques of the Yuhai sect to him. If he were released now, it would surely hinder his progress. Lin Yi and Su Kai exchanged glances. Su Kai remarked, "Junior Brother Yi, have you truly lost your wits? We are here to release you. And yet you wish to remain?" Yifeng forced a laugh and replied, "Senior Brother Su, I have no particular matters awaiting me outside. Just allow me to stay here for 5 days. No, 3 days will suffice." Su Kai shook his head, exclaiming, "I believe you have genuinely lost it. You must get ready to leave with me immediately." In a fit of defiance, Yifeng plopped down in the corner. "I refuse to go. I swear. I shall not leave today. Please, keep me here for a few more days." Observing Yifeng's stubbornness, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, sensing that Yifeng was not acting foolishly but rather had become astute. Though he had lost his memory, he understood that the stone cell of the Discipline Institute was far safer than the outside world. His reluctance to leave the cell likely stemmed from concerns about his safety outside. At that moment, the elder's voice resonated in Yifeng's mind. "Young man, go with them." "Go where?" "You have yet to teach me the sword techniques. If I step outside now, I might be killed by villains. Why couldn't they have arrived a few hours later? They chose the moment you were about to teach me. Rest assured, we will meet again soon." "Meet again soon? What do you mean? You have been confined here for over 200 years. Do you expect to be released soon? You will soon comprehend my meaning. Follow them. Trusting me will not lead you astray. I would not wish you harm." Chapter 20. Are they truly father and daughter? Have they conducted a DNA test? Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly. This venerable elder, who had been preparing roasted chicken for him daily and imparting cultivation techniques, treated him far better than his unreliable master ever did. Surely he would not wish him harm. Yet, Yifeng felt a flicker of hesitation within. "Stop overthinking it. Rest assured, everything is under my control," the elder reassured him. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng ultimately chose to trust the old man. He stood up, dusted himself off, and announced, "Hey, Brother Su, Brother Lin, I shall accompany you outside." Lin Yi chuckled, "That's the spirit. Let us be on our way." Upon stepping out of the prison cell, Yifeng approached the adjacent cell, peering inside. He wished to discern what this elder truly looked like. However, the cell was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any flickering candlelight, rendering it impossible to see anything. "Old senior, I am leaving now. Please do not deceive me." Yifeng called out in his heart, but there was no response. With a mind full of questions, he followed the two men out of the stone prison. As he gazed at the azure sky, inhaled the crisp air, and observed the fleeting lights and the surrounding floating peaks, Yifeng cast aside his earlier gloom, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the entire world. I am finally free. Though the road ahead may be perilous, I shall bravely carve through thorns and surmount great heights. In this realm, I dictate my own fate, as the winds and clouds shift at my command. His youthful exuberance shone through, though after a month of confinement, he appeared disheveled and ragged, resembling a small beggar shouting aimlessly at the heavens. Lin Yi and Su Kai exchanged glances, pondering. It seems this fellow has not only lost his memory, but also his mental composure. Clearing his throat, Lin Yi said, Junior brother Yi, let's refrain from such sentiments for now. Master Yulong is awaiting you in the front hall. Oh, I shall go at once. Wait. Yifeng suddenly recalled, Master Yulong? That name sounds familiar. My master? Has he returned? Indeed, Master Yulong has just returned to the mountain today. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Understanding dawned upon Yifeng, illuminating why he had been released so suddenly. It was due to the return of his old lecherous master. A wave of unprecedented joy surged through him. During his confinement, he had envisioned countless potential challenges and dangers he might face, including the possibility of being murdered again. Yet all these scenarios were predicated on the assumption that Master Yulong had perished in the embrace of a woman. Now, with his master alive and returned, all of Yifeng's conjectures became moot. His face radiated joy, though deep within his eyes flickered a tinge of worry. As Master Yulong was the closest person to the original host, Yifeng feared that he might see through his true identity. An avalanche of thoughts cascaded through Yifeng's mind as he pondered how to deceive Master Yulong into not harboring any suspicions. Amnesia. Suddenly, Yifeng felt that not possessing the original host's memories might not be such a disadvantage after all. Come on, let us move quickly. He urged the two men. Lin Yi halted, saying, Junior brother Yi, the front hall is filled with elders, in your current state. It would be wise to change into fresh attire and clean yourself up. Yifeng glanced down at his disheveled appearance and admitted, I didn't bring any spare clothes. With a chuckle, Lin Yi produced a set of simple blue garments from his storage artifact. Here, I happen to have a spare. Let us tidy up before you meet Master Yulong. Yifeng accepted gratefully, thinking to himself that Lin Yi was rather pleasant to deal with. In the great hall of the disciplined courtyard, Master Yulong was enthusiastically boasting to Xianxia about his daughter. He urged Xianxia to find a partner while he still had some vitality left, suggesting that perhaps he could experience a miraculous rebirth, just as he had. Observing Master Yulong's insufferable visage, Xianxia gritted his teeth, unable to deny a twinge of envy. However, at 400 years of age, rekindling old flames was a daunting prospect, and he felt the likelihood of bearing offspring in this lifetime was slim. As they spoke, Yifeng's boisterous voice approached. Master. Where is my master? Having changed and tidied himself, Yifeng dashed into the hall. With numerous individuals present, he was uncertain which among them was his master. Fortunately, Master Yulong called out, You rascal! What mischief have you been up to in the 3 years I've been away? No need for further speculation, the short, stout figure before him was indeed Master Yulong. Yifeng rushed forward, embracing him before the old man could react. Master! Master! I've missed you so much. Where have you been these past 3 years? Master Yulong was taken aback. When did his disciple become so affectionate? 3 years apart had seen Yifeng grow taller. Though his face remained largely unchanged, perhaps a bit more mature, but also more haggard. The bond between them was genuine, forged through years of guidance. Reflecting on the hardships Yifeng must have endured in his absence, Master Yulong felt tears welling up. Fenger, I have returned. No one shall bully you again. At this moment, Yifeng's heart surged with emotion, akin to a lost ship seeing the lighthouse of a harbor. Navigating this world alone had been a formidable task. But now that his master was back, he felt a newfound sense of security. No longer would he fear being bullied, ostracized, or even killed as the original host had been. With no lingering worries, he could devote himself entirely to his endeavors. In the grand hall of the disciplined courtyard, the master and disciple embraced, weeping for a considerable time before they finally subdued their surging emotions. Master Yulong then introduced Huang Lingo, saying, Fenger, this is my daughter, and she will be your junior sister from now on. Huang Linger bowed. Huang Linger greets senior brother. Wait, we're not familiar yet. Let me gather my thoughts. Master, are you saying this lovely young lady is your daughter? Yifeng questioned, a look of skepticism crossing his face. Yes, Master Yulong replied, grinning. By blood? Yifeng queried, doubtful. Absolutely, It's not something that can be easily explained in a few words. Let us return first. With that, Master Yulong acknowledged several elders in the hall before taking Huang Linger's hand and departing. Yufeng scratched his head, eyeing the father-daughter duo with suspicion. One was ethereal and charming, while the other was stout and unappealing. Were they truly related? Had they conducted a DNA test? Yufeng mused silently, being quite courteous. Yufeng offered a respectful salute to the elders, including Xianxia, before hastily following his master out of the disciplined courtyard. Linny and Su Kai, having witnessed Yufeng's departure, exchanged relieved glances. They were now entirely convinced that Yufeng had indeed lost his memory. Otherwise, he would have already divulged everything to Master Yulong. However, no one could guarantee whether the memories he had lost would ever resurface. Linny was already contemplating how to eliminate this young man. After all, Yufeng possessed secrets of colossal significance, entangling numerous individuals, while the loss of the spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden was of little consequence. Yifeng walked alongside his master along the stone path winding through the mountainside of Xianxia Peak. "Brat," inquired Master Yulong, "are you truly incapable of reform? You dare to steal the spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden?" Yifeng shook his head and replied, "Master, I don't recall. It is likely a case of mistaken identity." "Mistaken identity?" Master Yulong retorted with irritation. "You still have the audacity to proclaim your innocence? Are you not aware of your own character? I have taught you since childhood that if one is to commit theft, one should aspire to be a grand thief. Petty theft lacks finesse. Why can you not heed my counsel? You have brought disgrace upon my name." Yifeng felt a profound sense of helplessness within. He finally comprehended why the original owner of this body was regarded as a villain deserving of extermination. His master, Yulong, was undeniably complicit in this matter. With such a pedagogical approach, it would be astonishing to produce a disciple of noble character and righteous deeds. Scratching his head, Yifeng remarked, "Master, it is not that I cry injustice. The medicinal herbs were lost not long before I was ambushed and buried in the chaotic graveyard behind Luoxia Peak. Fortunately, I am fortunate enough to have crawled out from the grave in the dead of night. I suspect someone sought to silence me." "What? Such a thing occurred?" Master Yulong abruptly halted, the lewd expression on his plump face vanishing, replaced by a stern gravity. He slowly inquired, "Who did this to you?" Yifeng shook his head. I cannot remember." "Cannot remember? What do you mean?" Master Yulong's expression turned skeptical. "After I crawled out of the grave, my memory was a blank. I cannot recall many things." Master Yulong's gaze flickered, his demeanor shifting dramatically. His eyes, now fixed on Yifeng, bore an odd intensity, as if Yifeng harbored a secret of grave consequence capable of invoking peril. Observing disciples of the Yuhai sect passing by, he stated, "This is not a place for discussion. Let us return and speak further." Chapter 21. Yuheng visits to apologize. Contending for the position of sect leader, the three disciples returned to their residence, where the courtyard had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once overrun with weeds and covered in dust, it was now impeccably clean. The junior disciples were diligently tidying up the rooms. Upon seeing Master Yulong's return, a young man with slightly dark skin approached, bowing respectfully. "Master Yulong, your quarters will soon be ready. Would you like me to leave a couple of junior disciples to attend to your daily needs?" Initially, Master Yulong intended to select a couple of clever young maidens, considering his daughter was of considerable age and deserved to be taught the ways of cultivation rather than waste her time on menial tasks like laundry and cooking. However, upon learning of Yifeng's misfortune, buried in a graveyard, Master Yulong changed his mind. He did not wish to have spies embedded around him. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I have grown accustomed to a leisurely life. I fear the presence of others. Let us postpone this discussion for a while." The young disciple nodded slightly, replying, "If Master requires assistance, you may select from the outer disciples." Before long, all the rooms, kitchen, and small dining area were spotless. The outer disciples worked meticulously, ensuring even the space beneath the beds was immaculate. Their diligence stemmed from a desire to leave a favorable impression on Master Yulong. The lowly status of these outer disciples meant that if they could catch the attention of an elder and be entrusted with their care, their standing would significantly improve. Statistics indicated that at least 40% of those who served elders closely eventually became their disciples, propelling them into the ranks of elite inner disciples. Just as Master Yulong was about to close the door and inquire about Yifeng's situation, a large group arrived outside the courtyard, led by none other than the chief elder of the Beast Spirit Institute, Yu Hong. Numerous disciples followed behind, carrying various provisions such as grains, oil, and meat. The news of Master Yulong's return with his long-lost daughter had spread throughout Xing Luo Peak within half a day. There were also reports that Master Yulong was furious over his eldest disciple Yufeng being sent to guard the herb garden and threatened to retaliate against the Beast Spirit Institute the following morning. Upon receiving this news, Yuheng felt quite anxious. Being old friends for 300 to 400 years, he understood Master Yulong's temperament well. While others might jest about attacking the Beast Spirit Institute, Master Yulong's threats were likely to be serious. To prevent the situation from escalating, Yuheng decided to visit personally. Among the 6 institutes in Yunhai, the Beast Spirit Institute was the largest, with the broadest scope of responsibilities. It not only managed the spirit beasts and herbs, but also oversaw the living provisions for the tens of thousands of disciples in Yunhai. This included everything from fruits and vegetables to meat, and even many of Yunhai's enterprises in the mortal realm. Yuheng stood at 7 feet tall, slim in build with a Taoist bun. Despite sporting a sparse goatee, his sharp features were accentuated by high cheekbones and deep-set eyes that glimmered like lightning. Over 100 years ago, he had reached the 8th level of the celestial realm, and now he was at least at the pinnacle of that realm. Although he had only managed the Beast Spirit Institute for over 50 years, he seldom made appearances unless there were significant matters to address. Brother Yulong, I hear you have found your biological daughter in the mortal realm. Congratulations! I understand that your return has brought many inconveniences, so I have brought you some necessities. Yuheng exclaimed with an innocuous smile as he entered. However, Master Yulong, emerging from within, seemed unimpressed, rolling his eyes and retorting, Yuheng, I was planning to visit you at the Beast Spirit Institute tomorrow morning, yet here you are, coming to me instead. I hope you can provide a reasonable and flawless explanation regarding my eldest disciple's exile to the herb garden. Otherwise, our conversation today will remain unresolved. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this inside, Yuheng urged, attempting to usher Master Yulong into the room. Recognizing that there was likely more to the situation than met the eye, Master Yulong replied, Fenger, direct these disciples to move the provisions into the kitchen, and the alcohol can be stored in the cellar. Understood, Master. Yuheng had indeed brought a substantial amount of supplies, including over 30 jars of fine wine. Considering the mountain's cold climate and the fact that Huang Linger lacked cultivation, several blankets were also included. As a 4th-tier elder, Master Yulong's quarters were quite modest. Upon entering, he offered no tea to his guest, instead taking a seat with a stern expression. Yuheng glanced around, hesitating to speak. Rest assured, my room is soundproof. Once the door is closed, even if one were to be turned into minced meat inside, it would remain unheard outside. That's good to know, Master Yulong replied. I understand your reluctance, but I am quite displeased about Yi Feng's assignment to the herb garden. However, I too find myself in a position of helplessness, Yuheng said, his expression revealing his inner conflict. Yuheng, speak plainly. Has something transpired in my absence over these 3 years? It all revolves around that coveted chair, he replied, lowering his voice despite the soundproofing. Master Yulong furrowed his brow, fully aware that the chair referred to the sect leader's throne in Yunhai. He slowly remarked, When I descended the mountain 3 years ago, weren't Changkong and Jinghong behaving themselves? How is it that in just 3 years, they have begun to vie for power again? Hasn't Brother Yunyi intervened? Currently, Yunyi, the sect leader of Yunhai, had 7 true disciples. The first disciple Du Gu Changkong, the second disciple Fu Jinghong, the third disciple Qin Han, the fourth disciple Lu Changyuan, the fifth disciple Li Yuhai, the sixth disciple Lin Yi, and the junior disciple Miao Xiaorou. Master Yulong referred to Changkong and Jinghong, the first and second disciples, both remarkably talented and nearing a century in age. It was widely accepted that one of them would eventually succeed the sect. Over the years, they had engaged in both overt and covert struggles for the position of the junior sect leader. Their master, Yunyi, had turned a blind eye. As this rivalry was a tradition within Yunhai, he himself had once defeated his senior brother to become the sect leader. Brother Yulong, since your departure 3 years ago, many events have unfolded that you are unaware of. Shortly after you left, Master Yun Yi often entered seclusion to advance his cultivation. Many matters were delegated to Chong Kong and Jing Hong as a test to determine who would be the better successor. In these 2 years, they took advantage of the Master's absence to embed many of their confidants within the 6 institutes. Yu Hong explained, his expression filled with resignation. He had experienced the fierce power struggles of 200 years ago and understood the terrifying nature of political rivalry. No one could remain unscathed. Nearly every elder in Yuhai was compelled to take sides. Master Yulong furrowed his brows for a lengthy pause before stating, How could the rivalry between Chang Kong and Jing Hong involve my disciple? He is merely a minor character who has yet to reach the realm of flight. I am not well versed in the specific matters at hand. Whether you believe it or not, I was unaware of Yi Feng's transfer to the herb garden prior to it. During that period, I was engrossed in seclusion and cultivation, and only learned of this event upon my return. Senior brother Yulong, you know me well. Had I been present, I would never have sent your disciple to guard the herb garden. Indeed, I find that credible. Junior brother Yuang, who was responsible for Feng's affairs. It was Lin Yi, the disciple. Is it him? He belongs to the Chang Kong lineage. Could this matter be related to them? I did not suggest such a thing. Master Yuheng quickly denied and distanced himself from any implication. Given that Duga Chang Kong is likely to become the future leader of Yunhai sect, Master Yuheng dare not offend him. However, from his peculiar expression at this moment, it is clear that Master Yulong's conjecture may not be far from the truth. Master Yulong spoke slowly. Their struggles are their own. Why involve Feng in the herb garden? To them, Feng poses no threat whatsoever. What secret lies behind this? Master Yuheng shrugged and replied, that is a question for Yi Feng himself. I wish it were so, but Feng was recently harmed by someone. Fortunately, he possesses great fortune and managed to claw his way back from the grave. Yet he has lost many memories and can hardly recall anything. What? Master Yuheng stood abruptly, his gaunt cheeks betraying his shock. Our Yunhai sect, the righteous leader, is sworn to uphold the world and eradicate demons. To slay a fellow sect member is an unforgivable sin. Who would dare to act with such audacity? Master Yulong mentioned this to gauge Master Yuheng's reaction. Seeing the genuine astonishment on Master Yuheng's face, he concluded that this matter did not involve him. He continued slowly. Perhaps Feng's peril did not stem from the loss of certain celestial herbs, but rather from knowing a secret that should remain hidden, prompting someone to wish for his eternal disappearance. Master Yuheng inquired, should I send someone to investigate? There is no need. With the succession of leaders throughout the ages, countless bodies have surfaced in the graveyard. Alas, within the sect, who can truly remain unscathed? Chapter 22, Linger S. Tragic Past. Master S. examination. The disciples of the Beast Spirit Academy, after depositing the necessary supplies for their daily life, departed. The industrious Huang Lingo was already busy in the kitchen, while Yufeng diligently assisted her. His intentions were not merely to occupy the role of a sycophant, but to gain a deeper understanding of this unexpectedly appeared junior sister. Indeed, it was about understanding. One must admit that Huang Lingo possessed remarkable beauty, aside from a slight darkness to her skin. She was quite exquisite in all other aspects. Gradually, the bond between the senior brother and sister grew more familiar, opening the door to conversation. Through Huang Lingo's narration, Yifeng learned that his master had been searching for her whereabouts for 3 long years since her disappearance. As for the 15 years of Huang Lingo's life, they had been filled with hardships. Upon her birth, she was sent to the countryside by her mother and raised by a couple of farmers. Unfortunately, when she was 4 years old, a plague struck the village, claiming the lives of her adoptive parents. Subsequently, the government sent Huang Linger to a charity orphanage, akin to those found on Earth. After spending over 2 years there, at the age of 7, she was taken by a family of officials to serve as a companion for their young lady. However, within 2 years, that family fell into disrepute. The master was executed, and the women were exiled. As a maid, Huang Lingo remained unscathed, and by then, she was 10 years old, entering another affluent household as a servant. Within a year, the young lady was to embark on a study trip and took Huang Lingo along. They traversed through various places, encountering bandits, and all the guards were slaughtered. Huang Linger and the young lady fled to the riverside, where, in an effort to preserve her virtue, Huang Linger leapt into the water. The timid young lady hesitated and, after being violated by dozens of bandits, met a tragic end. Fortuitously, Huang Lingo was resilient. She was carried downstream for several miles and eventually washed ashore. Fearing punishment from the master upon her return, she wandered alone. Nearly a year passed before she passed through a small village. A kind old woman, moved by her plight, took her in. Thus, Huang Linger and the old woman became each other's sole companions, barely making a living by tea-picking and weaving. It was only 2 weeks ago that Yulong Shuren found her. My master is truly remarkable, to have located me and even recognized me, Huang Linger exclaimed. I have never met my father, so naturally, I did not recognize him. It was all because of this. She produced a jade pendant from her collar, its verdant hue revealing its high quality. This was given to me by my mother when I was sent away, and I have worn it all these years. One day, while I was washing clothes by the river, My father happened to pass by, saw this pendant around my neck, and recognized me. That was how I discovered my true identity. Yifeng was taken aback, but could not help but think, TSK, TSK, TSK. To identify his daughter by a common jade pendant? My master certainly has a vast heart. Did he not notice the significant differences in their appearances? At that moment, Huang Lingo spoke again. Senior brother, you have just arrived. Let me handle these chores. You should return to your room and rest. How can that be? As your senior brother, it is my duty to take care of you, Yifeng replied. It's quite all right. I have been doing these tasks for many years. She insisted, I can manage on my own. Seeing her determination, Yifeng relented. Upon exiting the kitchen, he noticed the door to his master's room was ajar. Yuheng Shishu emerged and, upon seeing Yifeng, regarded him with a peculiar gaze, though a warm smile graced his face. Yifeng quickly greeted, Yuheng Shishu. It is nearly noon. Please stay for a meal before you depart. Yuheng Shiren chuckled, perhaps another day. I have matters to attend to at the Beast Spirit Academy. Yifeng was merely being courteous and clasped his fists in farewell. Just as he was about to return to his room, he heard his master's voice calling, Fenger. Come here. I wish to examine your health and discuss a few matters. A jolt of anxiety surged through Yifeng. He understood that his master was immensely powerful, ranking among the top 10 in the Yunhai sect. He feared that his master might discern that he was not the original disciple. Master, my injuries have nearly healed. There is no need to trouble yourself. He protested. Come in without further ado. His master commanded, dismissing Yifeng's objections. Reluctantly, Yifeng entered his master's chamber. This was not a physical examination akin to that of a dubious old man inspecting a young girl. Instead, Yifeng sat in a chair while Yulong Shuren placed his hand upon Yifeng's wrist. It was not a typical pulse diagnosis, rather. A thread of spiritual awareness was transmitted through his fingertips into Yifeng's body, akin to an internal inspection. The meridians, blood vessels, muscles, and organs within Yifeng manifested before Yulong Shuren's keen perception. After a considerable time, Yulong Shuren withdrew his hand and declared, Your internal injuries have indeed healed significantly, and your cultivation has remarkably reached the void ascension stage. From a young age, I observed your exceptional aptitude. You are indeed a promising candidate for cultivating the path of immortality. It proves that my foresight is astute, thanks to my diligent guidance over the years. You have achieved the void ascension stage at just 16. Truly, I'm a competent and great master. A delighted smile spread across Yulong Shuren's face. Before returning, his greatest hope was that Yifeng would reach the 100 meridian stage. He never imagined the boy would surprise him by attaining the void ascension stage. Entering the void ascension signifies a transcendence from the mundane to the realm of immortality. The fourth layer of void ascension is a crucial threshold for cultivators, enabling them to fly on swords and significantly extend their lifespans. Watching Yulong Shuren boast unabashedly, Yifeng felt a deep sense of irony. Astute foresight? Competent and great? You vanished for 3 years. My reaching the void ascension stage has nothing to do with you, but rather the influence of that old man in the stone prison. Of course, Yifeng dared only to grumble internally, not daring to voice his thoughts, lest his master retaliate. With a faint smile, Yifeng said, My achievements are certainly a result of your diligent teachings, master. By the way, I wish to inquire about something. What is it, master? In the stone prison of the Discipline Institute, there is an old man who has been imprisoned for over 200 years. Who is he in our Yunhai sect? And what crime did he commit? A hint of surprise crossed Yulong Shuren's round face. What? Such a matter? I have not heard of it. Yifeng was taken aback. Seeing his master's genuine surprise assured him that it was no fabrication. He nodded. Indeed, there is an old man, though I have heard he has gone mad. Let him be mad. He must have committed some offense to be imprisoned. There is no need for you to inquire further, Yulong Shuren replied dismissively. Yulong Shuren did not pay much heed to the old man who had been imprisoned for over 200 years. After all, the Yunhai sect was vast. With tens of thousands of disciples, it was not uncommon for a few individuals of lesser backgrounds to be confined for violating the rules. Realizing he could not uncover the identity of the elder who had imparted knowledge to him, Yifeng shifted the topic. Master, why do I suffer from amnesia? Is it due to a head injury? Yulong Shuren pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Your soul is unharmed. I do not comprehend why you have lost your memory. However, such matters are of little importance. Memories are fickle, especially for cultivators. Losing a decade or so is hardly significant. I, your master, am 380 years old, and I can scarcely recall memories from before I turned 100, yet still lead a fulfilling life. Yifeng could not help but smile wryly. He had confirmed that his master indeed had a generous heart. Nonetheless, he felt reassured that his master had not discerned his true identity as an impostor. Yifeng nodded slightly, then expressed his concerns. Master, I still harbor some worries. That malevolent individual may pose a threat to me again. The expression of Master Yulong gradually grew somber. I comprehend that slaying one's fellow disciples is a grievous transgression. Even though you have lost your memories and cannot recall the perpetrator, there remains the possibility of your recollection returning, and your adversary is unlikely to relent. It is easy to evade an overt assault, yet a covert one poses a formidable challenge. Even if I were to return, it is feared that they would not cease their pursuit. Therefore, Feng if you wish to preserve your life, you must not regain your memories, at least. To outside observers, you must appear to have utterly lost your past recollections. Of course, should you remember anything one day, you must report it to me at once. I shall handle the matter. Do not disclose it to anyone other than myself. Yifeng grasped Master Yulong's intentions and nodded silently. The master and disciple exchanged words until suddenly, Master Yulong adopted a stern demeanor and inquired, Feng I must ask you, have you been flirting with Xianxia? Are you intending to cultivate dual practices with her? Moreover, did you boast about your prowess in bed? The smile on Yifeng's lips froze instantaneously. Master, actually that matter what nonsense. I have taught you since childhood that we are of a righteous sect. When confronted with a beautiful maiden of alluring form, one must exercise restraint over one's emotions and avoid lewd glances, continually reminding oneself of one's virtuous standing. Yet you seem to have disregarded my teachings completely. What an unaccomplished fellow you are, to speak your unguarded thoughts upon merely seeing a beauty. How disgraceful! Yifeng was bewildered, his mind filled with questions. He had anticipated a severe reprimand from his master, yet he never imagined such a conversation would ensue. Master, I have erred. I had just emerged from the grave and momentarily forgot your teachings. Upon seeing the beauty, I could not contain myself. You could not contain yourself. Yet I must now bear the brunt of it. That Xianxia is a direct disciple of the old hag, Lady Yuing, whom I despise deeply. And now, because of your trivial matter, I must personally visit her to apologize tomorrow. At my age, I am utterly embarrassed by you. Yifeng mused inwardly. You, an old man nearing 400, spend your days seeking out pleasures with women. Surely everyone in the realm knows of your exploits. How can you still feel shame? Naturally, he would never dare voice such thoughts before his master. Yifeng lowered his head and said, Master, I have wronged you. I have brought shame upon you. I shall go to Xianxia first thing tomorrow to offer my apologies. Had it been any other transgression, Master Yulong would undoubtedly have punished Yifeng severely. However, in this case of flirting with a virtuous maiden, it was perhaps best to let it slide. After all, he had a penchant for such matters. Yifeng had been raised under his guidance, and it could hardly be deemed a misfortune of the sect, but rather a legacy of the master's teachings. While the master and disciple conversed, a voice echoed from outside, Sixth Uncle, are you in? Chapter 23 Master Brother Chang Kong and Ling Er, whose courtesy name is Jing Shu, are among the few individuals within the Yunhai sect who can address Yulong Shangren as their sixth uncle. Yulong Shangren's expression remained tranquil, as though he had anticipated the arrival of this individual. Brother Chang Kong has arrived. Phone air. Please invite him in and prepare a pot of tea, he instructed. As Yifeng exited his master's chamber, he encountered a striking young man clad in purple, his hair meticulously styled, entering the courtyard. This young man was undeniably handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, and a chiseled face that exuded a sense of resilience and fortitude, devoid of any semblance of the delicate charm typical of young men on earth. Yifeng recognized that this exceptionally handsome individual, even more so than Wu Yanzu, was none other than the eldest disciple of the sect leader, Du Guchang Kong. Previously, Xianxia had mentioned him while recounting the internal affairs of the Yunhai sect. Brother Chang Kong. Yifeng approached briskly, cupping his fists in salute. Junior brother Yi, it has been quite some time. You've grown so tall. You are far more dashing than in your youth. Du Guchang Kong greeted with a warm smile, radiating an aura akin to that of an amiable elder brother. Yifeng scratched his head modestly and replied, You flatter me, Brother Chang Kong. In comparison to you, I am but a mere speck of dust. After exchanging pleasantries, they arrived before Yulong Shangren's door. Master, Brother Chang Kong has arrived. Come in, Yulong Shangren beckoned. Du Guchang Kong adjusted his already well-fitted attire and stepped inside. Yifeng, however, headed towards the kitchen to brew tea for the two of them. Upon entering the kitchen, he noticed Huang Ling Er tidying up. Master brother, who is that esteemed brother? She inquired curiously. He is Dugu Changkong, the eldest disciple of our sect leader. By the way, where are the tea leaves sent by the Beast Spirit Academy? Master requested a fine brew to be sent over. Just then, the water in the pot had reached a boil. Soon, he prepared the tea. And Huang Ling carried it into her father's room. Dugu Changkong smiled and remarked, "This must be Sister Ling, indeed possessing remarkable talent for cultivation. It appears that our Yunhai sect is to gain yet another extraordinary woman." Yulong Shangren chuckled, "Indeed. One need only consider whose daughter she is. In less than 20 years, Ling will surely be a world-renowned celestial maiden." Huang Ling felt a bit embarrassed by her father's praise. After greeting Dugu Changkong, she withdrew from the room. This girl is excellent in every way. But she is a bit shy and doesn't even know to serve tea to her elder brother, Yulong Shangren muttered. Desiring to pour tea for Dugu Changkong himself, the latter, as a junior, naturally refused to let his elder serve him and promptly took up the teapot. Sister Ling is still new and a bit timid. She will acclimatize in due time, he said, pouring 2 cups of tea and handing one to Yulong Shangren. Yulong Shangren accepted it and casually placed it on the side table. He did not mention Yifeng's exile to the medicinal garden, but instead asked, "Changkong, how has your master been during my absence of over 3 years? Is he in good health?" "Yes, master is well. More than a year ago, he attained some enlightenment and began seclusion for cultivation. This time, he should have no trouble breaking through to the Tianji realm." "That's good to hear. Nowadays, the demonic sects have become increasingly rampant, and other righteous factions are continuously encroaching on neighboring powers. If our sect leader can reach the Tianji realm, it would be a tremendous boon for our Yunhai sect." Dugu Changkong nodded with a smile. "Indeed, Master Uncle is quite right. By the way, Master Uncle, since you and Sister Ling have just returned, allow me to handle the matter of her identity. During Master S seclusion, I have been managing the Transmission Institute, making it quite convenient for registration," he continued. "You are indeed filial, unlike Jing Hong, who has even come to pay his respects after my long return." Yulong Shangren remarked with a hint of displeasure. A fleeting glimmer of unusual emotion crossed Dugu Changkong's eyes before vanishing. He laughed and replied, "Master Uncle has misunderstood. Jing Hong just descended the mountain 3 days ago to handle some matters in Yuzhou. He will likely return in a few days." "Oh, you have always cared for him and spoken on his behalf," Yulong Shangren noted. "Who can blame me? I am the eldest brother, after all. And it is my duty to look after my junior brothers and sisters," Dugu Changkong responded with a smile. The entire sect was aware of the rivalry between him and his second brother, Fu Jinghong, for the position of the young sect master. Yulong Shangren suddenly began to criticize Fu Jinghong in front of him, leaving Dugu Changkong somewhat uncertain. Many believed that this plump old man was merely a lecher. However, Dugu Changkong understood that this carefree demeanor was merely a facade. The old man was astute and clever. Years ago, his master, Yunhe, ranked second among his peers, yet managed to defeat master brother Yunhe and ascended to the position of sect leader. This plump master uncle was undoubtedly instrumental in that victory. Uncertain of Yulong Shangren's intentions, Dugu Changkong hesitated to discuss Fu Jinghong further, opting for more decorous conversation. Then, Dugu Changkong inquired, "Master Uncle, have you decided on a name for Sister Ling?" Yulong Shangren retrieved a slip of paper from his robes and handed it to Dugu Changkong, which bore Huang Ling name, birth date, and the name Jingshu he had chosen. Dugu Changkong glanced at it and praised, "Jingshu, where Jing denotes elegance and tranquility, and Shu signifies beauty and grace. Sister Ling is indeed composed and graceful, her appearance lovely. The name Jingshu perfectly complements her. Indeed, I pondered this throughout my journey, having thoroughly examined the characters before selecting the character Shu. Ling is quite fond of this name," Yulong Shangren replied. "However, Master Uncle, I have some concerns. With over 30,000 young disciples, this name may have already been taken. Fear not, Master Uncle. This name was personally chosen by you. And since Sister Ling adores it, it is fated to belong to her. You certainly know how to manage affairs. Just ensure that the matter does not attract too much attention. You know I dislike offending others." "Understood. I will handle it appropriately." The Yunhai sect has a legacy spanning over 4,800 years, with Dugu Changkong, Yifeng, and others being part of the 27th generation of disciples. Due to the sect's vast number of disciples, a system of 4 generational titles has been in place since 1,000 years ago, allowing each generation to choose from 4 titles. For instance, the 26th generation disciples have the titles Yu, Yun, Dao, and Shou. This explains why, under the same master. One finds names beginning with different generational titles, such as Yun-Yi, Yulong, Yuchen, and Yun-He. The 4 generational titles for this generation of disciples are Yuan, Zheng, Jing, and Rong. Yifeng is his secular name, but he also possesses an identity token engraved with Zhengyi. He can be referred to as Yifeng or Yi Zhengyi. If he reaches a venerable age and takes monastic vows, he would be known as Zheng Yi Dao Ren, Zheng Yi Zhan Ren. If he remains a layman, he may be addressed as Zheng Yi Shang Ren or Zheng Yi San Ren. On the journey back to the mountain, Yulong Shangren had already decided on a name for his daughter. After all, being a girl, a name based on Jing might be too masculine. Thus, he chose Jing as her character, naming her Jingshu. With nearly 40,000 disciples in the Yunhai sect, approximately 1/3 of whom are female, it is likely that the name Jingshu has already been claimed. However, such is the unfairness of the world. Who could deny that Huang Ling is the daughter of Yulong? Digu Chang Kong tucked the slip of paper into his robes and said, "Master Uncle, since you have just returned, I shall not intrude further. Tomorrow, I will bring Sister Ling Heir's identity token." Yulong Shangren nodded. "I understand that you are busy now, so I shall not keep you. As for Sister Ling Heir's identity token, there is no need for you to deliver it personally. Just send a disciple to bring it." Dugu Chang Kong cupped his fists in salute and took his leave, as Yulong Shangren escorted him to the door. The smile on his plump face gradually faded after Du Gu Chang Kong exited the courtyard, leaving one to wonder what thoughts lingered in his mind. When Huang Ling went to bring tea for Yulong Shangren, Yifeng entered his own room. "Is this truly my room?" Upon entering, Yifeng found himself momentarily taken aback. After all, his master was none other than the illustrious Yulong, a renowned figure of the Yunhai sect. How could his living quarters be so meager? The floor was laid with blue bricks, many of which were old and slightly raised. Inside, there was a wooden bed, a wooden table, and 4 stools. Beneath the bed lay a chamber pot, while 2 large boxes for storing clothes rested against one side. In the corner stood a somewhat dilapidated bamboo screen, behind which was a large bathing tub. Such tubs were a staple for every cultivator, as they engaged in the comprehension of nature's essence and the refinement of their own being. During the cultivation process, impurities would be expelled from the body through the pores, leaving behind a residue upon the skin and producing an unpleasant odor. Thus, nearly every disciple's quarters would feature a bathing tub, allowing them to cleanse themselves regularly. Cultivators seldom pursued material wealth. Most of their abodes were far from opulent. For instance, the room of Lin Yi, the sect leader's disciple, contained only a wooden bed and table, devoid of any precious antiques or artworks. Yifeng's room was quite similar. Despite the room's simplicity, Yifeng felt a profound sense of joy within. For the first time in his life, he truly understood the phrase "when one reaches the end of the road, a new path may emerge." He had attained the ability to soar through the skies and regained his freedom, and his master had returned. One fortunate event followed another, nearly overwhelming him with delight. The only aspect that left him somewhat dissatisfied was that his master had brought back a daughter. Though Huang Linger was strikingly beautiful, with long legs to match, her presence would undoubtedly claim much of the affection that his master had previously bestowed upon him. After all, she was his biological child, while Yifeng was merely the one taken in. Chapter 24. The 4 sovereigns of the cloud see Huang Lingo surpass those ethereal beings who barely lifted a finger. Mapo tofu, jade white emeralds, twice-cooked pork, steamed base, dry-fried eel strips, complemented by a large bowl of tremella, almond, and lily soup, all prepared solely by her, gracing the entire table. "Father, senior brother, please eat. Tell me if my cooking suits your tastes." Huang Linger's melodious voice resonated in the small courtyard. Yulong Shangren and Yifeng emerged from their respective chambers, drawn to the adjacent dining hall by her call. Upon witnessing the lavish spread before them, Yulong Shangren beamed with pride. "My daughter is truly capable. With this array of dishes, can any cultivator in the entire Cloud Sea sect, or even in the realm, match her skill?" As Yifeng surveyed the delectable offerings, his appetite surged. This meal marked his first proper dining experience in this world. After pouring a cup of wine for his master, he swiftly shifted into a mode of voracious indulgence. He began with a bite of the twice-cooked pork, savoring its delightful flavor, though it felt distinctly different from what he remembered from his past life. Sampling the other dishes, he sensed an inexplicable disparity. A moment of contemplation revealed the absence of seasoning like chicken essence or MSG, while soy sauce existed in this realm. Its taste varied significantly from what he was accustomed to. Here I am, transmigrated into the role of a villain, yet I still ponder the nuances of seasoning. Yi Feng mused bitterly to himself. With a hearty appetite, he relished the meal, showering praises upon Ling'er for her culinary prowess. The atmosphere was harmonious, filled with laughter and joy. Unlike the other elders of the Cloudsea sect, Yulong Shangren was not overly austere, though he possessed a fiery temperament. His personality was refreshingly lively, exuding a sense of warmth that made Yu Feng feel at ease. After several rounds of wine and dishes, Yulong Shangren spoke. Fenger, you have reached the void flight level. You will need a celestial sword. When time permits, visit the sword tomb to select a sword for practice. After a while, once your master returns from seclusion, I will accompany Ling'er to request a high-grade celestial sword from him. The mention of the sword tomb startled Yi Feng. He recalled that both Yun Shuang'er and his former cellmate had mentioned it. As the Cloudsea sect was a prominent sword sect, its disciples predominantly wielded celestial swords. With a legacy spanning thousands of years, its foundation was remarkably profound. Nestled behind Xinglua Peak lay a sheer cliff, adorned with over 100,000 celestial swords. Known as the Sword Tomb, any disciple who achieved the void flight level could claim a sword from this repository. However, the swords within were generally of the lowest tier, with few treasures of higher quality remaining, as many had long since been claimed by the more powerful disciples. Yulong Shangren, indulging in various vices, had considerable expenses and lacked spare celestial swords or treasures. Thus, he instructed Yu Feng to procure a basic sword for self-defense. Nonetheless, as his prized disciple, he intended to take care of him. Having acquired a celestial-grade artifact for his daughter from Yuchenzi, he felt Yu Feng's treasures should not be subpar. He planned to visit the sect master with Huang Ling'er upon the latter's return from seclusion, anticipating that such a prominent figure would surely bestow a high-grade celestial sword as a welcoming gift. In this way, Yi Feng would acquire a celestial sword for himself. After a sumptuous meal, Yulong Shangren wiped his mouth and instructed, Ling'er, please prepare more hot water for your senior brother. He has just emerged from his tomb and has been confined for so long, he must be in desperate need of a good wash. Understood, father. Rest assured. I will take good care of senior brother. Huang Ling'er replied promptly. Her demeanor was humble, devoid of any airs that might accompany being the daughter of Yulong Shangren, instead opting for a more modest approach in her interactions with Yi Feng. Feeling a bit awkward, Yi Feng chuckled, little junior sister, don't listen to Master's nonsense. I'm not filthy. I swear I've never been. Yulong Shangren cautioned the two not to wander about before sauntering out of the courtyard, claiming he hadn't returned in over 3 years and wished to reconnect with old acquaintances, suggesting they need not wait for him to dine that evening. Once Yulong Shangren departed, Yi Feng assisted Huang Ling'er in clearing the table. She urged him to rest in his room while she prepared the hot water. Observing the diligent and kind-hearted Huang Ling'er, Yi Feng felt his earlier concerns were unwarranted. This little girl posed no threat to him. Before long, Huang Ling'er had prepared the bathing water and brought in a neatly folded pile of clothes. Little sister Ling, what is this? These are gifts from father, purchased while passing through a city a few days ago. Remember to change into them after your bath, Huang Ling'er said, placing the clothes down before stepping out of Yi Feng's room, making sure to close the door behind her. Gazing at the stack of garments on the table, Yi Feng felt a wave of emotion wash over him. It seemed his master truly cared for him. After enjoying a refreshing bath, he donned the new clothes gifted by his master. Despite Yulong Shangren's rough exterior, he had a keen eye for detail. When he left, Yi Feng was merely 13. Considering the 3 years that had passed, he had likely grown considerably, and the clothes fit him perfectly. Just as he finished changing, he heard someone calling from outside. Brother Feng, are you there? Yi Feng and Huang Ling'er opened their doors simultaneously to find the courtyard filled with 3 young individuals. Roughly their age, 2 boys and a girl. The leading boy was chubby with a fair complexion and small eyes, clad in luxurious silk garments. A long sword slung across his back and 3 jade pendants hanging at his waist, his hair slicked back, unmistakably a spoiled second-generation cultivator. The other boy appeared frail, his eyes vacant, as though a gust of wind could topple him. The girl, dressed in a lovely pale yellow outfit, appeared to be around Huang Ling'er's age. With fair skin and delicate features, especially her large, sparkling eyes, accentuated by 2 playful pigtails, exceedingly charming. Ah, Brother Feng, it's really you. I've missed you so much. The chubby boy exclaimed upon spotting Yi Feng, rushing over to envelop him in a bear hug, reminiscent of long-lost siblings. However, overwhelmed with excitement, the boy's tears and snot began to flow, and he kept rubbing against Yi Feng, who quickly pushed him away. I've just bathed and changed into new clothes. Who are you? And do we know each other? The chubby boy, along with his companions, looked utterly bewildered. Brother Feng, have you lost your mind? I'm Feng Tong. Feng Tong? You're Feng Tong. Yifeng recalled hearing that name from Su Kai, indicating he was his closest friend. Turning to the other two, he inquired. And you are? The trio exchanged confused glances. The girl in yellow chimed in, Brother Feng, what's wrong? I'm Chi Yao, and this is Zhuge Binlei. We grew up together, the four sovereigns of the Cloud Sea. Don't you remember? The four sovereigns of the Cloud Sea? What an absurd title. Yifeng responded, utterly speechless. How could cultivators of such high stature adopt such a lackluster team name? It sounded less like a title and more like a gang. Brother Feng, what on earth has happened to you? Feng Tong exclaimed. The four overlords of Yunhai, a title you bestowed upon yourself, with you as the leader. Aptly nicknamed the one who bullies the weak. I, as the second, bear the moniker the one who dominates the market. Binlei, the third, is known as the one who reigns supreme. Yaoer, the fourth, is referred to as the tyrant. We are indeed the most renowned formidable faction of Yuhai sect. Just a moment ago, Yifeng was at a loss for words, but now he finds himself crouched on the ground, cradling his forehead, while others traverse realms, indulging in sumptuous feasts and exhilarating drinks, embodying chivalry and justice. He, on the other hand, has been bestowed with the dubious title of the one who bullies the weak. How is he to navigate life henceforth? How will he court women? This is the righteous sect of Yunhai, not a den of malevolence. At this juncture, Huang Linger stepped forward and said, Senior brothers and sisters, my eldest brother has lost his memory and remembers nothing of the past. Amnesia? The trio of Feng Tong, Zhuge Binlei, and Chi Yao were taken aback. They then turned their gazes upon Huang Linger. Young lady, are you the rumored illegitimate daughter of Master Yulong? I am Huang Linger, and I have the honor of meeting the three senior brothers and sisters, she replied. The three gathered closely, whispering among themselves while occasionally glancing at Huang Linger. The slender youth, Zhuge Binlei, murmured, she looks decent enough, and her figure is appealing. She fits my type. It's my turn this time, right? Feng Tong retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Let us compete fairly, based on our merits. Chi Yao interjected. Could you two cease your bickering? I can't help but feel that this Linger girl doesn't resemble Master Yulong much at all. Is she really his biological daughter? Feng Tong replied, perhaps she takes after her mother. Chi Yao scoffed, if that's the case, it's quite a harsh resemblance. Zhuge Binlei declared, regardless of her lineage with Master Yulong, I'm reserving my claim first. Scram. Observing the trio engaged in hushed discussions, Yifeng rose and stated, though I have forgotten much, I know that you three are my dear friends. The trio ceased their murmurs about Huang Linger. Feng Tong nodded. Indeed, we have grown up together, bare as the day we were born. As soon as we heard of your return, we rushed to see you. Are you not moved to tears? Zhuge Binlei chimed in, that's not quite right. Second brother, didn't we hear of Wind Brothers' return just a few hours ago? Third brother, at that time, we were engrossed in gambling. In the grand scheme of things, gambling takes precedence. One's character is reflected in their gambling habits. We couldn't just win and leave. After losing all our silver, we were compelled to come see the eldest brother without delay. That makes sense. Eldest brother. We indeed came to see you at the first opportunity upon hearing the news. Chapter 25, Teasing Yunchuanger. I aspire to be a good person. The four tyrants of Yuhai, the most notorious group of rascals within the Yuhai sect, are infamous for their indulgences in debauchery, gambling, and deceit. They engage in every vice imaginable, tarnishing the reputation of the sect. The leader, Yifeng, also known as Yizhengyi, is a 16-year-old disciple of the esteemed Elder Yulong, while the second in command, Feng Tong, or Feng Xianxian, is a 15-year-old junior disciple of Elder Yunshi. The third member, Zhuge Binlei, also 15, is the only son of the chief elder of the guest hall, Zhuge Yuanhao. Lastly, Chi Yao, alias Qi Jingxian, also aged 15, is the granddaughter of the head elder of the Transmission Institute, Xianxia. It is said that like attracts like. And these four miscreants began their nefarious alliance several years ago, leveraging their connections to wreak havoc on Xinglua Peak, gambling, brawling, harassing female disciples, pilfering treasures, and playing pranks on their peers. They have caused chaos within what should be a righteous sect. Unfortunately, their elders hold high positions within the sect, leaving the bullied disciples too fearful to voice their grievances. In any narrative, Yifeng and his cohorts would undoubtedly be labeled as scoundrels, villains, and antagonists, often meeting their demise at the hands of the heroic protagonists representing justice. Good individuals possess their own codes of ethics, while villains, too, share a sense of loyalty among themselves. Fong Tong and his companions exhibit such loyalty upon learning their leader had lost his memory and that Lingo had just arrived. They decided to introduce both to the ways of the Yunhai sect, hoping it might restore Yifeng's memory and help Huang Linger acclimate. Before leaving, Elder Yulong cautioned them against wandering, yet Yifeng, trusting in their brotherhood, disregarded the warning and followed his mischievous friends. Previously, Yifeng's understanding of the Yunhai sect stemmed from Yun Shuang'er and his old cellmate's accounts. Now, as he traversed the winding paths of Xinglua Peak, he gained a more profound insight into this ancient sect, which had thrived for over 4 millennia. The Yunhai sect is vast, boasting over 8,000 inner disciples and more than 30,000 outer disciples, with over half residing on Xinglua Peak. The southern face of the mountain is adorned with rows of blue brick houses, resembling terraced fields. Beyond Xinglua Peak, numerous floating mountains house both disciples and elders, with 4 particularly large floating peaks marking the cardinal directions: Qingling Peak to the east, Qiyan Peak to the south, Xianzhu Peak to the west, and Tianqing Peak to the north. Each of these peaks is home to hundreds of elders and disciples, collectively referred to as the 4 veins of Yunhai, with their respective chief elders holding significant authority within the sect. Quickly, the 4 tyrants of Yunhai have emerged. The sight of these 4 bullies gathering drew various reactions from the disciples of the Yunhai sect. Some avoided them, while others bowed their heads or even turned and fled. Huang Lingo sensed something amiss. Why do I feel that these people fear us? You. Fong Tong quickly retorted, Linger, you misunderstand. They do not fear us, but rather admire us. We are well known for our selfless deeds, and thus they hold us in high regard. Qi Yao and Zhuge Benlei nodded in agreement. Huang Linger, skeptical, queried, then why do you 4 refer to yourselves as the 4 tyrants of Yunhai? Such titles as bullying men and women and domineering the markets hardly suggest virtuous behavior. Zhuge Benlei explained, Linger, as a newcomer to the Yunhai sect, you are unaware of many customs. This is not the mundane world. We, as cultivators, adopt formidable titles to deter others from crossing us. You should also choose a fierce name for yourself. Together, we shall be the 5 tyrants of Yunhai. Is that so? Huang Linger scratched her head, uncertain. Not at all. Yifeng internally ridiculed himself, surprised by Huang Linger's naivety. With their titles, do they truly seem virtuous? Moreover, the titles of righteous disciples typically include the character for hero. For instance, Lin Yi is known as the dragon-slaying swordsman. Have you ever heard of a virtuous title that involves bullying or tyranny? Such names would surely resonate within the demonic sects. The 5 companions spent the afternoon wandering Xinglua Peak. They did not return empty-handed. Yifeng's understanding of both Xinglua Peak and the Yunhai sect deepened. Fong Tong and the others introduced various elders and distinguished disciples' residences along the way. After a couple of hours, feeling fatigued, they settled in a stone pavilion on the mountainside. At this point, Qi Yao produced an assortment of snacks from a small cloth bag at her waist. This was a Qiankuan storage bag capable of holding a vast array of items. Such bags are typically reserved for elite inner disciples who have reached the 6th level of the Return to Origin realm. Among the 4 tyrants of Yunhai, only Qi Yao possessed one, a privilege granted by her grandmother, Xianxia. As they snacked and chatted in the pavilion, the portly Fong Tong expressed his admiration. Boss, I heard you recently teased senior sister Yun Shuang with some rather risky remarks. Zhuge Benlei chimed in, not merely risky. It could be described as utterly lewd. That Yun Shuang always wears a stern expression, as if everyone owes her a fortune. We would never dare provoke her, yet you, boss, have shown remarkable boldness. For your audacity in teasing Yun Shuang, you rightfully hold the title of the head of the 4 tyrants of Yunhai. Please accept our humble tribute. Yifeng's supposed teasing of Yun Shuang was initially a secret, but for some reason, her master, the esteemed Yuing, insisted on reporting the incident to the discipline hall, demanding strict punishment for Yifeng and threatening that he must apologize in person at the Mo Pavilion or face dire consequences. Following Yu Ying's outcry, the entire Yunhai sect became aware of Yifeng's alleged misconduct, branding him as a scoundrel who had insulted Yun Shuang with base words. Yifeng, upon hearing this, felt a stir of concern. He knew well that he had not teased Yun Shuang, rather, he had merely glimpsed her bathing. To protect her reputation, she had claimed he had insulted her. According to the sect's regulations, the punishment for spying on a fairy while she bathed was far more severe than that for verbal harassment, leaving Yifeng no choice but to accept his supposed guilt. However, he needed to understand how the rumors had spread, especially since he was scheduled to follow his master to apologize the next morning. He could not afford to slip up. Yifeng grinned. So, second brother, third brother, are you both aware of this matter? Fong Tong laughed. Not only do we know, but the entire Yunhai sect is aware. Over the years, you have become the first person to tease Xianxia. Many now regard you as a hero. However, within our Cloud Sea sect, the male disciples who harbor affection for senior sister Xianxia number not less than 18,633. You have trifled with the goddess of their hearts. And many senior brothers are prepared to break your legs upon your emergence from the discipline hall. My friend, it would be wise for you to refrain from wandering alone on dark nights. There may be those who would take advantage of the shadows to strike you with a brick. Both Zhuge Binlei and Qi Yao nodded gravely. Yifeng felt a chill run down his spine, contemplating that a mere brick would be a courteous gesture. They might very well dismember him and feed him to the dogs. Nevertheless, men are creatures of pride. He immediately straightened his back and proclaimed, I have now reached the realm of void flight. Why should I fear these despicable and shameless scoundrels? As for the rumors surrounding my teasing of senior sister Shuang, how could such lewd and vulgar terms be used to describe me? Fong Tongdao replied, It seems that upon seeing Yun Shuang, you remarked on her fine figure, ample posterior, and fair skin, claiming her to be falsely modest, insisting on engaging in dual cultivation with her. You even boasted of your knowledge in the secret arts of dual cultivation, declaring your prowess to be not only extensive but enduring. You assured that you could bring senior sister Shuang to ecstasy. What nonsense! I am a man of virtue, steeped in the classics. How could I utter such words? Yifeng exclaimed. Ah, my friend, what is said is said. Our Cloud C4 tyrants are bound by our words. It's no great matter, Fong Tongao replied. Moreover, about that secret art of dual cultivation, could you not share it with us? We are good brothers, after all. You must keep it to yourself. As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly lascivious. Zhuge Binlei nodded emphatically, adding, Indeed, my friend, you cannot be so secretive. Surely the secret art was imparted to you by our chubby master uncle? Given his nearly 400 years of age and his ability to court 7 women at once, it is evident that this dual cultivation technique must be extraordinary. We could practice it ourselves or transcribe hundreds of copies to sell within the sect. With Master Uncle's name attached, they would surely be a sensation. Hey, you two, can you not restrain yourselves? There are ladies present. Chiao interjected, her hands on her hips, visibly displeased. As for Huang Lingo, she blinked her large eyes, seemingly oblivious to the concept of dual cultivation. Yifeng felt a throbbing pain in his head and could not help but rub it. After all, he was the chosen one. How could he find himself mingling with such lecherous individuals? It seemed he must distance himself from these bullies henceforth. I wish to be a good person. I truly desire to be a good person. This was his inner monologue. Chapter 26. Was it for Miao Xiaoro to steal the spirit medicine? Yifeng did not disclose to Fong Tong and the others that he had once been murdered and discarded in a mass grave. This matter was kept low-key by the Beast Spirit Academy, the Discipline Academy, and even his own master. Yifeng was no fool. He understood that it was unwise to publicize such affairs. Moreover, he did not wish to implicate Fong Tong and his other close friends. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to conduct a discreet investigation. His old prison mate had mentioned that he was not exiled to the herb garden against his will, but rather to procure certain spiritual herbs for someone. However, he had never mentioned to his old comrade for whom he had committed the theft. In Yifeng's eyes, this person was likely the murderer of the original host. Fong Tong and the others, as the original host's closest friends, might have been told by the original host the reason for his venture into the herb garden. After weighing his words carefully, Yifeng inquired, Fong Tong, there is something I wish to ask you. Go ahead, Brother Fong, Fong Tong replied. I find myself unable to recall many memories. Some are merely hazy. I only remember that I intentionally made mistakes to be punished to the herb garden, ostensibly to steal some spiritual herbs for someone. Do you have any idea who this might be? Sister Xiero. How could you forget her? Boss. Sister Xiero? Which Xiero? Yifeng's heart leapt with joy. It appeared that the original host had indeed shared everything with Fong Tong and the others, even this matter. Fong Tong continued. Sister Xiero is the personal disciple of our sect leader's master. She is her goddess. You have been pursuing her all along. Miao Xiero? Yifeng began to comprehend. He had acquired a general understanding of the Yunhai sect, including the names of several elders and young elite disciples. The sect leader, Yun Yi, had 7 disciples, with Miao Xiaoro being the youngest and the only female disciple under Yun Yi. She was exceptionally beautiful and possessed remarkable cultivation talent. Alongside the disciples Yun Shuang'er from the Imo Bamboo Pavilion and Yu Yinling from Qiyun Peak, they were referred to as the 3 fairies of Yuhai. Yifeng's expression gradually darkened. His old prison mate was indeed correct. He had ventured to steal the spiritual herbs for a woman. But did this mean that Miao Xiaoro had killed the original host? If it had been another female disciple, it might have been more understandable. But Miao Xiaoro's status was particularly sensitive. She was the personal disciple of the sect leader's master. Without concrete evidence, Yifeng could not hastily draw conclusions. He worked to calm the tumult of emotions within him and asked Fang Tong again. Miao Xiaoro is the true disciple of the sect leader's master. She has everything at her disposal. Why would I help her steal spiritual herbs? Fang Tong shrugged. Next year marks the year of the Jiazi. Sister Xiaoro must be preparing for the Yu Hai Grand Competition in 6 months in the Ling Mountain Duel next year. The year of the Jiazi? The Yu Hai Grand Competition? The Ling Mountain Duel? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, but gradually began to understand. This matter traced back over 2,000 years. When the cultivation landscape of the human realm was vastly different from the present, the demonic sect had only one major faction, the Tianwei sect. While the righteous path consisted solely of the Yu Hai sect, Lingai Temple, and Xianxia sect, which were the 3 more powerful sections. Approximately 400 years ago, a cataclysmic war had erupted in the human realm. A 9-story golden pagoda had suddenly appeared in the northern part of Ling Mountain, suspended in midair. The pagoda emitted a beam of light that tore through space, leading to the arrival of numerous celestial beings. To protect the human realm, cultivators from various sects and powerful loose cultivators had rallied to engage the celestial beings in battle for 37 days. This conflict became known as the Celestial Hunt. Coincidentally, it was the year of the Jiazi, hence it was also referred to as the Jiazi Celestial Hunt. The outcome was a resounding victory for humanity, yet many sects suffered decline as a result. The Tianyue sect splintered into the 6 factions of the present demonic sect. On the righteous side, new sects such as the Yunus sect and the Chaodian sect emerged. Although humanity triumphed in the Celestial Hunt, the celestial beings, unwilling to accept defeat, vowed to return a Jiazi later. In anticipation of another invasion from the celestial realm, the various human sects united over the following decades, and the cultivation atmosphere reached unprecedented heights. To nurture talent, the righteous path and the demonic sect agreed to hold a duel for young disciples every 60 years at the Ling Mountain Range's Xianhunt Peak. Despite the victory, the celestial beings' threat loomed. Almost 40 Jiazi had passed, and even today, they had yet to return. However, the tradition of the Ling Mountain Duel persisted. Each session, the Yunhai sect would send 10 young disciples to participate. The year prior to the Ling Mountain Duel, known as the Year of the Jiazi, a grand internal competition would take place within the Yunhai sect in September. The top 10 of this internal competition would compete in the following year's Ling Mountain Duel against the finest young elite disciples from various sections. Next year was indeed the Year of the Jiazi, and this September marked the internal competition for the Yunhai sect. Miao Xiaoro's cultivation was significantly inferior to that of her 6th senior brother, Lin Yi, making it quite challenging for her to secure a top 10 position in the internal competition. The spiritual herbs that Yifeng had stolen would undoubtedly prove invaluable to her, especially the 4 millennia-old spiritual herbs, which, if utilized properly, could enhance her cultivation by several decades. Yifeng began to suspect that this might be the true reason behind his foray into the herb garden. Yet, could it be true that Miao Xiaoro had killed him? If he had procured the spiritual herbs, why would she feel the need to eliminate him, even if he had no intention of betraying her? Her identity as the sect leader's personal disciple meant that the entire Yu Hai sect would know that the missing spiritual herbs had ended up in her possession. Given her status, would she not face severe punishment? Clearly, this was not the case. If Miao Xiaoro was fully aware that the spiritual herbs posed no significant threat to her, why would she risk killing the original host and discarding the body? After all, Yifeng was not a nameless nobody. He was the sole disciple of Master Yulong. Master Yulong would undoubtedly pursue the murderer relentlessly. The act of killing Yifeng to silence him seemed utterly irrational. Noticing Yifeng's contemplative silence, Fang Tong remarked, "Boss, I advise you to give up. Over the years, Sister Xiaoro has paid you no mind. She simply does not regard you. Why waste your thoughts on her? The forest is vast. Why cling to one single tree?" The original host, like himself, was a lovesick fool? Wait a moment. He was a lovesick fool. But I am not. No. Yifeng quietly reassured himself. Once he regained his focus, he shook his head and said, "I am not pondering over Sister Xiaoro. I am contemplating whether to visit the sword tomb tomorrow to select a celestial sword." Zhuge Binlei furrowed his brow. "Boss, any celestial sword of decent quality in the sword tomb was taken long ago. 800 years back. What remains are mere scraps. Why would you want to go there? Yifeng rolled his eyes. I have now reached the realm of sky control, and naturally, I require a celestial sword. I am aware that the sword tomb holds only inferior celestial swords, but what choice do I have? My master does not have any spare celestial swords to bestow upon me and has told me to wait for some time. Why don't the three of you conjure up an extraordinary divine sword for me? The three immediately shook their heads vigorously. Fang Tong chuckled awkwardly. Boss, you know our situation too well. We love to gamble, and we always lose. Over the years, we have nearly gambled away our undergarments. How could we have a spare celestial sword to give you? However, we will accompany you to the sword tomb tomorrow to search for a sword. That should suffice. Yifeng originally intended to decline. He yearned for redemption and to transform his life anew, wishing to distance himself from these three scoundrels. However, upon reflection, he realized that in this unfamiliar territory, he truly did not know the whereabouts of the sword tomb. Accompanying these three local ruffians would indeed alleviate many inconveniences. Most importantly, their collective presence would likely deter the lurking murderer from striking with ease. Thus, he nodded and said, very well. Tomorrow morning, I will accompany my master to Mo Zhuxian to apologize to Sister Yun. Once this matter is settled, we shall journey to the sword tomb together. As they conversed, 6 young men and women, carrying celestial swords, passed along the stone path beside the pavilion. Upon seeing Yifeng and the others, the leading handsome youth chuckled. Ah, if it isn't the 4 tyrants of Yunhai. Oh, Yushidi is here too. It has been quite a while since I saw you foregathered. The sun is nearly set. Why have you not returned for dinner? Are you perhaps plotting some mischief? Fang Tong, seated on a stone bench with his legs crossed, retorted, I thought it was someone of significance. Turns out it is merely you, Chen Shuan. Our affairs as the 4 tyrants of Yunhai do not concern a small fry like you. Run along now, and do not disturb us as we admire the beautiful and resplendent sunset. Chen Shuan, along with his companions, erupted with laughter. He responded, Fang Tong. With the collective intellect of you 4, I doubt you could even recognize a single character, yet you feign sophistication by appreciating the sunset. Do you possess any artistic lineage? Tread carefully. Should you fall into my grasp, you might find yourselves in a predicament akin to the last time. Fang Tong, Zhuge Benlei. And Qi Yao stood up in unison. Qi Yao exclaimed, Chen Shuan, last time our leader was absent, allowing you to gain the upper hand. Now that our leader has returned, let us see if you dare to engage in a rematch. Chen Shuan smiled and replied, excellent. I have felt a twinge of restlessness lately. Today, I shall teach you unruly rascals of Yunhai sect a lesson. Who are you calling unruly? Zhuge Benlei, despite his sickly appearance, had a fiery temper. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge forward, only to be stopped by Huang Linger. Please, do not fight. She pleaded. Zhuge Benlei insisted, Linger, step aside. Today, I shall show you the prowess of your elder brother Zhuge. Chapter 27. I am a genius. It's confirmed. A slender youth approached Chen Shuan and whispered, Senior brother Chen, perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. Yifeng is not someone to be trifled with. Chen Shuan cast a glance at Yifeng, who remained seated in the stone pavilion. A frown creased his brow. While Yifeng's cultivation was not particularly high, he was undeniably ruthless. The Yunhai sect did not prohibit disciples from sparring privately, but the use of magical artifacts and true energy was only permitted on the summit S Plaza. Engaging in combat on the mountainside allowed only for physical prowess. Over the years, Yifeng had honed his martial skills and struck with great ferocity, leaving many with battered heads from his blows. Moreover, Yifeng bore grudges. If he triumphed, his opponent would be carried away, and if he lost, he too would be taken off. Once he recovered, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Recalling Yifeng's past exploits on Xinglua Peak sent a chill through Chen Shuan. However, with so many onlookers, how could he, as a righteous young hero, easily back down? As a hero, maintaining his pride was far more crucial than his own life. He turned to Yifeng and huffed, Yifeng, it's been over a year. Have you forgotten me? Yifeng sighed, Senior brother Chen, is it? I must admit, I hardly remember you. I was just released from the discipline hall today, and my master has returned to the mountain. I prefer to avoid trouble, so you should leave. Master Yulong has returned? Chen Shuan's brow furrowed. They had spent the day imparting techniques to the outer disciples in the transmission hall, and he had not heard of Master Yulong's return until now. Yifeng nodded. Indeed, my master just came back. So, please, refrain from provoking me. I do not wish for any fatal incidents. Chen Shuan exchanged glances with his companions. Finally, the slender youth spoke up, Senior brother Chen, since Master Yulong has just returned. Let us allow Yifeng this one time. We can deal with him later. With a way out presented, Xianxia nodded slightly. That is true. Let us depart. Fong Tong and the others cursed and mocked the retreating figures. Yet, the departing party ignored their taunts. Yifeng's expression remained as calm as still water, though his heart raced like two little dinosaurs colliding within him. Goodness, that nearly scared me to death. Fortunately, my cleverness and countless hours spent engrossed in novels and films taught me that true villains employ wit rather than brute force. They remain unflinching in the face of adversity. By simply exuding the confidence of a fisherman waiting patiently and leveraging a bit of my master's influence, I managed to frighten them away. The notion that I am a genius is practically solidified. As for fighting, Yifeng had no intention of getting involved. Although he had reached the 4th level of the void manipulation realm, he had only practiced his mental cultivation. His former cellmate had yet to impart any sword techniques to him. How could he possibly contend with these seniors who practiced daily? Moreover, his 12-character plan was to seek survival, pursue development, be cautious, and prioritize life. Until his strength reached the pinnacle, he intended to lay low. Once Xianxia and his group departed, the flattery from the others landed on Yifeng like a flurry of unabashed compliments against his thick skin. The leader was indeed the leader. With just a few words, he made that scoundrel Xianxia scurry away. Brother Feng, do you know how miserable we've been in your absence over the past year? A few months ago, we were still bullied by Xianxia, but now, you're back, and our 4 bullies of Yunhai are poised for a resurgence. Once a leader, always a leader. Henceforth, may I be permitted to call you boss. In the face of their exuberant praise, Yifeng laughed heartily. A mere Xianxia is hardly within my line of sight. By the way, what is his background? Why does he seem to take pleasure in causing us trouble? Shi Yao explained, Xianxia is the 3rd disciple of the Grand Elder of the Lingdao Institute, Yun Tsang. He adores playing the part of a righteous hero, meddling in others' affairs. He enjoys a bit of fame in the Yunhai sect, often referred to as the Heavenly Frost Sword Hero. Alongside the 6th disciple of the sect leader S. Master, the dragon-fighting sword hero Lin Yi, the 5th disciple of the Discipline Hall S. Yu Chenzi, the lone sword hero Zhan Yulong, and the rampaging dragon sword hero Sikong Zhan. They form the 4 heroes of Yunhai, who frequently seek to trouble our 4 bullies of Yunhai. Yifeng found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated the existence of so many informal factions within the Yunhai sect. Dugu Changkong and Fu Jinghong were lauded as the twin prodigies of the sect. Yun Shuang, Miao Xiaoro, and Yu Yinling were celebrated as the 3 fairies. And here were his 4 miscreants, the 4 bullies of Yunhai. Now he discovered there were also the 4 heroes of Yunhai. The names alone indicated that aside from the 4 bullies, the others were all virtuous. How dared the original owner and Fong Tong form such a criminal gang in this righteous sect? Were they not afraid that these valorous heroes and fairies, under the pretense of serving justice, would eliminate them? Yifeng began to pinch the bridge of his nose again. With that thought, he stood up and said, "It's getting dark. We should return." He could not afford to continue parading around in public. Encountering some righteous heroes would surely lead to trouble. While he may not lose his life, a good beating was inevitable. Yifeng's immediate concern was to acquire a celestial sword and learn the Yunhai sect's sword techniques from his master. With his release from confinement, he could no longer rely on that old man in the stone cell. As dusk fell, in the MZH pavilion, the dining hall buzzed with life. Master Weiying had 7 female disciples, the eldest, Jin He, the second, Li Shuerong, the third, Nangong Yin, the 4th, Qian Yufeng, the 5th, Sun Qingqing, the 6th, Jiang He, and the 7th, Yin Shuang. Among them, the 3rd and 5th disciples had descended the mountain a month prior for training in preparation for the sect's grand competition in half a year. The remaining 5 disciples were seated in the elegantly adorned dining hall when Master Yuang made her entrance. The female disciples rose and offered a slight bow. Master Weiying waved her hand dismissively, not uttering a word. The service girls began to serve the meal. In the MZH pavilion, all the disciples were female, and their diet was rather light, devoid of extravagant meats. At this moment, the eldest disciple, Jin He, spoke up. "Master, I heard that Master Yulong has returned to the mountain today." Master Yuang's expression shifted slightly, and she huffed. Wasn't it said that the fat fool had met his demise in a woman's embrace? How is he still alive? The disciples exchanged glances, hesitant to refer to Master Yulong in such a derogatory manner. Jin He cleared her throat softly and replied, "This time, Master Yulong did not return alone. He brought a young girl with him, rumored to be his illegitimate daughter. Master Yulong has spent the past 3 years searching for her in the mortal realm. What? Master Yulong's illegitimate daughter? Master Yueying furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat taken aback. He nodded slightly in confirmation. Silence ensued, a heavy atmosphere enveloping the dining hall. After a prolonged pause, Master Yueying spoke again. Where is that boy Yifeng? He responded. I inquired at the discipline hall this afternoon. Master Yulong has gone to retrieve Yifeng. Initially, Master Yuqinzi was unwilling to release him. But Master Yulong promised to bring Yifeng to our junior sister to apologize tomorrow morning, which persuaded Master Yuqinzi to acquiesce. Oh, so that fat fool intends to bring Yifeng here tomorrow? A peculiar smile curved Master Weiying's lips, and the disciples exchanged puzzled glances. While only He's brow furrowed slightly, as if she had recalled something. However, the matters at hand are far too intricate, steeped in the grudges of the older generation, and thus beyond the purview of a disciple like her to meddle in. Yun Shuang'er's countenance bore no particular expression, as if this affair were entirely unrelated to her. The esteemed Yuing, with a smile that was not quite a smile, instructed, He, Shui Rong, shortly. You shall visit your esteemed seniors Yu Fu, Yun Mu, Shou Qi, Yun Yu, and Yun Shi, and inform them to come to Mo Zhuxian tomorrow morning to witness an entertaining spectacle. The disciples were momentarily taken aback. They were not naive, and they understood that their master's invitation for these seniors was to witness the impending embarrassment of Uncle Yulong. He hesitated, voicing her concern. Master, is this appropriate? To which Yuing replied, what is inappropriate about it? It is no trivial task to see that deadbeat Yulong yield. Better to share in the amusement than to enjoy it alone. Yuing and Yulong had known each other for over 3 centuries, having interacted frequently in their youth. There was a time when Yulong persistently pursued Yuing, but alas, his unattractiveness dissuaded her, and their paths diverged thereafter. Only he possessed some knowledge of this history, while the other disciples remained oblivious to the grievances between their master and Uncle Yulong. They all nodded in agreement, saying, Master, we shall notify our esteemed seniors at once. He could not help but steal a glance at her master, uncertain of her true intentions. The master frequently berated Yulong as an idle lecher, yet when Yulong's foremost disciple, Yifeng, found himself in peril, she intervened personally. He was acutely aware that the reason those wishing to eliminate Yifeng had not acted was due to her master's 3 visits to the Discipline Institute, demanding severe punishment for the reckless Yifeng. Furthermore, she insisted that upon Yifeng's release from the Discipline Institute, he must promptly come to Mo Zhuxian to apologize. Only he understood that while her master ostensibly aimed to discipline Yifeng, she was, in fact, safeguarding his life. Now that Uncle Yulong had returned, those who sought to harm Yifeng hesitated to act, and one would think that her master would wish to let this matter pass. Yet, she had summoned so many seniors to witness Uncle Yulong's disgrace. What could be her intention? Chapter 28. Master, I'm still right here. Before sunset, Yifeng and Huang Ling'er returned to their residence. Yulong Shangren had gone out to socialize with acquaintances, advising them not to wait for dinner. The two strolled around Xinglua Peak for the entire afternoon, feeling quite fatigued and lacking appetite. Huang Ling'er casually reheated some leftover dishes from lunch. They ate sparingly, and then retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Overall, their afternoon wander was fruitful, as they gained a deeper understanding of Yuhai sect under the guidance of the 3 notorious tour guides. Huang Ling'er and Qi Yao, being of similar age, had forged a close friendship over the course of the day, evolving into good sisters. As for Yifeng, his greatest revelation was not friendship, but the realization that the original owner infiltrated the medicinal garden to steal the celestial herblingji from Miao Xiaoro. Although Yifeng found it hard to believe that Miao Xiaoro, known for her ruthlessness, would kill and dispose of a body after acquiring the lingji, she remained the prime suspect. This predicament weighed heavily on Yifeng. Lying on his bed with his arms crossed behind his head, he pondered. Miao Xiaoro was a direct disciple of the sect leader's master, typically favored by their teacher, while he had the protection of his own master. His rather unsavory and corpulent master was hardly comparable in status to the sect leader's master. Moreover, considering that his master and the sect leader South Master were close brothers under the same mentor, if he were to reveal Miao Xiaoro's actions, the matter would likely be swept under the rug due to their relationship. Yet, if he did not report the truth, and should Miao Xiaoro indeed be the murderer, she might worry about her crime being exposed and come after him. After all, the crime of murder was far graver than the theft of a mere herb. Yifeng found himself in a dilemma. After half an hour of contemplation, he could not devise a solution that would satisfy both parties. His thoughts drifted back to the stone prison of the discipline hall. That morning, an elderly man had instructed him to follow Lin Yi and Su Kai, suggesting they would meet again soon. This puzzled Yifeng greatly. He did not believe the old man would harm or deceive him. But why did the old man say they would meet again soon? Was it because he would soon err and be imprisoned again? Or was the old man about to be released from his long sentence? Having languished in that wretched cell for over 200 years, was release even a possibility? The thought of his own return to the stone prison was, of course, unrealistic. He was determined to reform and would never violate the sect's rules again. Another peculiar thought crossed Yifeng's mind. His master, a highly influential figure in Yunhai sect and nearly 400 years old, was unaware of the elderly man's presence in the discipline hall. Who was that old man? He must be a senior figure from their sect. It seemed necessary to investigate further. Yifeng murmured to himself. He was not a heartless individual. The old man had treated him kindly, not only sharing roasted chicken but also imparting the sect's cultivation techniques. If possible, Yifeng wished to rescue the old man from that dark cell as a way to repay his kindness. As he ruminated, drowsiness overcame him, and he gradually fell asleep. His slumber was deep and tranquil, free from nightmares or restless dreams, providing a much-needed respite from fatigue. When he awoke, daylight had already broken. Stepping out of his room, he initially believed he had risen early, but upon glancing up, he saw countless young disciples of Yunhai sect practicing their sword techniques in the air. Their sword energies and spiritual swords swirling magnificently before him. Huang Ling'er's voice wafted from the kitchen. "Senior brother, you're awake. Breakfast will be ready shortly." Yifeng nodded, suddenly feeling a wave of inadequacy wash over him. Even his junior sister had risen earlier than he. There was little room for self-congratulation. He replied with a hum, and as he turned, he noticed his master tinkering with something at the courtyard entrance. Approaching, he saw his corpulent master wielding a brush, inscribing characters on a long wooden plaque. "Master, what are you doing?" "Naming our courtyard." Yifeng felt a surge of confusion. Ever since Xianxia became the sect leader, he had bestowed this serene and elegant courtyard upon Xianxia. After 200 years, the old man had never named it. What had prompted him to do so today? As he drew closer, he observed that his master had nearly completed his work. Yifeng slowly read aloud. "Winds rise and clouds gather in search of the immortal path, spirit hearts and marvelous insights in pursuit of the way. Fengling residence." "Fenger, what do you think of my couplet?" Yifeng inquired with curiosity. "It seems to incorporate both my and Ling junior sister's names. When did you become so literary, master?" "Ha. Your master is indeed a person of great talent and knowledge. Had it not been for your grandmaster dragging me to Yunhai sect to learn, I would have surely been the top scholar and a grand scholar of Weiyuan Pavilion." The chubby old man grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, exuding both repulsiveness and lewdness. Yifeng could only shake his head in disbelief, finally encountering a true embodiment of shamelessness. The master and disciple worked together to hang the couplet and plaque at the courtyard entrance. Satisfied with their handiwork, Xianxia turned to Yifeng. "Fenger, tidy yourself up. Shortly, we shall go apologize to your senior sister Yinshuang. Even if the herbs lost from the medicinal garden were boiled like hot pot, it is of little consequence. But to tease an immortal is a grave transgression that could tarnish your reputation. This must be addressed." Yifeng replied, "Master, I should handle it myself. You cannot manage that stubborn old woman, Yuing. Alas, it is also my fault that you've not been here for 3 years to guide me. As your master, I must stand up for you, even if it means losing face. Remember, this world is hypocritical and cruel, especially for disciples of righteous sects like us, bound by numerous constraints. No matter the time or person, you must not speak your thoughts freely. Of course, except with me, you must never deceive me. I shall heed your teachings, master." Soon, Huang Lingo brought breakfast to the table. As the three were about to eat, 3 individuals walked in with a clatter. Fang Tong, Zhuge Benlei, and Shi Yao. Fat master, the trio bowed respectfully to Xianxia. Xianxia beamed with delight. "I wondered who it was. It's just the 3 little rascals, Fang Tong, Benlei, and Yao Yao. You've all grown in these 3 years." "I'm Fang Tong, not a rice bucket," Fang Tong muttered. "I'm Benlei, not foolish thunder," Zhuge Benlei chimed in. Xianxia feigned ignorance to their mutterings, asking, "What brings you here today?" Fang Tong replied, "We made plans with Brother Feng to accompany him to the sword mound in search of swords." Xianxia remarked, "You 3 are good kids. Just don't get too close to Fenger. He has not the best influence. He could lead you astray." Cough, cough, master. I'm right here. Could you consider my feelings? Are your feelings truly important? Besides, I never spoke falsehood. Yulong Shangren shot Yifeng a significant eye roll before addressing the trio. Have you eaten breakfast? Join us. Qiyao shook her head. Fat master, we've already eaten. You all enjoy your meal. We'll wait for you in the courtyard. Soon, Yifeng finished his breakfast and ventured into the courtyard. I informed you yesterday that I must first visit the Mo Bamboo Pavilion this morning to offer my apologies to senior sister Yin Shuanger. Why did you all arrive so early? Fong Tongdao exclaimed. Boss, we brothers are united. We shall accompany you. Zhuge Benlei added, Indeed. We share both fortune and adversity. We cannot allow you to face the reprimand alone. Observing the resolute expressions of the three, Yifeng felt deeply moved. Could they truly be scoundrels? Their camaraderie was commendable. Qiyao chuckled. You all go to the Mo Bamboo Pavilion to face the scolding with the boss. I have made plans with Linger to go shopping at the foot of the mountain today. Chapter 29. The Sea King battles 6 female Sea Kings after finishing breakfast. Master Yulong meticulously groomed himself. To the uninformed observer, one might assume this old fellow was not escorting his disciple to another's residence to offer an apology, but rather embarking on a matchmaking venture, perhaps even for himself. Observing his vain and portly master, Yifeng felt a wave of exasperation. A total of 4 individuals set out for the Muju Pavilion. Besides Master Yulong and his disciple, there were Fong Tong and Zhuge Benlei. Under different circumstances, Yulong, the show-off, would undoubtedly flaunt his beautiful daughter, but given the nature of today's visit, apologizing and softening words, he would not dare bring her along to risk embarrassment. During their time at Fengling residence, Fong Tong and Zhuge Benlei had sworn loyalty, declaring that brothers share both fortune and adversity, promising to accompany their dear leader to face reprimands at the Muju Pavilion. However, once they exited Fengling residence, they trailed behind Yifeng like a pair of timid shadows, sporting expressions of innocence as if they were mere passers-by. Witnessing this scene, Yifeng gritted his teeth in frustration. Was this what camaraderie meant? At this moment, even before the hour of sea, there were few disciples active on the mountainside. Most were external servants. Many elite disciples from the inner sect were practicing sword techniques and spells atop the heavenly realm or at the summit of Xinglua Peak. As they walked, Yifeng suddenly sensed something was amiss. He realized his hands were empty. Who in their right mind would go to apologize without bringing something? At the very least, a fruit basket or a couple of boxes of milk would suffice. Master, are we truly going to Master Yuing's place like this? He inquired. Indeed. What of it? Yulong replied nonchalantly. Well, shouldn't we prepare some gifts? Yifeng suggested hesitantly. Gifts? My very presence is a gift. What more do you want? I am her senior brother. When I gained fame, she was still in her infancy. Gifts? I refuse to believe that without them, this old woman would throw me out of her Muju Pavilion. Master Yulong puffed up in indignation. Seeing his master's confidence, Yifeng chose not to argue. Soon, the duo, accompanied by the 2 loyal companions, arrived at the entrance of the Muju Pavilion, nestled on the sunlit slope of Xinglua Peak. The Muju Pavilion was significantly more expansive than Fengling residence. The courtyard was adorned with an array of exotic flowers and plants, exuding elegance. As the gate swung open, Master Yulong led Yifeng into the courtyard, where a number of young, beautiful female disciples stood on either side of the main hall's entrance, while several others were seated within. Upon witnessing this scene, Master Yulong halted abruptly, murmuring to himself, Why are there so many people here so early in the morning? Yifeng too sensed something was amiss and whispered, Master, it seems they were aware of our arrival and have gathered to wait for us. Of course I'm not blind. What shall we do? Should we leave? If we hadn't crossed the threshold, we could have slipped away. But now that we're inside, how can we escape? Do not speak. Allow me to engage in a verbal duel with these women. Master Yulong inhaled deeply, striding forward with an air that suggested he was here to offer apologies rather than face reprimands. As they approached the main hall, the rotund old man cheerfully called out, Junior Sister Yuing, I am your senior brother Yulong. It has been years since we last met. How have you been? Upon reaching the entrance, the young disciples bowed respectfully towards Master Yulong, acknowledging his status. In the righteous path, hierarchy is paramount. Though these female disciples might not hold him in high regard due to his notorious escapades, they were compelled to show respect to their elder. Master Yulong maintained a semblance of propriety. Despite being surrounded by a bevy of beautiful women, he managed to keep his gaze steady and devoid of any lewdness. This level of composure was truly remarkable. However, Yifeng lacked such fortitude. The female disciples of Master Yuing were all exceptional beauties, and even the servant girls attending to their needs were striking figures. Moreover, the gathering included not only Yu Ying's disciples, but also the daughters of elders invited to witness the spectacle, each more alluring than the last. Yifeng found himself overwhelmed, feeling as though he had entered an upscale establishment. If these young ladies bore name tags at their waists, it would only amplify the sensation. While Master Yulong could disregard these younger disciples, Yifeng could not. Trailing behind his master, he bowed repeatedly in greeting to the celestial maidens. The sight of this strikingly handsome youth now evoked a rather comical impression, as he appeared somewhat crude and furtive. That one in the red dress looks delightful. The one in blue is even better, and the girl in green is truly captivating. The celestial maidens looked upon Yifeng with disapproval as he brazenly scrutinized their long legs, slender waists, and alluring figures, his expression betraying indecent thoughts. Had Master Yulong not been present, they might have already dealt with him quite harshly. Among them was Yun Shuang-er, the most beautiful of the young maidens. Unlike her lively peers, she exuded an ethereal aura, cold as frost, seeming to embody a celestial being untouched by worldly affairs. Upon laying eyes on her, Yifeng instinctively averted his gaze, lowering his head in shame. A graceful, slender fairy clad in a green gown approached, appearing to be in her 20s. With long legs and a captivating figure, her fair visage broke into a warm smile, showcasing a pair of pearly white teeth that accentuated her beauty. She was Jinhe, the senior sister of Yun Shuang-er. Master Yulong, you have arrived. Master and the other uncles have been waiting for some time. Please, follow me inside, she said with a smile. Master Yulong leaned in to glimpse the interior and was taken aback to see several elderly women with youthful appearances seated within. His expression stiffened. Junior sister Jinhe, why are there so many people at the Muzhu Pavilion so early in the morning? It seems you Fu, Yunmu, Shouqi, and Yunyu are all here, he inquired softly. Jinhe smiled and explained, these esteemed sisters are close friends of my master and often visit. Today, they came to enjoy tea with him. Master Yulong's face turned ashen. He knew better than to believe Jinhe's words. It was clear that Yu Ying had anticipated his visit and summoned others to witness his embarrassment. Regretting not heeding his disciples' advice to leave while he could, he lamented that he had fallen into Yu Ying's trap. As he stewed in despair, he reminded himself that as a mentor, he had a responsibility to uphold the dignity of his disciple. Leaning towards Yifeng, he instructed, once we enter, do not speak. Follow my lead. Yifeng nodded quietly. With no hope for escape, he resolved to adapt to the situation. Master Yulong stepped over the threshold, entering the main hall. I did not expect to find so many of my junior sisters here at Yuing's. It has been years. You all have grown even more beautiful. Inside the hall sat 6 women, all of whom were disciples. Among them were the esteemed Yu Ying, as well as Yu Fu, Yunmu, Shouqi, Yunyu, and Yunshi. These elderly women are all esteemed elders of the Yunhai sect, collectively boasting an age of 2 millennia. Although their hair is not entirely white, they have long since lost the allure of their youth, resembling more the faded charm of an overripe orange. The enchanting fairy of the pool, clad in dark robes and sporting a Taoist bun, wields a feather duster, once a captivating beauty who bewitched countless young men. She now bears a few extra pounds and strands of gray at her temples. She smiled and said, Brother Yulong, I have heard that during your 3 years away from the mountain, you have found your long-lost daughter after 15 years? Truly commendable. So you all have heard about this. I had hoped to keep it low-key, replied Fairy Yufu with a hint of playful intrigue. Why should one be modest about finding a daughter in old age? Yulong, your health seems robust. You must be nearing 400 years, yet you remain vigorous and sprightly. No wonder you enjoy descending the mountain to frequent brothels. It appears you possess a prowess that is quite extraordinary. The youthful-looking Master Yunyu, who has mastered the art of preserving her beauty at over 300 years, interjected with a smile, in my younger years, I lacked understanding and thought Brother Yulong was rather unattractive, short of stature and stocky. Even after a decade of pursuit, I declined his advances, believing it would affect the next generation. Alas, had I known of your remarkable abilities back then, perhaps I would have accepted your affections, and I wouldn't now find myself languishing in solitude. The elderly women in the hall chuckled softly, while the younger disciples outside were left blushing. Yifeng, closely trailing his plump master, dared not glance at the elders seated within. The remarks exchanged among the elders left him astonished. Wasn't the Yunhai sect renowned for its virtuous practitioners? The male disciples were expected to be paragons of virtue, while the female disciples were demure and gracious. Yet, these elder sisters seemed to embody a different persona altogether, akin to female sea kings, while his master resembled a king among them. Such candid banter between men and women was undoubtedly a taboo among the righteous disciples, yet it seemed that for those over 200 years, the esteemed elders were unfazed by such jesting. Younger disciples might feel embarrassed to utter such words, but for these venerable figures, it was no longer a matter of propriety. Generally, an ordinary elder of the Yuhai sect would feel shame and seek refuge at the mockery of these women, yet Yulong was unperturbed by their teasing. He understood that if he maintained his composure, the awkwardness would fall upon others. Moreover, he was well acquainted with these fairies, once prudish in their youth. They now resorted to mere verbal sparring in their advanced years. Among these 6 women, a significant portion remained unmarried. Having navigated the realm of romance for centuries, Yulong was hardly intimidated by a few aging maidens. He grinned and declared, "Sister Yunyu, it is never too late to join me. I still possess my vigor. Grant me half a year, no, just 3 months, and I shall ensure you find yourself with child." How shameless. You old lecher. Why don't you just perish in the womb of a courtesan? The chorus of scorn erupted instantly. Unfazed by their disdainful glares and curses, Yulong took pride in their reactions. Yifeng stood in stunned silence, marveling at his master's unparalleled prowess in silencing the 6 elder sisters with mere words. Realizing the unfolding scene, Master Yueying could no longer bear it and calmly remarked, "Brother Yulong, I have heard you brought your disciple here today to apologize." Apologize? Nonsense. I merely strolled by after breakfast with Fenger and thought to pay a visit, Yulong quickly denied, shaking his head. Chapter 30. The Art of Apology. It appears that the entire Yuhai sect is aware that today, the lecherous elder Yulong intends to bring his equally lascivious disciple to the Mianzhu Pavilion to formally apologize to Yin. However, Yulong, the rotund figure, seems to be disinclined to admit such a visit, possibly due to the number of people present, fearing a loss of face. This displeases the esteemed Master Yueying, who furrows her brow and casts a sidelong glance at Yifeng, who is hiding behind the corpulent elder. She calmly states, "Approximately a month ago, your esteemed disciple used exceedingly vulgar language to flirt with my disciple, Xianxia, creating a most unfavorable impact. According to the regulations of the Yuhai sect, Article 36, publicly flirting with female disciples and uttering lewd remarks warrants a penalty of 80 strokes and 3 months of confinement for minor infractions, while severe offenses could result in the severing of one's meridians and expulsion from the sect. Pray tell, Elder Yulong, is this not the very matter for which you have come today?" Elder Yulong's grotesquely dark and plump visage reveals a look of shock and disbelief. He turns to Yifeng and asks, "Fenger, is this true?" Yifeng, momentarily bewildered, wonders if his master has truly lost his senses, as today's visit was indeed prompted by his own indiscretions toward Xianxia. Seeing Yifeng's silence, Elder Yulong hastily continues, "Why do you look at me so? If it is true, then it is true. If not, then it is not. As disciples of the righteous path, we must act with integrity and possess the courage to confront our mistakes. Have my teachings fallen on deaf ears?" Yifeng, upon hearing this, quickly regains his composure and responds, "Master, I suffered an injury recently and my mind has been somewhat clouded. Upon seeing Xianxia, who is as ethereal as a celestial being, I momentarily lost my senses and uttered words that were not befitting. I deeply regret my actions." "Ah, I see." Elder Yulong feigns understanding, nodding slightly. "Indeed, Master Yueying. These young lads are in the throes of burgeoning emotions. Upon encountering a beauty, their hearts may easily be swayed. There is a saying, the calls of the mandarin ducks echo across the river's islet. A graceful lady is the object of a gentleman's affection. We have all been young and should empathize with the sentiments of youth. Fenger's error lies merely in expressing what is in his heart. I shall have Fenger apologize to the celestial Xianxia in person. Should you feel that Xianxia's reputation has been tarnished and she finds it difficult to marry, I shall take it upon myself to ensure Fenger makes amends by preparing gifts for a formal courtship. What say you? When it comes to shamelessness, if Yifeng were to claim the second place, Elder Yulong would undoubtedly rank first among the Yunhai sect. Initially, Yifeng had committed a grave sin by disrespecting a woman, yet through the elder's words, he was transformed into a charming young man. Merely captivated by the beauty before him, the lewdness had swiftly shifted to a pursuit of elegance. Master Yueying glared indignantly. "You foolish man. Do you truly believe your worthless disciple could ever marry Xianxia?" Elder Yulong chuckled. "Why not? Master, let us conclude this matter here. If it continues to escalate, It may indeed tarnish Shuang'er's reputation. Originally, Master Yuing wished to assert her authority over Elder Yulong, to embarrass the lecherous old man, and perhaps to elicit a few words of concession. However, given that Elder Yulong is the most shameless person in the Yuhai sect, one must tread carefully, as he could resort to anything if pushed too far. With this in mind, Master Yuing clenched her teeth. Shuang'er, please come in. Dressed in a flowing white robe, Shuang'er entered gracefully, her long sword in hand. She offered a slight bow to the gathered elders. Yifeng, feeling a surge of anxiety, subtly shifted behind his rotund master, fearing another swift kick. Why are you standing there like a fool? Are you waiting for an award? Hurry and apologize to your sister Shuang, Elder Yulong exclaimed, giving Yifeng a firm kick in the rear. Yifeng, finally snapping back to reality, turned to face Shuang'er, the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered in this life. In his past life, the only one who could rival her beauty was the portrayal of Xiaolong by Li Ruodo. Moreover, Shuang'er's frosty demeanor bore a striking resemblance to the ethereal character from Jin Yang's tales, as if a literary beauty had stepped into reality. Clad in a pristine white gown, her dark hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her delicate features and flawless skin exuded an air of chill that could captivate any man's heart, igniting an instinctual desire for conquest within him. A vivid memory of Shuang'er's unblemished form flashed in his mind, akin to a flawless jade, rendering all previous infatuations trivial. Lost in admiration, Yifeng only regained his senses upon noticing the coldness in Shuang'er's gaze. He promptly clasped his hands in respect and bowed, saying, Sister Shuang'er, not long ago at the back mountain of Xinglua Peak, I beheld your beauty, which is unparalleled, akin to a celestial being. In a moment of folly, I spoke frivolously, disrespecting you, and I feel utterly ashamed. As a disciple of the righteous path, I should act with decorum and integrity. I have betrayed my master's teachings and my sect's noble values, causing you harm for which I am deeply remorseful. I humbly seek your forgiveness. Yifeng had meticulously crafted his words of apology the night before, and now they flowed forth with sincerity. Elder Yulong stood dumbfounded. What is happening? How could his lackluster disciple articulate such an eloquent apology filled with profound expressions, words and phrases he had never heard before? Was he attempting to abandon the path of cultivation for the pursuit of scholarship? Shuang'er seemed equally taken aback by Yifeng's eloquence, her icy demeanor softening slightly as she let out a cold hum after a brief pause. Shuang'er, do not be rude, Master Yuing admonished. While Shuang'er was permitted to scold Yifeng, she must show respect to her elders. Elder Yulong, with a carefree attitude, remarked, Shuang'er, you are correct. It is I who failed to set a proper example, allowing this rascal to become a scoundrel. I shall ensure he is disciplined henceforth. Master Yuing, since this errant disciple has sincerely apologized to Shuang'er, let us consider the matter resolved. We are all of the same sect. Let us not damage our camaraderie over such trivialities. Master Yuing remained silent, her gaze fixed on Shuang'er, who regarded Yifeng with a piercing stare, slowly speaking. This time, I will overlook your transgressions for the sake of Elder Yulong and the other elders. However, should you dare disrespect me again, I will not show you mercy. With an exterior that remained frosty, she seemed to harbor a deep disdain for Yifeng's oily demeanor. Yifeng quickly bowed. Thank you, Sister Shuang, for your generosity and for forgiving me. I shall never again be disrespectful towards you. With a dismissive hum, Shuang'er turned and left the hall. The matter had been amicably resolved, and Elder Yulong settled into a chair, content. As if swatting away a fly, he waved his hand at Yifeng and said, Your senior sister Shuang'er has already forgiven you. What are you still doing here? Aren't Fan Tong and Ben Lei waiting for you at the sword tomb? Master Yu. What about me? It's been over 3 years since I've seen these senior uncles. I just wanted to catch up with them. Realizing that this plump old man still had his charm intact, Yifeng decided not to disturb the old lecher's flirtations any longer. He offered a respectful bow to everyone. I shall not intrude upon Master and the senior uncle's reunion. I take my leave. Upon exiting the main hall, he was met with strange gazes from more than 10 female disciples at the entrance. Puffing out his chest, he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and swaggered past those beautiful maidens. After taking a few steps, he turned back. The more he pondered, the more he felt that leaving without a word was inconsistent with his notorious reputation as a lecher. Since he was viewed as a bully by everyone, why not take advantage of it? In his previous life, he had toiled away to be a good person, a sycophant, only to find himself in this detestable world of cultivation, never getting the chance to be the honest man he was meant to be. It truly resonated with the saying, the sycophant ends up with nothing. What was wrong with being a villain? Many things good people wish to do but could not, were trivial matters for the wicked. Any girl in this courtyard, if pulled aside, would be of the caliber of Asian beauty pageant winners. In his former life, he could have only glimpsed them through short videos. Now, he could engage in face-to-face conversations with these enchanting fairies. If luck were on his side, he might even woo a few. In his past life, his timidity had led him to die a virgin. He thought that since heaven had granted him a chance at rebirth, he should make up for his previous regrets. Thus, Yifeng turned to the fair-skinned Xianxia, rubbing his hands together, and said, Senior Sister Xianxia, I truly apologize for my past actions. You have helped me immensely, yet I deceived you. It is a sin worthy of death. To express my remorse, may I invite you to dinner tonight? If tonight is inconvenient, tomorrow, the day after, or even the day after that works as well. I am always free. Xianxia did not expect Yifeng to be so unrepentant. After he had just apologized, he was already attempting to court her. With a hint of disdain, she retorted, Yifeng, don't think that just because Master Yulong has returned, I won't dare to hit you. Leave, and don't let me see you again. Otherwise, each time I see you, I will strike. All right. Yifeng immediately turned and ran. However, after a few steps, he halted once more, this time not addressing Xianxia but rather the beautiful maidens at the entrance. Since Senior Sister Xianxia is unavailable, I wonder if any of you lovely sisters have some time to share a romantic evening under the moonlight. You little rascal. A lecherous scoundrel. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Don't run. Before Yifeng could finish his sentence, a cacophony of curses erupted. Yifeng, having anticipated this, immediately took flight, swiftly escaping through the gates of the courtyard. Inside the main hall, the elder seniors listened intently to every word Yifeng uttered outside. They were taken aback. Just moments after he had apologized and vowed to reform, he had already resumed his flirtations with the female disciples. And this time, it was with a wide net. Fairy Yufu chuckled. Yulong, you truly have taught a remarkable disciple. Be honest, is this Yifeng, not your illegitimate child? Master Yulong covered his forehead with his hand and laughed awkwardly. How could that be? He is merely a little brat I picked up from the foot of the mountain years ago. Our relationship is entirely ordinary. Yes, very ordinary. Enough about that little rascal. Sister Yufu, are you free tonight? Perhaps we could share a meal and enjoy the moonlight together. Indeed, like master, like disciple. Yifeng dashed out of the courtyard, and, seeing that the group of enchanting fairies had not pursued him, he slowed his pace. Though rejected by all the maidens, he did not feel disheartened. Instead, he felt a small sense of pride. At least in his previous life, he would have never dared to act in such a way. It felt exhilarating, thrilling even. How hard could it be to pursue a girl? As long as he remained persistent and shameless, there would surely be one or two girls who might take a liking to him. At that point, he could finally shed his single status. As a traveler in this new world, how could he not pursue romance? Yifeng resolved that cultivating and wooing fairies would be the two most important goals of his existence in this realm. Seeing Yifeng emerge from the courtyard with a satisfied expression, the portly and lean monks who had been waiting nearby immediately approached him. The chubby monk, Fong Tong, asked, Boss, have things been resolved? Yifeng nodded, of course. With my master personally here, what issue could remain unsolved? Let us head to the Sword Tomb. Disciples of the Yunhai sect typically had 3 methods to obtain magical treasures. First, from the spiritual treasure hall. Inner disciples could claim a mundane iron sword before reaching the skyward realm, and upon achieving that realm, they could receive a celestial sword. Generally, the celestial swords distributed by the spiritual treasure hall were of the lowest grade, only given to outer disciples or those whose masters lacked power. Master Yulong, with his esteemed status, would never lower himself to allow Yifeng to retrieve a low-grade sword from the spiritual treasure hall. Second, from their masters. Aside from a few celestial swords, most magical treasures had a certain degree of inheritance between master and disciple within the Yunhai sect. Thus, many formidable celestial swords were held by the elders of the sect, passed down from the elderly to their disciples. Given Master Yulong's status, he surely had no shortage of divine swords. However, this old lecher, neglecting his duties, had sold several powerful celestial swords over the past 200 years in exchange for carnal pleasures. As a result, all he possessed now was his own life-bound divine sword, the Shadow Slayer. Even his daughter's magical treasure required him to shamelessly seek out Yuqinzi to reclaim it. Third, the Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb had existed for nearly as long as the Yunhai sect itself. In the initial centuries of the sect's founding, many formidable celestial swords were collected. At that time, with only a few thousand disciples, there was no need for so many swords, so the surplus was stored in the sword tomb, where any disciple could select a sword suitable for themselves. During the first millennium, the existence of the sword tomb indeed laid the foundation for the rapid development of the Yuhai sect. However, as the number of disciples grew, it became increasingly difficult for powerful swords to return to the sword tomb. Over time, the quality of swords within the tomb dwindled. Nowadays, it was rare for inner disciples to seek swords there. Only outer disciples would venture to the sword tomb after reaching the skyward realm, hoping for a stroke of luck. Yifeng's reasoning was simple. If he could procure a celestial sword, he could practice the Yuhai sect's sword techniques and master the art of flying on a sword, regardless of its quality. After all, his plump master had promised him that he would find him a peerless weapon in due time. Chapter 31. The Quest for the Sword in the Sword Tomb. The Elder reappears. The sword tomb, in its literal sense, signifies a grave for swords. However, the sword tomb of the Yuhai sect does not entail burying swords underground. Instead, they are embedded upon a sheer cliff on the western face of Xinglua Peak. Under the guidance of Feng Tong and his companion, Yifeng spent a considerable half-hour before arriving at the base of the sword tomb. This location is a precipice approximately 1,000 zhang high, where standing at the edge and gazing down reveals an abyss of swirling clouds, unfathomable in depth. Looking up, one can see the cliff's face adorned with celestial swords, most of which are buried deep within the rock, leaving only a short hilt exposed. Thick vines, resembling arms, dangled down from above. They had arrived quite late, and at this moment, several young men and women could be seen clinging to the vines, scaling the cliff like agile spiders. They were forcefully extracting celestial swords from the rock and reinserting them, searching for the one that suited them best. Feng Tong, tilting his head back, said, "This is the sword tomb of our Yuhai sect. Boss, you should go up and choose a sword. I and Lao San will wait for you here." Yifeng observed the nearly vertical cliff and the youths resembling spiders as they swung on the vines, a wave of trepidation washing over him. No one had informed him that the sword tomb was situated atop a cliff. He had assumed it would be in a designated area filled with numerous celestial swords from which he could simply select the most appealing one. Who would have thought there was a risk to life involved? He swallowed hard and said, This task appears quite challenging. Are you two not planning to accompany me?" Zhuge Benlei replied, "We both already possess celestial swords, boss. You should go up by yourself." "You have celestial swords? Where are they? I haven't seen you carrying any." Yifeng expressed his skepticism. During his days at Xinglua Peak, he had observed many disciples of the Yuhai sect either wielding celestial swords or carrying sword sheaths with great flourish. Yet, Feng Tong and Zhuge Benlei appeared empty-handed, leading Yifeng to initially believe their cultivation was lacking, perhaps not even reaching the 4th level of the Void Realm, hence not possessing a celestial sword. The stout and slender monks exchanged glances and smiled broadly. Simultaneously, they pointed at the air, lightly swiping in front of them, and a faint glow coalesced into a 3-foot-long sword. Feng Tong's sword was white, while Zhuge Benlei's was purple. Seeing this, Yifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What splendid swords! I am envious. What are their origins? I heard that Master Yukenzi gifted Linger a sword called Fanji yesterday, which seems quite formidable. How do they compare?" Feng Tong chuckled. "My celestial sword is named Xianfeng, and Lao San's is called Xiling. Our swords are both beyond the level of spiritual instruments, classified as celestial artifacts that can be summoned and retracted at will. We seldom reveal them to avoid inciting jealousy in certain impoverished souls." "Paupers? Jealousy?" Yifeng felt as if the rotund fellow was referring to him. Just as he was about to retort, Zhuge Benlei interjected, "Magic treasures are classified into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. Although both Mai and Lao Er's celestial swords are of the same grade as Linger's Fanjia, our Xianfeng and Xiling are low-grade celestial artifacts, whereas Fanjia is a high-grade celestial artifact and possesses significantly greater spiritual power. Moreover, Fanjia is a fire-attributed sword, boasting formidable attack power." Yifeng understood now, feeling somewhat irritated. "I thought your celestial swords were something extraordinary, worrying about Popper's envy. Turns out they are nothing remarkable, not even close to Linger's Fanjia. What is there to hide?" Feng Tong defended. "It's not fair to say that, boss. The Fanjia sword is renowned throughout the mortal realm. If we are to discuss whose celestial sword is the most impressive among us, it must be Yao Yao's. Last year, our master Xianxia gifted her a divine great sword." Yifeng's eyes widened. Having gained considerable knowledge of this world, he was aware of the significance of a divine-grade treasure. In the entire Yuhai sect, the number of registered divine-grade swords did not exceed 300, nearly all held by venerable elders of several hundred years. Typically, such swords would only pass to their disciples upon the elder's demise. For Yao Yao, still in her teens, to possess a divine sword was astonishing. What a revelation! It seems I, the leader among the four overlords, am the most impoverished. Yi Feng realized, aside from himself, the other three overlords were all pampered second-generation immortals. You two wait here for a moment. I shall ascend and seek a transcendent divine sword that surpasses yours. After all, as the leader, I cannot be outdone by you two, Yi Feng declared with confidence, striving to maintain his dignity as the leader. Feng Tong and Zhuge Benlei exchanged amused glances, evidently not taking Yi Feng's words to heart. Each day, at least a dozen disciples from the Yu-Hai sect flocked to the Sword Tomb in search of swords. Over the years, the sect had long since withheld celestial swords above the level of spiritual instruments from the Sword Tomb, diverting them to the spiritual treasure hall. This meant that the over 100,000 celestial swords embedded in the cliff were predominantly of the lowest grade, making it exceptionally rare to find anything of true value. Seeing the almost mocking expressions of the stout and slender monks, Yi Feng ceased his chatter, leaping upward with vigor, his body shooting forth like a released arrow. Grasping a vine, he called out, "You two watch me closely. If I happen to fall, you must catch me." Feng Tong laughed, "No worries. Lao San and I won't go anywhere. We'll keep a close eye on the edge of this cliff, ensuring you don't slip and fall." Yi Feng felt a bit reassured by this. Upon reaching the Void Realm, his body underwent significant transformation. Not only had his strength increased severfold, but his jumping ability was also extraordinary, surpassing even the martial arts masters depicted in films. Clinging to the vine, he effortlessly ascended with rapidity, feeling as though he had transformed into a superhuman. After climbing several meters, celestial swords began to appear on the cliff. With one hand gripping the vine and the other grasping a sword hilt, he extracted one. The sword appeared somewhat aged. Its wooden hilt cracked from years of exposure to the elements. However, the blade embedded in the rock seemed relatively unscathed by the passage of time. To assess the strength and attributes of a celestial sword, the most direct method is to channel a trace of true essence into it. If it were an ordinary iron sword, it would not be able to withstand the spiritual power of a cultivator. In contrast, magical treasures are different. During their crafting, numerous magical formations are inscribed within the blade, and the attributes of the celestial sword are determined by the primary materials used in its construction. Generally, the attributes of celestial sword artifacts fall within the 5 elements, though some rarer attributes exist, such as wind, space, and time. Yi Feng channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into the celestial sword in his hand. Instantly, it emitted a faint green glow. This was a wood-attributed celestial sword, typically favored by women. Yi Feng's objective was clear. He sought a fire-attributed celestial sword, known for its superior attack power. He casually reinserted the sword back into the rock. There was no need to rush, as the cliff face was adorned with over 100,000 celestial swords, allowing him to search at a leisurely pace. Yi Feng surmised that the area near the cliff platform had likely been raided countless times. As the saying goes, on a grand banquet, no dish remains due to its deliciousness. The celestial swords in close proximity to the platform had likely been overlooked for years and were undoubtedly of little worth. Thus, Yi Feng decided not to squander time on these celestial swords, preparing instead to ascend to the pinnacle in search of a divine blade. As he was climbing, a familiar voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Yi, there is a sword that may be suitable for you." The unexpected, deep, and hoarse voice startled Yi Feng, nearly causing him to plummet from the precipice. He hastily grasped the vines and glanced around. "Senior, is that you?" he called out hesitantly in his heart. "I told you we would meet again soon. Have you forgotten?" Yi Feng was taken aback. Just yesterday morning, he had emerged from the stone prison of the Discipline Institute. And today, his old cellmate had also completed their sentence. "Senior, you have been released too? That's wonderful. I was contemplating how to rescue you." "Wait, you didn't escape, did you?" "This is a long story, and I advise you not to inquire further." The elder evidently wished to withhold the details of his emergence from the oppressive stone cell. He continued, "Were you not here at the Sword Tomb seeking a celestial sword? Over 200 years ago, I left a blade here that might suit you, though I cannot be certain if it has been taken by another." Chapter 32. The death of the incomplete elder. Meanwhile, in the Discipline Institute, within the stone prison, a young disciple clad in blue, carrying a food box, skillfully activated the formation barrier of the stone prison, passing through the veil of water and stepping inside. During the time Yi Feng was confined here, it was Su Kai who delivered meals daily, but this was merely to prevent Yi Feng from recalling anything. After all, Sukai was a direct disciple of Yuchinzi and typically did not bring food to the mad old man in the stone prison. Once Yufeng was released, Sukai ceased this duty. As the young disciple approached the door of the mad old man's cell, he crouched down, preparing to stuff a pot of wine and a roasted chicken inside. The next moment, his expression subtly shifted. To his astonishment, there lay a pot of wine and a roasted chicken on the ground at the prison door, evidently from the previous day. The young disciple seemed to have realized something and immediately began banging on the prison door, shouting, "Senior? Senior!" There was no response, only the echo of his own voice reverberating in the corridor. The young disciple did not possess the key to this cell. Abandoning the food box, he dashed outside. Upon exiting, he encountered Sukai. Sukai furrowed his brow and asked, "Feng Shidi, what happened?" The young disciple replied, Su Xiang. It seems that something has happened to the mad old man in the stone prison. Sukai was taken aback and inquired, "What has occurred?" Feng Shidi succinctly recounted how the roasted chicken and fine wine he had delivered yesterday remained untouched and how his calls had received no response. The stone prison's door was secured with a golden lock, and an additional layer of formation prevented the mad old man from escaping. Given the old man's fondness for wine, even if he had not consumed the chicken, he would surely have drunk the wine. The fact that both the chicken and wine remained untouched was unprecedented in many years. Sukai nodded slightly and said, "You go ahead and attend to your duties. I will report this matter to Master." Feng Shidi responded, "Then I will trouble you." Su Xiao. The two parted ways, and Sukai approached the door of his master, Yuchinzi. Although Sukai was unaware of the mad old man's identity or background, nor how long he had been confined in the Discipline Institute, he was certain that the old man's status was anything but simple. His master had previously instructed him not to skimp on the mad old man's provisions, insisting on delivering fine wine daily. Moreover, if anything were to happen to the mad old man, it must be reported immediately without delay. At that moment, Yuchinzi was meditating in his chamber. Upon hearing the knock, he slowly withdrew from his meditative state. "Come in," a deep voice resonated from within. Sukai pushed the door open and entered. Yuchinzi's chamber was located behind the main hall of the Discipline Institute, furnished similarly to that of an ordinary disciple but slightly more spacious. Upon seeing Sukai, Yuchinzi inquired, "Lao Jiu, what is the matter?" Sukai clasped his hands and replied, "Master, just now Feng Shidi reported that something seems to have happened to the elder in the stone prison." "What?" Yuchinzi's expression momentarily stiffened, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing his eyes. It is well known that Yuchinzi possessed top-tier cultivation in the mortal realm, with a mental fortitude far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. However, at the moment he heard that the elder in the Discipline Institute stone prison might be in trouble, he could not maintain his composure. Yuchinzi immediately stood up, uttering nothing, and exited the room with urgency. Sukai hastily followed suit. Moments later, they arrived at the stone prison. Sukai cast a spell to activate the formation barrier of the stone prison, and the master and disciple entered in succession. Upon reaching the cell where the elder resided, they found the food box left behind by Feng Shidi on the ground. Yuchinzi retrieved a key from his storage pouch and unlocked the prison door. This was the only key capable of opening the stone prison door, which Yuchinzi had carried with him for many years. Though the mad old man had been confined in the Discipline Institute stone prison for many years, no disciple had ever opened it or seen the elder's appearance. As the door creaked open for the first time in over 2 centuries, a foul stench assaulted their senses. Yuchinzi summoned a magical artifact, an ancient mirror that gleamed with light. The mirror floated into the air, casting a dazzling fan-shaped beam of white light that illuminated the cramped stone prison. Inside the prison was chaos, with bowls, wine jars, and decaying chicken bones strewn about, alongside human excrement. In the corner, there lay an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, long and unkempt, nearly obscuring his entire face. The old man's body was not only emaciated but also bore only a left hand. His legs and right arm had been severed at the roots. His eye sockets were dark, having been gouged out completely. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuchinzi's eyes reflected sorrow and anguish. He approached the old man, reaching out to touch his neck. "He is already dead." Yuchinzi's expression shifted to one of complex emotions. He turned to Sukai and ordered, "Lao Jiu, go prepare a fine coffin." Sukai's countenance turned pale. He had not anticipated the horrifying state of the elder. How has he survived for so long? After a moment of realization, he asked, "Master, should we do it now?" Yuchinzi nodded. Sukai was about to leave when he noticed his master standing before the elder's corpse. Unable to contain himself, Sukai asked, "Master, are you not going out?" Yuchinzi sighed and replied, I will stay here to accompany him. Although Sukai was curious about the identity of the incomplete elder, he dared not ask further and turned to exit the stone prison. Once Sukai departed, Xianxia retrieved a pristine blanket from his storage artifact and gently covered the frail corpse of the incomplete elder. He squatted before the body, seemingly melancholic, and murmured, "You endured for so many years. Why did you suddenly pass away? Was your wish fulfilled? Or have you come to terms with it? Or perhaps you were utterly despairing?" The old man had been deceased for over a day and could naturally provide no answers. After a moment, Xianxia rose and controlled the glowing ancient mirror artifact, examining every corner of the stone prison. Soon, he discovered numerous scratches on the stone walls, inscribed with many words, most of which were terrifying curses. Xianxia was not surprised. Anyone who had their legs and an arm severed, eyes gouged out, ears pierced, and tongue cut, then confined here for over 200 years, would inevitably harbor resentment and succumb to madness. Xianxia summoned a flying sword, and the cave echoed with the sound of sword energy slicing through the air as he erased all the vile curses inscribed on the rocky surface. It was imperative to eliminate them, for the names mentioned included some of the highest-ranking elders of the Yunhai sect. Aside from the sect leader Yun Yi, there were also the names of Yulong and Xianxia himself. To ensure no detail was overlooked, Xianxia summoned his palm energy, creating a whirlwind that swept away the disarray on the ground. Indeed, the stone slabs beneath were also etched with countless cursed phrases. Xianxia meticulously employed sword energy to cleanse all the inscriptions. After completing this task, Sukai returned with 2 fellow disciples from the Discipline Institute, carrying a wooden coffin. Sukai inquired, "Master, we have brought the coffin. Where shall we bury this elder?" Xianxia replied, "First, let us prepare the body, then we shall send it to." Suddenly, Xianxia fell silent. Where should the old man's remains be sent? He gently shook his head and said, "Let us place him here for now." He lacked the authority to decide the elder's fate and would need to report to the sect leader for a final decision. Sukai nodded, then beckoned for the bodies of the 2 elderly disciples to be placed into the wooden coffin. Once the coffin was sealed, Xianxia remarked, "This elder holds a unique status. He has transgressed unforgivable sect rules. Do not speak of this individual to anyone, understood?" Sukai and his 2 fellow disciples immediately nodded in agreement. After exiting the stone prison, Xianxia returned to his quarters for a brief cleansing, then changed into a fresh set of robes before leaving the discipline hall. The death of the elder required his immediate report to the sect leader. Chapter 33 is the strange rusty sword a divine artifact? On Starry Peak, near the sword tomb, Yifeng, suspended on a sheer cliff, overheard an elderly voice proclaiming that he had once left a celestial sword in the sword tomb, which was ideally suited for him. Excitement surged through Yifeng, overshadowing any curiosity as to how the elder's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. He promptly inquired, "Esteemed elder, is the sword you left truly formidable?" "Indeed. It is a divine sword of exceptional caliber, acquired during my travels through the wilderness in a dilapidated celestial estate. Upon returning to Starry Peak, I embedded it within the sword tomb," the elder responded. "Divine sword?" Yifeng's eyes sparkled with eagerness, his heart racing. Yet, in the next moment, he felt as if struck by frost. Oh no, a divine sword left over 2 centuries ago is likely long gone, taken by disciples the very next day. Not necessarily, the elder reassured. That sword is unique. And those who venture to the sword tomb in search of a sword are typically outer disciples who have just attained the skyward realm. These youngsters may not recognize its exceptional qualities. The elder's words rekindled Yifeng's spirits. He hastily asked the elder where he had concealed the divine sword. After a prolonged silence, as if lost in thought, the elder finally replied, "Approximately 100 zhang from the sword viewing cliff. I remember leaving the sword near a rock that juts out. After 200 years, that rock should still be present." Guided by the elder's hints, Yifeng gazed upwards at the cliff face, oriented himself, and began his ascent. 100 zhang, over 300 meters, if it were in his past life. He would have been unable to scale such heights. Now, having reached the skyward realm, he was as light as a feather and as strong as an ox. Grasping the thick vines that dangled from above, he swiftly climbed upwards, soon surpassing several outer disciples who were struggling to find suitable celestial swords. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Yifeng had ascended 100 zhang. He deftly maneuvered between the vines and indeed discovered a rock protruding from the cliff. "Buddha bless, please do not let anyone take it," he silently prayed. Swinging his way to the vicinity of the rock, he noted that it was not large, jutting out about 40 centimeters, just enough for a person to stand upon. Surrounding the rock were 6 or 7 celestial swords. Yifeng pulled them out one by one, asking the elder if each was the one he sought, only to receive a negative response each time. Finally, he extracted the last sword, which felt peculiar in his hand, heavier than a typical celestial sword, with a handle wrapped in twisted iron rather than wood. The guard was also unusual. It was a hollow sphere connecting the blade and handle, seemingly containing something within. The blade was riddled with rust, nearly disintegrating. Yifeng inspected it with disdain, preparing to reinsert the dilapidated sword. Suddenly, the elder's voice echoed in his mind. This is the one. What? Yifeng thought he had misheard. The elder confirmed. This is the divine sword I retrieved from that ancient celestial estate. It is surprising that, after over 2 centuries, it remains here. It seems the disciples of Yuhai sect are not as discerning as before. Such a divine weapon has not been taken. Elder, I do not mean to offend. But are you certain this rusty piece of junk, devoid of any spiritual energy, is the divine weapon you left behind? Yifeng pondered. Why would I deceive you? This sword is indeed a divine weapon, incomparable to other celestial swords. If you do not believe me, simply return it and select another. Yifeng's mind raced, realizing the elder had been consistently supportive and had no reason to mislead him now. There is a saying, incomprehensible characters are often auspicious. By analogy, a sword devoid of spiritual energy must surely be a good sword. Having located the celestial sword, Yifeng lost interest in the sword tomb. He secured the rusty sword on his back and swiftly descended the vines. Minutes later, he landed atop a precipice. Fong Tong and Zhuge Binlei were encircling a young girl who appeared to be only 13 or 14, engaging in unwarranted advances. The rotund one was insisting on reading her palm, while the lean one was even more repugnant, attempting to perform a crude bone-reading technique. The girl, aware of the infamous reputations of the two, was merely an outer sect servant disciple without a proper master, feeling both furious and helpless, on the verge of tears. Just then, Yifeng descended onto the cliff. Seeing the two extending their treacherous hands toward the flower of Yuhai sect, he called out, "What are you two doing?" Fong Tong exclaimed with delight, "Boss, have you found a suitable celestial sword so quickly? This junior sister is also here for a sword. We were just about to help her with fortune-telling." Yifeng stepped forward. The girl in yellow, upon seeing him, appeared relieved, her frightened expression transforming into one of recognition. "Phone. Brother Phone." Without hesitation, Yifeng kicked toward the rotund and lean figures. The two, caught off guard, fell comically to the ground. "Boss, why did you kick me? Are you trying to monopolize her? You scoundrels, you vile miscreants. We are righteous heroes. How can you engage in such despicable acts?" Fong and Zhuge were flabbergasted. Is this the language of our esteemed boss Yifeng? He never hesitated to pursue even the most unrefined maidens. Yifeng ignored their bewilderment and turned his attention to the trembling girl in yellow. At that moment, his eyes lit up. Although she was only 13 or 14, her features were exquisitely delicate, undoubtedly a beauty in the making. Given 3 more years, she would blossom into a stunning young lady. He shook his head, scolding himself for harboring such impure thoughts. He was determined to be a sword hero of virtue and honor, not to entertain such base ideas. It must be the residual filth of the original owner's thoughts. Regaining his composure, he adopted a noble demeanor and addressed the girl, "Junior sister, are you all right?" The girl, with a somewhat peculiar expression, shook her head and replied, "Brother Feng, I am fine." Yifeng smiled. "I did not expect you to recognize me. Are you also here to seek a sword from the sword tomb?" The young girl was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Yifeng, seemingly recalling something. She shook her head and said, "I am from the Beast Garden, quite close to the Herb Garden. We have met a few times before." Yifeng responded, "Ah, so you are old acquaintances. Please, go and seek the sword. Henceforth, do not engage with Fong Tong and Zhuge Binlei. They are not to be trusted." The girl looked at Yifeng with a hint of astonishment. After a brief moment, she nodded and swiftly turned to run away. Yifeng called out, "Hey, wait. Weren't you supposed to seek the sword? That path leads back to the front mountain. Young lady, what is your name? Let us arrange to meet again in 3 years." Upon hearing the voice behind her, the girl did not slow down. In fact, she ran even faster. The stout and slender monk, having rubbed his backside, stood up. Zhuge Binlei, feeling disgruntled, remarked, "Boss, such beauty is rare. Why did you let her go?" "I didn't even get to touch her." Yifeng turned to the two of them, perplexed. He truly could not fathom how such nefarious elements could exist within the esteemed Yunhai sect, a bastion of righteousness. With a hint of irritation, he said, "Can you two not engage in proper conduct? If you must flirt, at least choose those of mature age. This girl is merely a child." How could you possibly stoop so low? Fong Tong replied, the elder sisters of greater age possess superior cultivation. How could we dare approach them? Seeking out younger outer disciples is, unfortunately, the strategy you devised for us. Zhuge Binlei added, exactly. Not everyone possesses your audacity to flirt with Sister Yunshuang. We wish to prolong our lives a little longer. Yifeng grinned and said, that is indeed nonsense. Listen carefully, both of you. If you wish to associate with me, you must adhere to my rules. Do not engage in such disgraceful behavior again. Is there no shame? Even my master knows that a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. If you desire women, venture down the mountain and spend your coin in the brothels. Do you not even comprehend the principles of paying for such company? The stout and slender monk exchanged glances, realizing that their leader had indeed returned. And the familiar tone brought them amusement. Fong Tong exclaimed, Boss, you have reached the skyward realm. Perhaps you could take us down the mountain to rescue those wandering damsels. Yifeng covered his forehead with his hand. He understood that the desire for women could not solely be blamed on the stout and slender monk. He too had been young once, aware that hormones often drove such thoughts. It was normal for a boy of their age, brimming with hormones, to wake each morning with fervent desires and occasionally indulge in dreams of romance at night. However, a strange thought struck him. His stout master was over 380 years old, yet still frequented the brothels down the mountain. Did that mean that even at such an age, his master's hormones were equally rampant? No, young men were driven by hormones, while his master was simply a lecherous old man. This was the conclusion that Yifeng ultimately reached. Chapter 34, Blood-Forged Divine Weapon. Elder Yi Fuyo. The brief interlude swiftly passed, and Fong Tong along with Zhuge Binlei noticed the rusty sword slung diagonally behind Yifeng. Fong Tong remarked, Boss, is this the celestial sword found in the sword tomb? It appears rather unremarkable. Zhuge Binlei concurred. Indeed, others spend the entire day searching for swords in the sword tomb. Yet you, Boss, only took half an hour. Isn't that a tad too trivial? Yifeng proudly removed the rusty sword from his back and declared, You simply don't comprehend. I am currently endeavoring to become a better person and do not wish to utter foul language on this joyous day. This sword is no ordinary weapon. It is the finest divine blade in the world. Haha, second brother, the boss must be out of his mind. Fong Tong could not help but chuckle. Not only is he delusional, but it seems he is also suffering from severe megalomania. The boss has thrown caution to the wind, selecting a sword at random since there are no good swords in the sword tomb. As Zhuge Binlei spoke, he patted Yifeng on the shoulder, saying, Once a boss, always a brother. Rest assured, you can wield this rusty, celestial sword for now. If Uncle Fat doesn't he procure a fine sword for you? My brother and I will handle it later. Yifeng raised the rusty sword in his hand and replied, Not necessary. Your boss is exceedingly satisfied with this divine sword. Now, let us return to the front mountain. Watching Yifeng stride away with confidence, both the stout and thin monks shook their heads in disbelief. After spending over half an hour, they finally returned to the front mountain. Linger and Qiao had gone to the foot of the mountain to buy supplies, and their master was absent. Since it was still early, Fong Tong suggested they visit the underground casino newly opened by Elder Chu for a few games. Zhuge Binlei immediately raised both hands and feet in agreement, while Yifeng shook his head in refusal. What nonsense! I have resolved to turn over a new leaf and become a better person. How could I possibly associate with casinos and nightclubs as I did before? That would tarnish my noble and heroic image. You two go ahead and enjoy yourselves. I shall not join you. Having just acquired this celestial sword, I intend to study it and practice my sword control techniques. The stout and thin monks exchanged glances, both realizing that since Yifeng's amnesia, he seemed to have undergone a significant transformation. Previously, Yifeng relished teasing virtuous maidens and gambling with crowds. Today, he had rejected both pursuits. Conversely, the activity he once despised, cultivation, he now expressed a desire to practice sword control. Listen, is this even something a person would say? As a notorious scoundrel, one ought to engage in the misdeeds befitting of their reputation. Cultivating? It is astonishing that this fellow would dare to utter such words. Fong Tong sighed. All right, boss. I shall go amuse myself with third brother. As for your sword practice, you can begin today, and tomorrow we will train together on the mountaintop square. I will introduce you to a few old friends. Perhaps they can assist you in regaining your memory. Yifeng nodded. Very well. See you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to the two rascals, Yifeng closed the courtyard door. With the celestial sword now in his possession, he must expedite his training. Having already reached the realm of flight, he wished to swiftly learn the art of sword flight, an aspiration he had cherished since childhood. Instead of returning to his room, Yifeng ventured into the kitchen and unearthed a whetstone from a corner, carrying a basin of water. He settled down in the yard at the kitchen door and commenced sharpening the sword. Old elder, I believe every word you say without reservation. Please do not deceive me. Yifeng murmured to himself. Soon, a voice echoed in his mind. Ye lad, what are you doing? Sharpening the sword, of course. Can you not see how rusted it has become? Wait a moment, how can I still hear your voice? Yifeng finally sensed something amiss. For a considerable time to come, you will be able to hear my voice. What do you mean? I've always wanted to ask. You are confined in the stone cell of the Discipline Institute, surrounded by formidable barriers. How can you still communicate with me? Have you been released? I have died. Stop joking. Yifeng retorted impatiently. I am not jesting. What remains is my spirit. My physical body perished yesterday when you departed. The Discipline Institute must have discovered my corpse by now. The elder's tone was as calm as ever, as if death were not annihilation but rather a form of liberation. What? Hearing the elder's serious words, Yifeng was taken aback, springing to his feet. You, how could you die? If I had not died, how could I manifest before you? The elder's response instilled a profound sense of unease within Yifeng. Tentatively, he inquired, Elder, do you mean to say you have transferred your spirit into my body? Indeed. My goodness! Yifeng exclaimed, bouncing about in the courtyard as if to shake the elder's spirit from his body. A ghostly possession. Yes, this is precisely what the folklore describes. Elder, we bear no grudges. Why must you possess my body? There are countless individuals in Yunhai sect. Find another host. Were there another option, I would not choose you. Once a cultivator's spirit departs the body, it becomes exceedingly fragile. Only because you will not disclose this matter to outsiders can I choose to dwell within you. Your master, Huang Yu Dao, possesses considerable skill, but he pales in comparison to me. Before my spirit dissipates, I shall impart all my knowledge to you. You shall become the mightiest being in the 9 provinces, a force to be reckoned with across the universe. The elder lured Yifeng with enticing words. At that moment, Yifeng's previously frantic heart began to calm. Elder, you truly will not harm me. I am but a wisp of spirit. How could I cause you harm? Yifeng scratched his head, lost in contemplation. It appeared he had stumbled into a Clitch D web novel scenario, a protagonist traversing realms, encountering a high-ranking spirit residing within him, followed by a series of fortuitous encounters and extraordinary treasures. So far, aside from the original character being a scoundrel, the narrative seemed to mirror that of countless other web novels. Could this possibly be the treatment reserved for the Chosen One? Yifeng mused aloud. What? The Chosen One? The elder did not grasp Yifeng's words. It's nothing, merely a fleeting thought. Very well, elder. I can allow your spirit to reside within my body for a time, but we must establish some ground rules. Speak. First, you cannot usurp my body. Rest assured. I lack the capability. Second, you must teach me the various celestial techniques of Yunhai sect. Certainly, you are my sole disciple. I shall not shortchange you. Third, you must disclose your identity. I cannot permit an unknown spirit to inhabit my body. The elder suddenly fell silent. Yifeng pressed. Is it too much to ask to know your identity? One who has died bears no debts. Even if you were a notorious villain in life, you have since perished, and all past grievances are now irrelevant. As long as you harbor no ill intentions, I shall not concern myself with your past. The elder sighed. You will regret this. Yifeng grinned. You are my guide, and I am your savior. How could I possibly regret it? Very well, I shall reveal my identity. I hope that once you hear it, you will remain as composed. I, Yifeng, am not easily frightened. I possess considerable boldness. I would even dare to tease Xianxia. Yifeng smiled broadly. The elderly man spoke slowly in a hoarse voice. My surname is Yi. My given name is Fuyo, and my Dao title is Yunha. Yi Fuyo? Yunha. I have not heard of you, came the reply. What? You? You have not heard of my name? Yifeng shrugged, remarking, Is it so strange not to have heard of you? Are you truly renowned? Even if you were once famous, being confined for over 2 centuries means few would remember you. Besides, you are aware that I recently suffered from amnesia. Well, since your Dao title is Yunha, you must be a predecessor of my Master S generation. Henceforth, I shall call you Master Uncle Fuyo. The old man fell silent once more, taken aback by this outcome. Had every trace of his existence truly been erased? Noticing the old man's silence, Yifeng resumed sharpening his sword at the whetstone, musing, Master Uncle Fuyo, once I have finished honing this blade, please teach me the sword techniques of the Yunhai sect. I wish to learn the art of sword flight. Gliding through the skies on a sword is simply magnificent. That sword requires no honing, Yi Fuyo said slowly. Are you jesting? The blade is rusted beyond recognition. A mere prick could lead to tetanus, the tetanus sword. Ha ha ha. Yifeng recalled an internet meme and found himself laughing heartily. Yi Fuyo remarked, this blade is a blood-refined divine weapon, requiring blood to recognize its master. Just a few drops of your blood on the sword, and the blood contract will be established. Unless one is the true owner of the divine sword. Outsiders cannot wield it. What? Is it truly so remarkable? Yifeng's expression froze. No wonder the sword had shown no reaction upon infusing spiritual energy. It seemed the method of activation was incorrect. Yi Fuyo added, of course, if it were not a blood-refined divine sword. How could it remain untouched in the sword tomb for over 2 centuries? Yifeng was now exceedingly excited. It seemed the dawn of the Traverser's fortune had truly arrived. Just as he prepared to prick his finger with the tetanus blade to complete the blood contract. A stunning young woman in a crimson dress entered. The girl had phoenix-like eyes and ruby lips, with fair skin and fiery red attire. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, and her long legs accentuated her figure, which appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, already well developed. In terms of features, physique, and complexion, she surpassed Huang Ling and Qi Yao. Even compared to the stunning Yun Shuang, she seemed equally matched. Yifeng's gaze fixated on the enchanting beauty, his heart murmuring, I adore this world. It is filled with beauties. No, it is filled with fairies. Exquisite fairies. You little brat, what are you staring at? I'll gouge out your eyes. The girl in red noticed Yifeng sitting in the courtyard, staring at her with a foolish expression, and her brows furrowed slightly. Yifeng jolted back to reality, grateful for her timely interruption. Otherwise, he might have already begun fantasizing about names for their future children. He quickly rose and asked, Fairy, who are you looking for? The girl in red paused for a moment and replied, Yifeng, what are you pretending for? Don't you recognize me? Is Ling, junior sister, around? The senior brother sent me to deliver the inner sect disciple identity badge to her. Yifeng shook his head. Ling and Qi Yao have gone out. They probably won't return until evening. Fairy, do we know each other? The red-clad girl stepped closer to Yifeng, rolling her eyes. I truly do not wish to know you, you deceitful liar. Last year you promised to procure some 1,000-year-old fairy mushrooms to assist my cultivation. Yet there has been no news since. And you still dare to pursue me? Pa. Yifeng's expression shifted. Involuntarily retreating 2 steps and tripping over a small stool behind him. Stunned, he exclaimed, You are Miao Xiao? Chapter 35, Blood Oath. At this moment, Yifeng was filled with both shock and astonishment. Just yesterday, he had learned from Feng Tong and others that he had infiltrated the medicinal herb garden over a year ago with the intent to steal the immortal herb from Miao Xiao. And today, this very Miao Xiao appeared before him. It must be said that the original owner's taste was indeed impressive. The goddess he secretly admired, in terms of both beauty and figure, was unrivaled within the entire Yuhai sect. To be a devoted admirer of such a goddess, even if it meant sacrificing his life in the process, would be worth it. However, there was one point that left Yifeng puzzled. From what Miao Xiao implied, he had indeed promised to procure the immortal herb for her, yet it seemed she had not received it. That should not be the case. Before the original owner met his demise, the immortal herbs from the 7th medicinal garden had already been stolen. As a seasoned observer, Yifeng understood deeply that a competent admirer would never delay in delivering what was intended for the goddess. It would certainly be delivered promptly. Moreover, if Miao Xiao had not received the immortal herb, how could the original owner have died? Surely, it would be foolish to resort to murder just to silence someone without receiving what was due. Miao Xiao gazed at Yifeng, whose expression resembled that of someone who had seen a ghost, her large eyes brimming with suspicion, her forehead adorned with question marks. Yifeng, what's wrong? Do you not recognize me? With a slight tremor, Yifeng regained his composure and slowly responded, Did I not deliver the immortal herb to you? Miao Xiao rolled her eyes and retorted, What nonsense are you talking? 2 months ago, you were spouting some incomprehensible words to me, and now you're speaking more gibberish. When did you ever deliver the immortal herb? Have you lost your mind? The matter of Yifeng being buried in a graveyard and his subsequent amnesia had not spread within the Yuhai sect. Miao Xiao was still unaware of it. Yifeng felt a stirring in his heart and inquired, Sister Xiao, did we meet 2 months ago? What strange things did I say to you? Please tell me. It's very important to me. Miao Xiao replied. You seem to have said that if one day you disappeared without reason, I should go look for a flamboyant elephant. Yifeng's expression changed drastically. A flamboyant elephant? What does that mean? How would I know? Oh, Right. I heard from Lao Lu that you were punished in the discipline hall for allegedly stealing over 200 spirit herbs and 4 immortal herbs recently. If you didn't give it to me, then who did you give it to? It wouldn't be to some other girl, would it? Yifeng remained silent, his mind preoccupied with the words the original owner had spoken to Miao Xiao. Noticing his silence, Miao Xiao waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Fine. Give it to whoever you want. I couldn't care less." She then produced a jade tablet from her robe and handed it to Yifeng. "This is the inner sect disciple identity token for Sisterlinger. The senior brother has already arranged it, since both Uncle Lu and Sister Lingo are absent. I shall give it to you." Yifeng snapped back to reality and glanced at the jade tablet in his hand, which bore some inscriptions. It detailed the basic identity information of Huang Linger, the 37th generation disciple of Yuhai sect, born on the 9th day of the 9th month in the year of Eo. He nodded, saying, I will pass it on to Linga when she returns." Miao Xiao remarked, "With the task complete, I shall take my leave. By the way, Yifeng, where did you get this sword?" Yifeng was startled, thinking that Miao Xiao had discerned the sword's unusual nature. He replied, "I found it today in the sword tomb." Miao Xiao enlightened him. "No wonder it looks so ugly." "What?" Before Yifeng could respond, Miao Xiao gracefully strode out of the courtyard. Yifeng chased after her, exclaiming, "This is a divine sword. How could you call it ugly? You're the ugly one. Your whole family is ugly." He slammed the courtyard door shut, then glanced at the rusty sword in his hand, muttering, "It really is quite ugly." Returning to the sharpening stone, Yifeng did not resume sharpening the sword. Instead, he sat down on a small stool, lost in thought. "Uncle Fuyo, do you think Miao Xiao was speaking the truth?" After a moment, Yifuyo responded, "It should be true. If she were the one who committed murder, she wouldn't appear so calm in your presence." Yifeng agreed with Uncle Fuyo's assessment. He stroked his chin, pondering. Could it be that I had foreseen my potential danger and that someone would attempt to silence me? This would have occurred 2 months ago, prior to the theft of the immortal herbs from the medicinal garden. Could it be that my assailant sought to eliminate me for reasons unrelated to the herbs? Yifuyo advised, "If you wish to uncover the truth, you must first determine what the flamboyant elephant refers to." Yifeng nodded slowly. "Do we have elephants in Tianyan Mountain?" "No, only the southern regions have elephants. Tianyan Mountain is thousands of miles from the south. However, the Spirit Beast Garden may house some exotic creatures. Perhaps they keep elephants there." "Oh, it seems I must visit the Spirit Beast Garden in person." Yifeng believed that the original owner must have entrusted something significant or a vital clue to someone or concealed it somewhere. Aware that he could be in peril, he had subtly hinted at this information to Miao Xiao. Yet, she had never taken him seriously, so it had remained unheeded. Today, by chance, she encountered the muddled Yifeng and inadvertently revealed it. After pondering for a moment in the courtyard, Yifeng found himself without any leads and could only redirect his focus to the immortal sword in his hand. The situation was proving to be more intricate than he had anticipated. Yifeng could roughly deduce that the original owner's death was likely unrelated to the stolen immortal herbs from the medicinal garden. To ensure his survival, he needed to swiftly elevate his cultivation level. He inquired, "Uncle Fuyo, do I merely need to drip a few drops of blood onto this sword to establish a blood contract?" "Of course, it is not that simple. In addition to the blood oath, you must also refine the divine sword." "Refine? What does that mean?" "Channel your willpower and spiritual energy into the divine sword. Once the sword acknowledges you, you shall become its master. No one else can wield it." Yifeng nodded and entered the kitchen, procuring a kitchen knife. This knife had been sharpened to perfection by Lingo the previous day. He dared not use the rusty sword to cut his finger, lest he risk dying from tetanus the following day. Gritting his teeth, he gently made a small incision on the middle finger of his left hand. Before the blood could drip from the small cut, he hurriedly grabbed the immortal sword and dashed into his room, securing the door behind him. Then, he squeezed his finger, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall upon the rusted blade. Concerned that the sword might be too old and decrepit, Yifeng dripped a total of 7 or 8 drops before halting. Following Uncle Fuyo's guidance, he sat cross-legged, placing the rusty sword across his legs, reciting the incantation and channeling his true essence and willpower into the divine sword. As his consciousness entered the sword, it felt as though he had entered an expansive space within, yet everything was shrouded in a gray mist, rendering everything invisible. Why is there no reaction? Yifeng gazed at the drops of blood on the sword, unable to suppress a frown. Do not be anxious. A divine sword does not acknowledge its master so swiftly. As Yifeng waited anxiously, suddenly the blood on the sword began to change. The blade seemed to transform into an ultra-absorbent feminine hygiene product, rapidly drawing in the blood. Witnessing this spectacle, Yifeng felt elated and intensified the flow of spiritual energy and consciousness. At that moment, the internal gray space within the sword underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from gray-white to dark red, and then to a deep azure. The deep azure space resembled a colossal warehouse, intricately divided into a multitude of small chambers. Strands of ethereal azure light gently intertwined with the mental and spiritual force summoned by Yifeng, reminiscent of a third kind of contact, where both parties approached with utmost caution, displaying a palpable sense of timidity. It was at this moment that Yifeng finally perceived the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the divine sword. This interaction persisted for approximately the duration of an incense stick, after which the two streams of spiritual energy began to merge. In that fleeting moment of fusion, the once delicate strands of energy surged forth like a mighty flood breaching its dam. Yifeng's consciousness was violently shaken by this overwhelming force, rendering him as vulnerable as a solitary boat tossed by tempestuous waves. To prevent his spirit from being overwhelmed by the sword's internal power, he had no choice but to continuously channel his mental force. This ordeal was immensely painful, not of the body, but of the soul, akin to being seared by flames. Persevere. The sword harbors spirits. Without a resolute will, they will not acknowledge you. The voice of Yifuyo resounded within Yifeng's mind, igniting a fierce determination within him just as he was on the brink of surrender. His meridians and vitality, along with every fiber of his being, felt as though they were being torn asunder by an enigmatic force. The spiritual energy within his dantian was being uncontrollably devoured by this overwhelming power. Upon reaching the fourth level of the Void Ascension realm, Yifeng's internal energy had become more robust than ever, yet in mere moments. The spiritual force circulating through his dantian and meridians was entirely consumed by the divine sword. His vital essence began to churn, seemingly on the verge of being absorbed as well. Deprived of the nourishing energy, the sensation of tearing became even more intense. Yifeng emitted a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Give in. You cannot withstand the sword's power. Surrender, and all your suffering will dissipate. A voice, laden with temptation, echoed within the depths of Yifeng's soul. No, even in death, I shall not surrender. I am the chosen one. With a final, anguished cry, an invisible shockwave erupted from Yifeng's chamber, swiftly radiating outward. Then, tranquility enveloped the space. The excruciating pain that had engulfed him dissipated rapidly, as a torrent of rich spiritual energy surged into his being. In just a few breaths, the lost energy returned to his dantian and meridians. Chapter 36. The 9 Techniques of Sword Control. I Can Fly. Yifeng opened his eyes, gasping for breath. The torment he had just endured felt akin to a multitude of steel needles piercing his heart, leaving him with a lingering sense of dread. He touched various parts of his body, finding no abnormalities. All pain had dissipated in an instant, replaced by a refreshing energy coursing through him. Even the scar from where a kitchen knife had sliced his left index finger had completely healed. Was everything that had transpired merely a nightmare? Yifeng murmured to himself. At that moment, the voice of Yifuyo resonated in his mind. Yi, the sword has acknowledged you. Hearing that voice confirmed to Yifeng that this was no dream. The rusted sword had fallen from his knees to the ground, seemingly unchanged, its surface still marred by patches of rust. Puzzled, Yifeng prepared to get up and retrieve it when suddenly, the peculiar rusted sword seemed to sense a call from some unseen force. It emitted a resonant hum and lifted from the ground, hovering before Yifeng. Yifeng stood frozen, his hand outstretched in disbelief. At that moment, he distinctly felt a clear connection between himself and the sword, as if an invisible bridge linked them. The sword felt like an integral part of his being, and the sensation of this blood bond was overwhelmingly exquisite, almost beyond description. Suddenly inspired, Yifeng slowly moved his arm. The suspended rusted sword mirrored his movements with grace. Is this the art of sword control? What a marvelous feeling. He leaped from the bed in exuberance, shouting in joy. Seizing the hilt of the sword, he burst through the door and into the courtyard, eager to find an open space to test his long-held dream of flying with the sword. He tossed the rusted sword into the sky, and, emulating the sword Immortals he had seen in films, pointed his right hand as if it were a sword. As he moved his hand, the rusted sword soared through the air at incredible speed. With a flick of his finger and a thought, the sword became his shadow. Fast as lightning, Yifeng reveled in his newfound ability. To test the limits of his control over the sword from a distance, he commanded it to fly farther away. To his astonishment, there seemed to be no distance limit. The rusted sword flew several miles away, yet the connection between them remained robust. allowing him to manipulate the sword at will. Overjoyed, Yifeng guided the sword back to him, embracing it and dancing with glee, exclaiming, "A fine sword! A fine sword! I have truly made it. From this moment forward, I am no longer Yifeng, but the sword immortal Yifeng, the world's foremost sword immortal." For the first time, Yifeng experienced the immense power of a cultivator, feeling every drop of blood within him ignite and boil with excitement. Now that he could command a sword, what was there to fear? If that mysterious killer dared to threaten him again, he would ensure they felt the chill of his reprisal. Yi, is it truly necessary to be so dramatic after merely completing the blood contract? Yi Fuyo couldn't help but tease. Yifeng gradually calmed his racing heart and replied, "Master, can you now teach me the sword techniques of our Yunhai sect?" "Very well," Yi Fuyo responded. "There is still time today. I shall first instruct you in the art of sword control, known as the 9 techniques of sword control, one of the 4 secret sword arts of Yunhai sect. Let me explain the 9 techniques to you. The first technique is sword control, which you have already practiced in the past half hour, guiding the divine sword through the skies. For you, this technique requires no additional training. Why is that?" Yifeng inquired, puzzled. "The divine sword in your hand is a blood-forged divine weapon, the pinnacle of earthly artifacts. After the blood contract, the bond between you and the sword is exceptionally strong, allowing you to control it effortlessly without practice. Other disciples must invest considerable time learning to manipulate the divine sword. Your focus should be on speed, precision, and the angles required to strike down your foes during combat." Yifeng nodded in understanding. Yi Fuyo continued, "The second technique is the sword flight technique, which is akin to the sword control technique but incorporates the ability to fly and engage in combat while on the sword. The third technique is the transformation technique, enabling the manifestation of multiple sword illusions to bewilder foes, though these illusions lack substantial attack power. Should an opponent's consciousness lock onto your divine sword, they can easily see through the illusions, making this technique more of a distraction than a practical combat method. The fourth technique is the condensation technique, which possesses significant offensive power. By channeling your true essence into the divine sword, you can condense energy, swords that can penetrate gold and shatter stone. At advanced levels, a single strike can unleash a myriad of energy swords, forming a formidable sword array. The fifth technique is the fusion technique, which allows you to merge energy swords, greatly increasing their size and power with each fusion. The sixth technique is the heavenly sword technique, which enables you to condense 7 colossal swords exceeding 10 feet in length, spanning the heavens. The seventh technique is the myriad sword technique, capable of condensing over 10,000 energy swords, representing the pinnacle of the fourth technique. The eighth technique is the return to the source technique, allowing you to control myriad energy swords to strike hundreds of different targets at will, or to condense them into a single colossal sword of immense power. The ninth technique, the unity of man and sword, if you can grasp this state, combined with the divine sword you wield, you will be able to withstand your strike. Yifeng listened with rapt attention, his mind envisioning the majestic figure he would cut through the azure skies upon mastering the art of sword control. As Yifuyo detailed the names of the 9 techniques, he began imparting the cultivation mantras to Yifeng. He held nothing back, directly teaching him the entire set of mantras for the 9 techniques of sword control. Most elders of Yunhai sect would not be so generous. They preferred a more methodical approach, emphasizing steady progress. To prevent disciples from becoming overly ambitious and hasty in their cultivation, they would only pass on the next level of mantras once the previous stage was adequately mastered. The 9 techniques of sword control encompassed 9 layers of mantras, totaling 2,000 to 3,000 words, each crafted in an esoteric classical style that could be challenging to comprehend. Even with Yifeng's near photographic memory, it took him over an hour to memorize the entirety. He then began practicing the second layer, the sword flight technique. For mortals, standing upon a divine sword and soaring through the skies was truly the domain of deities. Yet for cultivators, sword flight was merely a foundational skill. The art of sword control was straightforward. It involved using one's mental energy to guide the divine sword while maintaining balance atop it to avoid falling. With higher cultivation, upon reaching the 5th layer of sword mastery, one could even doze off while flying, as this stage allowed for brief physical flight. One could fall from thousands of meters and still halt their descent with mere physical prowess. However, Yifeng was timid and fearful of both death and pain. He controlled the rusted sword to hover about 30 centimeters above the ground, standing upon it as he sought his balance. Due to the rusted sword being a blood-forged divine weapon, intricately connected to his bloodline, he found that he did not even need to exert mental force to manipulate it. With merely a thought, the rusted sword would shift in accordance with his will. Yifeng felt this was not overly difficult. Thus, he continuously elevated the height of his suspension, accelerating with increasing fervor. When the altitude reached 2 meters, he suddenly surged forward, losing his footing and plummeting from the celestial sword, landing squarely on his rear. Ouch! My exquisite behind! How infuriating! As dusk settled, the courtyard of Wind Spirit Residence echoed with someone's lament. Yifeng hastily scrambled to his feet, casting furtive glances around. Fearful that others might witness his clumsy descent from the celestial sword, he was a man unwilling to concede defeat. With a flicker of thought, the rusted sword soared before him, and he stepped upon it, slowly ascending once more. Ouch! Moments later, another cry of despair resonated through the courtyard. After tumbling 7 or 8 times, Yifeng sat on a bench, rubbing his calves, muttering curses under his breath. Yifuyo, unable to bear the sight any longer, remarked, "Young man, did not the incantation clearly state that during sword flight, 2 essential actions must be taken? Firstly, one must channel energy into both feet to adhere to the sword's body. Secondly, while soaring at high speed, a defensive barrier must be established to withstand the fierce winds. Have you managed to anchor yourself to the sword with your feet?" "Indeed, I clung on more firmly than a dog in mating," he retorted. "Yet, the moment I accelerate slightly, my body begins to lose balance." "Master, what on earth is happening? Perhaps you should first find a rope to walk upon and practice your sense of balance." Yifeng scoffed. "I refuse to believe that as the chosen one, I cannot master the trivial art of sword flight." With renewed vigor, Yifeng set forth once again. Mastery of the sword technique required diligent practice. He merely needed to acclimate to the sensation of flight. Yifeng trained from afternoon until dusk, and then from dusk into the night. After tumbling over 20 times, he finally managed to maintain a speed of around 50 miles per hour. However, he dared not fly too high, staying a mere 2 to 3 meters above the ground to avoid the risk of a fall that could lead to a broken leg. When the bright moon hung high in the sky, adorned by countless stars, the courtyard gate swung open. The rotund Yulong and his daughter Huang Linger entered. Engaged in jovial conversation, Yifeng was elated, calling out, "Master, junior sister Ling, look at me, look at me. I'm up here. I can fly. Senior brother. How impressive." Huang Lingo exclaimed, marveling at Yifeng as he hovered at an altitude of about 10 feet. "Indeed, wouldn't T1 be impressive to be your senior brother?" Ah. Ouch! In his moment of triumph, he tumbled down once more. Chapter 37. The 10 Divine Weapons, Purple Lightning and Green Frost. Huang Lingo stepped forward to assist her senior brother, her face reflecting genuine concern. "Senior brother, are you all right?" I'm fine. Just fell a bit this afternoon." Getting used to it. To mask his embarrassment, Yifeng's accent from the northwest slipped out. In his subconscious, he believed that by altering his accent, the awkwardness would shift from him to the northwest accent. The plump Yulong glanced at the rusted sword that had fallen beside Yifeng. "Is this the immortal sword you retrieved from the sword tomb?" Yifeng picked up the rusted sword and nodded eagerly. "Yes, master, this sword is quite formidable." "Are there truly remarkable swords in the sword tomb? But you've only just reached the sword control realm. For now, you can use this old sword. I am quite familiar with the blacksmiths in the Lingao Institute. Tomorrow, I will have them forge a high-grade immortal sword tailored for you. As my disciple, you should wield nothing less than a divine weapon." Yifeng thought to himself, what is so special about a divine weapon? Despite its old-fashioned appearance and rust, this sword is a top-tier artifact, the blood-refining divine weapon. However, he refrained from voicing this and instead bowed gratefully to his master. Yulong waved his hand dismissively. "Who else would take care of you if not I, your master?" "Wind, I noticed you practicing the sword control technique earlier. In truth, it is quite simple. The essence can be summarized in one phrase. Do not fear falling, practice diligently. When I was mastering the technique of flying with a sword, I fell countless times. I shall retire to my room to rest now. Continue your practice." After offering a few encouraging words, Yulong strolled towards his room with a swagger. Huang Linga chimed in, "Senior brother, you must be hungry. I will go prepare dinner." "Thank you, Linger. By the way, didn't you go shopping at the foot of the mountain with Qiao today? How did you end up returning with master?" Huang Linger wore a peculiar expression and cleared her throat. "I didn't know that shopping here required spirit crystals, so Yao Yao and I were detained by Uncle Lin, and it took father to redeem us. However, father had no spirit crystals, so he smashed Uncle Lin's stall." Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. No wonder his plump master walked with such an imposing air. He had just smashed someone else's stall. Huang Linger headed to the kitchen to cook, while Yifeng attempted to help, but was firmly pushed out. The kitchen is a woman's domain. Where does a man belong in the kitchen? Yifeng felt that this world was truly marvelous. It was like a paradise of male chauvinism. After several hours of practicing sword flight, his backside sore from the falls, Yifeng returned to his room to rest. After lighting an oil lamp, he began to study the cultivation mantra and essentials of the 9 styles of sword control taught to him by Yi Fuyo. The 9 styles of sword control progress from easy to difficult, with increasing complexity and power. Currently, Yifeng could practice the first 4 styles: sword control, sword mastery, sword transformation, and sword condensation. From the 5th style onward, mastery of the 4th style, sword condensation, was required. Yifeng was not in a rush. With the divine sword's assistance, he possessed a significant advantage over ordinary disciples. While they would spend at least a month on the first 2 styles after reaching the sword control realm before beginning the sword transformation style, he could dive right in. At present, 2 urgent matters occupied his mind. First, he needed to name this sword. Second, he ought to craft a pair of flying shoes for sword control. He had been falling too often. If he could secure his feet to the sword, much like skis, it would solve his stability issues. Yifeng did not wish to waste much time on sword flight cultivation. He aimed to soar through the skies by dawn. Master Fuyo, are you asleep? What is it? Yi Fuyo's voice came through. Does this sword have a name? No. Generally, a powerful immortal sword will have its name inscribed on the blade, but this one does not. It bears ancient thundercloud patterns instead. After I acquired this sword, I placed it in the sword tomb without naming it. Now that you are its master, you may bestow a name upon it. Yifeng nodded slightly. A sword without a name simply would not do. He understood the significance of a sword's name. Akin to the legendary 10 swords of Xianxia, it must evoke a sense of grandeur and instill fear in adversaries. After a moment's contemplation, Yifeng asked, Master, what attribute does this sword possess? Yifeng was no longer a Navi newcomer. He had gained a profound understanding of this world. He knew that treasures were categorized not only into magical artifacts, precious artifacts, spiritual artifacts, immortal artifacts, and divine artifacts, but also into various attributes. Commonly, immortal swords fall within the 5 elemental categories of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, although some rare attributes such as wind, lightning, and space exist as well. The name of a treasure typically relates to its inherent attribute. For instance, Huang Linger's Burning Silence is clearly a fire-type immortal sword. Yi Fuyo pondered for a moment before stating, this sword's attribute should be wood. Wood? Yifeng's lips twitched. Internally, he exclaimed, is this a joke? A blood-refining divine weapon. And you tell me it's wood? Was the forger of this sword a fool? Among the 5 elements, fire possesses the strongest attack power, while metal reigns supreme in close combat. Earth is primarily defensive, water is gentle, and wood is soft. Generally, only women or effeminate men would choose water or wood-type immortal swords. How can a robust man like me wield a wood-type sword? How will I navigate the martial world with this? Was the forger of this sword a simpleton, or did he have concrete poured into his head? He wasted countless rare materials to forge a wood-type blood-refining divine sword? Imagine if it were fire-type. Yi Fuyo replied, I have not wielded this sword. I merely inferred its wood attribute from the greenish sheen within it. However, I cannot confirm it. Always think positively. It could possess another attribute. Even if, hypothetically, it is wood, it still doesn't change the fact that it is a blood-refining divine artifact. Yifeng hung his head. Master, please spare me the consolation. If it's wood, then so be it. At least it's better than having no name at all. Since it is wood, I shall name it Burning Heaven. Is that name powerful enough? What? Burning Heaven? That name sounds more like a fire-type sword. Is it that obvious? Then let me change it to Mystic Thunder. 9 Heavens Mystic Thunder. How imposing. Ye kid, can you not embarrass yourself? Since when does a wood-type divine sword go by Mystic Thunder? It's not even a lightning sword. Can't you let me seek some psychological comfort? I'm naming it Mystic Thunder. Yifeng protested, visibly displeased. Suddenly, the rusted sword began to vibrate with a humming sound. Yifeng was taken aback, unsure of what was happening. At that moment, the sword soared into the air and began striking the wall of Yifeng's room. Is this sword coming to life? Yifeng gasped in shock. No, it's a sword spirit. Yi Fuyo, well-versed in such matters, quickly clarified. After a moment, the rusted sword returned to hover in front of Yifeng. Look at the wall, Yi Fuyo prompted. Yifeng looked up and realized that the sword spirit was not striking randomly. It was inscribing words. The marks on the wall formed 4 faint characters, purple lightning and green frost. Could it be that this is its name? Wait, this sword can write by itself? The rusted sword, suspended before Yi Feng, nodded as if affirming with a human-like gesture. What? Zidian Qingxuang. This wretched sword is indeed Zidian Qingxuang. The hoarse voice of Yifuyo resonated, brimming with astonishment and disbelief. Yi Feng mused inwardly, Master Uncle. Have you heard of this sword? The third of the 10 ancient divine swords, Zidian Qingxuang. I have certainly heard of it. However, it is said that this sword has been lost for nearly 10 millennia. The 10 ancient divine swords, Taishu, Fengyin, Zidian Qingxuang, Paqijuan, Jilin, Zhanyan, Xiaoao, Bishi, Qingmu, and Yueling, are renowned throughout history, each possessing formidable power. Yet, over the years, half of them have been lost to time. The ones that remain are Taishu, Paqijuan, Bishi, Qingmu, and Yueling. Among them, the Taishu sword and Paqijuan have long been preserved within the Yunhai sect. The Taishu divine sword serves as the sect's emblematic weapon, a token of faith for successive leaders. Paqijuan is the personal divine sword of the sect's heirs, essentially a mark of the junior sect master. Currently, the esteemed Yunyi has yet to appoint a junior sect master, leaving both divine swords in his possession. Yifuyo was utterly astonished. If the sword before him truly is Zidian Qingxuang, he would have suffered a tremendous loss. In the past, he had perceived this sword merely as a wooden-type divine weapon of little significance, which was why he had sealed it within the sword tomb. Had he known it was Zidian Qingxuang, perhaps he would not have faced such a dismal fate. The third ranking among the 10 ancient divine weapons. I am destined for fortune. Yi Feng's jubilant exclamations echoed from the room. Huang Linger happened to arrive at the door, knocking and inquiring. Senior brother, what is the matter? Come out and have dinner. Oh, understood. I shall be there shortly. The dinner was quite simple, with only Yi Feng and Huang Linger in attendance. The Rotundulone had spent the afternoon drinking with a few rascally friends until dusk, only to learn at night that his precious daughter was being held by the oblivious Lin Shidi in the shop. It was after he had satisfied his hunger that he stormed into Lin Shidi's establishment. After dinner, Yi Feng promptly returned to his room. He embraced the rusted sword, fondling and nibbling at it for a while, before requesting Master Uncle Fuyo to enlighten him further about the 10 divine swords in Zidian Qingxuang. Yifuyo remarked, Zidian Qingxuang has been lost for so long that there is little information about it in the mortal realm. I only know that Zidian Qingxuang is an exceedingly rare lightning-type divine weapon, said to condense and unleash the power of thunder when activated, with strength surpassing the realms of the ordinary. As for the veracity of such claims, I cannot ascertain. Yi Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. A lightning-type divine sword. Not a wooden one. Haha. It seems I am truly destined to become the greatest in the world. After basking in self-admiration for a while, Yi Feng felt that the name Zidian Qingxuang was excessively lengthy and ostentatious. Thus, he decided to shorten it to Ziqing. With his current meager cultivation, he preferred to keep the existence of the legendary ancient weapon Zidian Qingxuang a secret. He resolved to reveal the true identity of the sword only when his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the world. To feign ignorance while biding his time, this was Yi Feng's current survival strategy. Chapter 38. The Embarrassing Duo. Truly a master and apprentice. After a considerable time, Yi Feng gradually calmed the excitement within his heart. He began rummaging through the room. In a dilapidated box beneath the bed, he unearthed an old wooden sword sheath. Inserting the Ziqing divine sword into it, he found it to be of adequate length. However, the guard of the sword was a carved orb, which did not fit well. Thus, Yi Feng hurried to the kitchen in search of various tools, embarking on a meticulous process of polishing the worn sheath. Meanwhile, the lights in Huang Linger and Yulong's room had already been extinguished. Alone in the kitchen for quite some time, Yi Feng finally finished refining the sword sheath. And this time, the Ziqing divine sword fit perfectly. Ziqing, given the current circumstances, you must make do with this for now. When I have the opportunity, I shall craft a new sheath for you, undoubtedly from the finest rosewood. The divine sword vibrated softly, as if in response to Yi Feng's grand promises. By now, it was nearing the latter half of the night, yet Yi Feng remained wide awake. He then commenced the creation of his flying shoes. His requirements for the shoes were simple. He merely needed to secure his legs onto the Ziqing divine sword. While searching through the boxes earlier, he had noticed a few pairs of reasonably good shoes, but alas, they were remnants of the previous owner and rather cramped. Consequently, Yi Feng sought out wood in the kitchen. After toiling for half the night, he had yet to succeed in crafting the flying shoes. Eventually, he had to lower his already modest expectations, transforming them into a flying rope. The so-called flying rope involved finding a sturdy rope to bind his feet to the sword's body. With lowered expectations, the results were indeed significant. As dawn broke, industrious Huang Linger opened the door to the courtyard, only to find her senior brother, Yifeng, soaring through the air above the yard. This time, Yifeng's flight was remarkably stable and swift. Senior brother, you can truly fly now, Huang Linger exclaimed joyfully. Yifeng chuckled. Junior sister, you're up so early. What do you think? Am I flying handsomely? Haha. Once again, it proves that I am a genius. Just then, the rotund Yulong stepped outside, grumbling, You little rascal. You clanged away in the kitchen for half the night, and now you're disturbing the peace at dawn. Do you wish to be reprimanded? Yifeng quickly descended, hovering in front of his master. Huang Linga chimed in, Father, senior brother is truly amazing. He was rather unsteady last night, but now he flies as if on solid ground. Amazing, indeed, scoffed Yulong. He is merely a joke. A joke? What kind of joke? You shall find out shortly. At that moment, Yifeng landed before them, but he did not dismount the sword in the dashing manner Huang Linger had envisioned. Instead, he landed and promptly sat down. In astonishment, Huang Linga witnessed her once imposing senior brother struggling to untie the ropes binding his feet. It was then she realized that the brother she admired had indeed tied his feet to the sword. Yulong rolled his eyes. I told you so. Your senior brother is a joke. Senior brother, I see other seniors flying gracefully on their swords. You don't have to tie and untie ropes every time. Do you? That seems rather cumbersome. As he untied the ropes, Yifeng replied, Cumbersome? If I can fly on the sword, what is there to complain about? With this method, I can swiftly experience the thrill of soaring through the skies. Otherwise, I would have to practice for at least 10 more days to ascend. Junior sister, later I shall take you for a ride in the sky. Wait. Yulong interjected hastily. Your rudimentary sword technique is not something you should subject Linger to. She has only just begun her cultivation and is not yet at the foundation stage. If she falls from the sky, it will not be a trifling matter. Master, I am your eldest disciple. How can you lack faith in me? Yifeng said, feigning disappointment. Yulong retorted. It is precisely because I understand you so well that I lack faith. Yifeng had no words to counter. He quickly freed his feet from the bindings and sheathed the Ziqing divine sword behind him. Suddenly, he remembered something and reached into his pocket, producing a jade tablet. Master, yesterday afternoon, senior sister Miao Shiro from the sect visited, bringing an inner disciple identity token for junior sister Linger. I was so engrossed in practicing sword techniques that I forgot about it. Yulong took the token, glancing at its contents. Indeed, he was pleased to see the characters Jingshu. He smiled. Chong Kong handles matters quite adeptly. He has swiftly secured Linger's identity token. Splendid. Then, Yulong handed the token to Huang Lingo, saying, Linger, this is your sole proof of being a disciple of the Yuhai sect. Keep it safe, and do not lose it. Huang Linger nodded happily. Understood, father. Just as the trio exchanged a few words, voices called from outside the courtyard. Big brother, we're here. Are you awake? Yulong, skeptical, remarked, Why are the glutton and the foolish thunder looking for you so early? Yifeng suddenly recalled that the two had mentioned their intent to take him to the mountain peak to practice sword techniques today. Master, they are here to take me to the summit to train. Really? Yulong's ample face displayed disbelief as he scrutinized Yifeng. You lot intend to train at the mountain peak this early? I must be hearing things. You little rascals, aside from your mischief. Do you even know the meaning of cultivation? The sun has even risen yet. Just as the courtyard door swung open, Huang Lingo stepped aside, allowing the trio to enter, overhearing Yulong's remarks. Uncle Fat, you're wrongly accusing us, Chi Yao said, displeased. In our youth, we were Na'vi. But now we have matured. Fang Tong added, Yes. Uncle Fat, I have turned over a new leaf. Zhuge Binlei chimed in. Time changes a person, Uncle Fat. It's been over 3 years since you left, and you have no idea how much we have changed. You can't judge us by past actions. Yulong chuckled. All right. I stand corrected. It's a bit unsettling to see you all so driven. I rather enjoy this version of you. It reminds me of my own youthful days. Not to brag, but when you honored Uncle Fat with your affection, I was not only dashing and gifted, but I also worked tirelessly. I rose with the sun every day to cultivate, enduring years of hardship until I triumphed over all masters, securing my place as the foremost sword immortal of the realm. Though Yulong was somewhat lecherous and hot-tempered, he was generally amiable as long as one did not provoke him, particularly in the presence of juniors. He never adopted a superior demeanor. The trio, referring to him as Uncle Fat, did not irk him. Rather, he seemed to revel in it. Zhuge Binlei questioned, Is that so? I have heard that in your youth, you were quite lazy, often flirting with celestial maidens and rarely cultivating. Earning the nickname the first lazy person of Yunhai, it is said that Master Xuanzu confined you for nearly a decade to spur your cultivation, Qiao added. I've heard that too. Rumors. Slander. Such tales stem from jealousy of your Uncle Fat's talent and charm, intended to tarnish my reputation. You youngsters must not believe them. But aren't you all off to the mountain peak to train? Hurry along and take Linga with you to see the world. Yao Yao, fly with Linga. Do not let that little rascal Yifeng take her. And do not cause any trouble. Having concluded his words, the plump fellow Yulong turned and slipped into the room, shutting the door behind him. Once inside, he began to vehemently curse at the rafters, claiming that someone had tarnished his reputation and lamenting that he had lost all face to live. Since his release from prison, Yifeng had been wandering around the hillside. He was aware that atop Xinglua Peak lay a vast martial arts arena, accompanied by the magnificent Cloud Sea Hall, deemed the grandest of its kind in the world. The ascent to Xinglua Peak was dauntingly steep. Climbing it would surely exhaust him. However, circumstances had changed, for Yifeng had recently mastered the art of sword control. Well, he had somewhat mastered it. He could now traverse freely between heaven and earth. And reaching the summit plaza or even soaring to the surrounding floating mountains was effortless and without strain. Fang Tongao remarked, Boss, you only acquired the celestial sword yesterday. You surely cannot yet fly using it. Allow me to carry you up the mountain. Not necessary. As your leader, how could I possibly lack the ability to fly with a sword? I shall ascend on my own, Yifeng declared with a flourish, dismissing the kind offer of the chubby companion. Fang Tongdao expressed disbelief. Boss, you learned to fly with the sword in just one day? That seems improbable. Your aptitude is far inferior to mine. It took me 2 full months to learn to fly freely. Yifeng retorted, What do you mean my aptitude is inferior? That little talent of yours is hardly comparable to mine. I have mastered the art of sword flight in a mere day. The others exchanged skeptical glances. Chia suggested, Since our leader has already acquired sword control, let us set off. Wait, give me a moment. Amidst the puzzled gazes of his companions, Yifeng suddenly seated himself on a bench in the courtyard, drew the rusty sword from his back, and began to bind it with a rope. The group was left dumbfounded. Boss, what on earth are you doing? I'm crafting my flying shoes. You see, when I propel myself with the celestial sword, I tend to fall off due to the excessive speed. Thus, I devised a brilliant plan. By binding my feet to the sword's body, I can fly freely. He exclaimed. What do you think? Isn't your boss a genius? The others exchanged glances, and then burst into uncontrollable laughter, rolling on the ground, clutching their bellies. Boss, do you have no shame? Ha. We are sword immortals. Ha, you're killing me. Shame? Nonsense. I enjoy flying this way. What concern is it of yours? Just give me a moment. I've secured 1 foot already. Almost done. Yifeng, undeterred by the mockery, took pride in his comical antics. Before long, both feet were securely fastened to the Ziqing divine sword. With a thought, the sword began to rise gently. Yifeng grinned. I am ready. Let us ascend to the heavens. Chapter 39, The Earthbound Master and Apprentice Previously. Yifeng practiced the art of sword control merely by hovering above the courtyard, ascending to no more than a few dozen meters from the ground. This time, however, he aimed to soar from the mountainside to the summit, a height exceeding 3,000 zhang. Before taking off, Yifeng felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety. He meticulously checked to ensure his feet were securely bound. If they were to loosen midair, the consequences would be far more grievous than merely landing on his rear. The voice of Yifuyo echoed gently. Humanity's profound yearning for the skies is often accompanied by trepidation when the moment to conquer the heavens arrives. This step is one that every cultivator must take. Do not fear, soar freely. Encouraged by Yifuyo's words, Yifeng inhaled deeply, channeling his mental energy. The Ziqing divine sword began to elevate him slowly into the air. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 luminous figures darted past him like lightning. Big brother, you're flying too slowly, came Fang Tong's mocking voice from above. Yao Yao and Ling Er are outpacing you. Are you a turtle? Yifeng unfazed. Willed his sword to emit a faint azure glow, transforming into a swift shadow that shot upward, instantly surpassing the 3 above him. Stop, help. For the first time flying at such speed, Yifeng found himself losing control, his feet bound to the sword, helplessly propelled upward. His mind was blank. The only thought to scream for help. Fang Tong and the others exchanged glances. Qiao remarked, was that the large rat that just shot up? Could it be Big Brother? Zhuge Benlei replied, it seems so. But why is he swaying so? Fang Tong speculated. He must be showing off his sword control. Come, let's catch up. After a few seconds, Yifeng finally regained control of the celestial sword. The blood-forged divine sword, imbued with lightning attributes, was extraordinarily swift. Earlier, it felt as though his body was flying ahead while his soul lagged behind. Now, he had finally synchronized his spirit with his form, steadying himself. He controlled the Xianxia divine sword to hover midair, gasping for breath, and exclaimed, "What in the world? Is it always this fast?" It nearly scared this genius to death. Thank goodness my feet were tied to the sword. Otherwise, I would have surely become a pancake. Yifeng explained. Bloodforged treasures differ from ordinary ones. While ordinary treasures are controlled by spiritual intent, bloodforged treasures are linked to the owner's bloodline, acting according to the owner's thoughts. Just now, you wish to fly at full speed to surpass them, and hence the Xianxia divine sword obeyed. This rapid flight is immensely beneficial for you, allowing you to quickly master the art of sword flight. Yifeng understood, contemplating that such a high-grade treasure could also be quite troublesome. Just then, Fang Tong and the others caught up with Yifeng. Huang Ling, sharing a sword with Qi Yao, asked, "Senior brother, are you all right? I thought I heard you yelling for help." "Sister, you must have misheard. How could your senior brother ever call for help? Did you not see how fast I was flying? I've been waiting for you all here for quite some time." Huang Ling looked skeptical, wondering if she had indeed misheard. "What are you idiots doing suspended in midair? Quickly get out of the way." Dozens of streaks of light surged rapidly from the side, heading towards the five. They were all young disciples practicing sword control, their skills surpassing Yifeng's, yet not by much, nearly causing a midair collision. Dozens of streaks of light narrowly avoided the five, with many youths hurling insults at the obstructive quartet, daring to call us idiots. The audacity! Chase after them and take them down. Once Qi Yao's temper flared, it was impossible to rein her in. She seemed to have forgotten that Huang Ling was sharing a sword with her, and that Huang Ling had only just begun her cultivation journey. Amidst Huang Ling screams, Qi Yao's sword transformed into a brilliant green light, soaring upward with astonishing force. This was the lower-grade wood-type divine artifact her grandmother had recently procured for her, named Green Sea. In terms of grade, it surpassed Huang Ling's burning silence by a level. In the entire Yunhai sect, among the young disciples in their teens, she was the sole possessor of a divine-grade sword. Oh wait, now Yifeng was also counted among them. Yao Yao, slow down. I'm scared. Huang Ling clung tightly to Qi Yao's slender waist, shouting loudly. Only then did Qi Yao remember Huang Ling lacked cultivation. She hastily slowed down. Watching the streaks of light gradually recede, she muttered bitterly, "Consider yourselves fortunate. Otherwise, I would have tossed each one of you from the heights." Seeing Qi Yao's sullen expression and Huang Ling's pale face returning, Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Fourth sister, please do not cause trouble. Our presence here is indeed obstructing traffic. Let us first fly to the summit plaza." This time, Yifeng learned his lesson and did not dare to fly at breakneck speed, although he did not lag behind. The celestial sword beneath their feet emitted a gentle glow during flight, creating 4 streaks of light that glided across the sky, a sight most beautiful. After approximately 10 minutes, the group finally reached the summit of Xianxia Peak. Most of the floating mountains hovered beneath them, shrouded by layers of clouds, with glimmers of light in the sky. While elders either rode on clouds or mounted celestial cranes, resembling a scene from a fairyland. The plaza at the mountain's peak was even larger than Yifeng had anticipated, capable of accommodating tens of thousands. 10 towering arenas were arranged in the pattern of the Taiji Bagua, positioned in various directions. At the western edge of the vast plaza stood a massive stone tablet, towering 100 meters high. Above the tablet floated an immense palace, resplendent in gold and jade, enshrouded by clouds, appearing ethereal. A wide white staircase, exceeding 30 meters in width, extended from the palace entrance to the vicinity of the stone tablet. This was the famed Yuhai Great Hall. Yifeng was profoundly awed by the grandeur of the floating palace before him, momentarily questioning whether he had arrived in the heavenly realm. He had long heard that the Yunhai sect boasted over 8,000 inner disciples and more than 30,000 outer disciples. Yet, during his time at the mountainside, he seldom encountered many disciples, primarily older elders. It was only upon reaching the summit plaza that he truly grasped the might of the Yunhai sect. The expansive plaza was teeming with people. 3 of the 10 arenas were already engaged in combat, sword energy swirling, and thunderous sounds echoing. Surrounding the 8 arenas were no fewer than 1,000 spectators. Many others were practicing sword techniques in the plaza, not the basic sword control, but the authentic Yunhai sect sword techniques. Sword energy filled the air like rain, shot forth whimsically by the disciples. There were also astonishingly intricate spells at play. Yifeng stood in a daze, feeling as if he were in a dream. Big brother, stop standing there like a fool. Are you going to continue practicing sword control in the air? Or are you heading to the plaza to practice swordsmanship? Fong Tong, noticing Yifeng lost in thought, could not help but call out. Snapping back to reality, Yifeng exclaimed, "This place is truly bustling with activity. Let us explore the plaza first." He then settled at the edge of the plaza and began to untie the ropes. A few nearby disciples, upon seeing Yifeng binding the celestial sword to his feet, burst into laughter, their expressions rife with mockery. However, once they recognized Yifeng's identity, they quickly averted their eyes and walked away. After all, he was the notorious leader of the 4 bullies of the Yunhai sect. If he were to catch them laughing, they would surely face dire consequences. Yifeng untied the ropes, neatly coiling them and tucking them away. Looking up, he noticed that the few miscreants had already distanced themselves, seemingly eager to hide their acquaintance with him. Yifeng hastily grasped the Ziqing divine sword and sheathed it at his back, pursuing after his companions. "Could you all possibly slow down a bit? Wait for me," he called out. "Boss, you should really focus on refining your swordsmanship. It's rather embarrassing to see you sitting on the ground untangling ropes after descending from the sword." Fong Tong couldn't help but comment. All right. I shall devote myself to my training henceforth. Grant me 10 days, and I shall cast aside these wretched ropes." The group laughed and chatted as they made their way toward the center of the plaza. Yifeng and Huang Ling transformed into an endearing duo. They witnessed a young maiden stomp her feet, causing a multitude of sharp stone spikes to erupt from the ground within a 10-foot radius, resembling stalagmites. The two were immediately captivated, nearly reaching into their pockets to toss some coins in appreciation of the young disciple's display. Fong Tong and the others instinctively covered their foreheads, edging away from the duo to avoid being perceived as unsophisticated themselves. "Senior brother, look, that person can manipulate fire." Yifeng turned his gaze to see a young man, seemingly around 18 or 19, wielding a crimson celestial sword. As he channeled his inner energy, flames erupted from the blade, forming a fiery dragon. "Now that's impressive. A fire master," Yifeng exclaimed loudly, his expression exaggerated. Their peculiar antics drew the attention of many, who began to point and whisper. Huang Ling sensed something amiss and quietly remarked, "Senior brother, I feel as though everyone is staring at us with strange eyes. Is there dirt on my face?" Yifeng shook his head. "No, you look perfectly clean. Then why are they sneaking glances at me and pointing?" She wondered. "Perhaps they are simply dazzled by your beauty, junior sister." Yifeng jested, though Huang Ling dismissed the notion. In her village, she was undoubtedly the belle, yet at Yunhai sect, she felt akin to an ugly duckling amidst a flock of swans. The female disciples of Yunhai sect were all quite lovely, radiating an ethereal charm akin to celestial maidens. Leaving Huang Ling feeling self-conscious. Realizing her situation, she said, "Senior brother, please, no more joking." Yao could no longer bear to watch and interjected, "Could you two disciples keep it down? It's merely the fire manipulation technique. There's no need for such a fuss." How embarrassing. Huang Ling suddenly understood why they were being scrutinized. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks flushed. Yifeng, however, remained unfazed, his expression nonchalant, embodying the spirit of a proud rustic, unperturbed by the opinions of others. Chapter 40. Bullies encountering villains. Skills abound. The 4 bullies of Yunhai swaggered through the training square, resembling a giant crab scuttling through the streets. Those who recognized them hurriedly stepped aside, unwilling to provoke them. Their fear did not stem from their own prowess, but rather from the formidable reputation of their master. However, a group of 7 young men and women, slightly older than the bullies, approached them. At the forefront was a stout fellow with a somewhat dark complexion. Upon spotting Yifeng and his companions, he burst into hearty laughter and ambled over with enthusiasm. "Haha! Bullies!" he exclaimed. Fong Tong stepped forward to embrace him, chuckling. "Villain! Long time no see." Yifeng and Huang Ling exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the camaraderie displayed between the two groups, feeling utterly perplexed. The jovial, rotund man soon stood before Yifeng, grinning widely. "You the great bully, I must admit. I'm thoroughly impressed. You dared to touch the icy mountain tiger, Yun Shuang, truly a paragon among us, a model of villainy. From this day forth, we 7 bad eggs of Yunhai officially acknowledge that you 4 bullies of Yunhai are the foremost rogues of our sect." His companions nodded in agreement. captivated by the notion that Xianxia was the ultimate aspiration for their ilk. Yi Feng, initially unaware of their identities, quickly recalled Feng Tong's previous mention of these 7 rogues when they introduced him to the Yunhai sect. They comprised 5 men and 2 women, the leader Lu Yinshui, the second-in-command Guo, the third sister Feng Ning, the fourth Sima Sanjian, the fifth Pan Yunhao, the sixth sister Zhou Qing, and the seventh Zui Tianyi. Though their status was respectable, they paled in comparison to the elders of Yi Feng's own group. These 7 primarily frequented the black market and gambling dens of Yunhai sect, indulging in petty thefts and idle chatter. However, they would never dare to engage in serious crimes such as robbery, murder, or the like, nor would they dare to provoke Xianxia. After all, they were disciples of a righteous sect, bound by strict codes of conduct. Consequently, they had spent several years in minor mischief, unlike Yi Feng and Zhuge Benlei, who were engaged in far more serious escapades. Yi Feng sighed, reflecting on the nature of companionship. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Noble young heroes like Su Kai and Lin Yi, devoid of any scandals, were always surrounded by throngs of admiring fans wherever they went. In stark contrast, he found himself amidst bullies and rogues, a stark lack of comparability. Would these miscreants, these villains, ultimately fall prey to the righteous heroes and fairies? After all, in every novel and film he had encountered, such individuals rarely met a favorable end. Either they were vanquished or captured. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped Yi Feng's lips as he pondered the difficulty of being a good person. Although there was a risk in pursuing righteousness, he found a certain exhilaration in embracing villainy, akin to a beast that had long been caged breaking free from its confines. Many thoughts and actions he once suppressed could now be pursued with reckless abandon. Noticing Yi Feng's silence, the stout man draped an arm over his shoulder. "You the great bully, I understand you've endured over a month in the discipline halls. You must have suffered greatly during that time. Tonight, my brothers and I shall host a feast for you, and we wish to hear all about your escapade with Xianxia, as everyone is quite curious." Yi Feng grinned. "Lu the great villain, let us skip the feast for now. My master has just returned, so I must exercise some restraint. As for the matter with Xianxia, the version circulating among the townsfolk is heavily edited. The reality is far more explosive. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been imprisoned for so long, nor would I have had 3 ribs broken by Sister Xianxia. Had my master not returned, I'd likely be stuck there for at least another 3 years." The crowd exchanged glances, their interest piqued as they clamored for details. Yi Feng quickly interjected. "I want to delve into the specifics. I just visited the Mo Bamboo Pavilion yesterday to apologize, and I'd rather not end up back in the punishment hall. But I can tell you, Sister Xianxia is truly enchanting." Gasps of disbelief erupted around him. "What? You made a move? Take my knee," cried one pale youth. "You shameless beast. I challenge you to a duel." The uproar continued, with the stout man's companion lamenting, "I knew it. Ordinary flirtations couldn't possibly provoke Master Yue to demand such severe punishment for Yi the great bully 3 times in 1 month. There must be more to this." Yi Feng hastily urged, "Let us keep it low-key. This matter should be understood, not spoken." The crowd showered him with compliments, making Yi Feng feel quite at ease. After a lifetime of being a good person, he found a certain satisfaction in now being a bully. After a lively exchange, most of the 10 arenas had seen disciples engage in sparring. They decided to move closer to observe the action, just as Yi Feng was about to join them. The voice of Yi Fuyo echoed in his mind. "Yi, head to the heavenly steel." Startled, Yi Feng pondered what? Yi Fuyo's tone turned melancholic. "It has been a long time since I visited this place. I wish to see the heavenly steel once more." After a moment's contemplation, Yi Feng addressed Huang Linger and the others. "You go ahead to watch the dueling. I have some matters to attend to. I'll catch up with you shortly." Feng Tong and the others nodded, allowing Yi Feng to separate from the main group and make his way toward the heavenly steel at the western edge of the vast square. The training square, typically devoid of such fervor, was abuzz with excitement, especially with the impending year of the Jiazi. Since the hunt for immortals over 2 millennia ago, to nurture young cultivators, major sects of both righteous and demonic paths held grand duels every 60 years at Ling Mountain. Prior to the Ling Mountain duels, each sect would conduct internal trials to select their most promising disciples. According to the customs of Yunhai sect, the internal trials would commence in September of the Gohai year, lasting approximately a month. From thousands of internal disciples, the 10 most exceptional would be chosen to participate in the Ling Mountain duel. Today was the 8th of April. leaving less than 5 months until the internal trials. Many young disciples were making a final sprint, hoping to shine in the upcoming competition. Consequently, the training square had been packed since the beginning of the year. As Yifeng wandered through the square, he was treated to a dazzling display of various mystical spells and techniques. Master Uncle, I recall you once told me that our Yunhai sect's techniques can be summarized as 1 strike, 2 truths, 3 formations, for swords, 5 palms, 6 legs, and 7 body techniques. I have only learned the heart method, Yunhai decision, and one of the 4 sword techniques, the 9 styles of sword control. Yet, I find myself bewildered by the techniques displayed by my senior brothers and sisters. Look at that fellow. He unleashed a bolt of lightning with a single strike. Incredible! If struck, wouldn't T1 be left charred? That's one of the 5 palms, the thunder palm, also known as the palm of lightning. That young girl is so swift, darting about. What technique is that? That's the phantom technique from the 7 body techniques of Yunhai sect. Look at that disciple who just split into numerous clones. He is using the clone technique from the 7 body techniques. Those are the fire palm, the ice palm, the heavenly severing leg, the shadow flowing leg, and the bone threading silk hand, with all hope resting on Yifeng. Yifuyo began to elucidate the mystical techniques being performed by the surrounding disciples. In conclusion, it was stated, the Cloud Sea sect possesses hundreds of secret techniques. What I previously shared with you were merely some renowned skills that ordinary disciples can acquire through diligent effort. There are also lesser-known arts, such as the 5 elements technique, capture technique, escape technique, and talismans, which you will gradually come to understand. Of course, the Cloud Sea sect also harbors formidable divine abilities that ordinary disciples can never learn. Only those from the sect leader's lineage have access to them. Young Yi, it would be prudent for you not to squander excessive time on these minor techniques, and to focus on perfecting your swordsmanship instead. Yifeng appeared quite bewildered. After a considerable pause, he exaggeratedly exclaimed, Master Uncle, you refer to these abilities that can conjure thunder from one's palm, control flames, burrow through the earth, and teleport as mere minor techniques? Is there some misunderstanding? Indeed, there is no misunderstanding. Your cultivation level is too low, hence. You perceive these palm thunder and clone techniques as formidable. Once your cultivation reaches the 7th layer of the divine tranquility realm, you will discover that those martial techniques and escape arts you once found impressive in your youth become rather trivial. Experts above the divine tranquility realm engage in swordsmanship and comprehend the laws of nature, not to mention the divine tranquility realm. Even cultivators at the 6th layer of the return to origin realm seldom employ such minor techniques during combat. Our Cloud Sea sect is renowned as the foremost sword sect in the world. If you can thoroughly grasp the 2 truths, 3 arrays, and 4 swords, it shall be sufficient to sweep across the world. Yifeng believed in Yifuyo's words, yet found them impractical for himself. Presently, even practicing sword control required him to bind his feet to the sword's body, let alone mastering other sword techniques and divine abilities. Yifeng felt that danger lurked at every turn, and in the short term, he could not transform into an unparalleled master. He must cultivate other martial techniques for self-preservation. The phantom body technique and the clone technique appeared quite promising. Their elusive movements would serve as invaluable tools for escape in the face of adversaries, perfectly aligning with his survival plan. He said, Master Uncle, I understand your aspiration for me to become the world's foremost sword immortal, yet cultivation must be gradual. My current level barely reaches the sword control realm, and attempting to practice those profound sword techniques would be futile. Rather than waste precious time, it would be more beneficial to devote some effort to the minor techniques you mentioned. You are aware that there are those who wish to eliminate me in the shadows. I must learn some spells for escape and survival. Wouldn't you agree? After a moment of contemplation, Yifuyo replied, You have a point. If you wish to learn, I can impart nearly 300 minor techniques from the Cloud Sea sect, as long as you do not consider it a waste of time. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was overjoyed and quickly responded, Of course, it is not a waste of time. As the saying goes, a multitude of skills does not weigh one down. It is always advantageous to learn a few more techniques while still young. Chapter 41. The Origin of the Celestial Monument and Martial Arts Exchange. Standing beneath the Celestial Monument, one can truly appreciate its towering grandeur. Rising over 100 zhang, it resembles a colossal pillar reaching towards the heavens, rendering humanity beneath it akin to mere ants. The monument is entirely dark, showing no signs of seams, suggesting it was hewn from a single massive rock. Ancient and weathered patterns adorn its surface, interspersed with densely packed inscriptions that stretch to the horizon. Yifeng was profoundly struck by the sight of the monument, He pondered how such a colossal stone, weighing at least several 100,000 tons, could have been transported to this lofty altitude. He craned his neck to gaze at the monument and asked, "Master Uncle, what is the origin of this celestial monument?" Yi Feiyou replied, 2,400 years ago, during the Battle of the Celestial Hunters, our Yunhai sect played a pivotal role as the leaders of the human realm. This monument was erected to commemorate that battle. It not only records the names of all the sacrifices made by humanity, but also documents the events of the battle to serve as a warning for future generations. His voice carried a note of nostalgia, as if the many years spent in confinement had not extinguished the youthful fervor of slaying dragons and vanquishing demons. Yifeng nodded slightly. Since arriving in this world, he had heard tales of the Battle of the Celestial Hunters multiple times and had gathered a vague understanding of its significance. The events transpired over 2 millennia ago when the celestial gates swung wide, allowing heavenly beings to descend to earth, to protect the masses. The righteous and the demonic forces allied, engaging in a protracted war near Ling Mountain. Through the sacrifices of human cultivators, they ultimately vanquished the celestial invaders and sealed the gates. As the celestial beings retreated, they vowed to return in 100 years, fearing the reopening of the celestial gates. Humanity fervently advanced their cultivation techniques, leading to the flourishing state of the human cultivation realm today. Yifeng hesitated and remarked, "Master Uncle, the celestial beings claimed they would return in 60 years, yet now 2,400 years have passed. Surely, they would not come back." "Indeed. The celestial beings will return," Yi Feiyou asserted with unwavering certainty. Yifeng shrugged, expressing his skepticism. "Isn't that merely bravado from the defeated? How can they be taken seriously? If they truly intended to return, they would have done so long ago, rather than remaining absent for over 2 millennia. "Master Uncle, what is your intent in observing this monument?" Yifeng inquired. "Nothing much. I simply have not seen it in a long time. In my youth, I often practiced beneath its shadow. Alas, years have passed swiftly, and time is indeed relentless." Yifeng was primarily interested in cultivation and fleeting romances, showing little interest in the monument or the historic battle of the celestial hunters, thus finding it difficult to empathize with Yi Feiyou's sentiments. After lingering beneath the monument for about half an hour, Yifeng glanced at the magnificent hall suspended in the western sky. The hall was approached by several hundred stone steps that ascended from the square behind the monument. It appeared that the Yunhai Hall was not a forbidden place for outsiders, as young disciples could be seen ascending and descending the steps. Yifeng also wished to explore the hall, yet he lacked the courage to take that step. The stone steps were suspended without any support. A misstep could result in dire consequences. He contemplated waiting until he had fully mastered sword control before venturing to admire the grand hall, reputed to be the finest in the world. 10 arenas were arranged in the 8 cardinal directions of the Tai Chi diagram, with 2 located within the Tai Chi itself, symbolizing the dual spheres of yin and yang. The arena closest to the celestial monument was the Dui arena, situated directly to the west. At that moment, 2 young individuals were engaged in a sword duel, their clashing sounds piquing Yifeng's interest. He turned and walked over to the arena, where approximately 100 spectators had gathered. Among them was an elder with a white beard, manipulating the arena's magical array to prevent the combatant sword energies from harming the onlookers. In the arena stood a young man and woman, both appearing strikingly youthful, hardly older than Yifeng. The young man donned white robes, exuding elegance, wielding a fire element celestial sword. The young woman, clad in green, was quite attractive and held a water element celestial sword. They had already commenced their duel. With a commanding shout, the green-clad woman leaped gracefully into the air. Her sword radiated emerald light as she swiftly executed her sword techniques, unleashing hundreds of energy swords. Each energy sword was nearly the size of a real sword and glimmered faintly. Yifeng's eyes widened in realization. This technique was the 4th form of the 9 styles of sword control. By channeling her spiritual energy through her celestial sword, she was able to condense it into sword forms, controlled by her sword techniques. However, since these were merely energy constructs, their destructive power paled in comparison to that of a genuine celestial sword. Only those of high cultivation could make such energy swords pierce through gold and shatter stone. For ordinary disciples, while the sheer number of energy swords might appear intimidating, their lethality was limited. Nevertheless, this was enough to leave the inexperienced Yifeng in awe. He muttered, "This is the condensation sword technique. Indeed impressive. Hundreds of energy swords simultaneously targeting an opponent would surely leave them riddled like a honeycomb." He felt a twinge of concern for the young man in white. To his surprise, the next moment, His face was met with a resounding slap. The young man in white smiled, unperturbed, and called out, "Junior sister, be careful." With that, he activated his true essence, and his celestial sword was enveloped in a fierce flame. As he swung his sword, a blazing fire dragon erupted forth, effortlessly shattering the incoming energy swords. As the energy swords shattered and transformed into spiritual energy before hitting the ground, the fire dragon, though diminished in size, remained undeterred. Surging towards the green-clad girl under the young man's command, the young woman, her cheeks flushed, descended from midair, unleashing a sword strike. A wave of sword energy surged forth. Reminiscent of tumultuous ocean waves, Yifeng felt as though he were truly by the sea, hearing the roar of crashing waves. The green sword light swiftly enveloped the approaching fire dragon, extinguishing it. The green-clad girl advanced, knowing that the fire element sword's strengths lay in long-range attacks. While close combat was not its forte, with deft steps, she danced around the young man, delivering several precise strikes, each aimed at vital points. The young man, seemingly at ease, held his sword in his right hand, his left hand casually resting behind him, effortlessly deflecting every one of her attacks with graceful movements. This young man is even more formidable, Yifeng mused inwardly. Nonsense. Yi Feiyou interjected. The young lady is employing the Yunhai sect's 36 falling petals sword technique, which appears intricate, with each strike targeting her opponent's weaknesses. However, her opponent is also a disciple of the Yunhai sect and is well versed in the same technique. Thus, he can predict her moves and counter them with ease. This girl lacks the understanding of integration and adaptability. She merely follows the sword manual in a rigid manner. Such individuals have no future in the path of cultivation. Yifeng, remember, every spell and technique I impart to you is merely a foundation. In the beginning, you may train according to the sword manual and verses, but as your cultivation deepens, you must forget these rigid techniques. You must learn not the forms but the essence, the spirit of the sword. Yifeng nodded, gaining newfound insight. The arena swiftly determined the victor. After the girl in green methodically unleashed the 36 swords of falling blossoms, the man in white immediately evaded a sweeping strike by deftly bending his body. With a nimble push off his toes, he gracefully soared backwards. The girl in green attempted to pursue, but her efforts were in vain. As the man glided away, he formed a sword technique with his hands, releasing dozens of sword energies from his fiery, celestial sword. To avoid the onslaught of sword energies, the girl could only raise her sword to counter. This delay allowed the man in white to widen the gap between them. He then pointed his sword skyward, its blade engulfed once more in fiercely burning flames, seemingly even more vigorous than the fire dragon he had summoned earlier. Hundreds of fiery sword energies whistled through the air, swirling rapidly as the man guided them with his sword, unleashing a torrential rain of flames upon the girl in green, summoning every ounce of her strength. She barely managed to fend off this barrage of fire, appearing quite flustered. However, with a casual wave of his hand, hundreds more fiery sword energies emerged in the sky. The outcome of this sparring match was beyond doubt. The girl in green's cultivation was significantly inferior to that of the man in white. Fortunately, this was merely a contest among disciples. Had it been a fight to the death, she would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Yifeng, like most of the younger spectators, watched with great interest, while the older disciples of Yunhai sect shook their heads and departed, evidently unimpressed by the sparring of such novice combatants. As the duel concluded, the crowd around the arena did not disperse entirely. Knowing that more would soon step forward to test their skills, Yifeng realized he had been separated from Feng Tong and the others for quite some time and needed to find them, lest their antics lead to unforeseen troubles. After searching for a while without success, he decided to abandon the pursuit. He made his way to a secluded area where young disciples practiced their swordplay, found an empty patch of ground, and drew forth his rusty sword, Ziqing, preparing to practice the third form of the 9 styles of sword control, the transforming sword style. The moment Yifeng unsheathed his rusty sword, many young disciples nearby took notice, never having seen a disciple's celestial sword in such a state of rust. However, many were aware of Yifeng's identity, and those young disciples dared only to mock him silently, refraining from openly ridiculing him. Yifeng sensed their laughter directed at his celestial sword. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen such a magnificent sword?" he bellowed, causing the surrounding young disciples to scatter like frightened birds, unwilling to provoke this little tyrant. As the crowd dispersed, Yifeng felt a surge of delight. There was a certain exhilaration in playing the villain. Now, he found himself pondering whether he should truly consider reforming his ways. Chapter 42. The First Sword Practice. Accidentally injuring a young girl. The second form of the 9 sword techniques. The transformation sword technique, as the name suggests, emphasizes the essence of transformation. However, Yifuyo, while imparting the 9 sword techniques to him, mentioned that the transformation sword technique merely conjures illusory sword lights, dazzling the opponent without any substantial offensive power. Following the cultivation mantra, Yifeng began to manipulate the spiritual energy within his body, channeling it into his hands and then into the sword. He swiftly danced with the sword, and under the impetus of true energy, azure sword shadows erupted from the blade. After performing for the duration of an incense stick, he had already conjured hundreds of sword shadows, which he could control with ease, weaving and darting at will. Yifeng gradually sheathed his sword, astonished. No way. I thought I would need several days to master the transformation sword technique, and I've accomplished it in no time at all. Truly, I am a genius. I told you yesterday that the transformation sword technique is rather insubstantial. Moreover, with the extraordinary spiritual power of your purple lightning and blue frost, you could master it in less than half an hour with a bit of practice. Master, if it's so trivial, why does it stand alone as a technique? Wouldn't it be better to discard it altogether? The 8 sword techniques? How unappealing. Ah, I see now. It seems its retention is merely for aesthetic appeal. Yifeng's expression shifted to one of realization. Yifuyo continued, it's not entirely that simple. The reason you are progressing so quickly is due to the purple lightning and blue frost. Other disciples lack such divine weapons and typically take several days just to practice the transformation sword technique. Moreover, the transformation sword technique serves as the foundation for the condensation sword technique. Their operations, condensation, and sword techniques are nearly identical, except the condensation sword technique forms an actual sword of energy. Try practicing the condensation sword technique now. Yifeng nodded, took a few deep breaths, then closed his eyes, silently reciting the mantra. This time, he was not only mobilizing the spiritual energy within his meridians, but also activating the energy stored in his dantian. Suddenly, Yifeng opened his eyes, pointing the rusty sword towards the heavens, infusing it with true essence, and forming a sword gesture with his hand. He then swung the rusty sword downwards, and a beam of sword light erupted from it, swiftly condensing into a sword of energy. The energy sword shot upward with a piercing whistle, leaving Yifeng dumbfounded. He could scarcely believe that this brilliant azure energy sword was conjured by his own will. In the next moment, his pupils constricted, and he shouted, "Miss, be careful." This was Yifeng's first attempt at condensing sword energy. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation had already reached a considerable level, and he was unaware of just how formidable the spiritual power of the purple lightning and blue frost was. The energy sword he conjured drew a small portion of its power from within him, while the majority emanated from the purple lightning and blue frost itself. The might of this energy sword was sufficient to repel a mid-level practitioner, a young girl in a yellow dress, practicing her swordplay several dozen feet away, was completely oblivious to the approaching energy sword. It was only upon hearing Yifeng shout that she noticed the sword, appearing almost tangible, barreling towards her. Fortunately, she was also a practitioner at the same level, and in a split second, her enchanted sword was raised to block it. With a resounding crash, the azure energy sword shattered into fragments, dissipating into the air. The girl let out a muffled groan, her enchanted sword slipping from her grasp. The powerful impact sent her staggering backward, and after 4 or 5 steps, she fell to the ground, rolling several times. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. Several young men and women rushed forward to assist the girl. Yifeng hurried over as well, only to see her face pale, blood trickling from her lips. Her right hand cradling her left arm, revealing an expression of agony. It was evident that her left arm was either fractured or dislocated. Realizing he had caused trouble, Yifeng rushed to her side, saying, "Mississippi, are you all right? I am truly sorry." Yifeng could never be a villain. Years of good upbringing compelled him to admit his fault at the first opportunity. Suddenly, his voice faltered as he recognized the girl. Upon closer inspection, he realized, isn't this the girl in the yellow dress I encountered yesterday at the Sword Tomb, the one who was harassed by Fong Tong and Zhuge Benlei? The girl in yellow also recognized Yifeng, her expression a mix of pain and indignation, with an undeniable hint of fear. At that moment, a man stepped forward, sternly declaring, "Yifeng, you practice your swordplay and yet injure others. Do you truly believe that with Elder Yulong away, you can act lawlessly and disregard human life?" Yifeng responded, "This matter is my fault. I have only just reached the level of Skyward, and during my practice of the condensation sword technique, I failed to control the energy sword properly. I never anticipated it would fly so far or possess such power. I sincerely apologize for injuring the young lady. Yet, Yi Feng's explanation failed to resonate with the crowd, who perceived it as mere boasting. You fractured someone's arm on your first attempt at the condensation sword technique? Yi Feng, do you take us for fools? You must have done this deliberately. Take him to the discipline hall. Lock up this bully who wreaks havoc. Yi Feng's reputation in the Yuhai sect was already tarnished, having offended too many, and the clamor for retribution grew louder. Had it been just one individual, they might have hesitated to confront him, but now, emboldened by numbers, they were unafraid. Moreover, the incident was indeed Yi Feng's fault. And even if it escalated to the discipline hall, they felt no trepidation. Yi Feng felt like crying. He had only just emerged from the stone cell of the discipline hall 2 days prior. If he were to be sent back, wouldn't his master break his legs? At that moment, the other 3 bullies and the 7 bad boys of Songyun arrived, witnessing Yi Feng surrounded and berated. Xianxia shouted, "Boss, we are here to help you. Who dares to bully my boss?" The simultaneous appearance of the 4 bullies of Yunhai and the 7 bad boys of Songyun silenced the youths who had positioned themselves on a moral high ground, instinctively retreating. The girl in yellow was on the verge of tears, feeling as though in this incident, she was not the victim but rather the perpetrator. Yi Feng quickly intervened to prevent a brawl from breaking out among his friends, and then recounted the events to Feng Tong and the others. After listening, Feng Tong glanced at the injured girl in yellow and approached her, saying, "So it's you. We met yesterday at the Sword Tomb. Do you remember?" The girl in yellow timidly nodded, appearing frightened of Feng Tong, shrinking behind her 2 companions. Yi Feng stepped forward, saying, "Miss, do not be afraid. Although I am not a good person, I will certainly not evade responsibility. Your injury was indeed caused by me, and I will compensate you as you see fit. Yi Feng, will not contest it." The girl in yellow gently shook her head. "No, it's not necessary. I will head back now." The 2 slightly older girls beside her understood that Yi Feng and his friends were elite disciples of the inner sect, while they were mere outer sect servants without a master, making them unable to afford to offend Yi Feng. One girl said, "Brother Yi, we can just apply some medicine for her. Let us leave it at that." Lingo interjected, "That won't do. This sister was injured by my brother. We cannot just ignore it. It appears her injury is serious, likely a fracture. We should hurry down the mountain and have my father treat her." Yi Feng shared this sentiment. Although the girl held a low status in the Yunhai sect, as a man, he could not abandon her. Otherwise, his conscience would never forgive him. Naturally, he also wished to avoid being confined in the discipline hall stone cell again. Lingo was correct. This was indeed his fault, and he would take full responsibility. "I will escort you down the mountain for treatment." He retrieved a rope from his pocket. Under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, he sat on the ground, securely binding the enchanted sword to his feet. At first, the onlookers were perplexed by his actions. It wasn't until he commanded the rusted sword to soar into the air that they realized he was utterly inexperienced in the art of sword mastery. Yi Feng flew before the girl in yellow and said, "Let us depart. Your injuries cannot be delayed." The girl, with tears brimming in her eyes, replied, "I am truly fine. Please do not concern yourself with me. Allow me to leave." How could that be permissible? If I lack the courage to confront my mistakes, what right do I have to call myself a man? How can I hope to stand my ground in this world? At that moment, someone in the crowd remarked, "Sister, you are merely an outer disciple, lacking elixirs and spiritual herbs. It would be best for you to descend the mountain with Yi Feng for healing. Master Yulong will surely advocate for you. Little girl, your injuries are severe. If not treated promptly, they may hinder your cultivation." Many others began to offer words of comfort to the girl in yellow. She glanced at her 2 companions, who hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Clearly, they understood that as outer disciples, they could only rely on their own energy to heal, which would take at least 10 days. However, with the aid of high-quality spiritual herbs from Yuhai sect, recovery could be expedited. Ultimately, the 2 girls helped the young girl take to the skies, following Yi Feng towards their dwelling halfway up the mountain. Concerned, Huang Linger requested Qi Yao to accompany her back as well. As for Feng Tong and Ben Lei, they deemed the situation trivial and continued to lounge about in the square at the mountain's peak. After Yi Feng and his companions departed, the spectators of Yunhai sect gradually dispersed, restoring tranquility to the area. Before long, Yi Feng's group arrived at the entrance of Fengling residence. The rotund Yulong was enjoying a leisurely day, reclining on a sunlit chair in the courtyard, embodying a demeanor of contentment in his later years. Master, come quickly and assist." Yifeng's voice echoed from outside the gate. Yulong frowned and looked over, only to find the gate pushed open by Huang Linger. His once embarrassed disciple was seated on the stone steps, untying the ropes. Outside stood 4 young women. Aside from Qi Yao, he did not recognize the other 3. Yulong's gaze fell upon the pale girl in yellow, who required support. What transpired? Did you not go to the mountain peak to cultivate? Why have you returned with an injured person? Huang Linger explained. Father, my senior brother inadvertently injured this young lady during his training. She has a fractured arm and is spitting blood. Please, you must treat her. You troublesome child. Can you not allow me a few days of peace? It has barely been 2 hours since you left, and you've already caused trouble. Oh, master, please refrain from scolding me now. This incident is indeed my fault. And I implore you to heal this little sister. Having freed himself from the ropes, Yifeng rushed inside with the rusted sword in hand. Yulong rolled his eyes and scoffed. Indeed, you have matured. In the past, when you caused trouble, your first instinct was to flee. Now, you know to bring the victim back for treatment. Given that you are not shirking your responsibilities, I shall forgive you this time. Bring her inside. Thank you, master. You are the best master in the world. Get lost. Understood. Chapter 43. The girl in yellow. The girl in yellow was assisted into the courtyard by 2 of her companions. Yulong, the stout man, placed his hand gently on her wrist, allowing a thread of true essence to enter her body. Moments later, he had a general understanding of her injuries. Frowning slightly, he glanced at Yifeng beside him and said with annoyance, You rascal, weren't you always one to tease, but never to force? Why have you been so ruthless this time? Not only are her internal organs injured, but her left arm has several fractures as well. Yifeng was taken aback, realizing the power of the Qi sword he had unleashed. He hurriedly replied, Master, I truly did not mean to. It was an accident. Please, save this junior sister. Despite his indulgences, Yulong's nature was fundamentally kind. He nodded slightly and asked, Little girl, what is your name, and who is your master? The girl hesitated, then timidly responded, I am called Xiaoman, merely an ordinary servant in the beast garden, yet to pledge myself to any elder. Yulong's expression changed to one of surprise as he scrutinized the frail girl before him. Given her age, Xiaoman was even younger than Linger. It was rare to see such a young, outer disciple reach the 4th level of the sky control realm. It must be noted that these outer servant disciples were often burdened with work, sometimes even preparing water for inner disciples and elders late into the night, leaving little time for cultivation. His eldest disciple had been at his side since childhood and had only reached the sky control realm at the age of 15. Yet, this shaman girl, without a master's guidance, had managed to attain such a level at her tender age simply by occasionally listening to lectures from inner disciples. Her talent was indeed remarkable. Yulong proceeded to seal several meridians around Xiaoman's left arm, greatly alleviating her pain. This girl is gravely injured. We must take her to Linger's room while I fetch some spiritual herbs, he instructed. Linga quickly led the way. Qi Yu tilted her head, observing the bustling figure of her stout master-uncle and then glancing at the guilt-ridden Yifeng. She was perplexed. Why does it matter so much for someone with no background? Just an outer servant. Big brother, you've changed. Qi Yao exclaimed. Yifeng, confused, replied. In what way have I changed? You used to be different. Why are you personally taking an outer servant disciple back to the stout master for treatment? Qi Yao continued. Yifeng smiled wryly. 4th, you must remember, we are bullies, not villains, and certainly not devoid of conscience or loyalty. That girl was indeed injured by me inadvertently. If I cannot shoulder this small responsibility, am I truly a man? A flicker of contemplation and doubt crossed Qi Yao's bright, watery eyes. She felt there was some truth in Yifeng's words, yet she still sensed a significant change in him. At that moment, Yulong returned from inside with 2 porcelain vials and entered Linger's room. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoman's companions exited the room. Though their looks were not striking, they could be deemed average in the sea of beauties at the Yunhai sect, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. They wore the common fabric attire of outer disciples. Like Xiaoman, they had not yet formally pledged to the inner sect but had already reached the sky control realm at their young age, likely to become named disciples even without being favored by any elder. One round-faced girl said, Brother Yi, it's almost noon. The beast garden will soon become busy. We must head back, or we will be penalized by the enforcers. Elder Yulong is currently treating Xiaoman and cannot leave, so we must stay for now. Yifeng nodded. Yes, you may return to your duties. I will take care of Xiaoman. The 2 girls bowed slightly and left Fogeling residence, summoning their swords to fly eastward. Qi Yao remarked. Big brother, since there is nothing more to do, I shall return to the plaza to find the second and third brothers. Go ahead, but do not stir up trouble. Yifeng replied. As Qiao walked out, she muttered, Don't stir up trouble? Is that a line from Big Brother? Has he really changed so much after this memory loss? Could it be that he has turned from a tyrant into a benevolent master? Once everyone departed, Yifeng entered Lingo's room. It was similar to his own humble abode, save for a dressing table near the window beside the wooden bed. The dressing table was quite new, featuring a glass mirror of high quality, standing in stark contrast to the simplicity of the room. Xiaoman lay on the bed, her face pale, gritting her teeth in endurance. Yulong was busy setting her bones. After realigning the broken bones, he used wooden boards and bandages to secure them, although he had sealed some meridians in Xiaoman's left arm. The process of setting the bones still caused considerable pain. Yet, Xiaoman clenched her teeth, not uttering a single sound of distress. Compared to a month prior when Yifeng's cries during his own treatment had frightened off numerous beasts, Xiaoman's mental fortitude was indeed much greater. After Yulong finished setting the bones, Xiaoman's already pale cheeks were now dotted with beads of sweat. Only then did Yulong release the meridian seals on her. He took out 2 pills wrapped in wax from the porcelain vials, saying, Xiaoman, your fractures will heal in a few days, but your internal injuries are severe. These 2 pills, one is a vitality restoration pill, and the other is a spirit gathering pill, will aid your recovery. Xiaoman expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Elder Yulong, for treating my injuries and bestowing these pills. Yulong waved his hand, signaling her to refrain from speaking further. He handed the spiritual pills to Linger for Xiaoman to take. Following instructions, Xiaoman swallowed the pills. Afterward, Yulong sat at the bedside, instructing her to lie flat. He then extended his hand, hovering his palm about 10 centimeters above Xiaoman's abdomen. As Yulong channeled his true essence, pure and surging spiritual energy flowed continuously from his palm into Xiaoman's body. In just a brief moment, the pallor of Xiaoman's face began to fade, replaced by a hint of color. Yifeng and Lingo observed quietly, not daring to interrupt. After what felt like an eternity, Yulong gradually withdrew his energy and hand, wearing a smile he believed to be amiable, though it was quite repugnant. Xiaoman, rest well. You rascal. Come out here. Yulong kicked Yifeng in the rear. Taken by surprise, Yifeng stumbled and nearly fell. Just then, Yulong's large foot came kicking again. Yifeng scrambled out, rolling along the ground. Once outside, Yifeng, looking aggrieved, exclaimed, Master, why did you kick me? Didn't you say you forgave me? I was being gentle. You, young man, how could you be so brutal? Fortunately, you brought that little girl back. Otherwise, she might have damaged her foundational cultivation, making her future in cultivation exceedingly difficult. Yifeng noticed the serious expression on his master's face and froze. Master, please do not scare me. It was merely a broken arm. Just recently, I had my ribs broken by Yun Shuang'er, and at that time, I hadn't even reached the sky control realm. Yet I was fine. It's not just the broken arm. The crucial issue is the severe internal injuries to her organs. You just reached the sky control realm, didn't you? Your skills are quite comparable. How could you inflict such harm upon her? I am unsure. At that moment, I was practicing the 9 styles of sword control in the square, channeling the true essence within me into my purple-blue sword. With a single swing, the sword energy swiftly coalesced into a blade of qi. It was my first attempt at cultivation, and I had no knowledge of how to control it. The young girl, standing several tens of feet away, was practicing her swordplay. I saw the blade of qi hurtling towards her, but it was too late for me to utter a warning. I could only watch helplessly as my conjured blade struck her celestial sword, causing it to slip from her grasp and sending her tumbling backward for several feet. Master, I am still bewildered. What exactly transpired? Shouldn't we be equally matched, having just reached the void realm? Why am I so much stronger than her? The corpulent Yulong gazed intently at Yifeng and inquired, Are you speaking the truth? Of course. Many witnesses were present at the time. I truly did not intend to harm her. Observing the mixture of helplessness and guilt on Yifeng's face, Yulong stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he suddenly grasped Yifeng's wrist, probing into his body with his consciousness. The meridians were narrow, the dantian small, the sea of spirits gate unopened. It was evident he was at the early stage of the 4th layer of the void realm, not the divine realm. Thus, Yulong tilted his head toward the sword that was tilted behind Yifeng. Wind, allow me to examine your sword. Yifeng felt a jolt of alarm. He was aware that his rotund master possessed profound cultivation. Although this purple lightning blue frost had formed a blood pact with him, rendering it undetectable and unusable by others. His master was no ordinary cultivator. Perhaps he could recognize the sword's true nature. What are you dawdling for? Show me the sword you retrieved from the sword tomb yesterday. With no alternative, Yifeng reluctantly tugged at the strap in front of him, causing the celestial sword secured to his back to fall into his hands. He drew forth the rusted blade and said, "Master, what is so special about this sword?" Yulong grasped the hilt of the purple lightning blue frost, noticing its weight was slightly heavier than typical celestial swords. The handguard resembled a hollow sphere, and the blade was covered in layers of rust. It seemed incapable of even slaying a chicken, let alone a person. Yulong infused his true essence into the purple-blue sword, and faint strands of azure light emanated from the rusted crevices, though not particularly intense. He frowned slightly before tossing the rusty sword back to Yifeng, muttering to himself, "I must be insane to think this lad could find a sword of decent quality in that wretched sword tomb." Chapter 44. The mysterious origin of Yifeng. The rotund figure of Yulong personally examined Yifeng's cultivation and the dilapidated, rusted sword that seemed on the verge of breaking. He detected nothing amiss. However, why had that little girl suffered such severe internal injuries? Not only did she have fractures, but she also coughed up blood on the spot. According to Yifeng, as the energy sword he unleashed was about to strike the girl, she had, in a moment of desperation, raised her celestial sword to block the impending blow. With a resounding clash, her sword slipped from her grasp and was propelled away by the rebound. Thus, the energy sword did not directly hit her body, but rather collided with her celestial sword. Today marked Yifeng's first attempt at condensing an energy sword. The mere fact that he succeeded in doing so is remarkable, and its power could not have been excessively strong. It was inconceivable that it could displace the internal organs of a fellow practitioner of the same realm, like the little girl, simply by passing through her sword. Where, then, lay the issue? Could it be that someone was secretly meddling? This peculiar thought crossed Yulong's mind. At the moment Yifeng condensed the energy sword, there had been a cultivator of considerable prowess covertly enhancing its power. Once he began to entertain notions of conspiracy, Yulong's mind opened up entirely. Since learning of Yifeng's brutal fate a month ago, when he had been cast into a graveyard, Yulong was certain that the perpetrator would not simply relent. After all, he could not gamble his own life on the hope that Yifeng's memories would not return. The assailant would undoubtedly seek another opportunity to eliminate Yifeng. The rules of the Yunhai sect were strict. Even though Yifeng was Yulong's disciple, should he kill a fellow disciple, severe penalties would ensue. Death might not be the consequence, but the loss of cultivation or expulsion from the inner sect were certainly plausible outcomes. Once Yifeng lost his status as an inner disciple or the protection of his master, there would be 100 ways for his adversaries to dispose of him. Regrettably, the antagonist had not anticipated that the little girl would react quickly, blocking the energy sword with her celestial sword just a moment before it struck her. What could be the motive behind the attack on Feng? Was it related to those spirit herbs? Or perhaps Feng had stumbled upon secrets that should remain hidden. Had she offended someone? Or was it possible that Feng's origins had been uncovered? Yulong's expression suddenly turned grave. This should not be. Only he knew the truth of Feng's origins, and no one else should be aware. If it were indeed the cause of her plight, she would not be alive. The events surrounding Feng during this time should have no connection to her lineage. Wait, did Yu Ying, his junior sister, know something? He had collaborated with her on that incident years ago, and now she was persistently pressuring Yu Qinzi. It seemed as though she was punishing Feng, yet it appeared she was also shielding her. Could it be that Yu Ying was aware of Feng's origins? No, he must probe deeper into Yu Ying's knowledge. As Yulong's thoughts shifted, he murmured to himself. In truth, he was mistaken. This incident had no connection to the assailant from before and was unrelated to Yifeng's enigmatic background. The power of the energy sword Yifeng had condensed was substantial, not only due to it being his first attempt, where he had unwittingly drawn upon a significant amount of true essence from his dantian, but also due to the influence of the purple lightning and azure frost. The energy sword that harmed the little girl drew at least 70% of its power from the innate strength of the purple lightning and azure frost, amplifying its potency manifold. Hence, it inflicted damage on her internal organs. However, Yulong failed to recognize the formidable nature of the purple lightning and azure frost. Mistakenly believing that someone was covertly exacerbating the situation to eliminate Yifeng, unaware of his master's internal musings, Yifeng distanced himself, clutching the azure sword, wary of incurring further ire from his portly teacher. At that moment, Yulong gradually regained his composure and noticed his first disciple lurking at a distance. With a hint of annoyance, he remarked, "I've arranged to meet with a few of your uncles for drinks at noon. You should refrain from obsessively practicing your sword condensation technique and avoid the mountaintop square for now. Focus on mastering your sword control technique. Binding yourself with ropes while flying is not only embarrassing, but also perilous. What if you encounter an enemy while flying? Disciple shall heed the teachings of the master. Yifeng replied earnestly. Yulong's admonition served as a timely reminder. There were indeed those who wished him harm, should they strike while he was flying. It could spell disaster. The immediate priority was to diligently practice his sword control technique. Tell Lingo not to wait for me to return for dinner. After offering a few more instructions, Yulong departed the courtyard. Once the rotund master was gone, Yifeng promptly shut the courtyard door and headed to Huang Linger's room. Huang Linger, kind-hearted and graceful, was seated at the bedside chatting with the little girl. Upon seeing Yifeng enter, she rose and inquired, "Brother, where's father?" "Master has gone to meet some uncles for a drink and asked us not to wait for him," Yifeng replied. "Linger, how is the little girl faring?" The girl on the bed nodded gently. "I feel much better now. I should be able to return to the beast garden shortly. Don't rush back. You need to recuperate properly. Little sister, you should rest while I prepare something for you to eat." Huang Linger insisted. "No, that is not permissible. Sisterling, you are the daughter of Elder Yulong. Your status is noble, while I am merely an outer disciple. How can I allow you to take care of me?" The little girl attempted to rise but winced in pain, letting out a soft groan. "Do not move around. Have you hurt your wound?" Huang Linger chided gently. "I am just an ordinary person. My status is not lofty at all. I prepare meals for my father and brother every day. You must rest well. If you keep moving, I will be upset." "Indeed, little sister, your recovery is of utmost importance. I too suffered a fracture recently and found that using spiritual energy to nourish the broken bone not only alleviated the pain but also accelerated the healing process. You must take it easy and recuperate here, or else I will feel guilty." Seeing Yifeng's earnest demeanor, the little girl was momentarily bewildered. Was this truly the same Yifeng who had once bullied others with impunity? Yifeng and Huang Lingo comforted the little girl for a while before stepping out of the room together. Huang Lingo busied herself in the kitchen while Yifeng began to practice his sword control technique in the courtyard. This time, he did not bind himself with ropes. Instead, he flew just a few meters above the ground, similar to the previous day. In truth, sword control was not particularly difficult. By channeling spiritual energy into his feet while flying, a gravitational pull was created between the feet and the celestial sword, allowing the practitioner to maintain stability. With diligent practice, even the most inept disciple could master the technique of flying on a sword. Yifeng was eager to soar through the skies and fulfill his long-held dream of flying, which motivated him to craft a pair of flying shoes. After experiencing the exhilaration of soaring high above, he had visited the training square at the mountaintop. Now, it was prudent to return to a steady regimen of practice. Perhaps due to the extended time spent flying high today, his sword control technique was significantly improved compared to yesterday, as he did not bind himself. This aligned with Yi Fuyo's assertion that high-altitude flying greatly benefited Yifeng's training in sword control, enabling him to grasp the technique more swiftly. Meanwhile, Yulong arrived outside the courtyard of the Mo Zhu Pavilion. The door was ajar, yet he hesitated to enter, lingering at the threshold as if wrestling with uncertainty and conflict. He was unable to ascertain whether the recent events surrounding Yifeng were indeed linked to the exposure of his origins. He also remained uncertain whether his junior sister Ying truly knew something of consequence, in the event that junior sister Wei is unaware of everything. And her previous pressure on the Discipline Institute was merely an attempt to assist Yun Shuanger in venting her frustrations. Would not my entrance now be tantamount to self-incrimination? Would I not be unwittingly pushing Yifeng into the abyss? Jiang He, the sixth disciple of Master Wei, noticed Master Yulong wandering back and forth near the entrance. Sensing something amiss, she hastily reported the matter to senior sister Jin He. Jin He was somewhat taken aback. The secluded Moku Pavilion rarely attracted visitors. Master Yulong's incessant pacing suggested there was indeed a matter of concern. Thus, she and Jiang He stepped outside, only to find the plump Master Yulong standing not far off, his expression a portrait of conflict. Jin He approached him and inquired, "Master Yulong, I see you've been lingering here for quite some time. Have you lost something? Would you like us to assist in your search?" Master Yulong snapped back to reality and chuckled awkwardly. "No, I've lost nothing." Jin He, is your master around?" Jin He nodded. "She just finished lunch and is currently enjoying some tea. Are you looking for her? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Ultimately, Master Yulong lacked the courage to confront Wei Ying directly. However, he was astute. With a quick flicker of thought, he said, "It's nothing of great importance. Yesterday, there were many people here, and some things were difficult to articulate. I merely wished to express my gratitude to Wei Ying for her care of my inept disciple. Had it not been for her, Fenger would likely not have awaited my return. Ah, never mind, I shall take my leave." With that, Master Yulong ambled away with his hands clasped behind his back. Observing his rotund figure recede, Jeannie furrowed her brow slightly. "Jiang," he remarked, "senior sister. Has Master Yulong lost his wits? I cannot comprehend his meaning." Jeannie's gaze flickered as she replied slowly, "I too find it perplexing. Let us return." Deep down, she had a vague understanding of Master Yulong's intent. She had sensed that her master seemed to be shielding Yi Feng during this period. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jeannie headed straight to her mentor, Master Wei Ying's bamboo cottage. The door was ajar, and a faint aroma of tea wafted from within. Jeannie entered and gently closed the door behind her. "Master," she began, "just now, Master Yulong came by." "Oh, what does that rotund fellow want this time?" Wei Ying queried. "He expressed his gratitude for your care of Yi Feng, stating that without you, Yi Feng would likely have perished long ago." Upon hearing this, Master Wei Ying's expression tightened slightly, and a few drops of tea spilled from her cup. Chapter 45, The Extraordinary Origin of Yi Feng. Though the expression of Master Yu Ying returned to normal almost immediately, Jeannie was no fool. She noticed the subtle changes in her master's demeanor. Rather than inquiring, Jeannie obediently sat beside Master Yu Ying, silently pouring tea for her. Observing her eldest disciple, Master Yu Ying gently spoke. "Here, you must be filled with questions during this time, and wish to inquire about this matter." Jeannie shook her head lightly. Master Yu Ying continued, "Are you not curious? After following your master for so many years, you should have understood that what you ought to know will eventually come to you, and what is not meant for you to know should remain a mystery. For the survival of Yunhai sect, it is imperative to focus on one's own affairs and avoid any curiosity about other matters." Upon hearing Jeannie's response, a faint smile graced Master Yu Ying's elegant face. "Here, your thoughts bring me great comfort. Alas, I must confess that I have my own motives regarding the matter of Yi Feng. Of course, my intentions are not to shield him for the sake of that foolish, corpulent Yulong." He nodded, replying, "Disciple understands." "You do?" Master Yu Ying raised an eyebrow. "I thought you might believe I had some affection for that rotund man." Jeannie paused, then chuckled ruefully. "How could that be? Master would never regard Uncle Yulong in such a light." "Oh, I am curious," Master Yu Ying mused. "What do you think motivates me to protect Yi Feng? If not for Yulong, is it perhaps that I see potential in Yi Feng, not wishing to lose such a talented individual for Yunhai sect?" Yi Feng, talent? Jeannie was taken aback. Aside from his indulgent vices and unscrupulous behavior, what else did Yi Feng possess? With a wry smile, she replied, "Master, since we have broached this topic, I have no reservations left." "Master, your secret confinement of Yi Feng in the disciplined courtyard stone prison must be related to his mysterious background, correct?" At this, Master Yu Ying's expression shifted slightly. She delicately lifted her teacup, savoring the aroma, and glanced at the closed door, ensuring the soundproof barrier was in place. Only then did she respond, "Go on." He continued, "Yi Feng's origin is certainly not ordinary. Our Yunhai sect has a complete process for accepting disciples. Nearly all inner disciples begin as outer sect's errand disciples. In our Mo pavilion, aside from the junior sister, all other disciples have endured years in the outer sect. Yet Yi Feng is an exception. Like our junior sister, he did not ascend from the outer sect to the inner sect. Yi Feng was brought back by Uncle Yulong 12 years ago during his escapades. At that time, Yi Feng was merely 3 years old. Given Uncle Yulong's stature, if he wished to take on a disciple, he could have chosen from numerous talented young disciples at the Transmission Institute. Yet, he inexplicably chose to bring back a mere 3-year-old child, who was utterly clueless and required special care. However, Uncle Yulong did not disdain the young Yi Feng. Rather, he took him under his wing with utmost care. I recall that during those early years, Uncle Yulong was quite unskilled in handling children. He frequently brought Yi Feng to our Emoju pavilion, entrusting him to us female disciples. Initially, you were quite averse to this arrangement, often arguing with Uncle Yulong over it. But then, one day, you suddenly acquiesced. It must have been then that you discovered Yi Feng's extraordinary background." Master Yu Ying's expression remained serene, yet a flicker of sorrow and nostalgia danced in her eyes, as if recalling a bygone acquaintance. Seeing her silence, Jeannie pressed on. "During that time, Uncle Yulong doted on junior brother Yi Feng, and in those initial years, he seldom descended the mountain for leisure. leading many to suspect that Yifeng might be his illegitimate son. I once thought the same. Recently, I even speculated that you, master, were protecting Yifeng with the hope of keeping him confined until Uncle Yulong's return. 3 days ago, Uncle Yulong returned, bringing along Huang Ling, which made me realize my error. He boldly showcased the daughter of a courtesan, and if Yifeng were truly his son, he would not hide him away. A hint of derision played upon Master Yuing's lips. Indeed, that foolish man is not only shameless but also exceedingly ostentatious. If he had a son, he would have paraded Yifeng around long ago. Besides, judging by Yulong's appearance, it is hard to believe he could father such a striking boy. I now question whether Huang Ling is even his biological child. Although Master Yuing had yet to meet Huang Ling, her reputation had already spread throughout Yunhai sect, described as breathtakingly beautiful, a true gem. Could a short, single-lidded, dark-skinned man like Yulong truly father a daughter with such long legs and double eyelids? Huang Ling's mother, a woman of questionable virtue, had likely been with countless men, leading Master Yuing to deeply doubt the paternity of Huang Ling. Noticing her master had digressed, he cleared her throat gently, cautious not to criticize Uncle Yulong too freely. Since Yifeng is not Uncle Yulong's son, it raises the question, whose son is he? What could possibly compel Uncle Yulong, nearing 400 years of age, to make an exception and take him as a disciple? Reflecting on the past 12 years, no matter the trouble Yifeng caused, Uncle Yulong always defended him fiercely. Coupled with the significance of Yifeng's identity plate and your attitude towards him, I suspect his origins are indeed remarkable. Identity plate. Master Yuing's gaze sharpened. You have noticed Yifeng's identity plate? He nodded slightly. About 6 months after his initiation, he fell into a latrine. Fortunately, Sister Shuang discovered him in time and rescued him. I was the one who cleaned him up and found his identity plate in his clothing. Almost no disciples in Yunhai sect know of Yifeng's lineage or title. Yifeng was born on the 2nd day of the 1st month in the year of Wushan, and his title is Xianxia. This name remains unknown within Yunhai sect. Among the younger generation, names are assigned based on seniority upon entering the inner sect. For instance, the eldest disciple of the sect leader, Duga Chongkong, is known as Yuan Yi. If Yifeng lacked a special status, Uncle Yulong would never have named him Xianxia. I remember that after that incident, your attitude toward him changed abruptly. If I am not mistaken, you must have seen his identity plate and discerned something from it. Master Yuing let out a deep sigh. You have not disappointed me with the teachings I have imparted over the years. I hadn't realized you were so perceptive. Today, this is merely a casual conversation between master and disciple. Once you leave this bamboo hut, you must forget all that has been said. Do you understand? He nodded slowly. Disciple understands. I will certainly not speak of it carelessly. Master, as for Yifeng. Master Yuing raised her hand to interrupt. The matter of Yifeng ends here. There is no need to mention it again. Here, you previously stated that to survive in Yunhai sect, one must harbor no curiosity about others. He's expression shifted slightly. She lowered her head and replied, Disciple understands. Very well, you may leave now. He arose and offered a slight bow to the esteemed Yuing before stepping out of her bamboo abode. Once he departed, Yu Ying's expression shifted to one of profound complexity. She had not anticipated that her eldest disciple possessed such remarkable inner depth. Even more surprising was the realization that the rotund Yulong seemed to have discerned her awareness of Yifeng's origins. From her storage bracelet, Yuing retrieved an exquisite box fashioned from purple sandalwood. The box was diminutive, and upon opening it, a solitary white jade tablet quietly revealed itself within. Inscribed upon the tablet were words, Yifeng, 27th disciple of Yunhai sect, born on the 2nd day of the 1st month in the year of Wushan. This jade tablet was, astonishingly, Yifeng's identity token. Strangely, it lay in the hands of Yuing, who was otherwise unrelated to him. With gentle reverence, Yuing caressed the identity token and lifted it delicately. At times, she wished her suspicions were correct. At others, she hoped she was mistaken. Alas, over 2 centuries had passed. Perhaps it was time to let go. She did not wish for Yifeng to be ensnared once more in the tumult of events from over 200 years ago. Nor did she want Mo Zhuxian to be drawn into the fray. With a soft sigh, her expression reflected deep sorrow and solitude. Meanwhile, at Fengling residence, Yifeng soared through the air around the courtyard for nearly half an hour, maintaining a speed of approximately 60 miles per hour. Despite several perilous moments, he managed to stay aloft, which filled him with great joy. Huang Ling had prepared lunch and stood in the courtyard, calling out with a loud voice to the flying Yifeng, Senior brother, It's time to eat. Upon receiving Yi Feng's response, Huang Linger returned to the kitchen. Moments later, she emerged bearing a tray, heading toward the resting quarters of the little girl, Xiaoman. Yi Feng descended steadily to the ground, feeling pleased with his progress. Yesterday, he could only manage to fly at 30 to 40 miles per hour, but today he had surged to 60 miles without faltering. He could distinctly sense his rapid improvement in the mastery of sword control. While Huang Lingo tended to Xiaoman, Yi Feng indulged in a meal in the small dining hall. Having skipped breakfast, he was quite hungry and devoured a considerable amount of food. After his meal, he did not resume practicing sword control in the courtyard, but instead returned to his room to rest. Having gone without sleep the previous night and experienced a whirlwind of events that morning, he felt undeniably fatigued. However, slumber was out of the question. Only the dead would succumb to sleep. Yi Feng would never squander precious time on the bed, even if a stunning beauty lay beside him. He sat cross-legged and began to practice the Yunhai technique. After circulating his energy for 2 cycles, the sensation of weariness dissipated entirely. Chapter 46. The amorous elephant and the elders passing. When Yi Feng awakened from his meditation, the night had completely enveloped the sky. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. The courtyard was eerily quiet, with only the flickering candlelight emanating from the kitchen. Upon entering, he found no sign of Huang Linger. Lifting the lid of the pot on the stove, he discovered some remnants of food. Not feeling particularly hungry, he replaced the lid and knocked on Linger's door. Inside, the room was illuminated by candlelight, and soon Huang Linger opened the door. "Senior brother, you're awake. I called you for dinner earlier, but seeing you in meditation, I didn't wish to disturb you." Yi Feng nodded and peeked inside, noticing the young girl seated on the bed. Upon seeing him, she seemed slightly anxious. He chuckled softly and inquired, "How's your injury, little girl?" with a timid voice. She replied, "Thank you, Senior Brother Yi. I'm much better now, but I wish to go back, yet Sister Lingo insists I stay." Yi Feng responded, "You need to recuperate before returning to work." Huang Linger chimed in, "Indeed, if you stay here, you can keep me company. You have no idea how lonely I've been." Yi Feng nodded in agreement, preparing to take his leave when a thought struck him. "Little girl, I recall you work in the Beast Garden?" "Yes, it's not far from here," she replied. You know me?" Yi Feng asked, taken aback. Little girl blinked in surprise. "Of course. The Beast Garden is located to the northeast of the Herbal Garden." "Senior Brother Yi, you don't remember me?" Yi Feng was at a loss for words, realizing that the original owner of his body had a prior acquaintance with this girl. Clearing his throat, he explained, "Well, I sustained a head injury some time ago, and many memories have eluded me." Understanding dawned on her. Yi Feng then asked, "By the way, little girl, since you work at the Beast Garden, do you know if our Yunhai sect raises elephants? Particularly, the amorous elephant?" Huang Linger playfully hit Yi Feng's arm. "Senior brother, what are you saying? Amorous? Don't be absurd. Elephants cannot be amorous, only humans can." To his surprise, the little girl interjected, "Senior Brother Yi, have you forgotten about the amorous elephant?" Yi Feng quickly approached her bedside, his heart racing with excitement. "Little girl, you know of the amorous elephant?" She nodded, "Yes. I was responsible for its care. It died 6 months ago because of you, and I was penalized by the steward for it. You even dug the grave for that elephant." "I dug a grave? For an elephant?" Yi Feng was momentarily baffled. An elephant was immense. How large a grave must one dig? "You dug for 4 days," she continued. Yi Feng asked, "But why is it called the amorous elephant?" "Its name is Kuei Shan, and you are the only one that calls it the amorous elephant." "Why?" "Because whenever Kuei Shan sees you, it raises its tail." "Which you found amusing, hence the name." Understanding dawned upon Yi Feng. It was his style indeed. He recalled telling Miao Xiao that if anything were to happen to him, she should seek out this amorous elephant. The lost spirit grass should be buried with the amorous elephant. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Huang Linger asked, noticing Yi Feng lost in thought. Snapping back to reality, he shook his head. "Nothing. I was merely reflecting on my own brilliance. Even a name as whimsical as the amorous elephant springs from my imagination. Anyway, Linger, please take good care of the little girl. I shall not intrude any longer." Huang Linger nodded. "Senior brother, dinner is in the pot. If you feel hungry, help yourself. Little sister and I have already eaten." "Understood." Yi Feng exited Huang Linger's room. He settled into a chair in the courtyard, gazing at the myriad stars while lost in contemplation. The voice of Yi Fuyo echoed in his mind. "Yi, since you now understand what the amorous elephant refers to, do you not wish to investigate further?" "Of course. But I worry that uncovering something perilous may be beyond my capacity to bear. I sense this matter is far more complex than merely losing some spirit grass." Yifeng voiced his inner turmoil. Having just reached the void control stage, he had yet to formally cultivate the sword path. If he were to unravel a grave secret or identify the perpetrator, his predicament could grow increasingly perilous. Yifuyo urged, "You must investigate. The enemy lurks in the shadows while you remain in the light. They could be anyone close to you, and it would be all too simple for them to eliminate you. You must ascertain who this foe is to prepare yourself accordingly." Yifeng nodded slightly, declaring, "Once the little girl recovers, I will have her guide me to the amorous elephant. These days, I shall also intensify my training to bolster my self-defense capabilities. By the way, Master Uncle, today before the heavenly steel on the mountaintop, you mentioned imparting all your magical arts to me. I now have time. Could we commence?" Yifuyo responded, "Your mind is rather dull. I need to repeat a single cultivation mantra thrice for you to grasp it. Our Yunhai sect possesses over 300 unique techniques, and if I were to teach you each one individually, I estimate it would take at least a decade or two. Therefore, I have devised a method. I will condense these techniques into a memory illusion through secret arts. You can seek out what you wish to learn within that illusion." Memory illusion? What does that entail? How does one enter? The memory illusion resides within your spiritual sea, requiring you to reach the divine control stage to access it. Just train steadily, young one. Yifeng felt disheartened. He retorted, "Master Uncle, are you jesting? I have barely reached the initial stage of void control. It may take me 2 to 3 years to attain the divine control stage. Could you not be more straightforward and teach me everything at once? Our agreement is that you impart the techniques while I allow your spirit to reside within me. If you persist with this lethargic attitude, I may reconsider our partnership. My master has returned. If I wish to learn something, I can simply approach him. Your presence has diminished in value to me. You wouldn't dare betray me. Would you? You said this yourself. I've said nothing, but you think it. Is that even a crime? I still aspire to cultivate with all the beautiful women and have yet to face punishment from the discipline hall." Yifeng maintained a shameless grin. "You little rascal. Seeking to dismantle the bridge after crossing? Without me, could you have achieved the void control stage? Without me, could you have obtained the purple lightning and blue frost? One must have a conscience. Touch your conscience and tell me aloud. Do you feel justified? Master Uncle, you speak true. One must have a conscience. Yet, there is an old saying. One must look after oneself. Otherwise, heaven will seek retribution." Yifeng grinned. "Fine, you are indeed formidable. What do you wish to learn?" Yifuyo ground his teeth, begrudgingly acknowledging defeat. Once a formidable figure of chaos, he now found himself at the mercy of a mere youth. Yet, with only a remnant of his spirit remaining, he could do nothing but comply with his chosen disciple, even if it pained him to do so. Seeing the elder finally yielding, Yifeng rubbed his hands together, a sly smile spreading across his face. The phantom step appears strikingly similar to the Lingbo Weibu. Hee, I think I shall learn this technique first for the purpose of charming women. Oh no, I meant for self-preservation. Yes, self-preservation. I nearly let my true thoughts slip. I am not like the lovesick Duanyu. What do I need to woo women for? Women will only impede my sword-drawing speed." Yifuyo remarked. "I shall recite the cultivation mantra just once. Do not blame me if you cannot remember it. Wait, I must return to my room to prepare ink and paper." Yifeng leaped from his recliner and dashed into his chamber like the wind. He retrieved the 4 treasures of the study from his cabinet. Once everything was ready, he declared, "Master Uncle, we may begin." Meanwhile, in the secluded meditation area of Master Yun Yi, the Grand Elder of the Discipline Academy, Yuchenzi, stood before a stone wall with hands clasped. Under the moonlight, the stone wall began to undulate slowly, resembling a cosmic portal. Observing this, Yuchenzi saluted, saying, "Elder brother, I am the 4th. Yuchenzi had visited Master Yun Yi the previous day, but alas, he was in seclusion and could not be seen. Thus, Yuchenzi remained by the stone wall, waiting for a full day and night until it finally responded. 4th, what brings you here? Is there a matter of great urgency?" A faint, ethereal voice floated forth. The voice did not sound particularly ancient. Yuchenzi replied slowly, "Elder brother, the person in the stone prison, has died." The wall's undulation intensified, seemingly indicating that Master Yun Yi was affected by the news of the elderly man, who had been nearly turned into a living corpse. After a long pause, Master Yun Yi's voice emerged again, but this time it bore a hoarse, melancholic tone. "Oh, when did this occur?" "Yesterday." Sigh. "Regardless of the wrongs he committed in the past, after 2 centuries, his sins have been atoned. 4th, let us give him a proper burial. Where shall he be interred?" "In the ancestral grounds of the Yunhai." "The ancestral grounds of the Yunhai?" Yuchenzi paused slightly, inquiring, "What should the epitaph say?" given his unique status. A blank stone tablet will suffice. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. Elder brother, would you like to see him one last time? After all, he is our. Xianxia hesitated to finish his sentence. Master Yi fell silent once more. After a considerable time, he finally spoke. Matters of the world remain unresolved. It is perhaps best to leave them be. I believe you would not wish to see me. With a sigh, Xianxia refrained from further comment, bowed respectfully to the stone wall, and then withdrew. Chapter 47. The stench-bearing one is me. The illusionary technique, also known as the mysterious phantom, is one of the 7 advanced martial arts of the Yuhai sect. While it lacks offensive power, it embodies grace and agility, making it a commonly employed technique in close combat. Of course, it is also quite effective for quick escapes. Such techniques and spells are relatively simple to cultivate, without any stringent requirements for cultivation level. In essence, it is akin to the legendary skills found within the realm of mortal martial arts, reminiscent of the Lingbo Weibo practiced by Duan Yu in martial arts novels. The mysterious phantom encompasses 36 variations of footwork, intricately woven with the principles of the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and 9 palace flying stars, among other profound concepts from the I Ching. By following the incantation, each step taken is exquisitely precise, allowing the practitioner to flicker and evade in close combat, leaving opponents perplexed. Previously, Yi Fuyo would impart the mental cultivation incantations to Yi Feng, but due to the obscure and complex nature of the text, he often had to repeat it 3 or 4 times, sometimes even needing to clarify and ensure that Yi Feng had memorized every word before concluding the lesson. Thus, each time a new technique was taught, it would consume several hours, much to Yi Fuyo's chagrin. As a soul without a physical form, he could dissipate at any moment, and prolonged conversations would severely drain his spiritual energy. Consequently, Yi Fuyo contemplated organizing the myriad spells and techniques of the Yuhai sect into a memory compression package, to be stored within Yi Feng's Sea of Souls. Once Yi Feng attained the godly realm, he could easily extract these memories and learn at will. However, Yi Feng, being overly eager, insisted on being taught immediately, even threatening to sever their cooperative relationship if Yi Fuyo refused. Left with no choice, Yi Fuyo relented, albeit in frustration, declaring that he would only explain once. The old man believed he could regain control over Yi Feng, but to his surprise, the clever youth was undeterred. A genius knows how to navigate obstacles. Yi Feng promptly returned to his room, retrieved ink and paper, and began meticulously transcribing the entirety of the illusionary technique's cultivation incantation word by word. The 36 variations of footwork, intertwined with numerous terms from the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, 9 palace flying, and yin-yang taiji, proved to be even more mentally taxing than the Yuhai formula. Fortunately, being a genius, Yi Feng managed to document the incantation before even a single incense stick had burned out. Yi Fuyo, seeing the merit in this approach, remarked, "Yi kid, tonight I shall impart several more techniques to you. Record them all on paper, lest you trouble me again in the future." "Certainly. Thank you, Master Fuyo," Yi Feng exclaimed with delight. Regardless of whether he had the time to learn these spells now or if they would become obsolete as he grew stronger in the future, it was prudent to record the cultivation incantations for safekeeping. One may not need them, but one cannot be without them. Preparing for the future is wise. Who would complain of having too many good things? Throughout the night, Yi Feng toiled away in his room. Yi Fuyo generously recited nearly 20 techniques encompassing palm techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, body techniques, footwork, and evasion techniques. However, no sword techniques were included. The 9 sword styles had already reached the pinnacle of what Yi Feng could cultivate at present, while other sword techniques required at least the 6th level of the godly realm for comprehension. Yi Fuyo's reasoning was straightforward. Besides wanting to avoid being pestered by the youth for a while, he aimed to utilize this gap before Yi Feng could learn other sword techniques to focus on cultivating his footwork and martial techniques. Although these techniques would lose significance upon reaching the return to origin realm, they would still serve Yi Feng well during his initial years of cultivation. As dawn approached, Yi Feng finally ceased his transcription. Stretching his sore wrists, he murmured, "If I had this determination during my college entrance exams, I would have long since been accepted into Tsinghua or Peking University." Exhausted, he organized the copied cultivation techniques and seated himself cross-legged on the bed to meditate. While cultivation can be monotonous, it is far superior to lying in bed in a deep slumber when it comes to restoring energy and alleviating fatigue. Even if one has not slept for 3 days and nights, feeling drowsy, meditating for just 1 hour can be as restorative as 8 hours of deep sleep. In fact, the majority of cultivators rarely sleep, spending their nights in meditation. Consequently, the beds in cultivators' quarters are often quite simple: a wooden bed with a reed mat and a soft blanket, comfortable enough to avoid discomfort. Yifeng silently recited the Yuhai formula, circulating his true essence through 2 cycles, banishing all fatigue from his body. He then resumed the work he had begun in the stone prison, expanding his meridians in the Sea of Dantian. On the day he emerged from prison, he had just reached the Sky Ascension realm. After several busy days of neglecting the Yunhai formula, he finally had the opportunity to cultivate diligently. Truth be told, those spells, sword techniques, footwork, and evasion skills are mere illusions. In the realm of cultivation, a practitioner's strength is ultimately determined by their cultivation level. The Yuhai formula serves as the sole pathway for all disciples to advance, and the deeper one's comprehension of it, the higher one's status within the sect. Cultivation is not something that occurs overnight. Even a prodigy like Yun Shuang'er must start from the ground up. Since Yifeng had just reached the Sky Ascension realm, the elevation in his realm would significantly alter the impurities within his body. At the onset of his cultivation advancement, the barriers within his meridian channels and Dantian would soften, making expansion relatively effortless. During this period, stability is paramount, a phase referred to as the initial Sky Ascension realm. After 3 to 5 months, expanding the meridian channels becomes increasingly challenging, and the internal walls of the Dantian grow exceedingly firm, rendering further expansion impossible, marking the attainment of the mid-Sky Ascension realm. At this juncture, even if one were to cultivate day and night without nourishment or rest, the true essence within could not be increased. This is when one must begin cultivating the spirit, the 4th layer of Sky Ascension and the 5th layer of Godly Ascension. The name itself suggests a focus on the spiritual aspect. Previously, the cultivation levels were quite convoluted. In the context of the Sky Ascension realm, different sects and schools referred to it by various names. The Taoist sects preferred to call it the Sword Ascension realm, while the Buddhist sects often referred to it as the Law Ascension realm or Sky Ascension realm. The demonic sects typically termed it the Control realm. Throughout the millennia of human cultivation, the myriad sects have had diverse terminologies. It was not until over 2,000 years ago, after the Jiazi hunting of Immortals, that the various sects unified the nomenclature of cultivation levels through discussions among their masters to promote the development of the human cultivation realm during the 60-yearly competition of young disciples. Thus, the 10 levels of refining Qi, foundation establishment, 100 meridians, Sky Ascension, Godly Ascension, return to origin, spirit tranquility, heavenly being, void transformation, and heavenly stasis were established. During the initial stages of advancement, the process of expanding the meridians and Dantian is quite pleasant, characterized by a warm sensation throughout the body. Spiritual energy continuously circulates through the acupoints and meridians, while impurities gently seep out through the pores, inducing a feeling of transcendence and a sense of time slipping away. At this moment, Yifeng experiences this very sensation, as every cell in his being revels in an indescribable comfort. Before he traversed into this world, he had been a solitary old virgin, confined to a desolate study for 30 years, untouched by the company of women. Yet, he found that the sensation of intimacy was perhaps not as gratifying as the feeling he currently experienced. As his spiritual energy circulated, the gnawing hunger in his belly gradually subsided. He continued his practice, immersing himself. When he finally opened his eyes, dawn had arrived, not the following day, but the morning of the 3rd day. Unbeknownst to him, he had been seated in meditation for nearly 30 hours, feeling as though only an hour or 2 had passed. Upon awakening, he was greeted by a foul, sour odor. Initially suspecting a dead rat beneath his bed, he sniffed the air like a curious puppy, only to realize that he was the source of the stench. Yifeng could only smile ruefully, understanding why cultivators often endure poor bedding yet insist on having a bathing tub in their chambers. He opened the door to find his plump master seated in the courtyard, imparting cultivation wisdom to Huang Linger, who sat attentively beside him. Yifeng wished to listen, but as he approached, Huang Linger pinched her nose. "Brother, you smell so awful. Could it be?" "No, I absolutely do not have a soiled bed, nor have I wet the bed," Yifeng hastily clarified. It was imperative to clarify this matter. Should rumors of his supposed misdeeds circulate, how could he possibly face the world? The rotund master glanced at Yifeng and then instructed, "Linger, fetch your brother some hot water for a wash." "Understood, father. I can handle this small task." Huang Linger responded eagerly. "Dear sister, You are in a crucial phase of your chi refining. It would be best to focus on what Uncle Yulong is explaining. The slender girl interjected, rising promptly. However, she still had a bandage wrapped around her left arm, and her fractured bone required several more days to heal, rendering her unable to manage the physically demanding task of fetching water. Huang Linger smiled and said, "You have an injury. Take a rest." The girl would not relent. And thus the two girls divided their tasks clearly, one to boil water, the other to fetch it. Yifeng stepped forward and remarked, "Master, this little girl is quite remarkable. At such a young age, she has already achieved the ability to fly and is incredibly diligent. Most importantly, she lacks a master. I propose we keep her here. Get lost." Yulong Master rolled his eyes, waving Yifeng away like a bothersome fly. "Come now, Master, I am discussing serious matters." Yifeng protested. Linger is already in her teens and has begun her cultivation somewhat late. This is a critical time for her to advance. She cannot simply revolve around the kitchen all day. "You reek. Stay far away," Yulong Master retorted gruffly. Yifeng quickly stepped back, chuckling awkwardly. "Master, you want me to leave? I thought you were asking the little girl to go." He continued, "Please consider my suggestion." Chapter 48. The Unremarkable Deeds of the Unconventional Man. Fu Jingong without needing to be told by Yifeng. Master Yulong had also been contemplating whether to retain Xiaoman at Fengling residence over the past few days. Upon returning, Master Yulong had initially intended to request the Elder Council to assign 2 more astute servants to care for Huang Ling or his daily needs. However, upon learning of his eldest disciple Yifeng's covert misfortune, he decided to shelve the plan of recruiting servant disciples. He was concerned about the possibility of having spies planted around him and opted to postpone the matter for a while. During these days, Yifeng had been sequestered in his room, diligently practicing. Huang Ling and Xiao Man had developed a harmonious relationship, despite the name Man in Xiao Man's name. She was neither unruly nor willful. Rather, she was exceedingly gentle and obedient. In just 2 days, Huang Ling had formed a strong bond with her. Last night, Huang Ling even asked Master Yulong if it was possible to keep Xiao Man at Fengling residence. Master Yulong did not agree directly to his daughter's request, merely stating they would see how things unfolded, without haste. Logically speaking, Xiao Man was well suited to remain at Fengling residence, both in terms of age and temperament, to accompany Huang Ling. Master Yulong's hesitation stemmed from a lingering question. Even among the elite disciples of the inner sect, with the guidance of renowned masters, achieving the 4th level of the sky control realm before the age of 14 was no small feat. How could a mere outer sect servant disciple, burdened with the demanding work at the Beast Garden, possibly attain such a level at such a tender age? If Xiao Man truly were a prodigy in cultivation, on par with Yin Shuang, she would have long been accepted as a true disciple by another elder. It was precisely due to Xiao Man's extraordinarily unusual cultivation that Master Yulong felt uncertain. After all these years of misfortune at Yunhai sect, how could such a rare talent fall into his lap? He found himself questioning whether Xiao Man's arrival was a mere coincidence or a carefully orchestrated scheme. Thus, he had dismissed Yifeng under the pretense of his foul odor. With a wine gourd in hand, he leisurely exited the courtyard. Yifeng returned to his room, waiting, and before long, Huang Ling knocked on the door, announcing that the bathwater was ready. After a lengthy soak in the spacious tub for over half an hour, he lamented the absence of a back-scrubbing service at Yunhai sect. Dressed in clean clothes, he secured the Ziqing divine sword to his back and ventured into the courtyard to practice sword control. He felt he had made significant progress since his last practice, planning to master sword flight before tackling the more intricate footwork techniques. Due to the unique nature of the Ziqing divine sword, he exerted considerable effort, and his sword control had indeed reached a certain level. Although he could not yet execute the various aerial maneuvers like Qi Yao, Fang Tong, and Ben Lei, he was capable of maintaining a stable straight-line flight at a speed of 60 miles per hour. After practicing for over 2 hours, as dusk approached, Yifeng reluctantly descended from the sky. In the courtyard, Ling and Xiao Man were munching on snacks while chatting. Upon seeing Yifeng land, Huang Ling clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Senior brother, your flying skills have improved tremendously." Yifeng grinned and replied, "Of course. I, your senior brother, am a rare talent in cultivation. What takes others months to master in sword control only requires me 3 to 5 days." Huang Ling nodded, then chuckled, "Senior brother, Xiao Man has told me so much about you. Being boastful is one of your defining traits." "I understand. Boastful?" Yifeng's expression stiffened as he glanced at Xiao Man. Xiao Man's face flushed slightly, appearing somewhat embarrassed and at a loss for words. Yifeng retorted, "That is merely a misunderstanding of the world regarding me. In truth, I am a good person. Apart from being handsome and talented, I possess nothing else." Huang Ling rolled her eyes, having spent considerable time with Yifeng. She had grown accustomed to his antics and was no longer as timid as when she first arrived at Xingluo Peak. Not hesitating to roll her eyes, even in front of Xiaoman, suppressing a bitter smile, Yifeng set aside the Ziqing divine sword and sat opposite the two, grabbing a piece of dried meat from the table and tossing it into his mouth. He then inquired, "Xiaoman, could you enlighten me about the medicinal garden? You know I suffered a head injury last time, and many memories have eluded me." Xiaoman nodded, "Sure. The beast garden I oversee is quite close to your A-class medicinal garden, so I have some understanding of it. What would you like to know, Yifeng?" Yifeng stroked his chin and requested, "Why not tell me about my performance in the medicinal garden over the past year?" Suddenly, Xiaoman's expression became somewhat stiff. "Performance in the medicinal garden over the past year. Could we possibly discuss a different topic?" Why not? Haven't we known each other before?" Yifeng was puzzled by Xiaoman's hesitation. Xiaoman cleared her throat gently and mumbled, "Well, Yi senior brother, during your time in the medicinal garden, life was rather colorful. You were not only deeply concerned about the well-being of the beautiful female disciples, personally checking on them, but you also stood guard by their windows at night to protect them from prying eyes while bathing. In your leisure time, you engaged in thrilling games with some outer sect disciples and frequently mingled with those outer disciples." Yifeng was left dumbfounded. Huang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. "Xiaoman, did senior brother care about the well-being of beautiful female disciples? What does that mean?" Xiaoman stole a glance at Yifeng and replied, "Well, it just means holding hands and maybe a little patting. That shouldn't be considered harassment." Huang Ling gritted her teeth, standing guard while female disciples bathe at night? Senior brother must have peeped a few times. Caught at most 50 times. Thrilling games? Group gambling. I knew it. What does mingling mean? Senior brother often gets into fights. Enough. Enough. Yifeng quickly stood up, exclaiming, "How could that possibly be true? Xiaoman, don't speak recklessly. I'll sue you for defamation." "Defamation? She is slandering me." Ling "You mustn't believe her." Huang Ling retorted, "Senior brother, you are the infamous Yida Ba of Yunhai, bullying both men and women. Do you truly believe you are a good person?" Yifeng chuckled awkwardly, "Of course. Why wouldn't I?" Xiaoman interjected, "Although you senior brother is mischievous, he has also done plenty of good deeds." "Is that so? I always knew I was a good person. Quickly tell Ling about my glorious deeds." Yifeng exclaimed with joy, as if clinging to a lifeline. Surely, no person could be devoid of a moral compass. He couldn't believe the original owner had never performed a single commendable act. This was an opportunity to elevate his reputation. Let me think. Xiaoman scratched her head, falling into deep thought, her expression gradually becoming blank. After a considerable pause, she continued to mumble. Yifeng was flabbergasted. "I've tolerated you long enough. You've been mumbling for ages, and yet you can't come up with a single thing. Yifeng, have lived in Yunhai sect for 12 years. Surely I must have done at least one notable good deed. Think carefully. You can even embellish it artistically." In a moment of desperation, Xiaoman slapped her forehead, her excitement evident. "I remember now." Seeing Xiaoman's enthusiastic demeanor, it seemed she had recalled a commendable act of Yifeng, akin to a victorious battle. "You dug for 4 days and buried the elephant sunflower mountain." I knew it. I was a good person in the past. Wait a moment. Why does the name Elephant Sunflower Mountain sound so familiar? It's the flamboyant Elephant Sunflower Mountain you poisoned. I mentioned it to you the day before yesterday. Yifeng's expression instantly stiffened. "I have poisoned the great elephant of Sun Mountain and subsequently buried it. Is this considered a good deed?" "Certainly, according to the regulations of our Yuhai sect's beast park. The one responsible for a deceased animal is also tasked with its burial. The responsibility for that large elephant fell upon me, and thus, by rule, the duty of digging its grave was mine. In this matter, you lent me your assistance, although I was punished with 30 strokes and confined for 5 days. It was indeed you who interred the elephant." Yifeng, in disbelief, remarked, "Xiaoman, if you truly cannot recall my heroic deeds, you might consider the incident from a few days ago when I rescued you from the clutches of Feng Tong and Zhuge Benlei. Using the burial of the elephant as an example seems a tad forced." Xiaoman, realizing the point, immediately turned to Huang Linger and said, "Linger, Brother Yi is right. 3 days ago, while I was seeking a sword in the back mountain sword tomb, I encountered Fong Tong and Zhuge Binlei. They seized my hands and insisted on reading my fortune, taking advantage of me. Fortunately, Brother Yi appeared just in time to stop them. Otherwise, I would have faced a grave misfortune that day. Oh yes, I finally recalled a good deed performed by Brother Yi. Yi Feng, placing a hand on his forehead, turned to exit. Huang Linger asked, "Where are you going, brother?" "To perform good deeds. From this day forth, I shall endeavor to do one good deed each day. I aspire to be a virtuous person." Just as he approached the courtyard entrance, a young man clad in purple entered. He was tall and had striking features, with long bangs cascading over his forehead, partially obscuring his left eye, reminiscent of the non-mainstream fashion from the early 21st century. The young man chuckled. "Old Yi, did I hear you correctly? You wish to do good deeds? You should be content with merely being a decent person." Yi Feng frowned at the sudden appearance of this avant-garde figure. The purple-clad youth, noticing Yi Feng's gaze, said, "Old Yi, what are you staring at? Just because I changed my hairstyle, you no longer recognize me? It's me, Old Fu. Old Fu." Yi Feng mentally rifled through the introductions provided by Fong Tong and the others, unable to recall a friend named Old Fu. The youth, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Old Yi, this is rather disappointing. Are you really pretending not to know me? I am Fu Jingong." Fu Jingong. Yi Feng gasped in shock. Both Huang Linger and Xiao Man, previously seated, stood up upon hearing that name. Yi Feng stammered, "Fu Jinghong? Which Fu Jinghong are you?" Fu Jinghong frowned, brushed aside his bangs, and fixed his gaze on the astonished Yi Feng. "Old Yi, are you all right? Are there any other Fu Jinghongs in our Yuhai sect? I just returned to the mountain today and heard from Brother Chang Kong that Sixth Master brought back a beautiful young lady from the mortal realm. I came to take a look. Is Sixth Master here? 3 years ago, he borrowed 500 taels of silver from me to seek a woman and has yet to repay it. Sixth Master, come out. Repay your debt." It was confirmed. This unconventional figure was indeed Fu Jinghong, the second disciple of Master Yunyi. Chapter 49. The Unchanging Amidst Change. The Imperial Jade Liquor. At present, the esteemed leader of the Yuhai sect, Master Yunyi, has accepted 7 disciples, ranging from the eldest, Duge Kong, to the youngest, Miao Xiao. Each of them is a paragon of excellence, akin to dragons and phoenixes among men. Among them, the most distinguished are, naturally, the eldest disciple, Kong, and the second disciple, Fu Jingong. Duge Kong possesses an elegant demeanor and treats others with kindness. As the elder brother of the Yuhai sect, he seems to emanate boundless goodwill towards everyone. Conversely, Fu Jingong exhibits a more eccentric personality and, in terms of innate talent, surpasses Duge Kong. 60 years ago, during the Spiritual Mountain competition, Duge Kong secured an impressive 3rd place, while Fu Jingong triumphed as the champion of that year's contest. In their youth, the bond between these two was exceptionally close. But following the Spiritual Mountain competition, their relationship grew somewhat intricate. In recent decades, Fu Jingong has inexplicably developed a desire for power, contesting Kong for the position of the Yunhai sect's junior master, despite having previously shown no interest in authority. Fu Jinghong's innate abilities already exceed those of Duge Kong, and his victory in the Spiritual Mountain competition has allowed him to gather a clandestine group of supporters within the Yunhai sect. As Master Yunyi ages, the rivalry between the two has intensified. Approximately 2 years ago, Master Yunyi announced his seclusion, marking a significant turning point. While one might think that seclusion is commonplace for cultivators, the peculiarity lies in the strange decree he issued prior to his retreat. During his seclusion, all matters, great and small, within and outside the Yunhai sect, were to be managed by the eldest disciple, Duge Kong, and the second disciple, Fu Jinghong. This meant that the two would wield direct authority over the 6 divisions of the sect. Ultimately, Duge Kong extended his influence over the most crucial transmission division, as well as the second most important discipline division and the largest beast spirit division. In this contest among the 6 divisions, Fu Jinghong found himself at a disadvantage, only managing to control the spiritual treasure division, the guest division, and a portion of the heavenly offering division. To put it bluntly, Kong controlled the vital bureaucratic departments, whereas Fu Jinghong was relegated to managing the armory under the military division, along with the ritual division, the internal affairs court, and a few minor sections of the household division. Recently, Fu Jinghong, as a functionary of the guest division, attended several diplomatic events and has only just returned. Although it may appear that Fu Jinghong lacks the strength of Duge Kong, the ultimate victor remains uncertain. After all, Master Yunyi, once the second disciple himself, was not particularly powerful but eventually defeated his elder brother, Master Yunhe, to ascend to leadership. In other sects, the transition of leadership often incites internal strife akin to the struggle for the dragon's heir. It seems Master Yunhe, despite his advancing age, has begun to orchestrate this competition between his two disciples. Everyone understands that this serves as a critical test for both Xianxia and Fu Jinghong. Whosoever emerges victorious during the elder's seclusion, achieving notable accomplishments that capture the old man's favor, will likely secure the position of the Yunhai sect's successor. As for the vanquished, based on the sect's millennia of painful experience, they typically embark on a journey of self-discovery, never to return. Those who enjoy a peaceful retirement are exceedingly rare. Although Yi Feng and Huang Linger have only recently joined the Yunhai sect, they have already heard whispers of Fu Jinghong's name. Yi Feng, however, did not anticipate that the illustrious Fu Jinghong, who could rival the elder brother Dugu Changkong, would be so unconventional. He resembled a member of the Zhang AI family, known for their presence in the urban fringes 2 decades ago. Fu Jinghong, he exclaimed, "Come out and repay your debts. I know you're home. Show yourself if you dare. I know you're inside. Come out and pay me back." Snow Ant. Yi Feng's heart stirred, and a dreadful yet strange thought crossed his mind. "Old Fu, stop calling out. My master is out." Fu Jinghong flicked his long bangs and replied, "No worries, for I've returned to the mountain. I shall confront him daily. That old rascal only knows how to swindle our hard-earned money." Yi Feng pulled Fu Jinghong aside and whispered, "Change is constant." Fu Jinghong was taken aback, glancing at Yi Feng in confusion. "What? Change is constant?" The next line. "Think about it. That girl looks familiar." "What girl? Change it. The king covers the earth." The next line is, "Think carefully. The fairy dances seductively." The imperial jade liquor. Engaging in illicit activities. Look at this dish. It is a gathering of heroes. The headliner of the fragrant pavilion, inherently alluring. Get lost, get lost." Yi Feng fumed. He thought he had found a kindred spirit, only to discover it was a false hope. Hey, old Yi, what's wrong? My lines fit perfectly." Fu Jinghong appeared disgruntled and turned to Huang Linger and the little girl. Smiling, he asked, "Which lovely fairy is the daughter of the plump Uncle Linger?" Huang Linger stepped forward, cupping her hands in greeting. Huang Linger pays respects to brother Jinghong. This is little man Fu Jinghong hurriedly approached, grasping Huang Linger's hand. "Ah, Linger, no need for such formality. Your father and my master are close brothers. In the entire Yunhai sect, we are the closest. Everyone else is a distant relative." "Indeed. Linger is stunningly beautiful. I cannot help but admire her. If you ever face any troubles, just mention your brother's name, and no one will dare to bully you. If anyone causes you trouble, I can smooth things over for you. Well, except for killing, arson, treason, sexual assault, theft, gambling, robbery, slander, bullying the weak, colluding with demonic sects, indiscriminate slaughter, illegal dueling, and harassment. Excluding all of those things, I can help you. After all, I, Fu Jinghong, am the second brother of the Yunhai sect. My influence is substantial." Yi Feng and the others were left dumbfounded. This fellow had nearly recited the sect's rules. With all those exceptions, what could he genuinely assist with? Did this second brother truly have any influence? Yi Feng quickly intervened, pulling this non-mainstream flirt away from his junior sister and shielding Huang Linger behind him. "Old Fu, let go. Don't think of taking advantage of Linger." "Old Yi, you wrong me. I am Fu Jinghong. How could I ever commit such a disgraceful act? I merely wish to get closer to Sister Linger. Don't misinterpret my intentions." Yi Feng rolled his eyes. "Oh, really? Of course." Fu Jinghong seemed slightly flustered and quickly changed the subject. "Lingo, have you decided on a name and identity for your inner disciple? I can assist you, so you don't have to go back to the transmission division." Yi Feng replied, "No need for Brother Fu's help. Brother Changkong has already arranged a nameplate for Sister Linger. What good name could that illiterate elder brother come up with? Lingo is so beautiful, she deserves an extraordinary name to match her." Huang Lingo said, "Brother Fu, you flatter me. My name is Jingshu." "Jingshu? That's not good." "Wait, you are Jingshu?" Fu Jinghong exclaimed, astonished. Huang Lingo replied, "Yes, is there something wrong?" Fu Jinghong scrutinized Huang Linger and cautioned, "You must never tell anyone that your Dharma name is Jingshu." Noticing Fu Jinghong's serious expression, Huang Linger asked, "Brother Fu, Jingshu was given to me by my father, and Brother Changkong arranged it. It's such a lovely name. Why can't I tell anyone? It is indeed melodious. Yet, there are certain matters you would be better off not knowing. Trust me, it is for your own good." Do not reveal to anyone that your name is Jingshu, lest you invite endless trouble. In light of the absence of Master Lu, I shall pay a visit another day. Fu Jingong clasped his hands towards the three and turned to depart. His demeanor was peculiar. Since entering the courtyard, he had embodied a roguish demeanor, yet upon learning that Huang Lingo was known by the name Jingshu, his entire aura seemed to shift. The irreverent expression on his face vanished in an instant, and he no longer referred to Yu Long as the plump master, but rather as Master Lu. Yu Feng hurried after him, saying, "Old Fu, allow me to see you off." He dashed out of the courtyard and quickly caught up with Fu Jingong. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Senior brother, what did you mean by that? Linga being called Jingshu seems rather serious?" Fu Jingong glanced around cautiously, noticing no disciples nearby, and pulled Yi Feng aside along the bluestone path. "Old Yi, as your longtime brother, I must share with you that I only learned today that 2 days prior, Master Yu Mian caused quite the uproar at the transmission hall, claiming that her female disciple, Sister Miao, had her name suddenly altered from Jingshu to Jing Mei, losing a part of it, which has left Sister Miao in utter despair. Master Yu Mian nearly wrecked the transmission hall. Thankfully, Master Xianxia intervened and managed to pacify her. The explanation provided by the transmission hall was that during a recent census of disciples, it was discovered that the name Jingshu was duplicated. Consequently, following the principle of first come, first served, Sister Miao, being only 70 years old and having entered the sect nearly 60 years ago, decades later than another, had her name revoked. Initially, I believed this incident to be a mere oversight in the registration process, but now it seems, you understand. Master Yu Mian is our 5th master. Having followed our Grand Master in a failed power struggle over 2 centuries ago, she has been residing in Lotus Peak, yet her temper remains as fiery as ever. If she were to learn of this matter, she would undoubtedly suspect that Master Lu was behind it, bullying her, and it would surely cause a tremendous uproar. Therefore, I implore you, do not disclose to anyone that Linger has usurped her disciple Jingshu's name. Do you comprehend? Yi Feng understood. However, he found nothing particularly strange about it. In his previous life, he had witnessed countless grotesque incidents involving demons and monsters. A high school teacher could secretly orchestrate her own daughter to replace another female classmate at a university. There were numerous distasteful acts under the guise of privilege. Yu Long, being a figure of high rank within the Yunhai sect, orchestrating a similar scenario for his daughter to assume a more appealing name in place of another disciple was hardly shocking. What significance does this hold? If Master Yu Mian finds it unjust, let her challenge my master to a duel. Whoever prevails shall claim the name. Observing Yi Feng's audacious demeanor, Fu Jingong turned and fled, covering his ears as he ran, exclaiming, "I heard nothing. This has nothing to do with me." Chapter 50, The Uninscribed Monument. Secrets from over 2 centuries ago. Yumian, I never expected this. The low, hoarse voice of Yi Fuyo echoed in Yi Feng's mind. Yi Feng inquired, "Master Uncle, do you know Master Yumian?" "Indeed, we were once quite familiar. She and your master, Huang Yudao, were both direct disciples of the revered Xuanfu, the previous sect leader of Yuhai sect. Your master is ranked 6th, while Yumian is ranked 5th. She is your master's 5th senior sister. So you should address her as 5th master uncle." "Ah, such a close relationship." Yi Feng furrowed his brow and asked, "If the relationship is so intimate, why did master seize her disciple's title?" "This matter is likely unknown even to your master. It must have been orchestrated secretly by the cunning Duga Changkong." "Why?" Yi Feng continued to ponder. "Master Uni is also very close to Master Yumian. My senior brother would not offend her over such a trivial issue." Yi Feng found himself perplexed. He had met Duga Changkong once. The man was smooth and discreet, handling matters with utmost caution. Even someone as emotionally inept as he was understood that one must not offend either side in such situations. Why would such a clever senior brother engage in such foolishness? The victors write history. This world is eternally ruled by the successful. When you fail, you become nothing. The fact that Yumian has been able to reside peacefully on Lianhua Peak for over 200 years without disturbance is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Your master, Huang Yudao, though greedy and lustful, is also quite loyal. Had he known in advance that Yumian's disciple had taken the name Jingshu, he would not have named his own daughter that. However, Duga Changkong is different. In his mind, or rather, in the minds of most disciples of Yuhai sect, those who chose the wrong side back then, despite holding the title of elder, wielded no real power, even less than ordinary elders. Duga Changkong was somewhat considerate of Yumian's reputation. He did not directly seize the title, but rather provided an excuse for it. Even if he had not sought an excuse and had simply revoked Yumian's disciple's title to bestow it upon Huang Yudeo's daughter, what could Yumian have done? Ultimately, it is still Yumian's own fault for aligning with the wrong side. Had she chosen wisely back then, she would undoubtedly be a figure of prominence today and would not have hidden away on Lianhua Peak for over 2 centuries. Yi Fuyo's voice grew sharper, seemingly brimming with indignation for Yumian. Yet, more than that, there was a sense of regret, the source of which remained ambiguous. As Yifeng walked, he mused. That power struggle occurred over 2 centuries ago. I am not well versed in its details, only aware that it was a conflict between my master uncle and second master uncle, akin to the current situation between senior brother Changkong and senior brother Jinghong. Master Fuyo, did you also partake in that contest for power? Did you choose the right side? If I had chosen correctly, I would not have been imprisoned for over 2 centuries. Was that why you were confined for so long? Yifeng felt a slight shock. Master Yumian, who had supported the elder, had managed to live a stable life. How could Master Fuyo have been imprisoned for so many years? Master Yuni, as the leader of Yuhai sect, revered and admired by the people, should not be so petty. Listen well, young one. Remember your promise to me. Never mention my existence to anyone, or you will face dire consequences. Do you understand? I understand. I shall not speak of it, even at the cost of my life. Having witnessed numerous power struggles and palace intrigues, Yifeng was acutely aware of the perilous nature of harboring a political adversary and allowing that adversary to impart skills and techniques to oneself. Should the ruling figures become aware of this, he would undoubtedly face secret elimination. As night descended, Yifeng found himself walking alone along the azure stone path on the mountainside of Xinglua Peak. From the summit, streams of light cascaded down gracefully, creating a magnificent spectacle. He wished to perform a good deed, yet all the young disciples deliberately avoided him. Some of the more attractive female disciples, upon seeing Yifeng, did not merely evade him but turned and fled. Hey, fair maiden, please don't run. I am not a villain. Alas, it was exhausting to explain. Resignation filled his heart. If he could not be a good person, then he might as well embrace the role of a rogue. If the tales unfolding in this world were akin to a web novel, the righteous protagonist would undoubtedly be Duga Changkong or Fu Jinghong. As for his own character, he was barely a supporting role, merely a minor antagonist among the villains. Was Fu Jinghong truly a fellow countryman? The absurd thought resurfaced in Yifeng's mind. Judging by Fu Jinghong's demeanor and his unconventional appearance, he resembled a time traveler. However, their earlier exchange of coded messages had yielded nonsensical responses from him. Yet this did not entirely dispel Yifeng's suspicions regarding Fu Jinghong's identity. If he had inexplicably arrived in this world, could it not be possible for others to have done the same? In web literature, instances of multiple crossings were abound. Viewing the world he inhabited as a web novel, Yifeng felt a sudden expansion of his mental horizons. Yet, he was soon engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. If he was not the sole time traveler, that would be truly terrifying. In Lu Cixin's The Three-Body Problem, the dark forest theory was posited. Every civilization wandering the cosmos is akin to a hunter in a dark forest, armed and vigilant. This theory similarly applies to time travelers. Every traveler should refrain from exposing their identity. Once revealed, they might attract not fellow countrymen, but rather adversaries. As this thought crossed his mind, Yifeng felt a cold sweat bead on his brow. The earlier idea of exchanging signals with Fu Jinghong now seemed exceedingly foolish. If Fu Jinghong were indeed a fellow traveler, he would have arrived decades before Yifeng, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the world's rules. If he guessed incorrectly, it would be unfortunate, but if he was right, then Fu Jinghong might already know of Yifeng's status as a time traveler, while Yifeng remained uncertain of Fu Jinghong's identity. That was profoundly terrifying. With this realization, Yifeng sensed a chilling gaze upon him, as if a pair of cold eyes were watching his every move, poised to strike when he least expected it. Thus, he turned and fled, feeling uncharacteristically slow. Drawing forth the Ziqing divine sword, he soared through the air towards Fengling residence. As night deepened, he approached the ancestral grounds of Yunhai sect. Located approximately 30 miles west of Xinglua Peak, near the base of Luoxia Peak. This sacred site was the final resting place of the sect's leaders and esteemed elders over the millennia. The ancestral grounds were divided into 2 regions. The southern area housed the ancestral hall, a grand structure dedicated to the spirits of past sect leaders. The northern region was a lush bamboo grove, dotted with numerous graves, each adorned with a stone tablet. During the sect's prosperous times, these graves received regular maintenance. and even those dating back thousands of years remained pristine. Recently, a new grave had been added to the bamboo grove. Unlike the others, the stone tablet before this new grave bore no inscriptions. One leaves a name behind, like a goose leaves a call. Those worthy of interment in this bamboo grove were all figures of significance within the history of Yunhai sect. This uninscribed monument was a first of its kind. In the stillness of the night, beneath the uninscribed monument, the bright moonlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting silvery reflections upon the ground. Like mercury cascading down, both gathering and dissipating, dozens of slender streams of light began to converge, forming the figure of a man. The man stood tall, adorned in a pale green Taoist robe, with hair that had turned white in part, elegantly styled in a Taoist bun, secured with a simple wooden hairpin. Beneath the moonlight, one could observe his long beard cascading to his chest, his features strikingly unique. Although his face bore deep wrinkles, his demeanor was extraordinary, and his gaze tranquil. The phrase ethereal grace perfectly encapsulated his essence. The enigmatic elder stood before the uninscribed monument, his calm eyes beginning to glimmer subtly. He then seated himself on the ground, retrieving a rusted copper basin from his storage bracelet, along with a bundle of paper money, 2 white candles, a flask of wine, and a slender incense stick. The elder pinched several sheets of paper money between his fingers, and with a slight movement, they ignited instantly. He cast the burning money into the copper basin, subsequently lighting the candles and the incense stick in succession. Lifting the flask of wine, he poured a little before the uninscribed monument, and then took a couple of sips himself. "Ah, elder brother, over these years, you must harbor great resentment towards me. To be honest, I do not mind, nor do I regret. I offered you opportunities. I was even willing to co-govern the Yunhai sect with you, but you declined. You insisted that I refrain from implicating others and to treat junior sister Yumian kindly, and I complied. You expressed your desire to descend the mountain and lead a mortal life, and I allowed you to leave. But why? Why did you betray the Yunhai sect and consort with that demoness from the evil cult? Elder brother, even though you committed numerous wrongs in the past, I remained forgiving. Believe it or not, I never contemplated taking your life. I remember when I first entered Master S tutelage, I was very young, and you always took great care of me, teaching me the arts and imparting your techniques. No matter the trouble I caused, you always shielded me and stood up for me. The unparalleled duo of the Yunhai sect once commanded great respect, instilling fear in the hearts of demonic beings. Those years we roamed the mortal realm together were a joyful time. Ah, those days are irretrievable, never to return." Upon finishing his words, the elder let out a deep sigh, his gaze somewhat distant. He raised the flask to his lips for another sip, then murmured, "Elder brother, I have shown you every kindness imaginable. The child born of your union with the demoness, old Lu, did not kill him. The 2 corpses brought back by him and junior sister Weiing. Indeed, the female corpse belonged to that demoness, but the male infant S body was not your son. Old Lu believed his actions were flawless, yet all his movements were under my watchful eye. He secretly placed your son at the doorstep of a prominent family in Chizhou, a clan of cultivators. Your son proved to be remarkable, gradually becoming the adopted son of the family's head, and Yulong frequently descended the mountain to visit him. Alas, 12 years ago, a sudden attack by the evil cult's experts led to the family's collapse overnight. Your son fought valiantly but perished. However, your grandson yet lives. He is still alive, and you may find peace." Chapter 51. Yi Feng is the grandson of Yi Fuyu. Before the wordless monument, the elderly man's expression bore a hint of nostalgia. This enigmatic elder was none other than one of the current leaders of the earthly immortal path, the 26th sect master of Yuhai sect, Master Yunyi. Master Yunyi, with the surname Shin and given name Lin, is 460 years old. Standing at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the transformation void, a mere half-step away from the 10th layer, known as the realm of terrestrial immortals. Over 200 years ago, he ascended to the position of sect master. Throughout these 2 centuries, Master Yunyi has diligently cultivated the prosperity of Yunhai sect, earning the admiration of the masses as a living deity, revered among the common folk. As for the owner of the wordless monument, the frail elder with but one arm, he is Master Yunyi, the senior brother of Yunyi. In their youth, the 2 vied fiercely for the position of sect master, creating a tumultuous atmosphere within Yunhai sect. Alas, Master Yunyi faltered in his strategy and ultimately fell short. For many years, figures such as Master Yulong and Fairy Yumian believed their senior brother to be deceased. Little did they know that Master Yunyi had persisted. Hidden beneath their very noses, confined within the stone prison of the disciplined courtyard. Once close companions who grew up together, the bond of brotherhood was shattered over a mere chair, a tragedy that left many lamenting. Despite the passage of years, Master Yunhe never forgot the brotherly affection he once shared with Master Yunhe. All the while, he was aware of the unfolding events but chose silence. Over 200 years ago, Master Yunhe discovered that his senior brother had an affair with the demoness Ling Long, resulting in the birth of a child. He personally confronted his brother alongside Yu Chenzi, sending Yu Long and Yuing to eradicate the threat. They returned with the bodies of a mother and child. Yet Master Yunhe had already orchestrated a covert surveillance of the situation. Out of respect for their shared history, Yu Long, despite his allegiance to Master Yunhe, used cunning to spare the newborn son of Master Yunhe. He left the infant at the doorstep of a cultivation family, who later named him Getaway. Following this incident, Yu Long resigned from his position as chief elder of the disciplined courtyard, descending into a life of indulgence and vice. Nevertheless, he made secretive visits to Chizhou to check on Master Yunhe's son, Getaway, for 2 centuries. 12 years ago, a group of demon sect experts slaughtered the cultivation family, prompting Yu Long to rush to the scene. He discovered Getaway's son, not yet 3 years old, hiding in a well. After a struggle with his conscience, he resolved to bring Master Yun, his grandson, back to Tianyan Mountain, naming him Yifeng. Over the years, Yu Long believed his actions to be flawlessly concealed, yet many were privy to the truth. Master Yun, the shadowy observers, and Yuing, who had participated in the silencing mission alongside Yu Long, were all aware of Yifeng's lineage. At that time, Yuing, being in her prime and serving as the chief elder of Mo Zhuxian, was astute enough to harbor suspicions regarding Yu Long. Though he had sided with Master Yunhe during the power struggle, his inherent goodness lingered. Yet, he had callously extinguished the life of his senior brother's newborn child. Upon returning to the mountain, Yu Long underwent a transformation, abandoning his elder responsibilities to indulge in a life of debauchery. Yuing began her discreet investigation, uncovering that each time Yu Long descended the mountain, he would take a lengthy detour to Chizhou. It was there that the man named Getaway came into her view. The moment Yuing laid eyes upon Getaway, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the demoness Ling Long whom she had slain. Further inquiries revealed that Getaway had been left at the Gua family's doorstep as an infant, coinciding precisely with the time of Ling Long's demise. Yuing deduced that Yu Long had not killed Master Yunhe's son. For years, the trio, Master Yunhe, Yu Long, and Yuing quietly observed Getaway's growth. Getaway inherited the exceptional qualities of his parents, swiftly progressing in his cultivation despite practicing the relatively modest techniques of the Gua family. By the age of 60, he attained the return to origin stage, a rarity among the mortal cultivation families, and was adopted as a son by the elder of the clan. Getaway devoted his life to cultivation, marrying at the age of 140. His wife bore him 3 sons and 2 daughters, all tragically lost in the bloodbath 12 years ago, except for his youngest son, who survived hidden within an ancient well. Initially, Yuing was unaware that Yifeng, brought back by Yu Long, was Getaway's youngest son. She believed all of Getaway's children had perished. It was not until about 6 months after Yifeng arrived at Yunhai sect that he fell into a pit while playing. He was rescued by Yun Shuang, a newly initiated disciple of Mo Zhuxian, who pulled him from the filth. Golden He and the other female disciples hurried to clean him up. During this incident, Golden He discovered an identity jade tablet on Yifeng. Yuing also caught sight of the tablet, having monitored Getaway's life for many years. Upon seeing the birth date inscribed on Yifeng's jade tablet, which matched that of Getaway's youngest son, and considering the timeline of the family's tragedy, it became evident to Yuing that Yifeng was indeed Getaway's child. Yuing had long suspected Getaway to be the offspring of Master Yunhe and the demoness Ling Long, and having concealed this truth for over a century, she could not reveal Yifeng's origins. After all, he was the grandson of the former master of Yunhai sect, and Yuing wished to preserve a lineage for her senior brother. This was the reason she had previously exerted pressure on Yu Chenzi regarding the matter of the young disciple's harassment, hoping to buy time until Yu Long's return. Master Yunhe, as the sect leader, was fully aware of the secrets hidden by Yu Long and Yuing, yet he refrained from exposing them. As night deepened, the paper offerings had burned away, and the wine was consumed. Master Yunhe spoke at length before the wordless monument, reflecting on how long it had been since he and his senior brother had shared such a conversation after their rift. Finally, he reached out to caress the monument, murmuring, "Senior brother, our grievances are laid to rest. I hope in your next life, you are reborn as a mortal, free from the murky waters of the immortal realm. I have shared much today, and it is time for me to return. I shall visit you again." His fingers grazed the surface of the monument, his gaze revealing a trace of melancholy and sorrow. With a long sigh, Master Yunyi's towering figure suddenly transformed into dozens of delicate streams of light, swiftly dispersing in all directions, vanishing within the bamboo grove. Shortly after his disappearance, from the shadows emerged a frail elder clad in a black robe. The old man appeared withered and decrepit, his body hunched and leaning on a dark bamboo staff. The wrinkles on his face resembled the bark of a millennia-old tree, evoking a sense of dread. It was hard to fathom how many years such an elderly figure had lived. His gaze was murky and lifeless, akin to a soulless corpse. With a single step, he traversed dozens of yards, arriving before the wordless monument. The old man sighed and murmured to himself, "I wonder who this nameless monument belongs to." "Ah, it is you, young Yi. I thought you had perished long ago, yet here you are, surviving until now. It seems that Shen has treated you well, allowing you to live for over 2 centuries. The elder's words revealed a significant truth. He was acquainted with both Master Yuni and Master Yunha. From his tone and speech, it was evident that his status far exceeded that of the two. After all, few are privileged enough to address the current leader of the Yunhai sect, Master Yuni. As young Shen, the elder squinted his murky eyes, fixating on the nameless monument. "Young Yi, being laid to rest here, you can rest easy. Do not worry. I shall tend to your grave in the days to come." Turning away, he took a single step and vanished entirely. He had employed the remarkably profound technique of the Yunhai sect, the art of shrinking the world to an inch. The following day, at dawn, Yifeng opened his eyes, awakening from meditation. His first instinct was to check for any unusual odors on himself. Fortunately, there was none of the foul stench he had experienced upon waking the previous day. Exiting his room, he beheld Linger and the young lady Xiaoman, both seated cross-legged in the courtyard, immersed in their own practice. Linger had just begun her qi refinement, showing no remarkable signs yet. However, Xiaoman's cultivation had become quite spectacular since reaching the realm of aerial mastery. A radiant aura coalesced above her beautiful head, shimmering with a faint, colorful glow as the light refracted through it. Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, "Could this be the convergence of the 3 flowers and the gathering of the 5 energies?" Master Yulong reclined in a chair, eyes closed in tranquility, and upon spotting Yifeng, he immediately gestured for silence, signaling him not to disturb the 2 young ladies in their training. Yifeng understood. The early morning, with its auspicious purple aura rising from the east, was crucial for practitioners. Thus, many disciples, and even elders cherished the moment at dawn to absorb the vital energies. Yifeng waved his rusted sword at his plump master, indicating his intention to practice sword control. Master Yulong merely waved him off. The master and disciple exchanged silent communication for a while. After a moment, Yifeng stepped onto the azure-blue divine sword, slowly ascending into the air. Around him, numerous young practitioners were honing their sword control, with many others soaring toward the mountaintop plaza. As Yifeng had not secured his sword with ropes, he dared not fly directly to the summit and instead meandered around the mountainside. Occasionally, he encountered fellow novices, who flew slowly and clumsily. Being new to the craft, they had already mentally signed an unspoken pact of mutual respect, ensuring that no one would mock another, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 52. Yun Shuanger assists Yifeng in unlocking new techniques benefiting from the divine sword beneath his feet, which is a blood-forged divine weapon. Yifeng's mastery over the celestial sword far surpasses that of ordinary young disciples. He possesses a significant advantage in practicing sword control techniques. After merely a few days of practice, he has almost fully grasped the art of sword manipulation. To avoid disturbing Linger and Xiaoman, who are cultivating in the courtyard, he has been soaring into the distance, gradually increasing his speed from an initial 30 miles per hour to 60. Yifeng begins to feel a slight instability in his center of gravity. He channels his true essence, gathering it at the Yongquan, Duntian, and Taichung acupoints on the soles of his feet. A force akin to a rope tightly binds the divine sword to his feet, stabilizing his previously wavering body. Drawing a deep breath, he accelerates further, breaking through 60 miles per hour and gradually reaching 80. This marks the first time in several days that he has flown this swiftly without any protective measures. Yifeng exclaims in joy, but the next moment, he nearly plummets from the sky, quickly regaining his composure and slowing down. Just moments ago, he was filled with exhilaration. Now, he feels utterly despondent. Despite his rapid progress in sword control, he still feels it insufficient. Observing the shooting stars above, Yifeng wonders when he will be able to soar freely across the skies like his senior brothers and sisters. At that moment, a large celestial crane swoops past him, creating a gust of wind that nearly sends him tumbling from the air. Infuriated, Yifeng shouts, "Are you blind? Didn't you see a talented novice practicing sword control here? If you knock me down, I will hold you liable." Suddenly, the crane veers in midair and returns. Yifeng is startled, thinking perhaps he has encountered a formidable opponent. The crane flaps its wings, hovering approximately 10 meters in front of Yifeng. "You little brat, it serves you right if you fall. You think you can extort me?" A clear and familiar female voice echoes. Yifeng squints, his expression stiffening. What a twist of fate. There she is, Xianxia, elegantly clad in white, perched on the crane's back. Her piercing gaze is unsettling to Yifeng, and memories of a delightful night more than a month ago flood his mind. Ah, it turns out it's Sister Xianxia. A misunderstanding. It's been a few days, and Sister Xianxia has become even more beautiful. Congratulations. His flattery, however, feels insincere and irritating. Yifeng quickly asserts, "Everything I said comes from the heart." "Humph," Xianxia retorts coldly before asking, "Are you practicing sword control?" "Yes, I just started 3 days ago. I'm still unsteady, and I hope I haven't embarrassed Sister Xianxia." Yifeng scratches his head, feeling a hint of bashfulness. Xianxia's eyes twinkle as she replies, "So you've finally begun to cultivate. That is quite rare. In fact, as long as you don't fall, it doesn't necessarily require standing on the sword. Using your hands works as well." "Using my hands? How does one fly that way? What do you think?" She responds. With that, Xianxia pats the crane's body, and it soars higher. "Sister Xianxia, I still haven't thanked you from last time. May I treat you to a meal?" "Sure, catch up to me, and I will agree." Her ethereal voice carries through the air. Yifeng is momentarily stunned, then elated. When a man sees a beautiful woman, he is often captivated, not merely out of lust, but due to the hormones surging within him. In his past life, Yifeng's hormones were particularly potent, turning him into a lovesick fool, remaining a virgin for over a decade. At this moment, he seems to have forgotten the lessons of his previous life, still fantasizing about a romantic encounter with Xianxia. Watching the crane grow distant, Yifeng feels a surge of urgency. If he descends now to tie a rope, Xianxia will likely vanish from sight. Suddenly, he recalls Xianxia's earlier words, using hands instead of feet. A spark of realization illuminates his mind, and he scolds himself for being a colossal fool. How could he not have thought of this? He gradually crouches down, gripping the sword hilt, and suspends himself in midair. True essence gathers in his palms, firmly adhering to the sword hilt. With a slight mental push, the purple-blue divine sword soars upward. This posture resembles Superman wielding a sword while flying. It truly works. Yifeng exclaims in delight. He urges himself to accelerate, and the sword synchronizes with his thoughts, transforming into a streak of azure lightning, darting across the sky with such speed that the young disciples practicing above are left astonished. They speculate who the large black rat was that just zipped past them. Xianxia, riding the crane, continues to fly southeast, completely unaware that Yifeng has thrown caution to the wind in pursuit of her. She notices a flash of azure light darting past her, slightly furrowing her brow but dismissing it. Moments later, the azure light, having flown far ahead, reverses course. "Shuang. I'm catching up." The azure streak swiftly zips past the crane once more. Xianxia, with sharp eyes, soon realizes that the azure light encasing the large rat is none other than Yifeng. He wields the divine sword, traversing the air at a terrifying speed. What is happening? It's impossible. He can't be moving this quickly. Just as this thought crosses her mind, the azure light again zooms to her side. This time, Yifeng slows down, laughing heartily. "Xianxia, you truly are a genius. I'm impressed. Who knew a sword immortal could fly like this? And it feels entirely effortless. It's like riding an airplane." "No, it's a fighter jet. A supersonic J-20 fighter jet," Yifeng exuberantly exclaims. Just yesterday, he pondered how traversers are akin to hunters armed in a dark forest, vowing to never again speak the words of his past world. Now, overwhelmed with excitement, the terms airplane and J-20 slip from his lips. Typically, such feats are beyond the capabilities of ordinary divine swords. However, the purple-blue one, known as Purple Lightning and Blue Frost, is a blood-forged treasure that has recognized Yifeng as its master, becoming an integral part of him, allowing for effortless manipulation. When flying atop the divine sword, any acceleration, turning, or executing a dazzling aerial maneuver will send his body flying off the sword. Conversely, when wielding the sword to fly, he resolves the issue of instability perfectly. During flight, The purple-blue divine sword generates an azure light barrier that envelopes Yifeng. He appears to be drawn along by the sword, yet his arms feel almost no strain. As long as he concentrates, the sword will respond to his will, accelerating, decelerating, or landing. The speed of his flight is astonishing, rivaling the swiftness of his sword strikes during combat. Were it not for the constraints of space and Xianxia's frosty demeanor, Yifeng would yearn to leap onto the crane. Bestowing upon her a few affectionate pecks in gratitude for her selfless guidance, overlooking past grievances, Xianxia stands dumbfounded. Initially, she only intended to tease Yifeng, hoping to see him make a fool of himself. She never anticipated that he would inadvertently succeed in flying with the divine sword. Not only is he flying steadily, but his speed is remarkably swift. Regaining her composure, Xianxia remarks coolly, "No need for thanks. We are fellow disciples, and mutual guidance is only natural." Yifeng, brimming with excitement, asks, "Can I invite you to dinner now?" "You must agree. I truly need to express my gratitude." Xianxia narrows her gaze and retorts, "Catch up to me first." Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupts from the crane's back, swiftly racing into the distance. "Sister Xianxia, I'm coming." Yifeng let out a peculiar cry, and in accordance with his will, the divine sword suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of azure light that swiftly closed the distance. Only the enormous white celestial crane remained, floundering alone in the vast sky. Xianxia stood upon her celestial sword, glancing back to see Yifeng morph into a streak of azure light rapidly approaching from behind. Her pupils constricted slightly as she urged her sword to its utmost potential. The sword in Xianxia's grasp was far from ordinary. As a woman of unparalleled talent hailed by the Yunhai sect, she was a key focus among the young disciples of her generation. The celestial sword she wielded was known as Xianxia, a superior artifact imbued with water and ice attributes. Her cultivation was formidable as well, and under full exertion, the Xianxia sword emitted a dazzling white radiance, shooting into the sky like an arrow released from its bowstring. Xianxia believed her speed to be among the finest of her peers, considering Yifeng had merely just reached the realm of flight. She was certain she could easily outpace him. Unfortunately, the speed of an arrow could not compare to the swiftness of lightning. The Xianxia divine sword, possessing the element of thunder, utterly overwhelmed the Xianxia sword in terms of quality. In mere moments, Yifeng had taken on an oddly comical posture as he pursued her from behind, grasping the sword with both hands held high above his head. While his appearance was somewhat ridiculous, his speed was undeniably impressive. As he soared alongside Xianxia, he released his left hand and waved at her, whose expression was one of utter astonishment. "Xianxia, this time I've caught up to you." Her eyes widened, her beautiful face etched with disbelief. Throughout her life, she had always been the exalted one, the object of admiration among her peers, and never had she been so easily outmatched by a mere boy. Her pride would not allow her to be bested in speed by Yifeng, the so-called unlearned bully. Grinding her teeth, she pushed herself to accelerate even further. Yet, Yifeng stuck to her like a stubborn adhesive, keeping pace effortlessly. At that moment, Xianxia had reached the limits of her speed. Yet Yifeng appeared remarkably at ease, clearly not exerting himself to the fullest. Realizing she had been bested, she gritted her teeth and commanded, "Yifeng, follow me." With that, she changed direction and soared westward. Yifeng closely pursued her, inquiring, "Xianxia, where are we headed?" Xianxia remained silent. Thus, the two brilliant streaks of azure and white swiftly vanished into the clouds of the Yunhai sky. Chapter 53. The secret realm of Xianxia. As Yifeng and Xianxia soared through the skies in pursuit of one another, Sukai and Lin Yi walked side by side along the narrow path of Xinglua Peak. In the tranquil morning, most disciples were engaged in their cultivation, rendering the verdant stone pathway exceptionally serene. Lin Yi inquired, "Yifeng has been absent from the Discipline Institute for 5 days now. Have you discerned any anomalies by keeping a discreet watch?" Sukai gently shook his head and replied, "With Master Yulong present, I dared not follow too closely. I merely instructed a few trusted disciples to keep an eye on his movements." After leaving the institute, Yifeng achieved the realm of skyward ascendance and, the next day, ventured to the sword tomb with Fang Tong and Zhuge Binlei to seek a broken sword. In recent days, he has been frequently seen soaring about his residence on that very sword. Moreover, just the day before yesterday, while practicing his swordplay at the mountaintop, he inadvertently injured an outer sect female disciple. She is currently recuperating in Master Yulong's courtyard. Although this incident contravenes our sect's regulations, the female disciple chose not to report it, leaving the Discipline Institute unable to intervene. thus allowing him to evade punishment. Is that so? Lin Yi's brows furrowed slightly, revealing his surprise. Su Kai continued, Lin Shixiao, do you find this troubling? Lin Yi remarked, this rascal Yi Feng has a notorious reputation, having caused harm to many in the past. Why, then, has he suddenly become so conscientious, even taking responsibility for the injured disciple? Do you not find it peculiar? He likely fears that she will report him to the Discipline Institute, especially since he has just been released and surely does not wish to face confinement again. Furthermore, Lin Shixiao, there is something I hesitate to mention. After a brief silence, Su Kai elaborated, ever since Yi Feng perished and lost his memories, he seems to have transformed entirely, particularly in temperament. He appears far less malevolent than before and has shown a newfound dedication to cultivation. Lin Shixiao, you may not be aware, but through my covert observations these past few days, this fellow is diligently practicing every day, a stark contrast to his previous lazy demeanor. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and responded, while it is said that the nature is hard to change, a transformation of this magnitude seems implausible unless his very soul has been exchanged. Su Shidi, regardless of his recent behavior, we must remain vigilant. Just because he exhibits different conduct does not signify he will never regain his memories. As long as he remains, he poses a significant threat to us. We should seize any opportunity to probe into his true nature. Understood, Su Kai nodded. With Master Yulong just returning, it may not be so easy to act against Yi Feng. We can only hope he remains in this state of amnesia, as it would be advantageous for all involved. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Yi remarked, with our second senior brother back, we should now prepare for the internal competition of the Yunhai sect. This event is crucial for both our senior brother and the second senior brother. Many external elders and sect leaders will be in attendance, and we must ensure everything proceeds flawlessly. Our senior brother privately asked me to investigate the competitors from the second senior brother's faction and ascertain their levels of cultivation. This internal competition must be executed impeccably, and our disciples must surpass those of the second senior brother in the top 10 placements. Su Kai suggested. If we are to assess the current cultivation levels of the younger disciples, it would be more convenient for our senior brother, as all inter-sect elite disciples report their advancements to the Elder Hall upon reaching each new stage. However, these reports can be inaccurate, especially with the upcoming Yunhai Grand Examination and the Ling Mountain Duel. Many elite disciples, wishing to conceal their true strengths, often choose to obscure their cultivation levels. Our senior brother has provided me with a list. I need you to discreetly send someone to investigate the true capabilities of those named, and whether any have been secretly influenced by the second senior brother. Su Kai took the paper from Lin Yi, unfolding it to reveal a neatly inscribed list of names. Over dozens of young disciples under 40 from the Yunhai sect, predominantly from Xinglua Peak, along with some from the surrounding smaller peaks. At the top of the list was none other than Yun Shuang'er. After glancing at the list, Su Kai folded it and tucked it away, saying, I understand. With several months remaining before the Yunhai sect competition, I will expedite my investigations. Meanwhile, atop the western peak of Luoxia, within the encompassing Tianyan mountain range, the disciples of Yunhai sect primarily occupied the area surrounding Xinglua Peak. The northern, eastern, and southern sections were dedicated to medicinal gardens and beast enclosures, while the western side, containing the ancestral shrine and sacred grounds of the sect, was deemed a forbidden area, off-limits to ordinary disciples. Yun Shuang'er, riding upon her Hanshi sword, descended gracefully from the southeast, landing atop Luoxia Peak. The summit featured a modest square capable of accommodating a mere few hundred individuals, a far cry from the Grand Martial Arena atop Xinglua Peak. This training ground had lain in disrepair for many years, overrun with weeds and strewn with rubble, yet a few stone houses still stood, resilient against the ravages of time. This secluded place was Yun Shuang'er as sanctuary. Introverted and aloof, she seldom engaged with others, avoiding the bustling training grounds on Xinglua Peak. 9 years prior, shortly after reaching the skyward ascendance, she had discovered this hidden locale while practicing sword techniques. Although abandoned, it felt like a paradise to her. Over the past 9 years, she had frequently visited for her training, often cleansing herself in the cold pool at the foot of Xinglua Peak after her sessions. Yun Shuang'er landed elegantly upon the summit, her movements reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. In stark contrast, Yi Feng's descent appeared rather ungraceful. He flew with his sword, resembling a clumsy aircraft lacking proper landing gear. Fortunately, his timidity kept him cautious, as he feared injury and mishaps. Just a few meters from the ground, he commanded the Ziqing sword to hover before gradually descending, his speed hardly surpassing that of a turtle. Once his feet firmly touched the ground, he exhaled a sigh of relief, sheathing the rusted sword upon his back. Surveying his surroundings, he turned to the coldly poised figure of the white-clad fairy before him and remarked with a somewhat lewd grin, "Sister Xianxia, don't you think we might be moving a bit too swiftly? Perhaps we could share a meal or take a stroll first to allow for some mental preparation. In this desolate wilderness, with only the two of them, even an upright scholar might entertain improper thoughts, let alone someone like Yifeng, who had never been particularly virtuous in either his past life or as the original character." Xianxia regarded Yifeng's lascivious expression with a slight frown, retorting, "This place is where I practice. Why are you indulging in such lewd thoughts? You're disgusting." Yifeng hastily wiped the drool from his chin with his sleeve. Attempting to defend himself, "I was flying too quickly. The wind, it blew my thoughts away." He inwardly lamented, sighing, how he had once pursued a girl far less captivating than Xianxia for years without success. How could he possibly expect to score a home run with such a stunning beauty? Casting aside the absurd and unrealistic fantasies that plagued his mind, Yifeng inquired, "Sister Xianxia, what brings you here? Surely, you have not yet forgiven me and brought me here to give me a sound thrashing? I assure you, I have already faced the consequences of my actions. The kick you delivered before departing fractured 3 of my ribs, and I endured a month of confinement. Immediately upon my release, I sought you out at the MZH pavilion to apologize in person. We are even now." Xianxia's gaze grew ever more frigid as she fixed her eyes upon Yifeng, stating, "It appears that night, you indeed witnessed something you should not have." "No, absolutely not. Yifeng, swear to the heavens, I saw nothing that night. It was a mere misunderstanding." Yifeng, sensing the icy aura in Xianxia's eyes, instinctively retreated a few steps. She gripped the Hanshi divine sword tightly, yet ultimately refrained from drawing it. With a cold snort, she warned, "If that is the case, you shall never mention this again. Otherwise, I will truly end your life." Yifeng chuckled awkwardly. "I won't mention it, I promise. Rest assured, it shall remain our little secret." Observing Yifeng's ridiculous demeanor, Xianxia felt a surge of anger. Had she known this boy would grow into such a mischievous young man, she would have pretended not to see him when he floundered in the cesspit years ago. Pulling him from that pit, she had dealt with his filth-covered self, only for him to later sneak a peek at her while bathing. Xianxia shook her head lightly. Some thoughts only fueled her ire further, and she worried that if she continued down this path, she might be compelled to dispatch Yifeng right then and there. Regardless of the circumstances, he would meet his end. Noticing Yifeng's wandering gaze, she asked, "Yifeng, tell me, how is it that your speed has increased so remarkably?" Am I truly that fast?" Yifeng replied, somewhat taken aback. "Indeed, have you not realized it yourself?" After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng acknowledged the truth in her words. Ever since Xianxia had advised him to wield his sword while flying, he had indeed produced the sound of sonic booms, a phenomenon characteristic of supersonic flight. A grin spread across his face as he remarked, "I owe you my gratitude, Sister Xianxia. Had you not pointed it out, I would have likely needed much more time to master the art of sword flight." "What realm do you currently inhabit?" Xianxia inquired slowly. "I am at the initial stage of the Void Realm." "Why do you ask?" "That is impossible. The spiritual energy of the Void Realm is not this potent, and one cannot fly at such speeds." Chapter 54. This place is quite pleasant. Upon hearing Yifeng claim to be at the initial stage of the Sky Ascension realm, Xianxia immediately expressed her doubts. As the most gifted disciple of the Yuhai sect, wielding the powerful high-grade immortal artifact, Hanshi, she believed that even a practitioner at the 6th layer of the returning origin realm would struggle to match her speed. However, during their earlier contest in the skies, despite exerting all her strength, she was unable to shake Yifeng off. Observing his composed demeanor, she realized that he still had energy to spare, leaving her utterly astonished. At that moment, she speculated that Yifeng had been pretending to be weaker than he truly was, possibly having already attained the divine ascension or returning origin realms. Thus, she invited him to her secret base, eager to uncover the secrets he harbored. Yifeng felt quite helpless. He had come to understand that his extraordinary speed was less a product of his cultivation level and more due to the Ziqing divine sword. However, given the sword's illustrious reputation, he couldn't very well disclose to Xianxia that his seemingly rusty sword was, in fact, the third of the 10 ancient divine weapons known as Zidian Qingxuan. He doubted she would believe him even if he were to confess. In light of this, all he could do was feign ignorance. Rubbing his head, Yifeng remarked, "Xianxia, I'm only 16 this year. My master has been gone for 3 years, and I have spent over a year working in the medicinal garden. Achieving the Sky Ascension realm is already quite commendable. Don't you think you're overestimating my abilities?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia's expression shifted slightly. In her astonishment, she had momentarily overlooked Yifeng's age. Despite having been in the sect for nearly 13 years, he was still merely 16 years old. Yifeng was widely recognized as the laziest disciple in the Yuhai sect. Known for his penchant for mischief and disdain for meditation and training, it was improbable that he possessed a high level of cultivation. He must have recently attained the Sky Ascension realm. Yet, why was his sword flight so remarkably swift? She shared the same line of thought as Yulong, her gaze drifting toward the oddly shaped sword that was sheathed across his back. "Where did you acquire your sword? What grade is it?" Yifeng, taken aback by her interest, responded, "This sword was found on the cliff of the sword tomb after I left it to apologize. As for its grade, it's either a magical artifact or a treasure artifact, I suppose. Xianxia, you must know that there aren't any good swords in the sword tomb. My master said my cultivation is too low to utilize a better sword, but he promised to have the artifact masters craft a high-grade immortal sword for me." "Oh, the sword tomb?" Xianxia expressed her surprise. She had assumed that Yifeng's sword must have been a legendary weapon passed down from her uncle, Yulong. A high-grade immortal sword could indeed unleash unimaginable speed. To her astonishment, however, Yifeng claimed to have acquired it from the sword tomb just 3 days prior. The sword tomb had existed for thousands of years, and although the Spiritual Treasure Academy occasionally replenished it with swords, they were generally of low grade, mostly basic magical artifacts, with even treasure artifacts being exceedingly rare. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia made a request that she felt was quite audacious. "May I have an unorthodox request? Can I see your sword?" Magical artifacts were akin to a cultivator's second life. They are seldom shared with anyone outside of close kin. Xianxia assumed Yifeng would outright refuse. She had even prepared to play the emotional card, reminding him of the time she rescued him from a pit of filth. To her surprise, Yifeng said nothing and showed no hesitation, reluctance, or resistance. He simply drew the sword from his back and said, "You've helped me so much. What relationship do we share? There's no need for formalities. If you wish to see it, please do." Xianxia stared at the rusted long sword being offered to her, then looked up at the smiling Yifeng, her expression one of disbelief. "Don't be polite. Take as long as you need to look." Noticing that Xianxia had not moved, Yifeng gently shook the Ziqing sword. Snapped back to reality, she realized he was not jesting. Despite her lingering doubts about his sudden generosity, she accepted the sword to examine it closely. Yifeng was not concerned that Xianxia would uncover the true nature of the Ziqing divine sword. Just 2 days prior, her plump master had inspected it and failed to detect anything unusual. No matter how exceptional she was merely an 18-year-old girl. Her cultivation, insights, and experiences far inferior to those of her rather unambitious master. If her master had deemed the Ziqing sword as nothing more than a rusted piece of junk, how could she possibly discern its extraordinary properties? Seated upon a protruding rock, Xianxia scrutinized the rusted sword in her hands. Though it initially appeared to be a worthless object, much like Yifeng himself, she suspected that its true nature was the key to his remarkable speed. Thus, she examined it with great diligence. Yifeng waited patiently nearby, growing bored as Xianxia remained engrossed in her study of the sword. He wandered around the dilapidated plaza, reflecting on its former glory when 300 to 400 disciples had once lived and practiced there, comparable to that of a small sect. The remnants of the square were still visible atop the mountain, and although the lower slopes had been overrun by ancient trees and weeds, some crumbling structures remained. After all, only a little over 2,000 years had passed. Some rock-built houses had yet to be completely erased by the ravages of time. The entire mountain summit was cluttered. Yet the central arena appeared to have been consistently used, its surface relatively smooth and only slightly damaged. It was evident that while Xianxia had claimed this spot as her secret training ground over the years, she was indeed a lazy woman who had not bothered to maintain the area beyond the arena she practiced on. Yifeng summoned his energy and leaped up to the arena with ease. The space was substantial, far larger than the octagonal cage. A vast stone platform used for disciples to engage in combat and practice. The arena was constructed from massive stones, etched with ancient, weathered patterns that likely formed a formation for barriers. Yifeng had encountered such barriers before on the summit of Xinglua Peak, which not only protected the arena from damage caused by energy and sword chi, but also contained the fluctuations of true essence released by combatants, preventing stray energy from harming spectators. This is a splendid place. Yifeng thought to himself. He had already discovered the technique for sword flight and was eager to practice the 9 styles of sword control imparted to him by Yifuyo. In addition to the various forms of movement, palm techniques, footwork, fist techniques, and leg techniques he had transcribed. He was reluctant to attract too much attention and was wary of inadvertently harming others while training, as had occurred previously at Xinglua Peak. This location was indeed a natural training ground. It was merely 70 to 80 miles from Xinglua Peak, and with his sword in hand, he could fly there in the blink of an eye. Most importantly, it was secluded, untouched by the hustle and bustle of the world, perfectly aligned with Yifeng's plan to survive by pretending to be harmless. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure clad in white, as delicate as a wisp of willow fluff, gracefully descended before him. Yun Shuang'er's cold voice broke through his reverie. "What are you looking at?" Yifeng smiled and said, "Sister Yun Shuang, this place is quite pleasant. Do you usually practice here alone?" Yun Shuang nodded, replying, "The western side of Xinglua Peak is a forbidden area, and no disciple dares to come here. Indeed, I am usually by myself." Yifeng immediately rubbed his hands together and remarked, "Practicing alone can be rather tedious. I have been searching for a suitable place to practice swordsmanship. Since we have some acquaintance, why not train together?" "Absolutely not," Yun Shuang decisively rejected. Yifeng's expression stiffened as he inquired, "Why not? This place is vast, and you cannot possibly utilize it all alone. Good things should be shared. One cannot hog everything." "What did you say?" Yun Shuang furrowed her brows. Yifeng quickly slapped his mouth a few times, exclaiming, "Pardon my slip of the tongue. You are neither a dog, nor, of course, something unpleasant." "Wait, that's not right." As Yifeng continued to speak absurdly, Yun Shuang's expression grew increasingly disdainful. She tossed the rusty sword to him and said, "I am about to begin my sword practice. You should leave at once." "Wait, let us discuss this further," Yifeng pleaded. "There is nothing to discuss." With no choice left, Yifeng murmured to himself while under Yun Shuang's unfriendly gaze. He raised his sword, Ziching, and slowly ascended into the air. "By the way, Sister Shuang, you lost today's duel. A woman's word is her bond, and I shall return to seek you out." He hastily quickened his departure, fearing Yun Shuang might strike him. Watching Yifeng's swift retreat, Yun Shuang's expression turned serious. She had studied that broken sword for quite some time and found nothing amiss. She had even activated the divine sword a few times, releasing only a feeble sword aura. It was merely an outdated low-tier magical weapon. Yet why did it exude such a formidable presence in Yifeng's hands? Could this be an illusion? Yun Shuang took a few deep breaths, drew the Hansi divine sword, and attempted to fly through the air as Yifeng had done. While she could ascend, her speed was nowhere near that achieved when she stood upon the sword. Additionally, her arms experienced a significant strain. This technique might allow for short-distance flight, but over longer distances, her arms would surely not endure. How did he manage it? Yun Shuang fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 55. The art of condensing the sword once again as Yifeng made his way here. His attention was primarily focused on Yun Shuang'er, not paying much heed to his surroundings. Now, as he turned toward Xinglua Peak and lowered his gaze, he discovered a grand edifice nestled within the forest below. To the north of the house lay a sprawling bamboo grove extending for several dozen miles. Yifeng recalled that upon his arrival in this world, he had emerged from a graveyard behind Luoxia Peak, fleeing in a panic from the fear of malevolent spirits until dawn broke, when he finally ventured towards the towering Xinglua Peak. At that time, he had walked along the northern edge of the bamboo forest, unaware that a substantial dwelling lay to the south of it. Slowing his flight, he inquired within his mind, "Master Floating Cloud, have you awakened? I am a spiritual essence. I do not require sleep. Can you perhaps change your opening line next time? How about, have you eaten?" Yi Floating Cloud was momentarily speechless, pondering whether a spirit could even partake in food. "Speak your mind," he finally said, conceding to Yi Feng's persistence. Pointing to the large house, which seemed to emit a faint wisp of green smoke, Yi Feng asked, "What place is that?" "That is the ancestral hall of the Yunhai sect, housing the spiritual tablets of the esteemed ancestors over the past millennia. The northern bamboo grove is the sacred ground of Yunhai." Yi Floating Cloud's voice grew somber, as if long-buried memories were resurfacing. "So this is the ancestral hall and the sacred ground of Yunhai," Yifeng realized. He vaguely remembered hearing about it from Fong Tong and others, though he had only known it to be located behind Xinglua Peak, without any knowledge of its precise location. It appeared to be quite secluded, perhaps several dozen miles from Xinglua Peak. "Master, should we descend and take a look?" "No, we must not." "Why?" Yifeng was puzzled. Previously, at the mountain's peak, Ye Floating Cloud had encouraged him to view the heavenly steel, yet now he seemed reluctant to approach the ancestral hall. There's no need for explanations. We should leave this place swiftly. Yi Feng sensed an inexplicable dread emanating from Ye Floating Cloud regarding the ancestral hall and the sacred ground. Yet Ye Floating Cloud refused to disclose the reason for his trepidation. Thus, Yi Feng, holding his celestial sword, continued his flight. Not ascending the mountain, but rather descending towards the vicinity of Xianxia Peak. In a moment, he beheld the small waterfall and the cold pool. Indeed, the very spot where he had been compelled to witness Yun Shuang'er bathing in her pristine beauty. Yun Shuang'er, being a selfish and petty individual, had declined to allow Yi Feng to practice at the Luoxia Peak Square. Thus he had to seek another location for his sword training. The courtyard halfway up the mountain was too cramped, and the summit square was crowded with young disciples. Yi Feng was determined to keep his secrets concealed, continuing his ruse of a humble practitioner. Moreover, he did not wish to inadvertently harm others with his gathered sword energy as he had done before. Therefore, until he thoroughly mastered the condensing sword technique, he resolved not to practice in the martial arts square at the summit. This entire Tianyan mountain was the only place he felt somewhat familiar with, so he had come here. The tranquility of the area matched his memories, which explained why Yun Shuang'er frequented this spot after her training sessions. The remnants of his previous fire and fish feast had vanished as over a month had passed, and even a modest rain could erase such traces entirely. Yi Feng landed and tried not to reflect on the beautiful scenes he had once witnessed here. He pondered, "Master Floating Cloud, are there any special techniques associated with the condensing sword method? Why did the sword energy I gathered last time elude my control?" The cultivation mantra of the condensing sword technique has been explicated clearly. It is your own lack of earnestness and comprehension that led to the mishap. The condensing sword technique is an advanced form of the transforming sword technique, which condenses formless sword shadows into tangible sword energies capable of penetrating gold and splitting stone. Your previous attempt was your first time utilizing the condensing sword technique, which made you apprehensive, causing you to overlook the formidable spiritual power of the purple lightning and frost sword, resulting in injury to that young girl. With the purple lightning and frost sword, the condensing sword technique should be exceedingly simple for you. A cultivator can control each condensed sword energy with their own mental force. Hence, those sword immortals can unleash hundreds or even thousands of sword energies, all in perfect harmony with their intent, capable of targeting multiple foes simultaneously. Yi Feng's understanding deepened. It was all due to his preconceived notions from past experiences. He had mistakenly believed that the sword energy released by cultivators was akin to a married daughter or a bullet fired beyond control. Thanks to Yi Floating Cloud's guidance, he mentally chastised himself for his ignorance. Within the ninth style of sword control, there existed a mantra stating, "From energy, a sword is formed. It is guided by will." He had only considered how to mobilize his internal spiritual energy to condense sword energies without contemplating the latter part of that phrase. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will give it another try." As Yi Feng referred to Yi Floating Cloud as Master, it became increasingly natural for him. From the perspective of bloodline inheritance, it was a generational mismatch. Master referred to the previous generation, while Yi Floating Cloud was indeed his grandfather. Even if he refrained from calling him grandfather, he ought to refer to him as great uncle. However, considering Yi Feng was a disciple of the corpulent Yulong, who was, in turn, a junior disciple of Yi Floating Cloud, referring to him as Master was not entirely inappropriate. Yi Feng arrived at the eastern side of the waterfall's cold pool, amidst a cluster of rocks, and steadied his breath, grasping the divine sword firmly. Yi Floating Cloud reminded him once more, "Young one, the purple lightning and frost sword is no ordinary blade. You need not channel excessive spiritual energy to condense the sword energies." Understood. With the previous experience in mind, Yi Feng felt more adept. He closed his eyes, this time refraining from drawing upon the immense spiritual energy stored in his dantian, instead merely utilizing the energy coursing through his meridians. Opening his eyes, he swung his sword, in the hands of others, regardless of the manner of wielding it. The purple lightning and frost sword would only emit a faint azure glow, giving the impression of being a worthless weapon. Yet in Yi Feng's grasp, a mere spark of spiritual energy infused into the divine sword unleashed a dazzling radiance. At the moment he struck, the seemingly unremarkable rusty sword was enveloped in a swirl of azure spiritual energy. In the next instant, the azure sword light transformed into a fan-shaped barrier, With his mental force firmly anchored, the barrier instantly manifested over a dozen sword energies that bore an uncanny resemblance to the purple lightning and frost sword. Under Yifeng's control, these sword energies suddenly froze in midair, refraining from the reckless launch they had exhibited previously. Yifeng gazed in delight at the floating sword energies before him. Although his connection to them was not as intense as with the purple lightning, he still felt an invisible tether linking him to the sword energies. Wow! I instantly condensed 15 sword energies, and I can control them at will. How remarkable! Yifeng exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. As he twirled the sword in his hand, the 15 sword energies mirrored his movements. At that moment, Yi Floating Cloud interjected. To command these sword energies, there are two methods. One is to directly control their flight path and target with your mental force. The other is to guide them through the sword in your hand. Each method has its advantages and disadvantages. What do you mean? Yi Feng, suppressing his excitement, humbly sought further instruction. Yi Fuyu remarked, the former method of wielding the sword through intent necessitates the coordination of sword techniques. As you have witnessed in the square during duels, the activation of the chi sword is often accompanied by hand gestures of sword techniques. This approach allows for more precise control over the speed and direction of the chi sword. Yet it bears the disadvantage of a diminished power in a single chi sword and requires a certain amount of time for the hand gestures. Conversely, wielding the sword to command the chi does not require hand gestures during activation, and the celestial sword itself bestows some of its own spiritual energy upon the chi sword, thereby augmenting the power of a single chi sword. Moreover, it does not necessitate intricate sword techniques. The celestial sword can effortlessly summon countless chi swords at any moment. Typically, young disciples, when their true essence, spiritual power, and mental focus are not formidable, are compelled to resort to the former method of wielding the sword through intent. However, upon reaching the Yuan returning realm, most will invariably adopt the latter method of wielding the sword to command the chi. With your possession of the purple lightning and azure frost, you hold a distinct advantage, enabling you to directly wield the sword to command the chi. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes began to gleam. He swung his sword, and the 15 chi swords that revolved above him swiftly shot toward a massive boulder, accompanied by a resounding crash. The boulder instantly bore 15 sword-shaped indentations. On his first formal attempt at the sword command technique, Yifeng was able to leave 3 to 4 centimeters deep sword marks on the rock, enough to astonish most of the young prodigies of the Cloud Sea sect. Yifeng let out a cheer, swiftly dancing with his divine sword. Lacking knowledge of sword techniques, he could only strike once to the left and once to the right. Although his movements appeared rather comical, with each swing of his sword, he managed to condense several chi swords around him. Yifeng focused on the condensation of the chi swords while Yi Fuyu provided guidance from the side. The first step is to determine how many chi swords you can concurrently control. Condensation and control are two distinct matters. Given Yifeng's current condition, conjuring up 1,000 or 800 chi swords poses no issue at all. However, he is unable to manipulate such a multitude simultaneously. As anticipated, when the number of chi swords reached around 130 to 40, Yifeng found himself overwhelmed. The chi swords beyond his control swiftly dissipated. Thus, no matter how many he attempted to condense, only a little over 100 chi swords remained in flight around him. Only a little over 100? Yifeng felt somewhat dissatisfied with his performance. That's already quite impressive. If it weren't for the extraordinary spiritual power of your purple lightning and azure frost, you would likely struggle to control even 50 swords. Today, focus on practicing the sword command technique diligently. As I instructed, wield the sword to command the chi. First, hone your control over the chi swords, then compress your spiritual energy and learn to manipulate the divine sword's spiritual power to enhance the strength of each individual chi sword. Understood. Master Uncle, you may go rest now. I shall begin my practice. If Yi Fuyu had a physical form at this moment, his head would undoubtedly be adorned with dark lines. This lad is certainly doing it on purpose. Chapter 56. The Enchantment of Yihong Courtyard? I must take a look. Yifeng possessed a commendable foundation. The original owner had struggled for many years at the pinnacle of the third layer of the Meridian realm, laying a solid physical groundwork for him. Upon arriving in this world, Yifeng initially refrained from direct cultivation, instead opting to systematically study every meridian and acupoint within his body while confined in a stone prison. This meticulous preparation enabled him to swiftly break through to the void flight realm and excel in his sword techniques. Throughout the morning, Yifeng tirelessly manipulated over 100 chi swords, his movements fluid and jubilant, causing the swords to morph into various intricate formations. At times, they would align in a zigzag pattern. At others, they would arrange in a straight line. Under the guidance of the divine sword, these chi swords would rush forth with a resounding whoosh towards a towering rock. As time passed, after 2 hours of exhilarating practice, Yifeng suddenly recognized a grave issue. In his fervor, he had neglected the fact that maintaining the sword formation was exceedingly draining on his spiritual energy. At that moment, he realized that less than 30% of his spiritual energy remained. Aware of this depletion, he promptly retracted the swords. The severe exhaustion in his abdomen immediately manifested as hunger. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was already noon. In order to alleviate any concern from his masterlinger and to satiate his hunger, Yifeng resolutely decided to return to the Foweling residence halfway up the mountain. Fortunately, the flight of his sword predominantly drew power from the Ziqing divine sword itself, and the remaining spiritual energy within him was sufficient for this clumsy bird to return to its nest. Now, Yifeng found flying on his sword to be effortless. Wielding the celestial sword, he soared forth with ease. In less than 15 minutes, he arrived at the mountainside. Noticing that the courtyard door was closed, Yifeng landed directly in the yard. Yulong, the portly master, reclined in a lounge chair, surrounded by wine and pastries, clearly enjoying a leisurely life. Throughout the morning, this rotund fellow had barely moved from his spot. Upon witnessing Yifeng descend from the sky with the celestial sword in hand, Yulong remarked with a hint of annoyance, "You little rascal, your sword-flying posture is rather unique, isn't it?" "It's thanks to senior sister Shuang. I can fly both quickly and steadily," Yifeng retorted. "Who?" Yulong inquired. "Senior sister Shuang from the Mo Zhu Pavilion." "Ah, indeed. I encountered her in the sky shortly after I left this morning. She is quite amiable and noticed my clumsiness in sword flight. So she encouraged me to try it with my hands. Little did I know that flying with a celestial sword would be so impressive. I plan to treat her to a meal to express my gratitude." Observing Yifeng's exhausted yet exuberant demeanor, Yulong rolled his eyes. Understanding that the charming Shuang was merely toying with the boy, enchanted by her beauty, Yifeng remained oblivious to her intentions, even fantasizing about inviting her for a meal. "You should indeed treat her to a meal," Yulong remarked. "After all, she not only saved your life but also bore no grudges and taught you such a remarkable sword technique. Truly, she is a good person." Upon hearing the divine sword sheathed, Yifeng, in surprise, asked, "Master, senior sister Shuang saved my life? What do you mean? That was 12 years ago. 12 years ago? I knew her back then?" Yifeng urged, eager for more details. With a hint of irritation, Yulong replied, "There is not much to say. It's not a glorious tale. You fell into a cesspit and nearly suffocated, and it was Shuang who discovered you and pulled you out." "What? Master? Don't joke around. How could I have fallen into a cesspit? If you keep making such absurd claims, I will have to accuse you of defamation, even if you are my master. I assure you, I'm not jesting about this matter." Yulong chuckled, his expression slightly lewd. "Is it true? Did I really fall into a cesspit? And was I really saved by senior sister Shuang?" Yifeng was dumbfounded. Such an embarrassing incident would make it difficult for him to face the enchanting Shuang in the future. At that moment, Huang Linger emerged from the kitchen, her face lighting up upon seeing Yifeng. "Senior brother, you're back. Lunch is ready. Come eat with father." Despite his initial hunger, Yifeng now felt a complete lack of appetite, drooping his head as he replied, "Oh, I'm coming." Today's lunch included 4 people, as the little wild girl who had been recuperating was also present. Her left arm, still in a bandage from a fracture, hung around her neck. Yifeng, lacking an appetite, nibbled on a few bites before retreating to his room to meditate and recover his true essence. Restoring true essence is indeed a tedious and monotonous endeavor. The essence and spiritual energy within a cultivator's body are absorbed from the natural world through secret methods. However, the spiritual energy in the air is exceedingly sparse, making the absorption process quite laborious. While manipulating sword techniques may provide immediate gratification, restoring true essence is an arduous task. After circulating his energy for 2 cycles, Yifeng had only managed to recover about 30 to 40% of his essence after an exhausting half-hour. Frustrated, he pondered, if only there was something that could assist cultivators in quickly restoring their depleted true essence. "Indeed, there are," a voice chimed in. Yifeng was taken aback. "Really? What is it?" "In the mortal realm, numerous items can swiftly restore spiritual energy, such as recovery pills, recovery talismans, beast demons' inner cores, and spirit crystals," the voice elaborated. Yifeng felt a wave of realization wash over him. How had he not thought of these? However, on second thought, they seemed unrealistic. Both pills and talismans were exorbitantly luxurious items that a penniless individual like him could hardly afford. As for the inner cores of beast demons, a single core from a millennium-old beast would fetch an astronomical price. He had heard of spirit crystals, which, though he had never seen, were akin to gold in his past life, serving as hard currency, while one could use silver to make purchases in the mundane world. In the shops run by certain elders of the Yunhai sect, only spirit crystals were accepted for transactions. The last time Huang Linger had been unable to pay with spirit crystals, she had faced consequences. Though disappointment lingered in his heart, Yifeng's mind began to churn with ideas. If recovering true essence was so slow now, wouldn't it be even slower as his cultivation progressed? He stroked his chin, contemplating how to earn some spirit crystals. Of course, he couldn't afford talismans and pills, but he could learn to create them. As a wise person once said, self-sufficiency leads to abundance. Master Fuyu, can you teach me how to refine pills and draw talismans? Yifeng inquired, filled with anticipation. I know a bit, but these are merely minor skills. Do you truly wish to learn? Yes. If I learn to draw talismans and refine pills, I won't have to waste so much time restoring my true essence in the future. Please teach me. Youngster, don't bite off more than you can chew. You haven't even started practicing the techniques I taught you last time. Moreover, this isn't as simple as you imagine. Refining recovery pills requires many precious celestial herbs, and drawing talismans necessitates infusing powerful divine energy into the incantations. This is far more exhausting than practicing the sword techniques. If you wish to restore your true essence quickly, the best method is to acquire high-grade spirit crystals. They are not only rich in energy but also quite convenient to carry. Master, you make it sound easy, but I know that it takes 100 taels of silver to exchange for a small piece of low-grade spirit crystal. My pockets are emptier than my face. Where am I supposed to find silver to buy spirit crystals? Fuyu chuckled. That's your problem. With that, Fuyu fell silent. Yifeng climbed out of bed and opened the door. The courtyard was deserted. His lazy master had gone out for a stroll. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing that there was still time, Yifeng decided to seek out his friends Fong Tong and the others to inquire if they had any money-making ideas. Hearing some commotion in the kitchen, he made his way over and saw the little wild girl kneading dough with one hand. Yifeng was taken aback and asked, Xiaoman, what are you doing? Xiaoman, somewhat anxious, replied, Sister Linger said she wanted to eat dumplings, so I thought I would make some for her tonight, and am currently preparing the dough. This little girl, why doesn't she just make them herself? You are injured and should focus on recuperating. It's fine. My broken bone doesn't hurt at all now. Noticing Xiaoman's nervous demeanor, Yifeng chose not to press further. He understood her intentions. Which outer sect disciple wouldn't desire to be taken under the wing of an inner sect elder? Just a couple of days ago, Xiaoman was clamoring to return to the beast garden for work, and now she doesn't even mention it. Let her perform well. Perhaps if the master is pleased, she might be allowed to remain in Fengling residence. All right, you continue with the dough. By the way, tell Linger and the master that I have some matters to attend to outside. If I return late tonight, remember to save me a plate of dumplings. I prefer the pork and green onion filling. Of course, senior brother Yi. After leaving Fengling residence, Yifeng wandered aimlessly along the mountainside. He had no idea where Fong Tong and his 3 companions were, so he began to inquire around. After asking a few people, he finally gathered information about Fong Tong and the others. These scoundrels usually frequented the gambling den at the foot of the mountain in the afternoon. Considering that it had been quite some time since Yifeng had visited the foot of the mountain, he drew out his divine sword and soared towards it. The Yunhai sect was vast, with tens of thousands of disciples, creating a microcosm of the martial world where almost every industry could be found, including those of less reputable nature. Most of these enterprises were operated by the elders of Yunhai sect, although there were also legitimate businesses from the Spirit Treasure Institute and the Beast Garden. The black market activities on Xing Luo Peak were primarily concentrated in the northern region. Close to the foot of the mountain lay a valley that stretched northward, dotted with various houses and thronged with pedestrians. Yifeng's first impression was reminiscent of a bustling trading market from a fantasy game. Could it be that I have stumbled into a game world? A peculiar thought crossed Yifeng's mind. The atmosphere was indeed lively. All the patrons were cultivators, and all the shopkeepers were cultivators as well. Naturally, there were also some worldly women who had traveled great distances to sell their wares in this remote mountainous region. Initially, Yifeng came to seek out Fong Tong and his companions, but he was immediately captivated by the vibrant marketplace. A tavern? A gambling den? An inn? A cosmetics shop? A bookstore? A weapons shop? A clothing store? A silk shop? And, could that possibly be a brothel? No way. This is the base of the Yunhai sect. How could a brothel exist here? Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. No. I must personally verify the existence of this brothel. Yifeng smoothly turned and made his way toward the establishment bearing the sign of the brothel. Chapter 57. Are there foreign beauties? I must learn a foreign language. Although the Yunhai sect boasts the Spirit Treasure Academy, the Celestial Offering Academy, and the Beast Spirit Academy, the sect is primarily responsible for providing its disciples with the most basic necessities of life and cultivation, regardless of your daily meals. Once you reach the realm of skyward flight, you are assured a celestial sword. Of course, this comes at a price. Outer disciples must engage in various tasks, and only upon advancing to inner disciples do they enjoy a more relaxed existence, focusing solely on their cultivation. However, resources for cultivation are inherently limited. Nurturing cultivators is akin to training skilled marksmen. Both require substantial investment. Unless one is an exceptional young talent like Xianxia, most inner disciples receive meager resources each month. The only pathway to acquiring these resources lies in one's cultivation level. The higher your rank, the more resources you obtain. This reality fosters intense competition within the sect. Outer disciples strive to impress inner elders, hoping to be accepted as named disciples, gradually progressing to full-fledged inner disciples. Once one attains the status of an inner disciple, the competition intensifies even further. To acquire superior artifacts, more spirit stones, and elixirs, one must distinguish themselves amidst a throng of exceptionally gifted young disciples. Thus, within the Yunhai sect, a unique industrial chain has emerged. Each disciple hails from different backgrounds. Some come from impoverished families, while others are affluent. For those privileged disciples who cannot obtain more resources through the sect's formal channels, yet desire to elevate their cultivation, the solution is simple: money. Regardless of whether one resides in the mortal realm or the realm of cultivation, wealth commands respect, coupled with the innate desire of young women to adorn themselves. The black market flourished. The black market in Yunhai sect has existed for many years, initially scattered across hidden corners of the sect. As the Yunhai sect expanded over thousands of years, the higher-ups recognized this vast market's potential. Approximately a millennium ago, the then leader of the Yunhai sect began to take notice. A specific valley at the foot of the Xianxia Peak was designated as the Spirit Valley, where the sect established shops to sell alcoholic beverages, cosmetics, silks, and various magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and other rare treasures at inflated prices. Subsequently, smugglers hidden throughout the sect sensed the opportunity and invested heavily, acquiring land in the Spirit Valley to establish their businesses. A myriad of industries subsequently flourished, and after a millennium of development, a colossal trading market emerged. In this valley of black market dealings, there exists nothing beyond one's imagination, if you can afford the price. Even Xianxia's intimate garments can be procured. Previously, Yifeng was a seasoned player in the black market. In pursuit of profit, he would shamelessly abandon his principles. Many items obtained through deceit and trickery were sold here. However, these experiences belonged to the original owner of this body, and he could scarcely recall them. Upon his first visit, he felt as if he had entered a trading market from a fantasy game. What shocked him most was the existence of an establishment known as the Yihong Courtyard. As a gentleman of refined taste, how could he permit such a vulgar establishment to exist beneath the Yunhai sect? Thus, Yifeng turned and made his way toward the Yihong Courtyard, intent on conducting a thorough investigation. Upon entering, he found the place desolate. A few tables were scattered about the front hall, resembling a tavern. A broad staircase led to the second floor, beside which stood a wooden platform, presumably for performances. Had he arrived too early? Observing the quiet Yihong Courtyard, Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly. It made sense. Such establishments typically opened their doors after dusk. Being afternoon, the courtesans likely remained in slumber, recuperating their strength for the night's endeavors. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he was about to turn and leave when a shifty-eyed, gaunt man spotted him. This man, with his sleazy beard and garish attire, was none other than the infamous Big Teapot, a notorious figure known for escorting courtesans to clients while occasionally enjoying their company himself. "Ah, Yidaba, it's been a while since you last graced us," the sleazy man exclaimed, rushing over with an obsequious demeanor, much like a fly drawn to filth. "You recognize me?" Yifeng replied, bewildered. "Of course. Who in the Spirit Valley doesn't he know Yidaba? Your absence has left the likes of Hua, Yan, and you yearning for your presence. Yifeng placed a hand on his forehead. If memory served him correctly, this body was merely 15 years old. A regular patron of brothels? Coughing slightly, he replied, I was just passing through and decided to take a look. Since you're not yet open for business, I shall take my leave. Yifeng longed to linger and indulge, but suddenly realized a grave reality. He was penniless. Confirming that this place was indeed as he envisioned, a brothel, made things simpler. He could save up some silver and return for a full experience. The sleazy man, eager to keep him there, exclaimed, Yidaba, why leave so soon? The proprietor has recently spent a fortune procuring several beauties from the western regions, with waists as supple as serpents and gazes more beguiling than a fox spirit. Their movements are simply tantalizing. I know you have a taste for such delights. Would you like to give it a try? Foreign beauties? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. The courtesan should be awakening soon. Allow me to arrange it for you, and you shall be satisfied. Wait, I'm merely browsing. I'll return in the evening. Not in the evening, right now. I left in haste today and didn't bring any silver. What silver? Let us enjoy ourselves today and settle up next time. Can a brothel extend credit? Others may not, but you can. Who in the Spirit Valley doesn't know of your impeccable reputation? Yidaba, you've never defaulted on debts for services rendered. Hearing the sleazy man's words, Yifeng was taken aback. Goodness, who would dare to label themselves a villain or a bully? The fact that the original owner had never defaulted on debts for services rendered indicated that he possessed quite the commendable character. Well then, since credit is an option, I cannot let your kindness go to waste. Yifeng rubbed his hands together, preparing to select the most exquisite courtesan for a profound emotional exchange. It was a leisurely afternoon, after all. The sleazy man eagerly inquired, Yidaba, are you looking for your old favorites, or are you interested in experiencing the exotic charms from the foreign lands? Exotic, Yifeng declared without hesitation. This was an opportunity to represent his country, and he absolutely could not let it slip away. The agony he endured while preparing for English exams at university was fresh in his memory. This was the perfect chance to enhance his foreign language skills. Just as the sleazy man was about to lead Yifeng upstairs for his language lesson, a teasing female voice rang out from behind. Yifeng, you're quite the character, coming here to engage in such activities in broad daylight? Both Yifeng and the sleazy man turned to see a young woman dressed in a flowing red gown, arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe. Observing him with a bemused expression, this girl was undeniably stunning, her pearly teeth and crimson lips, delicate willow leaf brows, large expressive eyes, and exquisite nose. Her complexion was fair with a rosy hue, her figure graceful, and her hair as dark as ink. Yifeng felt a sense of familiarity with this young woman. Upon closer inspection, he gasped, Miao Xiao, what are you doing here? You two have come to indulge. Is there truly a male model at the Yihong courtyard? The visitor is none other than the esteemed disciple of Master Uni, the charming Miao Xiao. Clutching her enchanted sword, Miao Xiao approached and declared, I'm not here for frivolities. I've come to collect rent. By the way, Yifeng, what do you mean by male model? Is it akin to an unpalatable bun? Rent collection? Yifeng was nearly petrified at the revelation. He shuddered slightly and forced a laugh. Yes, indeed, an unpalatable bun. Sister Xiao, what brings you here for rent collection? With a sense of pride, Miao Xiao replied, half a year ago, I secured a position at the Tianfeng courtyard. Since the Immortal Spirit Valley falls under its jurisdiction, I come here monthly to collect the dues. The old steward immediately stepped forward, ingratiating himself with a smile, Fairy Miao. The tribute for this month has been prepared by the manager. Please wait here for a moment while I inform him. Tea is unnecessary. Hurry and fetch the silver. She instructed. The steward nodded and scurried toward the back hall. At that moment, Yifeng had no inclination to ponder foreign languages. He chuckled awkwardly, Sister Xiao. Please do not misunderstand. My presence here is not for base pursuits. I merely heard that a few delicate foreign maidens had recently arrived at the Yihong courtyard. And I was concerned, so I came to investigate, lest they be spies sent by the demonic sect. Such sophistry. Continue your prevarication. Miao Xiao rolled her eyes in derision. I am not fabricating anything. While my reputation may be less than stellar, I would not stoop to seeking out women in broad daylight. Miao Xiao's skeptical gaze indicated that she believed not a word of his defense. It's not a matter of great import. There is no need for explanations. I am truly wronged. I am certainly not here for illicit purposes. I could swear to the heavens. Miao Xiao tilted her head, her large, sparkling eyes fixed intently upon Yifeng. After a considerable pause, noticing Yifeng's silence, she inquired, "Why do you not swear?" Yifeng cleared his throat several times. "I am rather busy today. I shall swear another time." Miao Xiaoro erupted into laughter. At that moment, the steward and a plump middle-aged woman emerged from the back courtyard. The woman was quite imposing, with a round face and somewhat darkened skin. At first glance, Yifeng almost mistook her for a character from a Stephen Chow film, reminiscent of the formidable Grandma Fire from the Four Chicken Beauties. "Fairy Miao, why have you come in person again?" The madam, from a distance, donned a sycophantic smile. Miao Xiaoro replied coolly, "This is my duty." "So, has this month's tribute been prepared?" "It has long been ready. Your noble status transcends the mundane. It is unseemly for you to visit our humble establishment. Henceforth, I shall send someone to deliver it directly to you." Upon witnessing the madam's expression, Yifeng realized he had overthought the situation. This was certainly no Grandma Fire. That figure possessed far more dignity. Chapter 58. The distress of Miao Xiaoro. Gui Gong carried a small wooden box, trailing behind the brothel owner. He placed the box on a table and opened it, revealing neatly stacked gold ingots with a stack of silver notes on top. Miao Xiaoro reached for the silver notes, counted them, and then checked the number of gold ingots in the box. She nodded slightly and remarked, "In the entire Xianling Valley, only your Yihong courtyard pays rent punctually. Other establishments either complain about poor management and lack of funds or continuously delay their payments, which is utterly vexing." The brothel owner smiled apologetically. "Our Yihong courtyard operates legally. As long as we are open for business, we will never default on our monthly dues." As she spoke, the brothel owner produced a small cloth pouch from her bosom and handed it to Miao Xiaoro. "What is this for?" Miao Xiaoro inquired. "It contains some spirit crystals. As mortals, we have no use for them, and carrying them is quite cumbersome. As a disciple of the esteemed Elder Uni, you should find them beneficial for your cultivation." "How considerate. By doing this, your path will only broaden. No wonder the business at Yihong Courtyard thrives." Indeed, indeed. Miao Xinzi, I have heard that some elders are also interested in establishing a pleasure house in Xianling Valley. What do you think? This place is limited in size. I heard about this matter recently as well. Be prepared. Those elders who can venture into the pleasure business have formidable backgrounds, Miao Xiaoro cautioned. Miao Xinzi, from now on, there will be 10 superior spirit crystals offered to you each month. If that is the case, fine, I will help you with this matter. As long as I am in charge of business in Xianling Valley, there will only be your Yihong Courtyard as a pleasure house. Thank you, Xinzi. Thank you, Xinzi. Yifeng stared in astonishment at the scene before him, feeling as though his worldview was rapidly collapsing. Bribery and corruption? In plain sight, without any attempt to conceal it? Miao Xiaoro, a seemingly demure beauty, was indeed acting as a female counterpart to a corrupt official. Yifeng was utterly speechless. Under Yifeng's incredulous gaze, Miao Xiaoro casually stored the pouch of spirit crystals into her storage artifact. Then she extracted 5 or 6 silver notes from her hand and took a few gold ingots from the wooden box, tossing them directly into her storage bag. It was evident that she was lining her own pockets, engaging in kickbacks. Her movements were smooth and practiced. It was clear she was accustomed to such behavior. At that moment, Yifeng felt a deep sorrow for the original owner of his body. In the span of moments, Miao Xiaoro had amassed a fortune, while the original owner had nothing to show for it. No wonder, when Miao Xiaoro delivered the identity badge to Huang Linger, she seemed utterly indifferent regarding the whereabouts of the hundreds of spirit herbs that had been pilfered by Yifeng. For a little wealthy lady like her, how could she possibly care about such trifles? After satiating her own greed, Miao Xiaoro issued a receipt to the brothel owner and left with the money box. Satisfaction etched on her face. Yifeng hurriedly followed her. Gui Gong called out from behind, "Yidaba, the young lady has arranged everything for you. Don't leave." Yifeng halted, pointing at Gui Gong. "Don't speak carelessly. Be careful, or I'll give you a beating. I, Yifeng, am a man of integrity. How could I engage in debauchery in broad daylight?" Having chased out of Yihong Courtyard, he saw Miao Xiaoro not far away, purchasing snacks. After a moment's contemplation, he approached her. Before him stood a disciple from the outer sect selling candied hawthorns, wandering the valley without a storefront. Miao Xiaoro waved her delicate hand, buying 2 skewers of candied hawthorns, one in each hand, indulging in her treat with delight. Turning around, she spotted Yifeng covertly trailing behind her. "You little rascal, what are you following me for?" she asked with a frown. Yifeng chuckled. "Sister Xiaoro, I saw everything just now." "Saw what?" "You accepted bribes. You even pocketed a portion of Yihong Courtyard's tribute." Miao Shero blinked her large eyes, her expression one of curiosity. And so what? Yifeng was momentarily speechless. He had anticipated she might attempt to bribe him, offering him a few gold ingots to keep her secret. Yet, it appeared that Miao Shero was not the least bit apprehensive. Yifeng scratched his head. You are so brazen? Aren't you afraid the elders from Tianfeng Courtyard will find out? We are part of the strict Yuhai sect. Which rule of the Yuhai sect states that one cannot receive money? Yifeng was taken aback. It seemed there was indeed no such rule. Miao Shero giggled. You don't intend to report me, do you? Hiki, the Grand Elder of Tianfeng Courtyard, appointed me to oversee Xianling Valley, which is precisely why I am indulging myself. In a few months, there will be a major internal competition in Yuhai sect, and next year, the Spirit Mountain will host a contest. I need to gather some resources, buy good equipment, and perhaps acquire some fine clothing and accessories. Is there anything wrong with that? I've been in charge of Xianling Valley for over 6 months now. Who doesn't he know that Miao Shero is a little greedy? But who cares? Let me tell you, this is sanctioned embezzlement, completely legal. Yifeng was utterly dumbfounded. He realized he was still viewing this world through the lens of his past life. In this realm, where cultivation was paramount, class differentiation was profoundly entrenched. If one were to categorize the populace into 9 tiers, the lowest would be slaves among mortals, followed by commoners, merchants, landlords, scholars, gentry, royalty, ordinary cultivators, and finally, elders. Miao Shero belonged to the highest echelon of society. Individuals like her enjoyed boundless privileges in this world. Fortunately, Yifeng was also part of the privileged class, provided his master remained alive. As long as the corpulent Yulong was alive, Yifeng could indulge without worry, living freely. However, if Yulong were to perish, Yifeng would plummet from the heights of privilege. Noticing Yifeng's silence, Miao Shero's face lit up with triumph. I must continue collecting rents. Do not follow me any longer. Yifeng had hoped to take advantage of Miao Shero, but it appeared he had been indulging in wishful thinking. Reluctantly, he said, Sister Shero, please attend to your business. By the way, do you know where Fong Tong and the others are? They're at the gambling house that Uncle Chu just opened. I saw them there half an hour ago. Yifeng nodded, clasped his hands, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. He turned to leave. Previously, he had suspected Miao Shero of being the murderer of the original owner. However, upon discovering that she had not taken the spirit herbs that were stolen, he had ruled out her involvement in the death. Since he could not extract any benefit from Miao Shero today, he had no choice but to leave in defeat. Just as he took a few steps, he heard Miao Shero call out, Yifeng, wait. Yifeng paused and turned back. Sister Shero, is there something else? Miao Shero's large eyes were spinning with excitement. I remember you have quite an extensive network, and you are very familiar with Xianling Valley. Yes, what of it? Miao Shero stepped closer, beaming. After a long day of wandering Xianling Valley, I am both tired and hungry. Let me treat you to a meal. Treat me? To a meal? Sister Shero, don't pull that on me. I have no money. Oh, come now. I said I would treat you. I am now a wealthy little lady. She insisted, taking hold of Yifeng's arm and pulling him along. Yifeng was utterly bewildered. He knew Miao Shero likely had some ulterior motive. However, who would refuse a free meal? Before long, they arrived at Food for the Heavens, which was still an hour away from dusk, and there were few diners present. Upon seeing Miao Shero and Yifeng enter, the waiter hurried over. Miao Xianxia. Yidaba. Miao Shero said, have the newly arrived retired chef prepare a few signature dishes and send them to the elegant room upstairs, along with 2 pots of bamboo leaf wine. Certainly, please wait a moment. The two ascended to a beautifully appointed private room on the 2nd floor. Yifeng remarked, Shero, I've pursued you for so long. Yet you never acknowledged me. Why the sudden invitation to dinner? Speak candidly, is there something you wish to discuss? Miao Shero chuckled softly, no need to rush. We shall eat and converse simultaneously. Yifeng's suspicions heightened. Soon, the waiter brought forth the food and wine. Yifeng, having had a light lunch, now found himself quite hungry. After several rounds of drinks and various dishes, Yifeng inquired again, Shero, may I now hear what you have to say? Miao Shero replied, it's nothing overly significant. I have a few debts that I cannot recover. Given your extensive connections and reputation in Xianling Valley, I thought you might assist me. Yifeng understood the sudden cordiality. She wished for his help in collecting debts. What kind of debts? To be precise, they were rental payments. Currently, Xianling Valley is under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Tribute Institute, where all businesses must remit a certain amount of rent monthly, akin to taxation. Some establishments, such as Yihong Courtyard and the gambling house, are prompt with their payments. However, the majority belong to the elders, making it exceedingly difficult to collect, resulting in Yifeng's monthly rental collection tasks falling short. Yifeng laughed lightly. If you pocket a little less for yourself, you could surely meet your targets. Alas, how much can I pocket? Yihong Courtyard's rent is steep, 3,000 taels each month, allowing me to withhold a bit. Other shops, due to their connections with the elders, yield merely 100 taels monthly. Given the current scale of Snenling Valley, the Heavenly Tribute Institute should be collecting at least 200,000 taels each month. Yet I have not managed to secure even half of that in years. Yifeng curiously asked, Xiao, after half a year, how much rent can you collect in a month? Last month, I managed over 20,000 taels. That's merely 1/10. Quite insufficient. Yifeng was speechless. Miao Xiao continued, indeed. I reached an agreement with the old men of the Heavenly Tribute Institute. If I can recover the rent from those stubborn delinquents, half will go to the institute, and half will be mine. If you assist me, I promise you shall not be at a loss. What does not be at a loss entail? Yifeng's interest was piqued. He had descended the mountain to seek profitable opportunities. Are you suggesting I share the profit with you? Yifeng, have you lost your senses? You used to obey my every word and sought to please me. Today, I am treating you to a meal, and you still wish to divide the profits? Yifeng shrugged. What was in the past is the past. The present is different. If I receive no benefits, why should I assist you? Fine, half to the institute. And I shall take 80% while you take 20. 50-50. You are far too greedy. 50-50? Dream on. At most, 30-70. You take 3, I take 7. Miao Xiao gritted her teeth as she spoke. A 50-50 split is reasonable. This endeavor cannot be undertaken alone and requires many helpers, who must be compensated. Furthermore, this matter may offend many esteemed elders. A 50-50 split is quite generous. You would do nothing and merely sit at home counting your money. No, 46. That is my bottom line. Yifeng stood up, saying, then seek assistance elsewhere. However, I believe that aside from me, no one else would dare or be capable of collecting these debts. Do not leave, 50-50 it is. Ultimately, Miao Xiao acquiesced. For over half a year, she had contemplated countless methods to recover those bad debts, even enlisting the help of her senior brothers, yet those elder uncles had shown no regard. She had no choice but to collaborate with Yifeng to see if it would yield results. Yifeng smiled. Now we are on the same page. Tell me which establishments have been persistently delinquent in their rent. Miao Xiao pulled out a thick stack of ledgers from her storage pouch and placed them on the table. All the details are here. Some have been overdue for over a century. The most egregious offenders are the Xianbao Pavilion, co-owned by Uncle Yunsong and Uncle Yuyang, who profit immensely from selling magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans, yet they refuse to remit even the 5,000 taels of annual rent. To date, they owe approximately 200,000 taels. Chapter 59, The Pipe-Smoking Young Lady. Yu Yinling Yifeng casually flipped through the ancient accounts of the merchants in the Immortal Spirit Valley. To his astonishment, beneath the polished exterior of the esteemed Yunhai sect, a myriad of human complexities lay hidden. In the bustling streets of Immortal Spirit Valley, street vendors were exempt from paying rent. Only those with fixed shops were required to do so. Moreover, what they paid was not rent for the shop itself but for the land, referred to as the annual tribute. The highest fees were collected from establishments like the Yihong Courtyard and gambling houses, followed by restaurants, weapon shops, silk stores, and rouge shops, with general stores at the bottom of the hierarchy. Among the 100-odd shops, almost all had patrons, primarily established by the elders of various factions. The only establishment in the valley dedicated to pleasures was the Yihong Courtyard, which was backed by none other than the chief elder of the Discipline Hall, Xianxia. After perusing only a few pages, Yifeng encountered many familiar names of elders. Even Qi Yao's grandmother, the Xianxia fairy, had invested in a rouge shop within the valley. Only a scant 20% of the shops managed to pay their annual tribute on time, with many defaulting for over a century. These were all elders of the Yunhai sect, making direct confrontation impractical, resulting in a significant accumulation of bad debts. Yifeng glanced at the total amount, a staggering 4 million taels of silver. Among these, 3 shops owed more than 200,000 taels, while 12 owed over 100,000 taels. The remaining shops varied, with debts ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands of taels. Having come from the 21st century and possessing a university education, Yifeng quickly discerned that the shops paying their dues on time were predominantly under the control of the 6 courtyards. After a moment, Miao Xiao asked, Yifeng, you've been looking for quite a while. Do you feel confident? Yifeng replied, let us give it a try. No, you must take this seriously. If you can recover all 4 million taels, you could earn 100,000 taels in dividends, a sum that could last a lifetime. Yi Feng felt a surge of temptation. 100 taels of silver could be exchanged for a spirit crystal if he could secure 100 or 80,000 taels. He would never have to worry about spirit crystals again. However, he was acutely aware of the challenges ahead. The elders had delayed their payments for so long, indicating their status as venerable figures within the Yunhai sect. Thus, the Tianfeng Hall dared not take a hard stance. Extracting money from these miserly elders was fraught with risk. Yi Feng, you are renowned as the boldest disciple of the Yunhai sect. Are you afraid? Afraid? What a joke. The word fear does not exist in my vocabulary. It's just a pile of bad debts. To me, it's merely a trivial matter. However, as I am not a member of the Tianfeng Hall, if you want me to collect debts, you must provide a formal document or power of attorney stating that I, Yi Feng, am acting on behalf of the Tianfeng Hall. That is simple. I'll write it for you right now. Miao Xiaro waved her hand, producing ink and a brush to begin drafting the power of attorney for Yi Feng. As dusk fell, Yi Feng carried a small cloth bag and departed from the restaurant with Miao Xiaro. The bag contained lease agreements, debt records, Miao Xiao's handwritten power of attorney, and the agreed-upon profit-sharing ratio for recovering the bad debts. Miao Xiao cheerfully declared, Yi Feng, I entrust the matter of these delinquent shops entirely to you. Go ahead without reservation, but if anything goes awry, it's solely your responsibility, not related to me or the Tianfeng Hall. Yi Feng replied, all right. I'll study this for a while. He felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In his past life, he had lived in an era of widespread debt. Online loans, car loans, mortgage loans, renovation loans, dowry loans, credit cards, installment payments, business loans, and even predatory loans targeting female college students. Behind these commercial loans lay a vast collection industry, with more than half of the youth having interacted with debt collectors. Yi Feng, driven by his infatuation with the goddess, had once taken out online loans and, before crossing over, found himself burdened with significant debt, often facing aggressive collection tactics. He had harbored a deep disdain for this industry. Now, he was to become precisely the person he had once despised. There was no choice. In a man's world, nothing came easy. With no money to his name, not even a spirit crystal to restore his essence, he had to venture into the workforce at the tender age of 15. Upon exiting the restaurant, guided by Miao Xiao, he located the newly opened gambling house run by his Uncle Chu. The Golden Treasure House, an exceedingly vulgar name, resembled the gambling dens depicted in ancient dramas, teeming with a chaotic mix of people. However, there were no bouncers to be found. It made sense. This location was hundreds of miles from the nearest city. And those gambling here were all disciples of the Yunhai sect. All were cultivators, who would dare to cause trouble. Initially, Yi Feng assumed that such a feudal-style gambling scene would be rare, but upon entering the gambling house, he was astounded. There were various games, horse racing, dice, pai gow, cockfighting, flower games, and fan stalls. The establishment boasted over 10 different gambling games. The clientele included both inner and outer disciples, and even some elders participated. Weren't they all practitioners of the eternal life and transcendence arts? Why were they indulging in this vice? Yi Feng shook his head in wry amusement, pondering how these individuals hardly resembled righteous cultivators. One might as well believe they were disciples of a demonic sect. Yi Daba. Long time no see, my brother. Yi Daba. I heard you got involved with Xianxia. Impressive. Oh, isn't this the infamous bully, Yi Daba? What brings you here today? Before Yi Feng had taken more than a few steps inside the gambling house, several people recognized him and called out greetings. Yi Feng couldn't recall who they were, but politely nodded in acknowledgement. He quickly found Feng Erba, Lei Samba, and Chi Siba. These 3 rascals were engrossed in a dice game. Since cultivators possess the ability to manipulate the results of the dice with their mental prowess and even see through the eyes of heaven to discern the opponent's cards, the gambling equipment here was specially crafted. At that moment, Feng Tong appeared to be on a losing streak, having removed his outer garment to reveal his chubby torso. He looked quite plump without his clothes. It was not an illusion. He was indeed quite hefty. Zhuge Benlei and Qi Yao stood nervously behind him. Opposing him was a young woman clad in a purple-black gown, seemingly in her 20s, with striking features. Yet, she held a peculiar pipe in her mouth. Its mouthpiece carved from jade, the stem fashioned from pure gold, while the bowl resembled some form of transparent crystal, appearing somewhat gaudy and bizarre. Yi Feng was taken aback. Was there tobacco in this world? He was a seasoned smoker and, after a month in this realm, found himself longing for the sensation of exhaling smoke. Seeing the young woman with the pipe rekindled his cravings. At this moment, a crowd had gathered around the gambling table. Fong Tong and the pipe-smoking lady each had a dice cup before them, with 3 dice inside. The beautiful pipe-smoking lady exhaled a plume of smoke and laughed. Why not call it quits? You 3 have lost all afternoon, and now you're down to just 10 taels of silver. You might as well save it for some meat buns. Fong Tong countered. I refuse to believe I'll lose again. Let us go. I'm turning this around. As he spoke, Fong Tong began shaking the dice cup. The pipe-smoking lady scoffed. If you wish to lose everything, I shall accommodate you. Both were seasoned gamblers. Their dice-shaking techniques adept. Moments later, they simultaneously ceased shaking. At that moment, Yifeng's voice rang out. That fat guy is going to lose. Yifeng was taken aback and replied. The dice haven't even been revealed yet. How do you know? Although the gambling tools here are crafted from special materials, and the dice cups are imbued with isolating enchantments, there still exist methods to manipulate the outcome. The young lady rolled a 5, 5, and 6, totaling 16 points, while the portly gentleman scored 3, 3, and 4, amounting to 10 points. In a comparison of stature, the gentleman was defeated. Master, do you grasp this? The young man asked. Of course, came the reply. I oversaw the Immortal Spirit Valley for over a century, and in my youth, I established a gambling den there to earn some spirit crystals. The nuances of this world are clearer to me than anyone else, just as Yifuyo stated. The 2 dice cups were opened simultaneously. Fong Tong revealed 10 points, while the pipe girl showcased 16. Fong Tong and his companions lost their final silver ingot, leaving them in a state of despair. The onlookers, witnessing the trio's misfortune, dispersed with laughter, seemingly deriving more pleasure from the bullies' losses than from their own winnings. The pipe girl shook her head as she rose to stow the silver into her storage artifact, remarking, to lose 16 rounds in a row. This is truly a streak of bad luck. Chi Yao retorted in frustration. Yuanling, don't gloat. Today, luck is not on our side. We shall battle again another day. Then I shall win your favorite shorts. The pipe girl chuckled. Yao Yao, you always talk tough. Have you ever won my favorite shorts over the years? Meanwhile, you 3, including your leader Yifeng, have lost to me several times. I will eventually settle the score with you. Chi Yao exclaimed, turning to leave. Upon turning, she spotted Yifeng. Boss? When did you arrive? She called out. Fong Tong and Zhuge Benlei, upon hearing her, immediately turned their attention to Yifeng, their faces lighting up with joy. Fong Tong said, Boss, we had a dismal day today. Do you have any silver on you? We need to recoup our losses. Yifeng was momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, Chi Yao had referred to the pipe girl as Yuanling. If his memory served him correctly, Yuanling was a direct disciple of the esteemed elder guarding the red cloud peak of the 4 veins of the Cloud Sea, alongside Yunshuanger and Miao Xiaro, collectively known as the 3 fairies of the Cloud Sea. Yifeng's heart was a tumult of emotions. Among these 3 renowned young fairies, one was as cold as ice, disinclined to laughter, akin to a stone maiden. Another was openly corrupt, shamelessly indulging in her vices, and the last was a peculiar case. Not only a female smoker but also a gambler. How had Yuanling managed to join the ranks of the Cloud Sea's 3 fairies? Was it merely due to her striking features and curvaceous figure? Returning to the present after Fong Tong's words, Yifeng replied, Do I possess any silver? Since you have lost everything, let us depart. I happen to need to discuss something with you. Hey, Yifeng, it's been months without a word of greeting. Are you still holding a grudge over the last time I left you with nothing but a pair of unwashed shorts? The pipe girl, Yuanling, approached Yifeng with a beaming smile. Chapter 60. Establishment of the 4 Overlords Debt Collection Agency. Yifeng wore a look of skepticism. The original owner had a rather extensive circle of friends, and he was surprised to learn that he even knew Yuanling. Remarkably, he was acquainted with the 3 most outstanding and beautiful fairies among the younger generation of the Yunhai sect. It seemed their relationship went beyond mere acquaintances. They appeared to share a deeper bond. Yet, what did Yuanling mean when she claimed that all she had left after her winnings was an unwashed pair of underpants for 3 months? He turned to Fong Tong and the others, asking, Is this true? The 3 were aware of Yifeng's amnesia and could only nod awkwardly, with a sigh of resignation. Yifeng addressed Yuanling, Sister Yu, let us not dwell on the past. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Wait, I've heard that you not only flirted with Yunshuanger verbally, but also went so far as to make physical advances. You truly possess audacity and determination. Yufeng shot a glance at Fong Tong and the others, who immediately began to look elsewhere. Unable to endure Yifeng's gaze, Fong Tong finally admitted, "Boss, don't look at us like that. It must have been those rascals Lu Yinxue and his group who spread the rumors." Images of the notorious 7 rascals of Yunhai flashed through Yifeng's mind. This was bad. He felt a jolt of panic. Sooner or later, this news would reach Yun Shuanger's ears, and he would find himself in a dire situation. Regretting his impulsive words that had led him into danger, he resolved to keep his distance from Yun Shuanger in the future. He quickly protested, "Sister you can't believe such gossip. You know who I am. Yifeng, a true gentleman. How could I possibly engage in such sordid behavior with a lady? Oh, come now. You can't deny it. Now, half of Yunhai sect is already aware that you've taken liberties with her. They say Yun Shuanger's physique is even more splendid than it appears. Sister you must refrain from spreading such slander. It could lead to dire consequences. What are you 3 still dawdling for? Let us hurry and leave." Yifeng fled in a hurry. Upon exiting the gambling den, Qi Yao immediately complained of hunger. However, the 4 of them were utterly broke and could not even scrape together a single copper coin for a meal. They could only head to a familiar roadside stall and defer payment. This was a modest noodle shop consisting of a simple shelter with 3 tables, located diagonally across from the gambling den. Fong Tong and the others, who were addicted to gambling, would indulge in grand feasts when they won, but when they lost, they would come to this noodle shop for a bowl of meat noodles on credit. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s named Chain, was their elder uncle. Upon seeing the 4 of them emerge from the gambling den with their heads hung low, he understood what had transpired. "Chin uncle, for bowls of meat noodles, on credit," Fong Tong called out. "All right, just a moment. It'll be ready shortly," Chin replied. The 4 found an empty table and sat down. It was dusk, and the streets of the Fairy Spirit Valley were bustling with activity. Many outer sect disciples, having finished their day's work, strolled through the area, for it was the only place within 1,000 miles of Tianyun Mountain with a variety of shops. As Yifeng observed the throngs of young disciples in the valley, he mused that the foot traffic here was quite promising. Perhaps he could also engage in a small business venture in Fairy Spirit Valley. It wouldn't matter how much he earned, at least he wouldn't suffer losses. "Boss, aren't you supposed to be cultivating? Why come down to the mountain to find us?" asked the lean monk Zhuge Benlei. Yifeng replied, "I intended to discuss potential money-making opportunities with you. However, it's no longer necessary, as I have found a path to wealth and wish to bring you along." "Make money?" The 3 exchanged glances, then fell silent. Noticing their reaction, Yifeng frowned and asked, "What s with those expressions? I'm offering you a chance to get rich, and you act as if I'm trying to lead you into a pit of fire." Fong Tong remarked, "Boss, all your past ventures to make money have proven to be pitfalls without exception. Though we are currently broke and wish to prosper, we also want to live a few more years. We cannot afford to gamble recklessly with you." Chiao nodded in agreement, saying, "None of us are destined for wealth. It's best to accept our fate." Zhuge Benlei added, "I concur." Yifeng looked exasperated and said, "Perhaps my previous approaches were indeed flawed, but this time is different. It's a legitimate business opportunity with no initial investment required, a chance for profit without risk. No capital required? Now that sounds intriguing. Please, do share." The mention of a no-cost venture piqued their interest. The 4 had previously partnered in several business endeavors, but Yifeng had always been the broke one, relying on the others for funds, which had resulted in dismal losses each time. If no investment was needed, they could give it a try. At worst, they would only waste some time without losing any real money. Yifeng proceeded to outline his collaboration plan with Miao Xiao, explaining the details to the 3. He then patted his small bundle and declared, "I have the IOUs ready. As long as we can recover these debts, we'll be rich. We're all brothers here. We'll share the profits equally." Once again, the 3 exchanged stunned looks, their mouths agape. They could fit an ostrich egg in there, let alone a duck egg. "Are you all astonished by this brilliant plan of mine?" Yifeng asked with pride. "Boss, are you out of your mind? You dare wade into the murky waters of Fairy Spirit Valley?" Chiao exclaimed. The stout monk added, "Boss, don't drag us down with you if you wish to court disaster. The industries here are backed by the elders of Yahai. Those who owe rent to the Heavenly Tribute Institute are all influential figures in the sect. Do you really think we can collect from them? How can you say we? This is your venture alone. We want no part of it." The lean monk retorted. Having navigated the Yunhai sect for years, they were well acquainted with the local dynamics. Everyone in the sect was aware of the chaos in Fairy Spirit Valley. How could Yifeng dare to jump in? Yifeng shrugged and said, "We are merely acting on orders to collect debts entirely lawful and legitimate. The funds we recover will be pure profit. What a fantastic business opportunity. I wanted to bring you along to prosper, but if you're afraid, I'll simply find others. Fong Tong's eyes lit up as he asked, "How much debt are we talking about?" "Approximately 4 million taels," Yifeng replied. The three began to whisper among themselves, counting on their fingers and muttering calculations. Yifeng sighed. "Do you really need to count on your fingers? If we recover everything, 2 million taels will go to the Heavenly Tribute Institute. 1 million taels to Miao Xiao, and we'll be left with 1 million taels. 1 million taels." The three were taken aback. Xiao whispered, "How much did we lose to you, Yinling, today?" "About 183 taels, if I recall correctly." No, it was 187 taels and 52 won. I lost an additional 4 taels and 52 when hidden in my shoe. Xiao added, "If it's 1 million taels and we split it 4 ways, how much do we each get?" In response to Yifeng's astonished expression, the three resumed their finger counting and calculations. Yifeng face-bombed. Villains are not frightening. What's truly terrifying is when they possess education. With their level of education, these three could be bullies for 100 years and still amount to nothing. Stop calculating. Each of us would get 250,000 taels. What? 250,000 taels? That's an astounding sum, the three exclaimed. Yifeng remarked. But what good is it if you're too scared to act? Forget it. I'll find others to join my debt collection agency. The stout monk quickly interjected. No. Boss. We were just joking. We absolutely must pursue this business. The lean monk laughed heartily. I love collecting debts. Threatening, intimidating, and creating chaos is my innate talent. Qiyo inquired, Boss, may I ask what a debt collection company means? Yifeng replied, You may consider it a business dedicated to collecting debts for others. The four of them quickly reached a consensus, and thus the Shenzhou Four Overlords Financial Services Company, Limited, was established. The middle-aged shopkeeper had also prepared a bowl of vegetarian noodles, which he served. He listened intently to the conversation among the four overlords and chuckled. You little rascals should be cautious. You might end up offending more people than you earn money from. Fong Tong remarked, Uncle Qin. It's 25,000 taels for each person. Offending a few is of little consequence. Benlei laughed, Huh? We're not afraid. We've almost offended the entire Yunhai sect. So it matters not. Xiao continued, Uncle Qin, your shop has been open for quite some time, right? Are you in arrears with the Heavenly Tribute Institute? If so, our very first transaction could serve as your grand opening. The middle-aged shopkeeper chuckled. My street-side shop has an annual rent of several hundred taels, which I can manage. I pay on time each month and have never defaulted. However, you youngsters often come here on credit. Chio coughed awkwardly a few times and said, Oh, let us not dwell on such trivialities. What I meant was, even if you owe rent to the Heavenly Tribute Institute, it's no trouble. The four overlords will protect you. The middle-aged shopkeeper laughed. In my 300 years of life, it's the first time a junior has offered to shield me. He then chuckled as he walked toward the stove. As the four enjoyed their noodles, they began to sift through their accounts, identifying which easy targets to pursue. After deliberation, they decided to start with simpler cases, targeting a few shops with weaker backgrounds and minimal outstanding debts, intending to shake the tree and scare the monkey. Ultimately, they selected the Tianyu Silk Shop. This establishment was run by the Yunyu Fairy and a few of her older sisters. Though not large, it boasted a commendable business, with monthly revenues reaching 40 to 50,000 taels. According to their leasing agreement with the Heavenly Tribute Institute, the annual tribute amounted to 5,000 taels. They had been operating for over a decade, but had begun to delay rent payments a few years ago, now owing over 4 years' rent, roughly 23,000 taels of silver. The reason they chose to target this shop was that the little group unanimously believed that their Yunyu master was the softest of soft targets. After selecting the shop, they began to discuss methods of collecting the debt. Threats, intimidation, and relentless contact might work on ordinary debtors, but these shops were backed by elders of the Yunhai sect, rendering such illegal tactics largely ineffective. They needed to devise a clever strategy to compel these celestial debtors to part with their money. Chapter 61. Cultivating the Art of Resilience. By the time Yifeng returned to Fengling residence at the mountainside, it was nearly the second watch of the night. The flickering candlelight emanated from Linger's chamber, while his master's room lay shrouded in darkness. To avoid disturbing their rest, Yifeng treaded lightly. Suddenly, the voice of Master Yulong broke the silence. I say, have you developed a penchant for thievery? You return home as if you were sneaking in like a burglar. Startled, Yifeng focused his gaze and saw his plump master reclining in a chair in the courtyard, nearly invisible in the pitch black. Ah, it's only you, master. You startled me. Why are you still awake at this hour? He exclaimed, quickly donning a smile. How can I sleep soundly when you are absent? Are you unaware of your current predicament? Running about aimlessly, are you truly courting an early demise? Although Master Yulong often spoke without decorum, his concern for Yi Feng was genuine. He could not rest easy knowing Yi Feng was not home. I was playing in Xianling Valley with Fong Tong and the others all afternoon. I apologize for worrying you, master. Yi Feng replied hastily. Master Yulong rolled his eyes and said, This afternoon, Linger and Xiao Man made quite a few dumplings for us. We've eaten our fill, but there's a plate left for you in the kitchen. Go fetch it yourself. Yi Feng was tempted to say he was already full, but he could not bear to disappoint his junior sister's kind gesture. Reluctantly, he hurried to the kitchen and brought out the dumplings. Though they had cooled, they were still quite delectable, reminiscent of pork and scallion from his past life. Observing his disciple devour the dumplings voraciously, Master Yulong shook his head slightly and inquired, Did you gamble again with Fong Tong and the others today? Wiping his mouth, Yi Feng replied, Not at all. I was looking for a job. A job? What do you mean? Master Yulong asked, perplexed. I mean earning money, Yi Feng clarified. Earning money? If my memory serves me right, the only way you earn money is through thievery. Master, that was in the past. I truly found a lucrative job today, Yi Feng insisted. Intrigued, Master Yulong prodded, Oh, do tell. I'm currently assisting the Tianfeng Institute in collecting debts. Yi Feng explained. Cough, cough. What did you say? Collecting debts? What kind of debts? Master Yulong inquired, bewildered. It's the annual tributes from the shops in Xianling Valley. Many shops are thriving, yet still delinquent on their rents. Recently, Senior Sister Xiaoro has been handling this matter and is quite distressed. She entrusted me to collect the debts on her behalf. Master Yulong began to pinch his brow. Noticing this, Yi Feng asked, Master, are you unwell? Well, I was quite comfortable until now. You, my boy. How should I address you? Do you realize what kind of establishments are delinquent on their tributes in Xianling Valley? Others avoid them like the plague. Yet you willingly dive into the fray? Yi Feng frowned. Master, it is only natural that a life is repaid with a life, and debts ought to be settled. If they truly lack the means, postponing rent is acceptable. However, their businesses are flourishing, and they are not suffering losses. Why then do they refuse to pay their tributes? This was stipulated in the contracts they signed in black and white from the outset. Our Yunhai sect is a leader in the Tao of immortality, a pillar of righteousness. The actions of these elders are indeed disgraceful and tarnish the image of our Yunhai sect. I refuse to believe that in this world, there is no sense of justice. Master Yulong gazed in astonishment at his foolish disciple. This was the same boy who had once been a pioneer of lawlessness. How had he transformed into someone so principled after his tribulations? Were these truly his words? Had he not mistaken the script? Is this truly how you feel? Master Yulong asked. Of course, Yi Feng affirmed. Master Yulong felt a sense of relief. It appears you have genuinely matured. In life, one may overlook minor details, but one must adhere to righteousness. You see, while I often descend the mountain to indulge in the pleasures of the world, the entire realm knows of my proclivities. Yet I never default on my debts, nor bully the virtuous daughters of ordinary folk. In the past, I worried you would stray from the path. But after hearing your recent sentiments, I am convinced you have turned over a new leaf. Well then, since you wish to rectify the malfeasance within the Yunhai sect, I shall support you, to your utmost. Should you find yourself in a bind, I will back you up. Really, master? You are too kind. Yi Feng exclaimed. We have discussed and decided to start with the Tianyu silk shop established by Uncle Yunyu. Master, you are well versed. Could you offer some advice, Yunyu? Ha ha. You have a keen eye. Your Uncle Yunyu was once renowned as the most beautiful woman in Yunhai sect. I pursued her for many years in my youth. Yet she hardly glanced my way. Who would have thought she would find herself in such a position now? Listen, my boy. Don't be fooled by her graceful appearance and dignified demeanor. In truth, she is quite vain. Dealing with an older woman who is obsessed with her image is simple as Master Yulong whispered his strategy. Yi Feng listened intently, albeit with some hesitation. Master, will this really work? Trust me, this method is foolproof. Master Yulong assured him. Contemplating for a moment, Yi Feng replied, All right then, I'll prepare myself and head to Xianling Valley tomorrow afternoon. Upon returning to his room, Yi Feng did not light a candle. He simply kicked off his shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed. Having only recovered about 70% of his spiritual energy in the afternoon, he needed to continue his recuperation. Collecting debts was for the sake of earning money, and earning money was to exchange for spiritual crystals, which in turn would expedite his recovery and enhance his cultivation. Ultimately, the goal remained cultivation. Yifeng would not allow his primary focus to shift to earning money. His emphasis was on cultivation. He harbored his own plans. He would meditate in the evenings, practice swordsmanship at the back mountain in the mornings, and dedicate 4 to 5 hours to work in the afternoons. After meditating for 2 hours, his internal energy finally reached its peak. At this moment, all fatigue had dissipated. He opened his eyes, noticing there was still time before dawn, and continued to expand his dantian and meridians. As dawn broke, Yifeng rose from his bed. He opened the door almost simultaneously with Lingo next door. "Good morning, brother. Are you up early to cultivate as well?" Lingo asked, surprised. Yifeng nodded and glanced at Xiaoman behind her. "Are you both up to gather qi?" "Yes. Father said that for beginners like me. Gathering qi in the early morning is best. Brother, would you like to join us?" No. I have surpassed the qi refining stage. I am now focused on training my sword techniques. You and Xiaoman may gather qi in the courtyard. I will take my leave first." Yifeng drew forth the Ziqing divine sword and transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring into the sky. Linger and Xiaoman stood there, momentarily stunned at the sight. Xiaoman remarked, "Brother Yi's sword control has improved remarkably." Linger nodded. "Indeed. Just a few days ago, Brother Yi had to bind the sword to his feet to fly. Now he can soar freely while holding the sword. So impressive." As the two young admirers gazed in awe, Yifeng glided gracefully through the heavens before heading towards the small waterfall on the back mountain. Minutes later, he landed beside the cold pond. The sky was still dimly lit, and the morning breeze invigorated him. Yifeng continued to practice the sword condensation technique. At this stage, he had begun to develop combat capabilities. The more than 100 condensed energy swords proved to be quite lethal in aerial combat. Yet his experience in battle was nearly non-existent. His footwork, movement techniques, and close combat swordplay had yet to be learned. It was a shame to waste such a magnificent divine sword, the Zidian Qingxuan. After practicing the sword control technique for over half an hour, Yifeng felt his spiritual energy dwindle by more than half, prompting him to cease his training. He began to cultivate the techniques of body movement and footwork imparted to him by Yifuyo. This practice consumed physical stamina rather than spiritual energy. The first technique he focused on was the phantom steps. The 36 movements began with the 5 elements, followed by the 8 trigrams, the 9 palaces, and ultimately the flying stars. The variations were exceedingly intricate. Yifeng cleared a vast expanse of land to the east of the cold pond, removing the large stones to create as level a surface as possible. He then marked numerous zones on the ground corresponding to the directions of the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and 9 palaces. After spending half an hour on this preparation, he found that it was already the hour of the snake when he commenced his actual practice. His initial attempts were clumsy. He recited the incantations for the footwork while awkwardly shifting his position. In a confrontation with another, such a tortoise-like pace would surely lead to his demise before he could even complete the 3rd step. It was understandable, as it was his first endeavor in this art. The movements were mysterious. Stepping on the correct position in the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams required precision, with the next step needing to land on the Su position. Occasionally, his feet would falter, thud, and he would tumble to the ground. The surface was strewn with small stones, leading to slips and falls. Thud. He would find himself on the ground once more. After an hour of practice, he had not seen much improvement in speed, but had instead been continuously falling. It led him to ponder whether the practice of the phantom steps was less about mastering footwork and more about enduring falls. Eventually, he became a sloth. Lying where he fell, sprawled on the ground, gazing up at the azure sky. He appeared as if he had been lined up by General Yuan's subordinates, expressionless, eyes vacant, his body feeling 5 pounds heavier, devoid of the strength to rise. How could this be? This footwork practice was proving to be more grueling than mastering the sword techniques. Was he mistaken? Yifeng's lamentations echoed throughout the small valley in the rear mountain. Alas, no matter how exhausting or arduous, he resolved to consider himself a fool, to face difficulties with resilience. As the saying goes, what ease is there for a traveler from another world? After resting for less than 10 minutes, Yifeng struggled to rise again, diving back into the arduous practice of enduring falls. Progress was evident. The number of tumbles he took was decreasing, and his speed was gradually increasing. Around noon, Yifeng ceased his practice, shedding his garments and plunging into the nearby cold pond. He dove in with a splash, feeling invigorated and exhilarated. After soaking for half an hour, he finally emerged from the icy waters. Chapter 62. The four tyrants of the cloud sealed the Tianyu silk store Yifeng did not return to Foling residence for lunch. This afternoon, he had arranged to meet Fong Tong and the others to collect debts. He caught a large fish in the water, roasted it casually, and then went directly to Xianling Valley. Xianling Valley is not far from the cold pool, flying over the dense forest. He arrived at the outskirts of Xianling Valley in less than 10 minutes. The operating hours of Xianling Valley differ from those of shops in mortal cities, since the clientele here consists of cultivators who practice in the morning while outer disciples are busy with their work. Most shops in Xianling Valley open only around the end of the 4th hour. After finishing his meal of roasted fish, Yifeng arrived just as it was nearing noon, and many disciples were already present within the valley. In a modest tea house on the southern side of the valley, Yifeng spotted the 3 bullies led by Fong Tong. "Boss, over here." Fong Tong waved to him. Yifeng approached with a smile. "You 3 are quite early." Fong Tong replied, "Of course, if we aren't proactive about making money, we must have a problem with our brains. Let's get moving." Yifeng waved his hand and said, "No need to rush." The others were taken aback. The lean monk remarked, "Boss, didn't we agree on this yesterday? Are we changing our minds?" Yifeng replied, "Not at all. I discussed this matter with my master yesterday, and he wholeheartedly supported me. He even came up with an idea." Chiyo asked, "What idea did the fat master suggest?" Yifeng whispered his thoughts to the 3. After hearing this, the trio exchanged glances. Chiyo remarked, "The fat master truly is the kind of person who is incorrigibly mischievous. I admire his cunning." The plump monk added, "I think the fat master's idea is excellent. If we were to resort to force for debt collection, we would surely be outmatched. Therefore, we must prioritize harmony." The lean monk urged, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us get ready. Using the fat master's method, we can collect from many today." Yifeng suggested, "Before we proceed, I believe we should make some adjustments to our attire so that others will recognize us as legitimate debt collectors." Chiyo nodded in agreement. "I concur. But how should we alter our appearance?" The 4 bullies lingered in the dilapidated tea house at the valley's entrance for quite some time, consuming little tea but wasting considerable paper and ink. The tea house's proprietor and passing disciples, who stopped for a break, exchanged odd glances at the sight of the 4 engrossed in their preparations. The Tianyu silk store is centrally located in Xianling Valley. It is a 2-story wooden building 8 zhang wide and 4 zhang deep, with a backyard that connects to several rooms, including accommodations for staff and 2 large storage rooms. The store is a joint venture of 3 prominent figures: Fairy Yunyu, Fairy Shuqi, and Fairy Yunmo. Among them, Yunyu holds the largest stake, accounting for 60%, while the other 2 fairies each hold 20%. As renowned elders of the Yuhai sect, they naturally do not concern themselves with mundane affairs and have appointed over a dozen outer female disciples to manage the establishment. The store is overseen by Su Yaglu, a named disciple of Fairy Yunyu, whose name is quite melodious. Women are the easiest clientele to please, and businesses like the silk store and rouge shop in Xianling Valley thrive exceptionally well. The Tianyu silk store generates daily revenues exceeding 1,000 taels, with at least a 50% profit margin. Indeed, Fairy Yunyu possesses a keen business acumen. The storefront is impressively large, with 3 sides lined with counters. Due to the spaciousness, a display case showcasing various fabrics and even finished garments has been specially arranged in the center. By afternoon, the store was bustling with customers, the majority of whom were young ladies, with only a handful of gentlemen present. A dozen shop attendants were enthusiastically explaining the fabrics to each customer. Naturally, haggling was an indispensable part of the shopping experience, as women relished the process of negotiation. Just when they thought it would be another lucrative day, 4 uninvited guests arrived, the 4 tyrants of the Cloud Sea. Each of them wore a red arm sleeve emblazoned with the words law enforcement. The notorious 4 tyrants were well known, and the staff at the Tianyu silk store assumed they had come to make a purchase. One particularly beautiful young lady immediately approached them. "Young Master Yi, Young Master Fong, Young Master Zhuge, Fairy Yao Yao, it's been a while. Our store has just received several new fabric styles. Would you like to take a look?" Yifeng replied, "Miss, we are not here to buy silk. Is Manager Su here? We need to discuss something with her." Although surprised, the beautiful young lady led the 4 to Su Yonglu. At that moment, Su Yonglu was busy promoting fabrics to 2 inner female disciples. The young lady whispered a few words to Su Yonglu. She paused, then turned to regard the 4 bullies in their red sleeves. With no intention of acknowledging them, she continued her conversation with the 2 disciples. After waiting for a moment and noticing Su Yonglio's lack of interest, Yifeng and his companions felt annoyed. Yet, They maintained a semblance of decorum. Once Su Yaglu finished with the inner disciples, they approached her. Yifeng clasped his hands and said, "You must be Manager Su." Su Yanglu, appearing no older than 23 or 24 despite being in her 40s, had an attractive face that conveyed warmth rather than the demeanor of a shrewd merchant. Currently, she had not yet become a true disciple of Fairy Yunyu. She was merely a named disciple responsible for generating income for her. Su Yaglu regarded the four bullies and asked, "What do you need from me?" "I'm quite busy." Yifeng smiled. "Business seems to be thriving, manager. We wouldn't want to waste your valuable time." With that, he produced a contract from his robe, saying, "Please take a look at this." Su Yaglu accepted it, her brow furrowing as she examined the document. "This is the land lease agreement signed over a decade ago between our store and the Tianfeng Institute." "How did it end up in your hands?" Yifeng replied, "All that matters is that you acknowledge this as the Tianyu Silk Store's contract. Please check the figures." Su Yanglu took another piece of paper, which detailed the annual tribute owed by the Tianyu Silk Store over the years, totaling 23,000 taels. Realization dawned on her, and she laughed. "So you're here to collect rent? Didn't Fairy Shiro come by yesterday? Why are you here again?" "Well, since Fairy Shiro didn't receive the rent, we thought we would come. It's a bit of a hassle, but could you please settle the outstanding rent of 23,000 taels?" Yifeng's expression remained cheerfully polite. Su Yaglu scrutinized the four, asking, "Are you sent by the Tianfeng Institute?" Yifeng replied, in a manner of speaking, "Do you prefer cash or silver notes? High-grade spirit crystals are also acceptable." "Yifeng, do you know who owns this store?" Su Yaglu inquired. Yifeng shook his head. "Whoever owns the store is irrelevant to me. I am solely responsible for collecting rent." "Collecting rent? Huh, that is amusing. But wait, your silk store is doing remarkably well." "Isn't it? I've conducted my research, and it generates at least 1,500 taels daily, which is a conservative estimate. How could you possibly be out of money? We're all just employees here. There is no need to make things difficult for each other. If you really don't have the money for rent, you should take it up with my master, Fairy Yunyu." "Ah, so this is Fairy Yunyu's store. If only you had mentioned that sooner. My apologies." Noticing Yifeng's expression of feigned trepidation, Su Yaglu felt a sense of superiority. "Now that you know, you may leave. Don't disrupt our business." Yifeng turned back and said, "Since we cannot disregard the shop of Master Yunyu, let us grant Manager Su a stick of incense's time to gather the funds. Shall we?" Fang Tong immediately replied, "Indeed, Master Yunyu is quite commendable. Let it be a stick of incense's time." Then Lei and Qi Yao also agreed. Su Yanglu was taken aback. In all her years of running a shop, she had never encountered such a situation. Angrily, she exclaimed, "Yifeng, Qi Yao, what are you up to?" Qi Yao chuckled. "We are here to collect debts. Manager Su, we have had quite a few dealings, thus we are somewhat acquainted. I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. If Master Yunyu were to learn that her shop has been suffering losses year after year, and that you owe over 20,000 taels in rent to the Heavenly Tribute Court, I wonder what her thoughts would be." Yifeng stated that you have a stick of incense's time. Otherwise what? Su Yanglu was unperturbed. All her earnings had been turned over to her master. She had not embezzled a single coin. As for the overdue tribute, it was a unanimous decision made by her master and the two other partners. Even if this matter were to be exposed, it would not implicate her. Qi Yao pointed at the sleeve and said, "Do you see the two characters above? Law enforcement. If your shop cannot make up the overdue tribute today, we four shall enforce the rules of the Yuhai sect and the laws of the court, sealing your silk shop, confiscating your goods, and auctioning them in the street until the 23,000 taels of rent is recovered. You dare?" The four exchanged glances, shrugging indifferently. Su Yanglio's expression was exceedingly grim. Many customers and staff, having heard the commotion, gathered around, pointing fingers at the four. The four adopted an air of indifference, as if unbothered by the heat of the water. What could be more terrifying than poverty? Time passed slowly. Regardless of how the shop attendant scolded, the four remained unmoved, refusing to engage in argument. After a while, the thin monk remarked, "Boss, the stick of incense's time has elapsed." Yifeng immediately turned to Su Yanglu and asked, "Manager Su, are the funds ready?" Su Yanglu gritted her teeth and replied, No, I do not believe you four would dare to act recklessly here." Yifeng sighed. "Alas, I had given you a chance. Since that is the case, do not blame us for being impolite. Seal the shop." He waved his hand dramatically. Qi Yao swiftly produced numerous sealing papers from her storage bag. Fang Tong and Zhuge Benlei shouted, "The shop is closed. We will not be open for business. Everyone, please exit. This place is to be sealed. The Tianyu Silk Shop, having been in operation for over a decade, owes 23,000 taels in tribute to the Heavenly Tribute Court. We are ordered to seal Tianyu silk shop. Please exit and wait. Shortly we will inventory the goods. All silk, fabrics, and ready-made garments will be sold at a 30% discount. What once required 100 taels for silk will now only cost 30 taels. First come, first served. Chapter 63. An effortless, profitable endeavor. Upon witnessing the customers being expelled from the shop by Yifeng, who audaciously threatened to auction off the store's merchandise at a bargain price, Su Yonglu was filled with indignation. She summoned her staff to forcibly eject the 4 brazen bullies from the premises. Yifeng had anticipated this outcome. They would never engage in a physical confrontation with Su Yonglu and her companions. Once ejected, Qi Yao and the others began affixing seals and posters on the walls while distributing flyers to the onlookers. This was the fruit of their labor after an hour's effort at the tea house outside the valley, a rather unorthodox suggestion from the nefarious Yulong. In her youth, Fairy Yunyu was renowned as the most beautiful maiden of the Yunhai sect, her reputation extending far and wide across the realm. The rotund Yulong was well aware of Fairy Yunyu's fondness for her image. Employing this tactic against her proved far more effective than mere threats or vandalism. The Xianling Valley marketplace had endured for over a millennium without any instance of forcible closure, which immediately drew the attention of numerous disciples. These onlookers recognized the formidable background of Yifeng and his companions, while the outer disciples, of lower status, dared not intervene. Inner disciples held higher status. Yet Yifeng's mentors were even more illustrious, and considering the notorious reputation of the 4, no one summoned the courage to assist. Moreover, the content of the flyers and posters elucidated the situation's context. Indeed, Tianyu Silk Store had erred by neglecting its tribute payments for an extended period. The Xianling Valley boasted a plethora of silk and cosmetics shops, all lucrative, yet it was rather unacceptable to have such prolonged arrears and tributes. Yifeng and his trio enthusiastically made a ruckus at the shop's entrance, loudly proclaiming that Tianyu Silk Store was willfully defaulting on its rent, and today, they were dispatched to collect the dues, only to be met with violent expulsion. As the crowd at the entrance swelled, Su Yonglu had no choice but to temporarily shutter the store. Witnessing the closure invigorated Yifeng and his companions, who proceeded to plaster the entire door with posters and seals. They showed no intention of departing. While vocally denouncing Tianyu Silk Store for its lucrative profits, yet deliberate failure to pay its dues, thus violating their contract and the principles of righteousness. Curious onlookers gathered, eager to witness the spectacle of Tianyu Silk Store, which had relied on its elders' backing to evade rent payments for over 4 years. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Su Yonglu ascended to the 2nd floor, only to find a throng of disciples amassed at the entrance, many scrutinizing the flyers while pointing at the silk shop. It was revealed that the establishment was a joint venture of her 3 uncles, Yunmu and Shouqi, alongside Yunyu, and had been operational for over a decade. This explained their audacity to neglect tribute payments. "Oh, what is all the fuss about?" they mused, reflecting on the numerous shops in Xianling Valley where only the businesses under the jurisdiction of the 6 courts consistently paid their dues. The majority of others seldom complied. Indeed, only those with significant standing within the Yunhai sect could establish shops here. Even the Grand Elder of the Tianfeng Institute must show respect to these elders. Many were in arrears, yet this uproar was unprecedented in a millennium, and you had certainly lost face this time. The 4 bullies of Yunhai were audacious indeed. Were they not slapping Yunyu in the face? "You are too naive. While they have committed numerous misdeeds, they would only dare bully outer disciples. This time, their aggression is directed at Yunyu. There must be someone backing them." Rumors swirled about Yunyu South disciples being close to Brother Chong Kong, who now held sway over the Tianfeng Institute, while Qi Yao was affiliated with the Transmission Institute, now under Brother Chang Kong's domain. This affair undoubtedly involved deeper entanglements. "Hush, hush. Do not speak of this." Murmurs filled the air. These self-proclaimed geniuses, naturally skeptical, could not fathom why the 4 bullies of Yunhai would recklessly offend Fairy Yunyu. The clandestine rivalry between Chong Kong and Jing Hong had nearly surfaced, and to these astute observers, this was not mere rent collection. It was a manifestation of their conflict. The 4 bullies of Yunhai represented the faction of Fu Jinghong, while Fairy Yunyu epitomized the faction of Duga Chong Kong. Beyond this interpretation, they could conceive nothing more fitting. Hearing these discussions, Su Yonglio's expression darkened. She sensed something amiss. Although the 4 bullies of Yunhai often acted tyrannically, they had never dared to provoke these shops. There must be a reason behind today's events. A beautiful young lady beside her remarked, "Sister Sue, what should we do? If they continue this ruckus, our business will be ruined." This was no longer merely a matter of business. It likely involved deeper implications. Su Yaglu had never witnessed such a scene and felt a surge of panic. However, she was no fool and understood that if this indeed pertained to the power struggle between Dugu Changkong and Fu Jinghong, resolving it would be arduous. Yet, she had not heard any of her sisters supporting Dugu Changkong. Could it be that her standing was insufficient? That seemed implausible. Her master had more than 20 female disciples, of whom only 3 were true disciples, while the rest were nominal. Among these, her status was relatively high. Otherwise, she would not have been entrusted with managing the silk store. Regardless of the truth, this matter must be swiftly quelled. She inquired, "How much silver do we have on hand?" The beautiful lady replied, "There should be around 20 to 30,000 taels." "Very well, prepare to disburse this silver immediately." "Sister, you aren't considering handing it over to Yifeng, are you? Shouldn't we report this to our master?" "There is no time for that. Just do as I say." Soon, the closed shop door swung open once more. A shop assistant emerged, surveying the wall and door plastered with seals and posters, her brow furrowing slightly. "Yifeng, the shopkeeper requests that you enter." Yifeng grinned widely, realizing their plan had succeeded. Once inside, several shop assistants began to remove the seals and posters from the walls and door, attempting to minimize the incident's impact. Su Yonglu produced a stack of silver notes and some gold and silver ingots. "Yifeng, here are 23,000 taels, please count it." Yifeng, beaming with delight, replied, "Su shopkeeper, you are exceedingly generous. Had you offered this sooner, we would not have had to resort to such measures. Yao Yao, please tally the silver." Chiyo nodded and began counting the stack of silver notes, while Fang Tong and Bin Lei counted the gold and silver ingots. During their counting, Su Yaklu spoke again. Her tone measured. "Yifeng, I care not who your backer may be. Today's affair cannot be left unresolved." Feigning innocence, Yifeng responded, "Why can't it be resolved? If you pay the rent, our task will be complete, and today's matter will be concluded. Of course, should there be further delays in payments from your shop, we will return. Yifeng, at this juncture, do not play the fool with me. Just wait, and you'll see what awaits you. Please, we are merely following orders. If you seek retribution, target the one behind us. We are but errand runners." Yifeng endeavored to appear as humble as possible. Su Yaglu retorted, "Who is your benefactor?" Yifeng smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Su, we are all intelligent individuals. Some matters need not be stated too explicitly, you understand." Earlier, while on the street, he overheard the onlookers discussing the debt collection actions of the 4 of them, which he surmised to be a counterattack from Fu Jinghong against Dugu Changkong. At that moment, Yifeng conceived a plan to shift the blame onto the eccentric, one-eyed individual. Noticing Yifeng's feigned mystery, Su Yaglu snorted, choosing not to elaborate further. Given her status, even if she were aware that the mastermind behind this was Fu Jinghong, the current head of the Tianfeng courtyard, she would not dare to speak of it. After all, no one could predict the outcome of the contest for the position of the young master. Should Fu Jinghong emerge victorious, it would spell trouble. The wise course of action now was to remain neutral and defend neither side. "Boss, the amount is accurate, 23,000 taels, Fang Tong remarked as he turned to Yifeng. Yifeng nodded and wrote 2 receipts, retaining one for the records and handing the other to Su Yonglu. "Thank you, shopkeeper Su. Here is the receipt and the IOU from your esteemed shop. Please keep them safe. If there is nothing further, we shall not impose on your time." Under the fierce gazes of a group of young women, the 4 of them swaggered out of the shop, carrying the money box while humming a tune. Outside, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, witnessing the 4 heroes of Yuhai indeed collecting the rent from the Tianyu silk store, prompting fresh discussions among them. Chi Yao gleefully exclaimed, "Boss, this job is astonishingly easy. In such a short time, we've earned an immense fortune." Yifeng replied, "After deducting what we owe the Tianfeng courtyard and Miao Shiro's share, we will each receive 5,750 taels. Haha, we've struck it rich. Had I known debt collection was this lucrative, we should have ventured into this profession long ago. It's a guaranteed profit." "Not quite. We haven't invested any capital. Merely some ink and paper. This is a risk-free venture." While his companions reveled in their excitement, Yifeng remained less enthused. Indeed, it was a risk-free and quick profit endeavor. Yet the risks were equally significant. "Just wait. By tonight at the earliest, or tomorrow morning at the latest, Yunyu Xianxia will undoubtedly come knocking. It now rests on whether my plump master can withstand the pressure." Chi Yao remarked, "I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Shall we move on to the next?" Yes, let us strike while the iron is hot and aim to collect from 10 or 8 more today, proposed the thin monk. Yet Yifeng shook his head, stating, let us conclude for today. We should find a place to divide the spoils. I believe the entire Xianling Valley is now aware of the misfortunes of the Tianyu silk store. We shall return tomorrow. Chapter 64. Pursued by the Xianmate under the watchful gaze of countless onlookers, the 4 tyrants of Yunhai swaggered through the valley street. Arriving at the tea house at the mouth of the valley, Shi Yao divided the collected funds into 3 portions, one totaling 11,500 taels, while the remaining 2 amounted to 5,750 taels each. Yifeng, ever loyal to his comrades, insisted on an equitable distribution as promised. Ultimately, each of the 4 received 1,437 taels, with a little over 1 tael retained as operational expenses. As dusk approached, the 4 of them joyously set off towards Xinglua Peak with their silver. Upon reaching the mountainside of Xinglua Peak, the group parted ways. Yifeng did not rush back to Fengling residence, nor did he head to Tianfeng courtyard. Instead, he made his way to the residence of the sect leader in search of Miao Xiaoro. The leader's abode, known as Tianyan residence, was expansive and opulent. Behind Tianyan residence stood a 7-story pavilion named Xuanji Pavilion, where generations of sect leaders conducted their affairs and enjoyed respite. Gazing upon the grandeur of Tianyan residence, Yifeng felt a swell of emotion. Truly, it was a magnificent leader's estate. The sect leader had 7 true disciples, more than a dozen registered disciples, and dozens of outer disciples attending to him, making the total inhabitants of Tianyan residence at least 60 or 70. Upon entering the main gate, an outer disciple approached him. Yifeng, what brings you here? I am looking for Senior Sister Xiaoro. Is she here? The disciple shook his head, responding, Senior Sister Miao just concluded her retreat a few days ago and is currently working at Tianfeng courtyard. She is likely to return later. That's fine. I will wait for her at the entrance. Yifeng stepped outside Tianyan residence, squatting by the wall with the silver in his arms, appearing as if he were idly watching the world go by, which caused the outer disciple to frown. However, recognizing Yifeng's status, he refrained from commenting. As people came and went, many cast curious glances at Yifeng, who was squatting in the corner. When the sun began to set, Miao Xiaoro finally returned, accompanied by a remarkably handsome young man, her senior brother Lin Yi. Yifeng, nearly dozing off in his corner, was roused by Lin Yi's voice. Yifeng, what are you doing squatting here? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yifeng opened his eyes and immediately stood up. You're back? I've been waiting for quite a while. Lin Yi inquired, do you need something from me? Yifeng shook his head, senior brother Lin. I'm looking for junior sister Xiaoro. Lin Yi's expression turned to one of confusion. Previously, Yifeng had been fervently pursuing Miao Xiaoro, but after being ignored, he had seemingly given up for over a year. What prompted his return to act so affectionately? Miao Xiaoro asked, Yifeng, what can I do for you? Yifeng smiled. I'm here to deliver silver. Deliver silver? Miao Xiaoro was taken aback. Ah, senior sister Xiaoro, did you forget? You asked me to help collect the debts yesterday. Indeed, but you didn't collect all of it in a single day, did you? Yifeng chuckled. Today? I only managed one establishment. Here's the receipt, and here's the silver. I've already divided it. The 11,500 taels is to be submitted to Tianfeng courtyard. This here is your share of 5,750 taels. As for my commission, I've already taken it. Please take a look. Seeing the substantial stack of silver notes in Yifeng's small wooden box, Miao Xiaoro felt it was almost surreal. She quickly stepped forward to take the receipt, which clearly stated that the Tianyu silk shop had repaid their annual tribute of 23,000 taels, settling all debts, with Yifeng as the collector. I usually manage to collect 2 to 3 tens of thousands of taels in a month, and you've done it in a single day? Miao Xiaoro's eyes widened in disbelief. Yifeng scratched his head. Today, I only visited one place with Feng Tong and the others. I'll visit more tomorrow. Don't worry, senior sister Xiaoro. I will definitely retrieve all the owed rent from the shops in Xianling Valley within a month. Miao Xiaoro grinned broadly. You little rascal. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I see you truly possess talent. At this moment, Lin Yi understood the situation. He took the receipt, examined it, and remarked, You shitty, all this silver. You collected it from the Tianyu silk shop? Indeed. Do you know who owns the Tianyu silk shop? Of course. I've heard it's co-owned by Uncle Yunyu, Uncle Yunmu, and Uncle Shichi. Why? Since you know, how dare you collect from them? Lin Yi looked at Yifeng with unfamiliarity. Had this fool, who had merely suffered amnesia before, now transformed into a complete simpleton? Yifeng replied, bewildered. Why should I not? They owe the tribute, after all. I was entrusted by junior sister Xiaro to collect on behalf of Tianfeng Courtyard. They would just hand you the money like that? Surely not. If they wanted to pay, they wouldn't have delayed for so many years. Lin's tone was incredulous. Senior brother, senior sister, today's events were quite thrilling. I brought along 3 good brothers and stormed the Tianyu silk shop this afternoon to collect debts. Su Yonglu's mother refused to pay, even threatening to invoke Uncle Yunyu to intimidate me. I, Yifeng, am one of the 4 tyrants of Yuhai. How could I be frightened? I ordered my brothers to seal the Tianyu silk shop, intending to sell off their luxurious silks right on the street. Yifeng animatedly recounted his dashing exploits that afternoon. However, Lin Yi and Miao Xiao began to rub their foreheads in dismay. Miao Xiao exclaimed, "You foolish Yifeng. I asked you to collect debts, not to seal Uncle Yunyu's shop. You've doomed me." Yifeng hastily responded, "No worries, no worries. This matter cannot implicate junior sister Xiao." Miao Xiao retorted, "Do you truly believe you would be so kind as to shield me?" Yifeng shook his head. "Not at all. I'm not sure why, but after sealing the shop, many people claimed I was acting on Brother Jinghong's behalf. And some said that a few of Uncle Yunyu's disciples were close to the elder brother. They suggested that this incident was a competition between the 2 seniors. It seems to have spiraled out of control. Regardless, no one is linking this matter to junior sister Xiao. So, rest assured, this will not come back to you." Yifeng endeavored to present himself as innocent and naive. In truth, his mind was as clear as day. Since the people of Yunhai sect had misunderstood, he would take advantage of the situation. He would let everyone believe he was acting under the orders of Fu Jinghong. This would not only divert blame but also allow him to project an air of authority. After all, until the rivalry between Duga Changkong and Fu Jinghong reached a conclusion, no one dared to offend either of these princely figures lightly. Initially, Miao Xiao and Lin Yi were merely rubbing their foreheads in frustration. Now, their expressions were nothing short of extraordinary. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. Then, simultaneously, they turned to the incessantly chattering Yifeng. Lin Yi clenched his fists, prepared to deliver a blow to silence this meddlesome fool. Just then, the shammate one-eyed Fu Jinghong stormed over, his temper palpable. By now, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. His single eye seemed to struggle with visibility, and only upon approaching did he discern the 3 conversing at the entrance. Upon spotting Yifeng, Fu Jinghong rolled up his sleeves and cursed, "Old Yi, how dare you appear before me? What did you do this afternoon in Xianling Valley? I'll beat you to a pulp. Old Fu, what is going on? I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Junior sister Xiao, I'll come help you collect debts tomorrow." Yifeng, recognizing Fu Jinghong's demeanor, realized that this nonconformist was aware of the day's events in Xianling Valley. Sensing danger, he turned and ran. The shammate one-eyed would not let him escape easily and immediately gave chase. Lin Yi and Miao Xiao stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Yifeng's cultivation level was vastly inferior to that of Fu Jinghong, with their speed and agility differing even more. It was said that Yifeng could only manage to take 7 or 8 steps before being firmly pressed to the ground by Fu Jinghong. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yifeng dashed ahead while Fu Jinghong pursued him, and the pair leapt and bounded along the cobblestone path at the entrance of Yuhai residence until they vanished from sight. The passing disciples of Yuhai sect were left utterly bewildered. After running quite a distance, Yifeng, panting heavily, leaned against a gnarled old tree and exclaimed, "Old Fu, why are you chasing me? What have I done to offend you? I've already run 8 streets." Fu Jinghong, unfazed and without a hint of breathlessness, rolled his eye and replied, "What do you think? Are you not aware of what you did this afternoon at Xianling Valley?" Gasping, Yifeng stammered, I was merely helping senior sister Xiao Ro collect a debt. I just handed over the money to her." Although Yifeng had subtly insinuated to Su Yonglu in the Tianyu silk shop that he was under the auspices of Fu Jinghong, the current head of the Tianfeng Institute, he could never admit such a thing in front of the man himself. Moreover, he had only hinted at his association without explicitly stating that he was sent by Fu Jinghong to collect debts, thus leaving himself a means of retreat. "You dare to argue? You were indeed there to collect debts, but you were acting under my name. Do you realize how difficult it is for me to cultivate a disciple? Yunyu, Yunmu, and Shou Qi, those 3 esteemed uncles of ours are renowned elders of Yunhai sect. I have treated them with the utmost respect over the years, and you, in a moment of folly, have managed to offend all 3 of them. You wretched boy, I swear I will break your legs today." Fu Jinghong rolled up his sleeves and approached menacingly. "Unjust," Yifeng shouted in protest. "Unjust? My collecting debts is my affair. and it is I who have offended the 3 esteemed uncles. What does it have to do with you? I have never claimed that you sent me to collect debts. Are you truly ignorant or merely feigning ignorance? I genuinely do not understand. Please enlighten me, senior brother. Otherwise, even if you were to break both my legs, I would not yield. Very well, I will make you willingly extend your legs for me to break. Did you not proclaim that you were collecting rent for the Tianfeng Institute? Indeed, I spoke nothing but the truth. Senior sister Xiaoro approached me yesterday and entrusted me with a document, asking me to represent the Tianfeng Institute in collecting debts at Xianling Valley. Where did I err? Yifeng appeared perplexed. Do you not realize that I currently oversee the Tianfeng Institute? Fu Jingong said vehemently. Yifeng was taken aback. His expression one of astonishment as he asked, Old Fu, what do you mean? Is not the chief elder of the Tianfeng Institute Shoujing Shirshu? When did it come under your control? Chapter 65. Wang Yudao, come out. You dare to pretend with me. Fu Jingong exhibited a clear tendency towards violence, having spoken calmly. He unexpectedly delivered a swift kick to Yifeng's rear. Yifeng stumbled, his body making an intimate acquaintance with the ground. Fu Jinghong attempted to continue his assault, but Yifeng, quick-witted, rolled and crawled away, forcing Fu Jinghong to relent. Fuming, he declared, I have been in charge of the Tianfeng Institute for over a year now. Who in the Yuhai sect is unaware of this? If you dare to feign ignorance again, I shall kick you to death. Yifeng merely sought a scapegoat with a larger head to bear the blame, unaware of Fu Jinghong's explosive temper. Regret began to creep in. I am wronged. I am also here to collect debts for the Tianfeng Institute. Can it be that just because one is an elder, they can disregard contracts? How then can our Yunhai sect uphold righteousness? How can we set an example for the sects of the world? What purpose do we cultivate our skills for? Is it merely to attain a high level of cultivation, to gain strength, and to enjoy an extraordinary status? I care not who he is, nor whose subordinate he may be. Should he violate righteousness and breach our contract, I will not retreat an inch. If I shrink back due to his high status and powerful background, then what worth is it to be a disciple of the Yunhai sect? I shall not coexist with evil. With his left hand covering the spot Fu Jinghong had kicked, Yifeng raised his right hand high, his expression resolute, resonating with a fervent voice. Indeed, he bore the spirit of youthful ambition, filled with vigor, gesturing grandly, pointing to the world, and expressing lofty ideals, embodying the youthful heroism that dismisses the might of the world. Fu Jinghong stared blankly at the impassioned Yifeng for a long while before finally managing to utter, Old Yi, you're not sick, are you? An incurable disease? Don't give up. I'll find the best doctor for you. You're the one who is terminally ill. Your whole family is doomed. Yifeng rolled his eyes in exasperation, retorting, to live as a remarkable person and to die as a heroic spirit, if we, young heroes, merely go with the flow, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, then what future is there for this world? Old Fu, where is your passion? Where is your ambition to slay dragons? Has the sense of justice and righteousness within you been extinguished? If we abandon justice, even if you inherit the throne, where will you lead the Yunhai sect? Fu Jinghong's expression suddenly turned serious. He sat down despondently on a bench along the stone path where disciples rested. Indeed, in his youth, he had been spirited, determined to eradicate demons and uphold the heavenly way. Yet now, it seemed that he had gradually lost sight of those once cherished aspirations. Noticing Fu Jinghong's gloomy demeanor, Yifeng mustered his courage and approached him. Old Fu, are you all right? You were right. In dealing with the Tianyu silk store issue, you were not in the wrong. Yifeng found it strange. This fellow had just been pursuing him, yet after a few words, his attitude had done a complete about-face. Yifeng continued, since I am not in the wrong, I shall take my leave. My master is waiting for dinner. Fu Jinghong waved his hand. Just as Yifeng turned to leave, Fu Jinghong called out, Wait. Yifeng was startled, fearing that Fu Jinghong was about to attack him again. Brother Fu, is there something else? You did well. Thank you, Brother Fu. I will continue to strive. Yifeng scratched his head, leaving with a puzzled expression. At this moment, in the courtyard where Fairy Yunyu resided, Su Yadlu was reporting the events of the afternoon to her. After listening to the full account, Fairy Yunyu surprisingly did not lose her temper. Instead, she quietly sipped her tea. This perplexed Su Yonglu, who remarked, Master, Yifeng and his companions caused quite a ruckus at the silk store today. Many are discussing this matter, which has severely tarnished your reputation. This cannot simply be overlooked. Fairy Yunyu, once the most beautiful woman of the Yuhai sect, despite her advancing years, still exuded an air of beauty with every smile and frown. She gently replied, You should not have given Yifeng the silver. Xianxia's expression stiffened, and she immediately knelt. Master, at the time, over 100 people had gathered outside the store to watch the commotion. That brat Yifeng not only plastered the door with notices, but also handed out flyers to the onlookers. Concerned about the repercussions, I did not report to you in time and paid him the silver instead. Please punish me. Fairy Yunyu glanced at her and said, You may rise. When I said you should not have given Yifeng the silver, it was not to place blame on you. Yanglu, do you know why we consistently paid rent to the Tianfeng Institute in the earlier years, yet allowed you to stop in recent years? Su Yanglu shook her head in confusion. Disciple is dull-witted and does not understand your intention, master. Fairy Yunyu chuckled softly. There are too many complexities involved. Not only our store, but most others also began to delay rent payments, particularly concentrated around 12 and 5 years ago. Your low status means you may not grasp the underlying causes, which is understandable. Since you have already paid, let it be. The waters of the Yunhai sect are still somewhat clear. The Xianling Valley is the key to stirring these waters. Only by thoroughly muddying them can the interests of many be served, thus the saying, to fish in troubled waters came to be. Su Yaklu remained baffled. However, she seemed to intuit that her master's words were related to the power struggles between Duga Changkong and Fu Jinghong. Could it be that her master had already chosen sides? Su Yaglu pondered privately. At that moment, a female disciple entered, announcing, Master, Uncle Yunmu and Uncle Shuchi have arrived, along with several disciples. Fairy Yunyu smiled. They came rather quickly. Gather the disciples in the courtyard. We shall depart. Where to? To confront that old lecher Yulong. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. A confrontation is inevitable. A confrontation? Master, you are going to fight Uncle Yulong? Yes. I believe that old fat man has been waiting for us. Foling residence. Yifeng returned to Foling residence as night fell. Xiaoman and Lingo had just finished preparing dinner, while his master lay in the courtyard's rocking chair, enjoying the cool evening air. You little rascal, are you a dog? Dinner is perfectly timed for your return. Yulong the fat man teased. Yifeng chuckled. Master, what is for dinner tonight? Yulong shook his head. I don't know, but judging by the aroma, it should be your favorite braised pork. Master, are you also a dog? Your nose is so keen. Yulong the fat man became furious, jumping up to chase Yifeng. Yifeng hurried into the kitchen to assist Xiaoman in serving the dishes. The meal was sumptuous, with 4 people enjoying 6 dishes, a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables, accompanied by a meatball soup. This was considered a high-standard meal in the Yunhai sect, a privilege not afforded to ordinary elders. Yulong, seated carelessly in the main seat, watched as Yifeng diligently poured him wine. Yulong the fat man asked, Brat, how did the debt collection go today? Yifeng nodded. Thanks to your suggestion last night. It went very smoothly today. Yulong nodded in approval, as long as it went well. He raised his cup and downed it in one go. Then, rubbing his fingers together. His fingers were almost smoking from rubbing, and upon noticing that Yifeng had not yet reacted, he asked, Brat, are you blind? Only then did Yifeng realize that his master was still rubbing his fingers. He found it peculiar and asked, Master, what is wrong? What is wrong? How can you even ask that? Your master also put in effort for this matter. I will surely have your back. A fight is likely to ensue tonight. And you won't give me a little something? Yifeng understood. This old fat man wanted a share of the spoils. Though reluctant, he took out the silver he had received today. As he gazed at a bag overflowing with silver coins and notes, the rotund Yulong couldn't help but beam with delight. Quite impressive, indeed. To earn so much in just a day. You are still young, with a bit of silver. You should indulge in some gambling. Allow me to safeguard it for you, and in the future, I shall arrange for you to take a wife. Why does that sound so peculiar? Yifeng furrowed his brow. At that moment, Huang Linger and Xiaoman entered the dining hall. Upon spotting the bag of silver and notes on the table, Huang Lingo exclaimed in astonishment, Father, where did all this silver come from? Hee. Your senior brother earned it today? Yulong replied. It's a joyous occasion, so let us all sit down and enjoy our meal. He reached to pocket the silver for himself. Yifeng objected, saying, Master, leave some for me. Don't take it all. After a moment of contemplation, Yulong retrieved 3 ingots of silver, each weighing 20 taels. Feeling it was a tad excessive, he set one back down. Spend it wisely. Avoid gambling. And do not visit the pleasure quarters. Yifeng was at a loss for words. Master, this is only 40 taels. I intend to exchange this silver for spirit crystals to aid my cultivation. You should focus on perfecting your sword technique. What need have you for spirit crystals? Surely you are aware of your own worth? With money in hand, you will surely squander it by tomorrow. Allow me to keep it safe for you. He then turned to Huang Linger and Xiao Man, presenting each with an ingot of silver. Initially, Yi Feng felt a pang of jealousy. However, upon seeing that Huang Linger had only 20 taels while he possessed 40, he felt a sense of balance restored. Thank you, father. Thank you, Uncle Yulong. Huang Linger and Xiao Man beamed as they accepted the silver. Showering their gratitude upon Yulong, Yi Feng cleared his throat and remarked, "Aren't you going to thank me? Do you have any idea what I endured to earn this silver today? I'm still sore." "Huh? Sore?" The three turned their attention to Yi Feng. Xiao Man exclaimed, "You seen your brother? You didn't sell? Surely not. You little girl, looking so demure, what are you thinking? How could I possibly sell myself? My backside is sore because that scoundrel Fu Jinghong kicked me." Huang Linger inquired curiously, "Senior brother, why did Fu senior brother kick you?" "Hee. I was collecting debts under his name, and then he kicked me." "Collecting debts?" The two girls exchanged puzzled glances. Having spent the entire day in the courtyard practicing and being completely unaware of the events that transpired in the Xianling Valley that afternoon, Yulong, now having stowed away the silver, chuckled. Collecting debts means asking for money. How could you not understand that? Hurry and eat, lest there be nothing left. Everyone was somewhat bewildered. The dining hall was filled with warmth and laughter. Even Xiao Man's demeanor had brightened. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as the courtyard door was kicked open. The diners were startled. "You fat fool. You lecherous old man. Get out here." A woman's furious voice echoed. Yi Feng sensed impending trouble and realized it was Fairy Yunyu leading a group to confront them. He quickly glanced at his master, only to find Yulong sitting calmly, unfazed, as if he had anticipated this very moment. Chapter 66. The master and apprentice engage in a fracas with numerous beautiful fairies. Huang Linger, visibly anxious, inquired, "Father, who are the newcomers? Who else could it be but your Shu Yunyu and her companions?" He replied, "Your senior brother has closed her shop today and taken thousands of taels of silver, leaving her humiliated. She will undoubtedly come to reclaim her dignity. When the commotion starts, you two little girls should stay out of it." "Huh?" The expressions of Huang Linger and Xiao Man turned exceedingly peculiar. "Fight? How could that be possible?" They were incredulous. Yulong, the rotund figure, stood up and addressed the trembling Yi Feng. "Rest assured, Fenger, since your master has taken your silver, he will rectify this situation, ensuring you understand the true value of your money. When the time comes, remain silent. I shall negotiate with them. And if the negotiations fail, then we shall resort to fighting. Fight. Master, you will surely prevail. I have faith in you." At that moment, a throng of individuals surged into the courtyard, nearly all of them women. At the forefront were Shu Yunyu, Shu Yumu, and Shu Shuchi, whom Yi Feng had encountered when apologizing at the Moju Pavilion. The trio of mature women obstructed the entrance to the dining hall, with at least a dozen younger female disciples wielding swords behind them. Shuchi glanced at the dishes on the table and remarked, TSK, a splendid dinner. Yulong, it seems you've come into some fortune." Yulong grinned. "Just a simple meal, merely home cooking. Why have you three sisters come here so late? Have you eaten? Would you care to join us?" Yumu sneered. "Do spare us your pretense. Surely, you know why we are here." Feigning innocence and confusion, Yulong replied, "I truly do not know. I haven't left the house all day." "You haven't left, but your disciple has." "Disciple?" "Fenga." Yulong turned to Yi Feng, his voice sharp. "You rascal, have you caused trouble again? Which young lady have you flirted with this time?" Yulong's booming voice resonated like a thunderclap, making ears ring. Yi Feng was startled. Didn't the rotund master say he would take the blame? Why did it now feel as if this fat man only collected money without taking action? Yi Feng hurriedly approached the three shises, first bowing respectfully, then saying, "Master, your disciple. I have reformed and I haven't flirted with any ladies for quite some time. Don't even think of denying it. If you truly hadn't, why would these three lovely shises come seeking you in the dead of night? I truly haven't." Yi Feng protested vehemently. Yulong, playing the role of a dramatist, looked at the trio with feigned suspicion. "Sisters, Fenger never lies to me. If he claims he has flirted with your disciples, then he genuinely hasn't. Surely. There must be some misunderstanding." Yunyu replied coolly, "Did we ever say we came here because Fenger flirted with our disciples?" "Huh? He didn't flirt? Then what was it for? Did this lad engage in some petty thievery? No, that cannot be right, judging by the commotion tonight. It seems unlikely he merely pilfered a cow." "Yulong, you truly do not know?" Yunyu's expression was frigid. Yulong responded, "I genuinely do not understand. What is happening? Can someone enlighten me?" Yunyu waved her hand, and a young, beautiful woman stepped forward, Su Yaglu, aware of Yulong's esteemed position. She slightly bowed upon entering the dining hall before addressing Yifeng. Yifeng, I warned you that this afternoon's incident is far from over. Yulong queried, Fenger, what did you do this afternoon? Speak truthfully. Yifeng explained, nothing particularly special. I merely went to the Xianling Valley to collect rent on behalf of the Tianfeng Institute. Collect rent? You can manage that? How rare. Finally, you are contributing to the sect. Yulong smiled, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Yunyu interjected coldly, indeed. Your esteemed disciple has contributed to the sect. This afternoon, he ventured to our jointly opened silk shop to collect rent. Not only sealing the shop, but also spreading rumors that tarnished our reputations. Is that true, Fenger? Yifeng nodded. I admit to sealing the shop. But I never spread any rumors about the three shices. What on earth is happening? Due to the severe rent arrears at many shops in the Xianling Valley over the recent years, the Tianfeng Institute entrusted the disciple to assist in collecting rent. This afternoon, according to the account provided by the Tianfeng Institute, he went to Tianyu's silk shop to collect several years' worth of overdue rent, totaling 23,000 taels. However, the shopkeeper Su refused to pay and insisted he seek Yunyu for the money, given Yunyu's esteemed reputation as the most beautiful woman in the realm. Who could possibly doubt her? Hence, he could not believe that Yunyu was aware of this matter. To protect the honor of Yunyu, Yumu, and Shuchi, he rallied a few companions and sealed the Tianyu silk shop. Yifeng recounted the events of the afternoon succinctly. The three shices exchanged glances, and the young disciples following them displayed similarly peculiar expressions. So that is how it is. We understand now. Fenger, you may step back. Yifeng quickly retreated behind his master. Yulong exclaimed, so it was a misunderstanding. Sisters, since you are here, come in for some tea. Lingo, bring out the finest tea leaves. Your three shices have a taste for the refined. Wait. Huang Yudao interjected, we did not come here for tea. We arrived with an army. If you do not provide us with a satisfactory explanation tonight, this matter will not be resolved. Shuchi, over 300 years old, still had a fiery temperament. An explanation? An explanation for what? We are all in this business together. Who owes whom an explanation? Offering you good tea is already a courtesy. What more could you want? You three old maidens are running a business, trying to earn a meager living, which is understandable. But your silk shop has made you quite a fortune over the years. How can you still be in arrears for several years' worth of rent? That is simply unfathomable. In this matter, my disciple did nothing wrong. He was merely carrying out orders. If my disciple had indeed erred, you wouldn't need to confront us. I would personally bring this lad to apologize as I did last time. But he has done no wrong. The fault lies with you three old maidens. What kind of prowess is it to flaunt authority in my Fengling residence? If you have the gall, take your grievances to the Tianfeng Institute. Do you think I am Huang Yudao, a soft persimmon? Yulong, renowned for his audacity, feared neither heaven nor earth. Otherwise, when he first returned to the mountain, the chief elder of the Beast Spirit Institute, Master Yuheng, would not have brought so many gifts to seek him out personally. For Yulong truly had the capacity to dismantle the Beast Spirit Institute. Over the years, only the revered Xuanji could manage him. Since Xuanji's passing over 200 years ago, who could possibly rein him in? Even his second elder brother, Master Yuni, had no means to handle him. Yulong's proclamation left the audience in awe. All eyes widened in astonishment. No one anticipated that Yulong would extend no courtesies whatsoever. Yifeng privately raised his thumb in admiration for his master. He had wronged the Rotund Master. The Rotund Master was not the kind of petty individual who would collect money and shirk responsibility. When faced with a situation, he truly took charge. What did you say? Did I speak incorrectly? Has your silk shop not profited? Do you not owe the Tianfeng Institute several years' worth of rent? This corpulent fellow, despite my shortcomings, have never defaulted on my gambling debts, nor have I ever delayed payment for services of ill repute. This is the fundamental principle of my existence. Yet you, esteemed elders of the Cloud Sea sect, hold such a position of authority and set such an example for your disciples. I am truly mortified for you, my face burning with shame. Oh, lecherous old man, are you tired of living? Do you seek a confrontation? Sisters, let us take action. The celestial maiden, Yunmu, was utterly infuriated. Having lived for centuries, she had never been publicly insulted in such a manner. Immediately, Yin Yu and Shou Qi celestial maidens charged towards the corpulent man. Wait, cried the rotund figure. If a fight is what you desire, my disciple and I shall oblige. My daughter, Linger, is not a cultivator. And this young lady has injuries. Do not touch either of them. There is a head to every grievance, and a master to every debt. We shall not harm your daughter or this young girl. Yin Yu promptly responded. Yulong, the master, nodded and declared, Fenger, I shall deal with these 3 elderly women. The remaining lesser characters are yours to handle. Is that acceptable? Master, there is a significant problem, as long as there are no issues. With that, Yulong suddenly overturned the dining table, sending bowls and leftovers flying towards Yun Yu and the others. Amidst the startled cries of Huang Linger and the young girl, Yulong seized the opportunity to dash towards the door. His cultivation was formidable. He barreled through the 3 celestial maidens like a cannonball. The 3 pursued him closely. Master, what are you doing? Linger, Xiaoman, quickly hide. Master, I'm coming. Seeing his rotund master burst from the dining hall, Yifeng grasped a long bench, ready to follow. However, as he rushed out, 7 or 8 young maidens rushed in, blocking his path. Outside, Yulong was embroiled in a chaotic fray with his 3 junior sisters, the sounds of fists and feet echoing. Yet, the atmosphere within the dining hall grew increasingly awkward. Yifeng surveyed the 7 or 8 beautiful maidens, his fists clenched as he cautiously approached. He chuckled nervously. Let us make this clear. Do not mar this handsome face of mine. I rely on it for my livelihood. Sisters, pummel him. The charming young ladies lunged at him in unison. Yifeng swung the long bench, attempting to fend them off. However, these maidens were no pushovers. They were cultivators of considerable prowess. After a mere few swings, he found himself disarmed. The long bench rested from his grip. Realizing he was destined for a sound beating that night, he shouted, Heaven and earth, I alone reign supreme. Super invincible claw of the dragon. Sisters, prepare yourselves. Chapter 67. Capturing a reluctant opponent in the realm of brawling, Yifeng was undoubtedly an amateur. However, when it came to exploiting chaos and seizing opportunities, he, much like the original owner of his body, was an expert. Since he was destined to endure a beating tonight, he resolved not to let it be in vain. These ethereal beings, regarded as celestial maidens by mere mortals, were worth the effort of capturing as many as he could. With his hands clawed like talons, Yifeng brazenly lunged towards the group of enchanting fairy-like maidens. The Yunhai sect had never prohibited its disciples from engaging in private brawls. However, certain rules governed these encounters. Aside from the arena atop the mountain, duels in other locations forbade the use of magical artifacts and true energy, and were strictly prohibited from causing lethal harm or damaging a person's cultivation foundation. This was an unyielding decree. Thus, when fighting on the mountainside, both parties were limited to physical strikes. Yifeng dashed forward, his hands poised to grasp the 2 delicate rabbits of Su Yonglu. Shameless, she cursed, swiftly retreating to narrowly evade Yifeng's clawing grasp. In the next moment, a girl beside her lifted her long leg and kicked towards Yifeng. With his current cultivation at the Skyward Realm, he was far more formidable than when he first traversed to this world. Though his martial skills were still lacking, his speed and perception had significantly improved. As he saw the long leg approaching, he instinctively seized it. So long and slender, I fancy it. Yifeng laughed heartily, only to receive a punch squarely to the face. Let go. Not a chance. Despite the excruciating pain, Yifeng clung to the girl's leg and charged forward. The other beautiful maidens immediately swarmed in from both sides, raining down punches and kicks upon him. Yifeng was knocked to the ground, yet he refused to release the long leg. Both of them toppled to the earth, with Yifeng landing atop the girl. She was Shangguan, the youngest of Yunyu Fairy's 3 true disciples. She appeared slightly older than Yifeng, around 18 or 19, bearing a striking resemblance to Yunyu Fairy in her youth, and was exceptionally beautiful, much adored by her master. Shangguan's path in cultivation had been smooth sailing upon joining Yuhai sect. She spent less than a year in the outer sect before being noticed for her beauty and accepted as a named disciple by Yunyu Fairy. A decade ago, after reaching the Skyward Realm, she was taken in as a true disciple. With over 20 named disciples, Yunyu Fairy had only 3 true disciples, highlighting her stringent standards. Shangguan was known for her amiable disposition and modest nature, but she had never been pinned down and rubbed against by a man before. Yifeng, I will kill you. Get up, she shrieked in distress. Yifeng had spent the entire day practicing his illusion technique. He knew he could not possibly defeat these girls. He was simply a rogue, clinging to one and refusing to let go. Regardless of the punches and kicks raining down on his back, he remained steadfast, reminiscent of He Jinin's grip on his elder brother. Unfortunately, without the presence of Wen Tai to mediate, no one could separate the two. Yifeng, release me. You shameless scoundrel. Not a chance. Let go of senior sister Xianxia. I want tea. I'll beat you to death, you shameless wretch. Even if you kill me, I want tea. Let go. Yifeng truly was a scoundrel, with Xianxia firmly pinned beneath him. He was like a pig rooting in a cabbage patch. His back was entirely exposed, yet regardless of how the girls punched, kicked, or pulled at him, he held tightly to the beautiful maiden below. As the girls witnessed Xianxia being bullied, their strikes became increasingly fierce. With a loud pft, Yifeng spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the neck of the panicked and furious Xianxia. Stop hitting him, Huang Linger shouted anxiously upon seeing her senior brother's bloodshed. She attempted to intervene, only to be held back by the petite girl beside her. Linger, you lack true energy protection. It's too dangerous. What should we do? Senior brother will be killed. The petite girl glanced at her hanging arm and, gritting her teeth, prepared to assist. At that moment, the girls finally pried Yifeng off Xianxia and tossed him into the courtyard. Yifeng let out a cry, scrambling to his feet. Upon looking up, he saw his rotund master, the plump Yulong, fiercely engaged in battle with 3 of his senior uncles. In terms of cultivation, the indulgent Yulong was far superior to the 3 fairies. However, in this chaotic melee, neither side could employ magical artifacts or channel true energy, reducing the battle to a contest of agility and speed, nullifying Yulong's advantage. Surrounded by 3 senior women, he appeared to be at a disadvantage. Though appearances can be deceiving, the continuous barrage of insults from Yunyu Fairy and her companions indicated that like master, like disciple, the girls had already helped Xianxia to her feet. At this moment, she looked disheveled, her clothing in disarray, with her top even pushed aside by Yifeng's head, exposing her pale yellow undergarment. Blood from Yifeng stained her neck, cheeks, and garments. Xianxia hastily grasped her collar, exclaiming, Yifeng, kill him. Master, help. I'm rather busy at the moment. You young ones must learn to endure and persevere. Master, help. I said endure and persevere. Dragon Claw technique. Monkey steals peach, I'll steal. The enraged Yulong, having been robbed of his peaches thrice, shouted in frustration. The entrance was crowded with onlookers. The earlier arrival of the 3 fairies, leading a throng of agitated disciples, had drawn a significant audience. As the chaos in the courtyard escalated, the number of spectators grew. Yulong, despite being at a disadvantage, continued to gain the upper hand against the 3 fairies. In stark contrast, Yifeng was in dire straits. He sprinted through the courtyard, but the sheer number of fairies surrounding him was overwhelming. Although a few stood by to spectate, at least 7 or 8 maidens were actively participating. Soon, Yifeng found himself cornered. Seizing a broom, he yelled and flailed wildly. However, after a few swings, he was kicked away and crashed heavily against the wall. Following that, several girls descended upon him, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Among them, Xianxia, who had been thoroughly manhandled by Yifeng, was the most vicious. Spare me. Hearing Yifeng's pig-like screams, the onlooking disciples wore expressions of disbelief, each flinch accompanying his cries. At that moment, reinforcements arrived. Fang Tong, Zhuge Binlei, and Qi charged in. Upon seeing Yifeng besieged by a throng of girls, Fang Tong shouted, Big brother, we're here. What is brotherhood? This is brotherhood. Just a moment ago, having learned that their 3 senior uncles were leading a pack of female disciples towards Fengling residence in a fit of rage, they hurried over to investigate, only to find utter chaos inside. Despite the overwhelming odds, the trio showed no hesitation, rolling up their sleeves and diving into the fray. These 3 bullies are involved too, Su Yalu yelled. Thus, the courtyard was engulfed in a full-blown melee. Yifeng attempted to rise, only to be kicked back down by Xianxia. At this point, he was a bloody mess, a sight most pitiful. Witnessing the frail form of Zhuge Binlei topple to the ground, despite the valiant efforts of the emaciated monk to resist, he found himself outmatched. His 2 fists could not contend with the 4 hands of his assailants. The valiant man was unable to withstand the onslaught of so many women. He could only curl up on the ground, shielding his head from the blows. Fang Tong fared better. His tall and robust stature allowed him to withstand the advances of 3 young ladies. Meanwhile, Qi was embroiled in a fierce struggle with one of the girls, each tugging at the other's hair and spitting defiantly. Yifeng was bewildered. Was this truly a conflict among cultivators? It bore no distinction from a street brawl among ruffians. There seemed to be no semblance of technique or strategy at all. Meanwhile, Xianxia was perched atop Yifeng, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. Observing the monk being overwhelmed, an ancient power surged within Yifeng. With a powerful thrust, he unexpectedly toppled Xianxia. who was thoroughly engrossed in her bout. Whether it was his waist or some other part of him that had propelled her, only Xianxia Lan herself could discern. "Do not strike my brother." Having freed himself, Yifeng swiftly rose and delivered a kick to the backside of a woman who was mercilessly beating Zhuge Benlei, allowing the latter to roll away and regain his footing. Just as Yifeng intended to join the fray, he felt a firm grip on the back of his collar. Turning around, he beheld the fierce countenance of Xianxia Lan, who had seized him. Instantly, he was yanked backward with tremendous force, crashing down once more. "Yifeng, your demise is assured today." Typically, Xianxia Lan resembled a gentle older sister, exuding warmth and kindness. Yet at this moment, she seemed to have been possessed by a tempest. She launched a kick at the downed Yifeng. However, he reacted swiftly, rolling aside to evade the strike. Xianxia Lan attempted another kick, but Yifeng dodged once more, causing her foot to collide with a nearby water jar. With a resounding crash, the jar shattered, unleashing a torrent of water that gushed forth. Yifeng's heart raced in alarm. Had that kick connected with him, it could have shattered bones and torn ligaments. He shouted, "Master, save me." Yet the corpulent master simply replied, "I am quite occupied at the moment. Young one, you must learn to endure and persevere." Meanwhile, he deftly maneuvered about, evading the strikes of his 3 female disciples, all while indulging in his own amusement, seemingly indifferent to the peril facing his students. The Wind Spirit residence was not the only place suffering chaos. The courtyard had descended into utter disarray. As the situation spiraled further into chaos, a sudden thunderous voice rang out, "Cease this at once." Though not particularly loud, the voice carried an undeniable authority, echoing like celestial thunder within the souls of those present. The scene fell into an immediate hush. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, where they beheld an elder with gray-streaked hair and an ethereal presence, descending gracefully from above. Instantly, all heads bowed in reverence. Even the rotund Yulong withdrew his neck in submission. The newcomer was none other than the esteemed leader of the Yuhai sect, Master Yuni. As Master Yuni alighted, several figures entered from the courtyard beyond, including the Grand Elder of the Discipline Academy, Yu Qinzi, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Offering Academy, Shou Zheng, as well as Duga Chong Kong and Fu Jinghong. At the entrance stood Lin Yi, Miao Xiaoro, and several other young disciples, who dared not intrude further.